What's at the Mongol booth?
дахиад толыг хийж.
Hello everybody, welcome into the MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2024. We are a little bit into the action here in the arena, of course, for our first game of the day. An awful lot going down here. I am Scriv, joined by Neo.
Hello, hello.
Alongside me, and we are indeed in for Lynn Vision up against Atox. Atox picking up our first round, so.
Yeah, a little slow to get onto the stream, but I think we're hopefully live now and ready to get going here. Yeah. You know, it was a lot of, it's a cool event, right? For those who maybe haven't seen the arena already, it's pretty sick. We're hoping for tomorrow to have somewhere upwards of about 4,000 people, 2,000 to 4,000 people,
so.
which in here would be pretty packed, man. It should be sick. 8 in our first round, very good. Start your CT side on Nuke on a positive note.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, getting things kicked off well. Looked like a pretty clean one out from them. A matchup that I think is a little difficult to predict at the moment. You know, maybe coming into the event, you might have felt that Atox were maybe the weaker side of the two, but ultimately they've looked very, very good once they've put pen to paper, as it were.
Yeah.
So we'll see here. We'll see. Could get very, very interesting indeed between these two teams. Lynn Vision, a few rumours around them, what's happening with certain members of the team. It's been affecting them recently, but then at the same time, they make it here to the arena over teams like OG and Game. So is it really affecting them all that much?
Yeah, Scalp's a pretty big team, right? No two ways about it. First fight coming out through here for Atox. Obviously a low bite for Lynn Vision. Didn't really find all too much in that pistol. First fight going to come through in just a second by a ramp. Famas lining up a couple alongside the M4. That's at range, closing things down. Nice and easily. Annihilation showing that some prowess there at range. Not too bad. Opening 4K on that second round. Well, at the moment, 2-0. But expected, right? Low buyout for the pistols. They're hoping to get a bomb plant of some sort, but yeah, all in all, this is the round that really matters most to us. AK's going to come through here for Lynn Vision. All eyes, I think, on a couple of these players. I think you've already kind of touched on a little bit the Starry, where what's the future looking like for this guy? Rumours about him leaving, and now, of course, on the other side, it's about what he can do maybe as last hurrah here with Lynn Vision.
Well, we'll see. Aggression outside coming in, though. A little wild out from Atox to kick things off. Zaka very ready for it. The Molotov's pretty effective, doing a lot of damage. Spam through the smoke comes in, looking good here to get some returns on that CT side. But still, a 3 versus 3 looks pretty good for me as you move in towards the mid-round here. All that going down in the first 30 seconds. Pretty quick as far as the nuke goes. Big one from Dobu. Really big find, in fact. Upgrades himself to an AK, and his remaining couple of members here not looking great for Lynn Vision. Do believe the bomb being dropped. Spread out a little bit. Can't really trade off of each other. Should be everything done for this round. Indeed, annihilation. Atox in the arena finding their feet pretty quickly. Looking very, very comfortable. Crowd behind them a little bit. Things looking good here on Nuke.
Yeah, as well, you know, for Atox, not an unknown quantity coming in towards this game, but probably one of the teams that maybe many wouldn't even have expected maybe to even make it here to the arena. They scalped a pretty big team like we spoke of, but even in towards this matchup as well, generally in the region for a while, Lynn Vision have been seen as the slightly more superior team over Atox, and we do want to see what they can do here on the big stage. Atox looking, like you said, comfortable, right? Got the home crowd behind them. They're very confident after a big win earlier. The quick rush out towards A. M4 going to find that first hit to the MP9 up close, that lines up 2. Make that 3, shutting down that A push and leaving one man with it all to do. A tough start here for Lynn Vision. They are left reeling, about to go 4-0 down.
Not the best beginning out from Lynn Vision, unfortunately. Not really expecting too much from this round, but yeah, playing very, very fast, very aggressive, maybe on both sides as well, to be fair. Generally feel Nuke moves a bit slower, especially in the early stages, both teams trying to figure each other out.
Yeah.
But here, not quite the case.
So far, so good. Atox looking pretty damn comfortable. Annihilation's got off the board very well to start things off. 10-1 with 200 ADI. Finds himself after the start. It's not too shabby. And if we can see that more, I mean, We on the desk, all of us spoke about it. T-Time's brought it up a couple of times. When will we see Annihilation back at his best? And it seems like in the arena, maybe. To start things off, we might already have it here. 4-0, back into the guns for Lynn Vision, back into the AK-47s. But they desperately need to kickstart this T side because they started pretty slow.
Yeah, pretty famous map for Lynn Vision domestically, so we did kind of expect it coming into the matchup, that it would make an appearance. Didn't fully break down how the veto went itself, so it's difficult to know, but at the end of the day, things looking pretty good.
Veto, by the way, for those who are wondering, of course, this is Lynn Vision's pick as they start on that T side. Map number 2 is going to be Inferno, Atox's pick, and if we need it, our decider is Anubis. Atox went for that late Dust 2 ban, so they don't want to risk it against Lynn Vision, which I can kind of respect. Interesting veto as well. Has all the remnants of the potential to be a 3-mapper, but that is if Lynn Vision can step up and show how good the nuke can be, which generally, like you mentioned, it's a bit of a favourite for them in the region, but Atox obviously done their preparation.
Yeah, for sure. We maybe expected an Ancient coming into things when we were having a bit of a chat before going live. Doesn't actually make an appearance, so Lynn Vision maybe just falling back on what they are fully comfortable with. Maybe they feel they're a bit more land tested on this map. Maybe it's what they've been doing some work on recently. But again, not looking good here. They lose the first man in towards this A exchange. The AWP making itself known. Only 2 remaining here on that T side. Really looking a little lost in the early stages of our first game of the day. I'll attempt to try and make something happen downstairs. But I was going to say, surely not. Westmelon though. Big kill, biggest of the round for sure on that T side. Going to get the bomb down, get the reset coming in. Zaka finds another onto that AWP, all importantly. Suddenly a 2 versus 2 out of nowhere.
It's doable, it really is. Post plant, the potential of a retake as well. Westmelon holding for that wrap through radio as 2 making their way over towards double door for that T side. Fire up close, going to be found as well. Zesta going to get out of dodge as well, just in time. Looking for the second, but he can't quite find it. Zaka put into a 1 versus 1, hoping to buy some time on that bomb. Does get dropped, and there should be enough time for the defuse. It's not looking likely. He's going to fall away, and Cabal doesn't have the time. That is going to be Lynn Vision, by the skin of their teeth, getting their first round on the board.
Well, and going down to the bomb in the end as well. Really rough for Atox, 4 versus 2. Looked very good for just a moment there, and then, yeah, downstairs, maybe getting a little excitable, a little giddy. It does happen again when you're in this LAN environment. Big money on the line. I do believe, you know, the Mongolian teams, as far as we are led to believe, have played here a few times for MESA Pro Series that they run on the finals and whatnot. But when it comes to the stakes, when it comes to new teams in this environment, you do have to keep yourself tight and disciplined. They just didn't in that round.
So with that first round, potentially, bit of a start here for the momentum of Lynn Vision. First on the ball, want to start to chain a couple more in succession. No issues rebuying back in there for Atox, in towards the AWP, in towards the M4s, and all of the trimmings around it. Back red taken already. And they're going to make a little bit of movement. Molotov aptly timed, so actually will stop them to a degree. Nice find. Westmelon not given the luxury of a cross, but 2 do make it down. And Starry looks to try and crack it open with a masterful shot. Beautiful work, and that'll give them some room down towards B.
Yeah, there he is. I mean, we got to cast him a little earlier on in the tournament, looking a little quiet on this map, actually. So we'll see if he comes alive. That should have been a catch for sure. It's going to cost in the end, still retaining slim advantage, but the A-bomb site looking pretty vulnerable. They've kept the guessing game going. Mick down below, it's Annihilation. It's close to the action, big frag. Brings it back into the 2 versus 2 as that bomb has gone down. There is a kit available here for the AWPer. So we'll see what they can cook up, see what they can make. Annihilation, though, right idea. There maybe is a peek coming his way. Doesn't fully send around the corner. An interesting lobby setup here as well. From the team, Annihilation checking all his angles. Amelia in with the trade. Big 1v1 on the cards here. Mick with the tap on the bomb. Doesn't have a kit available, and surely the round is going to be won out. Amelia makes sure with a clean head shot. Lynn Vision for 2 in a row.
I think it's safe to say as well, in the group stages, and Lynn Vision, who have made their way to the arena, maybe kind of unsuspecting to at least us on the English broadcast, a lot of it came off the back of Amelia. Really good performances. 27 kills in one of the maps, right? Pushing that to a 3rd series. Without a doubt, was so important, especially because Starry was maybe a little bit missing. They kind of needed him on the entries, but he wasn't finding as much form. Amelia really was able to step things up on an individual level. I'm hoping to see more of the same from him in the arena itself. Second on the board, consecutive rounds here from Lynn Vision. Still is a little bit of a buy to force out from Atox with Annihilation's AWP, but the support round is pretty rough here. You've got a FAMAS, an M4, and an MP9, and already one of the pistols put to bed, but Annihilation versus 4. Now they're tucked in towards Secret. It's a standard play, and Annihilation going to find yet one more. Will even clear up close. The answer is going to be not well enough. FAMAS delivers for 1, and a 2 versus 4 ensues.
Big nade damage. Looking good here for Atox. Should be able to turn this one over. We're aware of one outside for sure. Where is that second player? Not 100%, but wouldn't be a hop, skip, and a jump to assume that they're both in close proximity. Ooh, Annihilation, got to be careful here.
Oh.
Yeah, just get caught a little overzealous. West Melon also going to get a catch. Oh no, what has happened there? Should have been a trade out from Secret, but not the case. Oh my goodness, flying gifted a frag, and he will capitalize, finding himself another to close out the round. Atox, another 4v2 slips away from them.
Yeah, I mean, that one as well was egregious. You know, you're in a situation 4v2, and Lynn Vision have no real pathway towards a bomb site. You've already got A on the lock with 2 playing out through Mini. You've got 1 down towards Secret as well. Realistically, all you have to do is play patient, and Atox, they get nervy. They get just a little bit giddy, over peak, over fight, and in doing so, gift the round to Lynn Vision. As poorly played, there's, you know, a real showing of lack of discipline there from Atox. They cost them, like you said, yet another 4v2. That's tough. You can't keep losing these. It's really going to hurt. Not only the mental, the confidence, and the momentum as you're gifting it over towards Lynn Vision. And now money's going to be pretty rough looking over towards this Atox side. They're going to have to go in for a little bit of a lower buy, and that is going to allow Lynn Vision to tie up this game. It's a tough one to lose. But back-to-back, in fact, is where it really does hurt the most. Attack pause called, and an opportunity there as well for a conversation, but all in all, they're really going to hurt them. We'll take a look and see what things look like in terms for Atox for the buy, but it's going to be low.
Yeah, one would assume so. Here we are. We get to have a good view of it.
It's down already.
Solid eco, actually. So not really investing anything. Few upgraded pistols. At the end of the day, not all that much to write home about. We're going to get a knife here. I think we are indeed. Oh, no! Oh, he still gets it. Oh, my goodness. West Melon, light flashing before his eyes. 3 HP, the difference.
Oh, man.
We get our first knife here in the Stepper Arena. Ridiculousness.
That was very close to going very wrong, but actually he does get it. And it will be money in the back pocket as well, which will take every day of the week. Swing with the back 10. West Melon, 3 points of HP, like you mentioned, but he does not give a damn as he swings in for more fights. Lower side taken. Should get the bomb down in just a second. I don't really think Atox can do all too much in terms of a response. They got a couple of upgraded pistols, 1 USPS. This should be a bit of a freebie. As that bomb goes down as well, now it's a call for Lynn Vision. A little bit of a hunt, see if they can find anything on the tail end. And the answer will be yes, as one more kill goes their way in the hands of Flying.
Mick, just trying to trade off the angle. Nothing presenting for him, of course, as you would indeed expect. Ooh, a laboured spray down. But neither player really landing their shots cleanly. Starry with the advantage of the AK. Survives. Should be all good here then, I would imagine. Flawless round is a really nice look, actually, for Lynn Vision to start streaking ahead and maybe taking full control. Yes, it comes in at 4-4. Atox got that pistol, though. Of course, a couple rifle rounds easily that they should have converted. It's not a question of, ooh, maybe if this went their way. It is a question of absolutely should have gone their way. They messed them up, so they're now dealing with that. I would say reaping the rewards, but it's quite the opposite, isn't it, really? Feeling the burn, maybe, is a good phrase for it. Nonetheless, back into a buy hit for that CT side. Need some presence from them.
Yeah, for sure. I was about saying that Atox have let this one slip just a tad in the early start. You know, 4-0, it was looking really good, and they've allowed Lynn Vision to wake up. This is a side that can be scary one. When they get going, that is. But Annihilation DWP ringing off for 1. Got a good idea. Spots the second, but on scopes to the worst time, thankfully. Flying won't stick around to find out whether seconds will go his way. Zester's going to hold the util. They're expecting a topside pop, and right idea, but Amelia pop shot, unsuccessful. And a Molotov will come down to stop them pushing their way out. For now, these first fights on towards A are really going to make the difference here. But Lynn Vision are showing a lot of respect towards Atox, slowing things down. AK is going to try and make a little bit of a move. They've still got that Mach 10 in play as well. But the numbers favour that of Atox right here. But we've seen them lose these rounds twice before already in this map. So I'm sure Lynn Vision are thinking they've got a good chance here.
We'll have to see how they look to try and convert this. The interesting position is the fact that there is some outside control from Atox. Lynn Vision not really all that well spread. There's not a lot for them to work with. Utility's still in. They're just going to burst off the back of the molly, and it does seem to be working. Maybe hold that thought. It's a little back and forth here. However, the peak comes round. That's going to get it done. A little panicked, but Lynn Vision just could not get out of that choke point.
Yeah, they've really got kind of strangled and suffocated in towards lobby, and they're really going to find a kind of a clear pathway out. They basically absolutely needed somebody to get off hot. That was the big thing for them, and they weren't given that luxury, and that is what cost them the side. So Atox going to find a round back finally, but I don't know, it still feels a little shaky. I think nerves still playing in for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, definitely, and you know, Lynn Vision, there's a move in there, like you say, getting someone out hut. They had the molly come off the top. Usually you'd have someone sat in there. So it's a little disjointed. When you've got 4 players left, why not send one into the hut to watch for that? We're going in fast, though. Not wasting any time into this round, and maybe this is where Lynn Vision can show us what they are made of. Everybody chiming in, kills going across the board, and it looks so good. I think maybe just a save, that seems to be what is the option, maybe the only option for Atox as they back off, concede the round, and man, the close game continues.
Yeah, double orbs, I've got to save it. It's a nice idea, double orbing on Nuke. He has a lot of versatility with the AWP. You can play, you know, traditionally one towards outside, one towards heaven if they want to, or one over towards ramp as well. You've got a lot of kind of maneuverability with a double orb, but the main thing now in a 2v4 is just keeping them alive. One has been spotted, and AK might take a swing here as well. Tag gonna come through, up goes some personal. No scope, not connected, dead man walking, Story will trade. Annihilation is all that's left, and even he might not be able to keep hold of this big green. They are starting to get a little bit of an idea, smelling blood in the water as they look towards spawn, but they opt against not peeking Annihilation, which is fair enough. Had a very good start to this game thus far, up to 10 kills within the first 3 rounds. And Lynn Vision going to tie this one back up, 5-all. A back and forth affair here. Neither side really taking a strong stake in terms of momentum. Bit of a weird one though at the moment, right? We're looking at this, and I think for me at the moment it still feels like the majority of these question marks are upon Atox, who did let things slip a little bit, but in general the ideas seem quite good for them. It's just maybe a little bit of self-confidence.
Sure, I mean, could have been 7 for them by now.
For sure.
Absolutely, and the thing is as well, Lynn Vision, you can feel it not wanting to give anything away. They need these next 2 in a game this close. Any form of separation is massive. Don't want to let it come down to that 6-6. I'm sure they'll be confident in their CT side here as well. I'd maybe argue individually Lynn Vision have a few higher ceilings. Westmelon on the creep, kicks the AWP. This is such an unbeatable angle. He's going to know that the AWP is here. He fires in. You have to know, you have to be on it. Beautiful stuff. And now waiting for the trade opportunity to come his way. The Mag 7, not a chance. P9 pushes forwards though, nearly gets the catch off. Not going to be the case. Looking very good here for Lynn Vision.
One by one, they're being plucked out here. And it's just an M4 that's left. Things are really slowing down, but heating up over towards Lynn Vision as Amelia leading the charge so far. Bomb will go down, planted by Starry in a 1v5. This round is done, but any extra frags would be nice, I guess, for the M4. And they're not given that luxury. It's Amelia who's going to see things off. A very, very decent round from him. And that's going to be Lynn Vision guaranteeing on the T side of Nuke, at the very least, a tied game. And all in all, I mean, generally for me, when I cast Nuke, I like to say, if any team get up to 5 rounds on T-side, you get 6 rounds, you're sitting very happy. You get 7, now we're talking about the map, very comfortably looking in your favour. Atox, they've definitely lost control of this game a little bit for me.
A tough battle for Lynn Vision as well, you know, they really had to work hard. You can see there in the run of rounds.
6 of the last 7, dude, yeah.
In recent memory, so they've done very, very well, but there was a point where it could have slipped away. As soon as they converted that big round, you have to remember that round number 5, 4v2, goes their way. All the momentum has swung to them. So Atox definitely losing themselves a little bit. Annihilation comes round for the first into this round, and a bit of damage onto Zaka here as well. We'll see. Lynn Vision managed to get a man down below that it feels like it's just not been thought about, not been considered.
Sure.
So this could be a big flank.
Mag 7 making a little move. 4 versus 4. They have lost Westmelon, so he'll be calling from the grave here. Bit of a weird one, making a move with a Mag 7. He's going to get tagged, but it's not enough for the kill. Amelia going to find his, and in doing so, that's going to give him that lower sight.
Yeah, just not expecting Amelia to be down there at all. Not considered, not thought of. Don't know if they maybe got someone late towards the vent or something like that, but either way, it's a catch off and it's a big deal. Going in for a little bit more here as well. MP9 flying over the top. Will manage slightly, to trade things back, but just not looking good on this top side now. Amelia down below drew a lot of resources, took a lot of lives away. And of course they have to go in for this retake, but they don't like it at all. Not a good look at all. Kills, he flies up the ladder. Well, surely he was a dead man, but surely now he is a dead man that he's been spotted. I'm not sure if there's a kit drop down, but he does not have one on belt.
He's got to go.
The peaks at all, man. They really are playing this well, very, very disciplined. Very little time on the bomb. He's going to try and go in. Oh, but not a chance. And Lynn Vision, they split hairs at the end for the 75.
It's a really, really good T-side in all fairness, right? It's 7 of the last 8 rounds for Lynn Vision. Maybe, yes, we could talk about a slow start, but all that matters in the bulk of the gun rounds, they went one way. Lynn Vision, they've set the tone. They've really laid down the gauntlet here for ATOX, and this is going to be a tough recovery run. This ATOX side really have to start getting going early in towards their T side. It's easier said than done. Nuke, statistically, the most CT side map in the pool right now, and for ATOX, with how, I guess, nervy they look on the big stage, it is getting a bit costly. 2 2v4s in a row lost, and a situation now where we have to really start asking questions about them. Got a bit of a break here at the halftime mark, and an opportunity as well, right? Get the coach on the mic, have a little conversation across the team, lean on the slightly more experienced players, right? But looking at your Annihilations, you're looking at your Dobys, looking at your Cabals, guys who have played at the upper echelons of Asian Counter-Strike for quite a while. But till the end of the half, right, I mean, it's kind of a bit of a one-man show. Annihilation 17-7, top of the scoreboard across the server, but the bulk of those, I mean, the first 10 were in the first 3 rounds. Amelia, keeping up that group stage form was incredible. To even get Lynn Vision here, which didn't even feel like it was a possibility. Up to 11 kills for him individually, flying the stand-in, the new boy on the block, just in behind. Good to see him kind of integrating himself in towards the team. Yeah. It's one of those things, I think you really get a good judgment of how good a player actually can be with how seamlessly they can transition between teams. And, realistically, not much notification, I think it's very safe to say, of him coming in towards the team. So he's probably had minimal amount of pracs. We say less than a week, maybe, and he's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, we have a few teams like that, to be fair. Bleed playing up a little later on, and
we
also have some new additions. So it's a difficult kind of tournament, I think, circumstantially, for a fair amount of teams. And Lynn Vision, to bring it back to them, is obviously one that we've talked about, touched on. Zaka back to the AWP, right? I think
true.
The overarching thing is, where is Starry going? You see it on Twitter. It feels like it's pretty much confirmed at this point that he's moving across to Tyloo to join the Ilka boys over there. But,
and joining G as well, of course. The previous AWPer of this team.
Exactly. So they'll be a pretty scary team on the cards, if you think about it, once Tyloo get going, and obviously one of the biggest organisations within the region.
Is Tyloo back?
Pick themselves up.
It's the question.
I'm not saying that just yet. I've seen some wacky stuff from them, over the past year or so. Either way, we're into the second half here, folks, and not wasting any time on the ATOX side of things. To the back end of sight. Who else? Amelia set up, ready to frag out, and he will do just that. 3-piece coming round on those dual Berettas, leaving one all alone here. Annihilation to try and get things done. USP recovered, could be workable. Position revealed now, though, and you can see, like ants, they surround. The flank comes in, and Amelia hits the 4K, and potentially the beginning of the end.
Yeah, Amelia looking really, really good. Keeping up that form in towards the pistol, starting so confidently. Isolated, fights brilliantly here. First is great, doesn't get traded effectively, and then it's just given the opportunity time and time again to another one to the tally. As Julie's looking at very good in Amelia's hands, and all respect for that. 8-5. No bomb plant, barely any kills for Lynn Vision. For ATOX MESA means no buy, and I mean already this T side starting kind of badly, and considering how badly the CT finished for ATOX, that's not what you want. Lynn Vision have a buy where ATOX don't, and you're looking at this round and thinking this is probably 9th as a given, and they could even chain further rounds off the back of that. A few deagles picked up, but that is basically about it.
pretty quiet here as well. We did see a lot of aggression coming round in the early ATOX conversions. Bit different from Lynn Vision. Not wanting to throw this away at all, and at the end of the day, that should be the way to play it out. However, is there a gap? Is there some space being found? We got some cheekiness with the Julies being held.
Sure.
And I think he was meant to be spotting outside, and he's missed the cross here.
Job number one.
Yeah, could get a bit weird. Could get a bit weird. I don't think you can see. There's no one down below. There's no one committed down below, right?
This is the weird thing. You know, for me, normally if you're going to play this super passive setup, you have to have somebody just on the site in case, right? They're just in case, but they're not. I mean, fair enough. It's working.
Catch the back. Yeah, they caught the stragglers. Annihilation does find a frag because I think they were not expecting him to be so far ahead. But it's one of those as well, isn't it, where it gets a bit weird timing-wise as the T side here creeping in. You're like, should it really be this easy?
Yeah.
Isn't there supposed to be someone around? So they weren't really like grouped up, ready to go. Lynn Vision works out for them in the end, but there was maybe a small window of opportunity that we could see with all the info available to especially get that bomb down. Yeah,
basically, if they had gone quick, right, they could have got down. If they had been just a little bit quicker in terms of the initial push down secret, they probably actually could have got a bomb plant out of that, which is not terrible for a low buy. It's basically all you ask. But it's not to be. Lynn Vision, bit by bit, round by round, getting closer and closer to closing out this nuke with, you hate to say, but pretty minimal opposition, we'll call it, right? I mean, ATOX just haven't put up a fight for a while now. And this is tough. The second you let Lynn Vision into a game, the second you let them spiral and snowball, that's where they will punish. That's exactly what we're seeing right now. Starry on your screen. Red hair, standing out, but hasn't stood out too much in terms of the individual performance in the server. But we know what the ceiling's like on this guy. Very talented, can really put up some serious numbers, and has been one of the bigger names for a while. Been with this Lynn Vision side for a few years now. He has some really decent moments, but if this is the last hurrah for him, I'm sure he wants to end at a pretty good note. You know, top 4 minimum would be nice, but any further would be awesome.
Absolutely. And the world is open, it would seem. Mongolia, at the very least, is open for upsets. They've really been pulling them off. And again, this one tough to call. I don't know which way we lean, right? We've had some very, very big upsets. We've even had Bleed, who, you know, are our sort of flawless EU team, as it were, being brought very, 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 very close on one of their maps by the Chinggis Warriors.
I mean, that in itself, you could maybe talk about an upset, right? I mean, even going to double OT, just a masterclass from Silkenberg. Yeah, real OG of the Asian scene, and did step up. He rolled it back a little bit, but a pop towards ramp about to happen.
Oh, looking good here. A bit of damage comes off, but they're not ready for the boosted up player. Lynn Vision pulling something out quite early, but the kills do come back round. Weaker weaponry, flying Amelia tries to get in there. You kind of have to do something. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, after already picking up that first. The big one here is from Dobu, though, downstairs. In towards Secret, confirms the round, probably forcing out the save from the 2 M4s. As we've said a few times, that bonus goes a bit hard sometimes, and the weaponry let them down. They were in the right place on ramp. Just could not execute, could not get the guns working in their favor. So, 6th round coming in. Golf claps here in the arena for that one as it comes in quite quietly, but all the same, we'll see ATOX with the first rifle.
Yeah, I think for ATOX as well, it is so needed. It's been such a long time since we've seen this side put up just a round in general, but even a confident one at that. And I think when you're Amelia, when you're boosted up and you found that first goal, your position's known, you kind of have to make a move. You can't sit up there. You're basically a dead man sitting. You're in a rough spot. Tries to make a move, jump down, and unable to make it work. So ATOX going to put one on the board finally for the first time in a while, and of course to kickstart their T side, but still at a deficit of 3 rounds and still need to kind of claw back some serious momentum from Lynn Vision, who have just still look like the stronger side. They can buy back in, no issues. They can get the AWP as well for Zaka. So all the positives, all the real extras that you want coming in towards this, they've got. ATOX do need to be careful. Yes, they've got one, but we haven't seen them put up a consecutive round since round number 4. So we need some consistency out of them. We always say it, but it's just the truth of the matter.
Again, another sort of quiet start. We're not seeing a lot of aggression come out from Lynn Vision, which is something that they generally do like to lean on if it's needed. But for the time being, they maybe feel like they have enough control Molly a little dodgy, smoke on top of it. There's fire all over this A bomb site right now. Where do we look? Where do we go? Amelia, however, with the spin around, keeping the dream alive on A. Starry and Flying will clean up house. And my goodness, Amelia untouchable at the moment.
I cannot believe Amelia's got away with that. Up to their 19th kill, from what I'm saying. I mean, they are absolutely loving life in the server. I mean, Amelia, how they even get away with the first, I don't know. But the second, going untraded, is crazy. We're talking about spacing. Actually, 3 kills, so that pushed up to 20. I mean, what a performance from Amelia so far. And Lynn Vision bite back. No consecutive round from Atox again. And it will hurt them. It will really start to dampen the mood over there. Yes, they squeeze out a buy here, but lose this one a bomb plant. And we're already talking about potentially getting towards the beginning of the end here on Nuke. And it's not a great start for Lynn Vision at the very least. Cess is going to find that first. They needed that.
Yeah, a name that we've not seen pop up too much, to be fair, on that Atox side of things. Mick going to chime in. So we'll see here. Looking very, very good. 5v3 straight out of the gate. Atox, you know, they move back to their aggression. Starry outside, though. Showing us what he's made of course. Finding 2. Zaka in towards Hook. Backed up by Flying. Setup looks very, very good here for the CT side as Atox scramble as they, you know, lost the fight outside. They try and recover things inside. It hasn't worked, and Lynn Vision gifted around again, maybe? No, indeed. No hope for Dobu. So, yeah, a steal, a 5v3. Maybe not quite as egregious as a 4v2, but, I mean, it's maybe splitting hairs on that. A lot of rounds for Atox slipping through their fingers.
It's not feeling good, right, is it? The move's starting to dampen a little bit in the Atox camp. You can see a couple of forlorn faces over there, and, I mean, where they're at the moment, this is a tough spot to find yourself in. 5v3 thrown away, and Zakazorp gets a little active for a double at the tail end. We haven't seen a huge amount out of Zaka so far, but he hasn't been called upon, in all fairness. A lot of these rounds in the early portion are basically getting decided by 2 individuals, Annihilation and Amelia. 4-1, 4-0 in terms of opening kills respectively, and have looked so damn good. But it's just a low buy. Tech9's going to come through and they're going to try and make something work. Topside once again, and the Tech9 will convert. Dobu gets dinked, but a deliver of a kill. And now they're going to be gifted the ace site, or misses. They should get a plant out here.
Yeah, looking good. I mean, you might even move away, to be fair. All right, audience is feeling good about it. They are indeed saving. All right, fair enough. I felt for me that was maybe an early celebration. Yeah. They may well have gone for it, but no, they do move to save. Indeed, and we'll see what Atox can do with this. These are the rounds that, you know, I always have to pull it back to reality immediately.
Yes.
It's not with rifles. It is a rush out after you've done quite a few rush. You know what I mean? Lynn Vision might have just been like, okay, they're not going to rush us this round, are they? They're not going to play aggressive this round. But they do, and you get caught. Any team worth their salt, any team on 11 rounds with what will now be a 5-round lead, 4-round lead. Oh, my goodness. I've done it in the arena. I've done the wrong maths, mate. Either way, it's drawn a bit closer. They've still got a decent run of rounds to work with. So Lynn Vision shouldn't slip up from here, one would assume. The save facilitates a further buy as well.
Yeah, let's see. Like you said, it's one of those rounds where we look at it. It's not replicable on a kind of a multi-round basis. You can do it every now and again because you got that low buy. I think to a degree, you can talk about Dobu getting a little bit fortunate. He doesn't get dropped immediately, gets dinged, and that second bullet doesn't connect. But a pause going to be called here.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, a really good opportunity for, if there's any chance for Atox, they've got to try and make this one stick. And I'm going to come back to it because I'm going to keep saying it until it happens. They need to get a round in a row. They need to get just 2 in a row, consecutive round to start some consistency. It's all well and good you got that one there. But Lynn Vision, with the saves, can buy back in, no issues. And we're talking about them being able to respond and actually just be ready for a little bit of a kind of a step up in tempo.
I think one of the big things as well to consider, we're not fully confirmed, I suppose, without having it on the screen, but from Gum getting active there, sort of leaning in, I would imagine it's a Lynn Vision tack timeout,
yes,
right? And I think that is very, very astute from the sort of leading voices in that team to get that called. As soon as they've lost a round, especially a key round and a messy round like that, they take a pause, not taking any chances, not messing around here. You know, absolutely a game that they can win, get themselves into the top 4, into the prize money, importantly. Again, a fast one from Atox, maybe not the entire squad, but we get that Mac 10 down below. Looking for this first frag. Zaka around the corner, strikes true. No chance of getting through him there, does not panic, keeps his cool, and finds a really, really important frag. I feel like that was a lot of the Atox game plan just gone like that.
Having a player down lower, especially actually if they're a known quantity, just puts the seed of doubt in the mind of Lynn Vision. But Zaka just, when called upon, hit a very nice shot. Needed overextension though, and Cabal gifted a frag there. He'll take it, and then he gets responded. Story, bit of fortune, but a one tap through the smoke. You'll take every day of the week to bring the numbers back in favour for Lynn Vision. And now, they're probably hoping that they can learn from the mistakes of Atox in that first half. Don't overextend. Don't gift the fight. But one answer back, and Dobie will respond. It's still a 2v3, though.
Lynn Vision doing really well here across the board to just kind of remember against teams like Atox from this Asian Mongolian region. You have to be very, very careful about keeping your gun up, keeping your wits about you. Someone might pop out of the woodwork at any time. That seems to be the contingency plan from Atox. It's just not quite working, going for these 50-50s and trying to make them work, but ultimately not quite the case. Left down to just one, so you would assume the round going to be over. Just a question of whether we're able to save things out on the Atox side or not.
This is getting dire. Fight going to come through as well, but closed out there, and for Lynn Vision. Now we look to them to see whether they can close out the map, right? That we said this has always been a pocket pick of Lynn Vision in the region. Starry, that shot through the smoke really did set the tone here for them, and I mean, now we're looking at this and thinking, is it the beginning of the end for Atox? They haven't started well in the arena in front of the home crowd, and like you can see, a bit of frustration starting to sow their way in towards that side. They are in a really tough spot, no two ways about it. Yeah, what have you got, right? Potentially even a last hurrah. This is Lynn Vision in a situation where they're about to close this, most likely, unless Atox can turn the tide and maybe just completely change the conversation. But there's been nothing really that we can say off the back of this T-side thus far that gives us kind of any sort of inclination that things are going to change for Lynn Vision.
Well, it's now or never. We do indeed have, of course, the rest of the series to pan out. Atox will try and give it a solid go into their pick, of course, but Lynn Vision here starting very, very well, looking very strong, and it felt like a game that should have been close, even at the turn of the half. Yeah, Lynn Vision had the advantage coming round, but it's just really not been a competition. Once Atox have got onto the T side, and again trying to employ some speed, Annihilation will trade things back, but Starry holds strong there in at secret. This is the first time it feels like as well we've seen a outside execute fully followed up. It is not working. Again, Lynn Vision have got the number. Super solid showing from them on this CT side. We worried about it a little. They got the pistol, they got the springboard, and they have just been absolutely unstoppable since then. Little hiccup with that force by loss, but it doesn't make too much of a difference in the end.
Well, let's see. 12-7. 2v4, make that 1v4 as the Orb of Zakon rains off, and the last man dropped 13-7. It's going to be Lynn Vision closing out their map pick of Nuke in a very, very solid way. A brilliant performance out from Amelia. Starry got pretty active as well, which is good to see, and it was basically a one-man army over towards Atox. Annihilation, a fantastic game from him, up to 24 kills. He's basically the only one who showed up in the server. Is it enough? It's not great signs for Atox in front of the home crowd, and they're hoping they can turn around on their map pick, and that'll be coming up next. We have got Inferno after the break. We'll see you soon.
now we move in. The Atox has not started very well though now. The heads are rolling. All in favour of Lynn Vision, flying to find the final one. It's definitely not what Atox wanted to kick things off here.
Yikes, that was very quick. We just come to alone. And it's looking very tough already for Atox. This is how for us. They started so well into this map and it's so rapidly declined, right? Losing back-to-back 2v4s, losing all the rounds which probably should have gifted their way, and they never found any sort of consistency in that move. So we were pretty concerned, right? We gave them the caveat saying that's not going to confirm their map pick. They're going to feel a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more kind of in their own zone, to say. Unfortunately, off the back of this, it's not so much. So I'm going to force my round it. So one will come through, a few bit of distance. Without one point, you can't really bring a hell of a lot to the table. Realistically, the division should be able to get a second here in terms of just firepower alone.
Yeah, very true. I mean, we may even have argued to turn this one out, right? Go for an early rival line. Really on the cards, I suppose, for Atox. Try and force an issue somewhere. Not going to happen for them in Banana. So they back off. Of course, this Inferno may well move a bit slower than Nuke did. Very, very scrappy on Nuke. I'd be curious if they can even really make that work. You know, high-level Inferno, hard to rush, hard to force your way through the choke points. Maybe you've got Banana, but Division, at least in this round, have got that down pat. Not sure.
It's tough, man. Inferno's one of those maps that generally does kind of grind to a halt quite a lot. It's on the new level, it's very difficult. So here we're going to find a gap, one gap, and P-Down lands back for a double load at the very least. They've got this level before they get brought back in favour. Lynn Vision off the back of flying, trying to set the tone here. Does get a dig. The 2v2 might be in a bomb plan.
Yeah, definitely a bomb plan. It might be around victory, to be honest with you. Late rotation here, it feels like, from the B players. One going in from brackets, one from the apartments. I don't know, man, splitting up. It's going to be tough. They do have a kit, which actually is a bit of a rarity in a round like this from the CT side. So a really smart buy coming in from West Melon, but now he's gone down in the halls. It's all going to be on Amelia, not a lot of time. Such a great game out from him on map number one. It would be a great way to start things off there, but just unable to check all the angles. And like I say, hardly any time to get things going. At the tail end, he had secured it with the safe and patient play in pits.
Yeah, nicely done. Really nicely done. Making a force-fight round of that stick will set the tone back in your favour quite heavily to kickstart a map. So that's exactly kind of what they want. Really good work. And it looks so good on the offset from the Lynn Vision guys. Right? Started well. They gave themselves a lot to work with in terms of the opening kills. And the numbers, it's just the second they lose that sight. Like you said, splitting up there on a retake is very difficult. They just didn't give themselves enough time. Yes, you have a kit, but with zero information, makes your life so damn difficult. Right, actually going to tie the score right back up, but for Lynn Vision, they do force by themselves, but they're not going to start. Annihilation finds the first.
Eagle trade. Oh my, Annihilation so quick to the draw there. Takes some decent damage. In that middle, goes down for his trouble, but still looking pretty good on that T side. 5-7. Not the world, but locked away. Gets it done. Here we are. Rolling round for Atox. Solid stuff in that follow-up as well. So looking pretty good. I think they'll get themselves bounced into a nice, strong lead here. Let's hope, right? Because it was one of those things that just eluded them for so long. And then again, we can make the other side, right? They started 4-0 up on Nuke, and you know, we hope that they find a bit of a lead here on their own map pick. But it was actually, you know, the mid to late set of that first half where the gun rounds were going their way. Lynn Vision seemed to mechanically just be a little bit ahead of them, bar Annihilation, a very, very good map. Everybody else was so slow towards Atox to really get going that it was tough, man, it was. So low buy here for the Lynn Vision side. I'm going to buy back in towards the next. It was Amelia a cracking first map. Starry had a really good level of impact as well. Zaka, when he picked up the orb, was able to deliver, but you know, like we said, over towards the Atox side, it was basically only the Annihilation show. And speaking of him, in that fight there, a little bit of damage, but he doesn't overextend. Smartly played, but swing through. The pistols of Amelia going to find two. Could be problematic here, however, they've sent the scouting party out towards that B-bomb site. The party discovers that it is empty, but comes in quite quickly there, the 3 versus 2. Therefore, yes, bomb has been planted, but they may as well look for it, right? They're buying into the next round.
Yeah.
An AK picked up, but they realise argument to go for the same, right? Go barreling on in, try and find these early frags. It would seem with a deep CT smoke though, they are scared away, safe when it comes round. Just entitled to go for it. I think we have a player sticking around, maybe the one on that match.
Yeah.
Try and get some damage, not going to happen. Another 8k retreat there, I do believe, so all the same, looking pretty good for the buy in the next round. But
yeah,
Atox, strong start. This is where it gets serious.
In all fairness, right, on a low buy round like that, walking away with 3 kills and 2 AKs, I think Lynn Vision can be pretty happy. We're going to buy back into next. They might even have the world in which we can talk about an AWP for Zaka out early. Orping CT side, potentially there is a world where that conversation starts to rise again, but honestly, really well done. I think for Lynn Vision, they can be pretty happy with that. Taking a good amount of kills, taking a couple of AKs, do all the silver linings in a round, which is more or less a throwaway. Back in towards our next 3-1. Here's the scoreline we find ourselves at right now, but no all about just yet. Double AK, triple M4, and all the util to work with. Pretty good, the spam is decent as well. A lot of damage dealt there. Getting towards that 1 bullet headshot range of the M4s, that's when you get scared.
Attempt to burst maybe in towards Banana, could get some interesting there. Burst in the apartments from the T side, nobody around, gives them away a little bit. Turn flash, also nobody spotted, so they're just missing each other by mere milliseconds. Very, very quiet start into this round though. Again, I expected maybe some aggression, but it is crunch time, particularly for Atox. Do not want to let things drop in just 2. You know, there's a lot of this team at the moment. Nobody defending across the map though. No real damage, even though we've got a bit of nade come through, but really no even seeing each other yet.
50 seconds. Move got to be made in. They're starting to creep through that smoke. Could be positive. Flying sitting in, but it's Amelia for 2. Big double coming through from Amelia. Might have to shut things down. Look how low Zester is. I don't know if they even want to give this a go. You've got 35 seconds. Yes, it's a 2v4, but basically a dead man walking at this point with 4 points of HP. I think they're going to call it, surely. That's been around answered. Back for Lynn Vision with only the 1 casualty so far. That's a really good response. Zester will get 1.
Should be able to save at the very least. But yeah, this is kind of what happens ultimately on a T side in particular. You try and starve, you try and play a bit slow, you have to bait out utility though. It's not just a case of sitting back. That might be what it looks like on the surface, but there's always going to be a player making some noise, being annoying, and it felt like Lynn Vision maybe had the read there, that it's like they're actually not straight, so we can run that utility. Gets very messy towards brackets, both with the smokes that were down and the presence as well. You have to be a bit annoying, you have to be prodding and poking with 1 or 2 of your players if you are going to play that slow starting style. They're very present, and that's quite rare, again, in top-level Counter-Strike, to really fight for brackets, but Lynn Vision make it work.
Yeah, really good work. Really good stuff. Feels like they've kind of read in towards this Atox style of play quite effectively early doors. This is a very important round. The first kind of true gun round we get to see where, at the very least, it has implications going forward. Lose this if you're Atox, economy gets shattered, but it also gives Lynn Vision that opportunity themselves to start spiraling forward where they do a lot of their best work. So, we'll have to see, but for now, timeout taken, an opportunity for the coaches to get involved as well, and then we go back underway. Lynn Vision. At least they'll be feeling pretty happy about how things managed in towards that last round, hoping they could do it once again in towards the next. AK's out, spam now Banana as well, getting pretty damn close, but in the end, only a bit of chip damage.
Not an awful lot, but again, it is a small kind of lead for the Lynn Vision side. They had this in the previous round as well, maybe helped them quite a bit into that late round action. So they're doing a pretty good job of getting consistent damage. Tronic Inferno, you know, such a massive part of that. We'll see here falling forwards. Where we end up, again, looks like a late move, not super late into the round though. They're shaping up in Banana. I like the way that this looks. Contacting in, very cheeky, but might not be expected, you know, so kind of a smart play in that sense.
Yeah, they got off.
From both sides, the volley is really good, but there's a smoke on top of it.
Yeah.
This got maybe, and it's worked out. Mick finds a double frag. Westmoreland's still here, they're in through CT, all over the place right now. It's just absolutely overwhelming, that defensive side, even though they again were very ready for it.
Yeah, that Molotov was perfect, and then it gets smoked, and you're thinking, that's the one thing to slow down that execute being immediately eradicated. It felt like initially a really good response from Envision, and then yeah, sadly falls apart. And you know, the last two here, Flying Starry, they just got to keep on to what they've got. There's no point even giving this a go. This is kind of Inferno in a nutshell. Retakes are just not really that big of a deal.
There was also a bit of a team kill in there.
Yes,
That's
yeah.
kind of what we missed in all the carnage. So you know, it looked pretty dire actually going into the site for the side of Atox. Needless death, you would argue, but just swarming, going mental, running through like 2 smokes at once, you know, and the Vision was not really ready for that. What I will say, I think, just caught off with the timing of the they pulled out their UT.
Sure.
Again, we've seen them play quite passive in these positions. Would have been good to see when you've got 3 there, somebody boosted up, somebody playing new box, right? Like later round positions that could be effective.
So around the double AK, not too much of a buy. We spoke about this with the implications of that gun round where loser of it, Econ gets shattered a tad, and that's kind of what you see out here from Lynn Vision. They're left with really not a hell of a lot to work with. Hoping the double AKs are Flying and Starry can get active. And Starry will get one in the trade onto Zesta, which at the very least he'll take. Looking for more as well. It's actually Amelia's off as Starry doubles down. That's huge. 2v4. And Atox with a low buy might be about to fall to a double AK eco. Surely not. It's all down to one. It's all down to Annihilation. In a 1v4 with an AWP. He's about to try and save, and he's not given the chance. How have Lynn Vision made that work?
Change up, I suppose, from Lynn Vision, getting a bit more into the action. Not afraid to go for the fight again. It's a nice response after the struggling round in the previous.
Yeah.
Definitely a fan of the way that they've moved back into things. It's hard to say from here, though, what Atox are going to do. We have a timeout coming in again. Very, very tense between these two teams. They were trading timeouts after big rounds, after tense rounds, even despite having a lead.
Sure.
Indeed, early on in the game is the big thing. So they keep the freshness, they keep trying to get into the head of the
I guess for Lynn Vision, probably a relatively easy conversation in their kind of attack pause themselves, right, where they just kind of say, that's good response. Kind of reset them a little bit as well. We're going to put them into a really awkward financial state because we'll know what their economy is looking like, and they know that they'll come in with a better buy. And they're on the side that we've seen so far this series, which have kind of overplayed their cards or overstayed their welcome in some of these fights. They know how to kind of temper themselves. Discipline has been pretty good, where for Atox at the very least has been kind of lacking. We saw that happen on Nuke in those 2v4s. We'll keep going back to them because they were so important to set the tone early towards that one. Sorry, jumping for information. And a spotted one, he comes through as well. Only a bit of chip damage, looking for the fight. Spam on the corner as well. Just going to fall away and give him that space.
Deagle's out. Have to be very careful from here, I think they know that. Giving them the space. Sum up how you should play around like this. A few spams through smokes do come a bit close, but as yet, unscathed on that CT side. Annihilation tries for one round the corner, nobody on the business end of it.
Oh.
So, second player in towards that pit area could be pretty deadly here, sorry. Backside, Westmelon comes round for 3. That's potentially the save, that's potentially the round-making moment. We're taking out in and watching it. That's unfortunate. Caught straggling. I think they find that first kill. They just have to burst. They just have to go. They have no control behind them at the end of the day.
And Cabal can't do anything about it at the tail end. So yeah, I mean, low by round. They get that one kill, and you're thinking maybe there's a chance, but even still, right, there's a fight towards top mid. But you know, you kind of touched on it a little bit. The flank was done, right? They'd already pushed that banana. They'd already cleared out round. It was kind of on a timer, and that's when you see that banana play actually coming through at the tail end there. Just, it was kind of done before it even started, really. But it was a low buy round. Not going to read too heavily into it. Atox back into an investment in towards the AK-47s. Don't have the opportunity to annihilation data review just yet. Able to make it work. The flames all tickle the toes, and Amelia will fall to Nobu's fire. So there's an opener taking it. for Atox and the chance kind of for free.
Picking up since that frag. Have to see what the response is going to look like from Lynn Vision. Again, a forward-facing A-hold. Putting a fair amount of resources on towards that A-bomb site as well. Not be the correct call here. Again, Inferno, always a difficult map to predict, but it seems to be a bit more of a B lean from Atox. Maybe we're going to make some noise on A, distract away, and then send the bomb towards B.
Yeah, bomb is in that direction, but there still is those two hovering here, and I think they're sending the feelers out like you like to mention. A trade will come through. Oh, hang on. I don't know if he was spotted. Cabal might get caught unawares, but he just about gets in a dodge and they're wrapping. Now they know they're going towards B, and this is where Cabal should get caught in transition. But the B site is open.
Yeah, and I mean, the infantry is only on B, so he preps himself for bottom banana. However, doesn't find the kill, but trade-off, crack angle doesn't work. Uh-oh, problematic here. Bomb's been planted, kit's available. The only thing that looks a bit awkward for me is the AWP, but he's locking down a few angles, right? He's denying certain paths away from the team side. Timing looks to be everything there in towards church. So we'll see. The new box is where it's all going to go down by the looks of things. Like coming in behind. Maybe jumps to the works out. The thing comes around. For Atox. Huge hole in the post plan. 2v3 converted.
Yeah. MIQ with the 1000 IQ play there. The 2v3 is really well done. And the whole thing that all comes off of that push through church, right? The timing play, and it is to a degree a bit of fortune, but Dobie will take it every day of the week. Really, really nicely done. And Atox going on to back and put a fifth on the board, and for them, that really does give them just a little bit of confidence to work on. It still is going to be a slightly problematic bind. You can see actually the MAC-10 coming through because their econ is still a little shattered, but 2v3 converted, always going to help the confidence every day of the week. Cabal, early damage done to him on that MAC-10. Same can be said to Starry on the other side too. Lynn Vision, not as fluid as they were in towards Nuke, definitely being tested considerably more.
Utility out here as Atox really starting to pick up some confidence is one of the things that I feel left them on Nuke quite quickly. There was some really dodgy rounds in there, 242s on 3. Yeah. Side, and I think that they, especially after that first one, just deflated. Come back maybe a little bit later. It's a burst out here. The big double. On site, probably secured the round. The two players will indeed just save nowhere near the action at all.
That'll be that, right? I guess there's maybe now even a conversation to be had about potentially hunting. They should know that there's at least a bit of money to work with. So at the very least, you're going to take that every day of the week. But 6 guaranteed in for Atox. We're talking about them bare minimum a tie game at the turn of the half. On a T side of Inferno, I mean, the way they're playing right now is kind of exactly what you want to see, right? This is a side for us who didn't really get going. We didn't see any consistency. We didn't see any of those consecutive rounds over towards Nuke. So at the very least, we can sit here now and start to at least talk a little confidently about this side. Lynn Vision, I'll be made to work for it. The only caveat, though, I would say, we've done quite a bit of ECL Asia. Lynn Vision's T sides are actually pretty good, man. I mean, Starry, very good entry fragger. Zaka, who used to be the entry on the side when G was all big, also if he picks up a rifle, can be very scary too. So I'm always going to keep an eye on that, just because generally it feels like in the region, T sides is what does the bulk of the work. And we kind of saw Lynn Vision do that on Nuke as well, to a degree. So, well, this is good for Atox. I'm going to, take it with a grain of salt, so to say.
Yeah, I mean, we're still very, very tentative about what we're saying, kind of soft prediction-wise.
Sure.
Start. Solid first half. You do throw a little bit of RNG in there, right? You've got to get that pistol, as we always say, especially if it goes 8-4 here. So Lynn Vision making life harder and harder and harder for themselves as the CT side continues failing, putting us around.
Yeah. This again, it's cool.
Yeah,
it's one of those, right, where I think now we are really starting to see Atox, dig deep in towards the strap book and show what they've got in the locker. It's actually very positive. Triple save going to come through as well. I mean, Amelia's so low, there's no point giving a go. if you're him, and of course with the A to repeat as well, they won't really have it in towards the last round if he was the 4 here, Zaka. So they absolutely need to prioritize keeping that alive. Zaka struggled to get on the board really so far, only 4 kills to his name is not exactly what you want to see from your primary AWPer on a map like Inferno. Generally, that sounds to be a bit of an AWPer's paradise. Really good though, 7 guaranteed now for Atox. 7 to 5 is already a really good spot to find yourselves in 8 to 4. And we can start to make conversations about basically that pistol being make or break for Lynn Vision. You don't find that. We're talking Atox getting up to 9, potentially 10 to 4 before the real response comes through. Oh! Orb will stay alive. No, it won't. At the tail end, last second gets dropped. So the call to hunt is excellent. And Atox are now putting themselves in such a good opportunity and in such a good spot to find 8-4 at the half.
Yeah, absolutely, and that feels like it's going to be scorelines that absolutely worth it. We'll see, though. Started well, back and forth, but really, really strong.
Oh my.
An attempt made, certainly, to pick up some aggression there. Cabal dropped down quite easily. As you say, the buy not great, so all these kind of opportunities and kills that come their way, worth their weight in gold if they can convert them.
For sure. For sure. I think that the big thing for Lynn Vision if you're here is actually play this pack mentality like they've got towards B. You haven't got firepower. You've got to just hope that you can trade. Going 1 for 1 now in a 5v4 position is very good. Bomb in the hands of Dobby making a move back down Banana. So they might actually be wanting to try and finish maybe in the direction of A. They're just going to leave one here as the anchor position and hope that they can catch something on the tail end. Time taken though.
Yeah, could be a little dangerous. Another replenished here? I think so. Might have been a flash, I didn't quite catch at the end of it, but either way, it doesn't matter too much because the T side is actually rotating back around to A. There is a very, very slim window where they could get a catch off here, particularly on these rotating players. It looks like they will be able to in wide. Watch out for the needle. Always be deadly. 4 versus 3 though, looking good. Sight picked up, looking good. Atox should be able to convert, pick up that 8-4 half.
4v3, bomb goes down, post-barn set up, and you've got an MP9, 2 upgraded pistols, and a retake. We're not really giving them a lot of a chance here, in all fairness. Smoke out towards library, a fight about to be hard, but Starry's Deagle will find a kill. We'll find an AK-47, so potentially a chance now as well. Or missed shot can always be punished. A little gap on that smoke as well, and a missed shot will get punished by flying with the MP9, by name, by nature, as he swings in for 2. Dobu will trade, but now he's got to try and do it all alone from here with a Tech 9! Drive by! Dobu deletes 3 and closing out the half for Atox in excellent fashion.
A great look here for Atox then. They were waiting for Inferno, it would seem, of course. Their pick, but really, really great. A little bit of a pain point for Lynn Vision. Certainly a map that they will be familiar with. Very, very popular in the region for a while there, especially during the COVID era when we would have a little bit of an international event. Down the barrel of 10-2. Really, really decisive stuff coming around from Atox. Great to see from them here in the Step Arena. Continuing the action into the second half, I believe. We've got some time in between. They well even have a timeout coming in before the pistol gets kicked off.
Yeah.
Again, players are looking to get vocal, get everyone going. This round is incredibly important in CS2. Both these teams realise that the double digits, very, very likely if Atox can get the pistol here.
For sure. Very important for Gum as well to try and just steady the ship over towards Lynn Vision. They are all over the place. But the only thing is, we said it before, the T side is where they do a lot of their best work. So I think maybe there's that confidence play. But I think the spot on that, without a pistol, that's a close to half. And the same conversation that we had on Noob, we can say it here, but vice versa. The bulk of the gun rounds only go one way. Lynn Vision, they're in a tough spot.
Calling upon the experience within the roster then. Calling upon them themselves to get this second half rolling. Do not want to take it to a third, do not want to let the game reset.
Yeah.
Certainly at this point, it is a very scary prospect. And we have players like this man on your screen over on Atox, who are unfamiliar, that can just kind of take over the game and have this otherworldly experience and otherworldly performance at the end of the day. And I think that if they can pick up the second map, get it into a third, momentum will be with them, and that is a really, really difficult thing to slow down, particularly again for these Mongolian teams. Specifically, I will say they're very, very mentally based. We saw it from Atox themselves, we saw it from Genghis Warriors. Hopefully they will keep it rolling here.
So, looks like our half-time pause might have bled into a technical pause, but it seems like everyone's getting ready to get back on the way in just a second. 8-4 though is where we find ourselves right now, and of course, all in all, we're asking a lot of questions after Lynn Vision. They really didn't get going. Gun rounds are pretty woeful. They got caught off guard time and time again. Retakes were sort of non-existent. Finding ourselves into a spot now where we have to really ask questions. How can this T-side get going? At least fundamentally, Inferno is one of those maps that can lend its hand pretty nicely to a strong T-side, and that's where maybe Lynn Vision could get going if they want the chance of a 2-0. I don't know if they are fully confident. If this falls into a third map, things could get very risky. Atox may have taken them a map or so, but they're warming up, they're getting going, they're really starting to open some doors for themselves now, and obviously getting the crowd behind them too does help. Seeing Doba get confident, always something that we want to see. Yeah, this is looking technical, you hate to see.
Indeed, we can say that at the very least. I do like at the Nomadic Masters we've had these little updates on screen so that we're not totally in the dark. PC issue. We have been relatively good, you know. It can be a little difficult out here in Mongolia sometimes. I don't think I'm too major.
Yeah.
The studio stage, now that I've said that, of course.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Waking in my boots. Come back to this moment, but it's got away. So that looks like good times to me.
Oh, hey, there we go.
Right, so that's totally fine. You know, no real technical issues getting into things. Second half of the way. Crowd getting behind Atox here. Still looking good for Lynn Vision. However, as I mentioned, flipping over. Will it be deciding change that they need? Oh, Emilio starts off strong. This skill comes in. Yeah, that's out towards Banana.
Just around as necessary. There were any chance in this map, but maybe even open things up towards the second. Trying to start the campaign
A little bit here. First half, pretty woeful, didn't really get going. Atox had really the bulk of the control. It looks like they want to pop over towards B. Annihilation will answer for one, though. He's always stepping up when it matters most. Dropping a very important frag as well as Westmelon yet left with nothing.
Slow encroachment here, could be a catch off. Big kill, in fact. Again, things difficult to predict. They're actually rotating back towards it. They feel like maybe they had some decent control. Not really going to be the case. Really deadly setup here. Flashing towards effective. Zesta keeps on going. Meanwhile, back himself. What a shot. Zaka finds a bit two-piece to allow the round to open up. Come down 2 versus 2 down to the neutral game, and of course in a pistol it's all very open, just all about the headshots. They're split up, they're both watching either side here, so we'll see. Perfectly executed there by Atox, moving in together and eliminating the frags.
Yeah, nicely done from Mick, must be said, swinging through with the dualies, setting the tone, and like he said, a pistol round was a necessity. A bomb plant at the very least is maybe a little silver lining, but we're actually getting past the point of silver linings now. This is Lynn Vision, who are 5 rounds in the hole. Atox, who are looking very, very on track to pushing this to a third map. And a lot of question marks about whether there's anything they look completely checked out. And Atox are warming up in a massive way. That's now 9. Like we said with that bomb plant, there will be a buy to a degree. We get a double AK out, which you'll take every day of the week, but then around it, it's not exactly the most fruitful investments, but at the very least, 9s, double M4, it's workable, it's salvageable, serviceable with your Atox. Lynn Vision triple towards under.
want to hit this double digits. I don't know, man. I'm feeling good about this for Lynn Vision. I think they're going to have something in the back pocket ready to go. Same. Moving in for a quick lead burst here. Execute is set up. Could get a little weird.
Waiting for it. Dobu up close. Has the support of Mick at range as well. Over towards Coffins. His flashbang waiting. 1 minute on the clock as well. Looks like they want to make a move. A pop towards B as it's starting to fade that smoke. And in they come. One via CT. Now they're making their presence known. Pop flash going to come around the corner as well. Tapping onto it. Smoke gets broken open by the nades. Amelia to find that first. Dobu not cleared, but he will. Westmoreland swings and finds, aware of the position. That's the site, and probably that's the round 2. I think Atox might just call this in the save. So Lynn Vision finally will get around on the board, which at least we can sit here and say that was well played. A flawless fifth going to be put on, and now maybe we can start to open the door. But a conversation of them on Inferno, but it's still a long old road to recovery.
Going to be a difficult run back here, of course, but as I said, I like the look of the round. It's what Lynn Vision are all about. Aggressive bursts. Get those individuals working. They have some really great players on their roster, so maybe they can indeed draw this gap close, but bit of an anticlimactic finish into that round as to be expected. Not hunting in, not looking to lose any rifles themselves, I think is kind of the key thing there. All the same, it looks fantastic, so if we can see a bit more of that, great coordination, great utility usage, and going very quickly off the back of it. It's all really on Atox. I think one of the quick reads that you can get on Lynn Vision is like, let's just be prepared, let's just be ready for those types of moves. Watch the smokes, watch the bursts. But if they don't clock into that quickly, if they go for a different approach, like let's try and pull out something aggressive ourselves, then fight fire with fire, it could go south quite fast.
Absolutely, absolutely. Smoke going to be broken there, swinging towards Banana, and Amelia going to find one, but onto back by the MP9 of Mick. A second, will get it as well, delivers on towards Westmoreland. Mick, beautiful work to shut down Banana control and get out alive.
Where do we go from here is the big question. It's looking pretty strong for that Atox setup. Still a little split though, so they do have to watch themselves. Flying going to get a catch onto Annihilation. Oh, this is where the rotation comes in, but it falls south. Uh-oh, problematic. Zesta in apartment. I don't know though, man. UMP in hand. Maybe if he goes unchecked, he could get away with absolute murder, but it looks like they are relatively savvy to his position, and indeed, they will take him down as he tries to pick something up. MP9, do you save it? Don't you? Kind of neither here nor there. He will move away and go for the save. So Lynn Vision very quickly putting pressure on the CT side. He didn't save. He decided against it and just kind of went down anyway. But like I say, MP9's not going to make a world of difference if it is in the next round.
Neither here nor there, I guess, right? They want the kind of the priority of those rifles. It's a decent round they're flying. Really good individual work from him. New boy on the block for this Lynn Vision side. And there's really good due diligence in towards clearing apartments. I mean, it's not an angle that is often that late into a round with that little presence towards A that you actually keep an eye on for. But good work. Smoke comes down. He's keeping hold all the way until it plumes. And it will mean now heading in towards this round here that we see nothing out from Atox really bar that one upgraded pistol. So all in all, should be, you'd assume, Lynn Vision making this a 2-round game. And then maybe we can start to talk about them on this T side. He already mentions where they do the bulk of their better work, and so far that is actually kind of looking true.
Another B lean coming in here. I think it should be solid for the side of Lynn Vision. Nade takes the first. Ooh, watch yourself. Yeah, you maybe get caught in the side of the head if you are not careful. AK retrieved. Oh my goodness, okay. Wait, they blew out the back of the side. No way. Deagle spamming away, does some decent damage. They'll deal with Dobu, but we're shaking a little bit here. AK into the mixture. Have to be very, very careful with these next few attempts at a fight. Bomb going to go down. Smoke has disappeared, Neo. Cabal not getting super wide. Unsure if it's a commit or a fake. And that might be the difference maker in this round, to be fair. He takes a fair chunk of damage. It's not looking too great now as the smokes, begin to dissipate. They don't really have too much to work around. It's all on the AK. Crazy headshot. Maybe could do it, but the aim punch too much to deal with in the end. Still, that is way too close for comfort.
Yeah, Lynn Vision are really made to work there, basically for no reason. Right, we're looking at a low to no by around 1 upgraded pistol in a deagle, which has no effect as the USPS Adobe backside. How he gets away with 2, I do not know, but poorly played, it has to be said. Lynn Vision looked, actually, in all fairness, a little too tentative in terms of their execute. I think when you barrel in towards the B side, especially when you're coming against a lower buy, you've got to overwhelm them. You've got to try and get up close, and, oh, they don't. They give them the space, they give them way too much respect, and it gets way too close. But a round is a round. And I guess at this point for Lynn Vision, on this comeback trail, that's all they care about. 7-9. Dip back in towards a 4-buy. Orbs out both sides. Annihilation was incredible map number 1, but it's actually been a little bit quiet here on towards Inferno. So maybe if he can get going with that orb, that potentially that could bring things back into a steady sort of lead here for Atox.
I like the setup. Oh, it could see some action as well. Oh, Starry teasing us a little. Surely not going to expect this player up on top of the radiator. You know, I feel like this is a kind of setup that I've not really seen in action. No one peeking into it just yet, though. I'm hoping. I'm hoping. Here we go. Starry around the corner. The AWP took him anyway, so, you know, the cool little move with the rifle isn't capitalized upon. Meanwhile, another nice setup out towards Long. Flying, looking great again. Finds a big 2-piece to keep them even. He takes a lot of damage for his trouble, but looking doable for Lynn Vision.
Zesta making a move. Dobby's got the right idea. He knows the potential that somebody could have made a move, but he might get caught, and Flying still showing his presence. 2v3 numbers, good for Lynn Vision. Now they can make a move over towards B, and Flying will hold that flank. Bomb planted open for CT, and I think maybe Ratox here, especially now that Zach has found one with the AWP. You probably just call for a save. Annihilation,
Ooh. There's
no point risking the AWP, I don't think.
Looking very scary, man. You let Flying get in behind you there and do so much damage to your team. The 2-piece is one thing, but that third feels a little unacceptable, you know, to not be ready for that fight. Not giving him the respect that he's going to be confident enough to take it against you. What a few rounds this guy's having as well. He has really put Lynn Vision in the backpack, it feels like. The super stand-in at the moment. Really, really delivering in this tournament in general, but it seems to be continuing on stage. You know, we had Amelia, map 1. Still looking decent here into map 2, but certainly not picked up just yet onto that T side. It's intriguing. It is intriguing. Atox starts off well. You've got to be able to convert from there. 5v4 on Inferno. You know, they're really, really solid when it costs you very little in terms of the resources, but they let a man get in behind. Proves a big problem.
Flying, really making his presence known. And it's actually quite important now. You know, we look in towards map number 1. It was Amelia top of the scoreboard that you spoke about. Starry just in behind. But now that we've got 3 different riflers who are getting active, it's actually really important. And Zach has looked already 10 times better here than he did on towards Nuke as well. So you talk about 4 different outlets of firepower. Westmelon's had his moments too. And across the board, Lynn Vision are actually looking very scary. And speaking of the devil, Flying will step up once again for an opener. Man, he is a menace. And they cannot seem to find a way to deal with him. Starry learned his lesson from that last time as well, going for a different angle on the peak in towards apartments. And this time he spots nothing. It's an AWP and 3 upgraded pistols to try and make this round stick. If they lose this, they're in trouble.
Oh, absolutely, man. Yeah, I don't know. A curious kind of decision. I suppose they have to do a bit of something. Money's not really workable, so why not have some presence? But I don't know. Do you just go for the full hold and try and get the best possible buy? The 50-50s, of course, that players will always lean sort of 60% in their favor with. The AWP in action. Oh, a missed shot from Annihilation. Little tense. Maybe could have traded one out. Would it have made a huge difference? Potentially not, because they are headed towards A, where it is weaker defended for the time being. Flying continues to look crisp. 9-9 here. It's getting squeaky.
Yeah, it is. It is. Mick can have a little look with the 5-7. Zaka, a little risky for him to be sticking around with the AWP. You don't want to lose that. It's a pretty hefty investment, but all in all, still so far, flawless round. A pop flash and come through as well. Anyone's logs, you are in trouble, but it catches the teammate, and it does give Mick an opportunity to kill. Then to your second. No AWP saved there for Annihilation. The 5-7 is desperately, desperately trying to stay alive himself, but he's surely a dead man walking. AK picked up, though, being pushed upon, and he will be dropped. Flying sees it off. He started that round, and he'll close it as well. And with no AWP being saved either for Atox, that was the one little positive they had in towards that round, and now they've lost that. So that's tough. At least if they want it again, they have to dip quite heavily into the pockets. And this is where Lynn Vision are spiraling in such a positive note. Mentioned this in towards the first half, and we're seeing it come to fruition here. Lynn Vision T-sides on Inferno is where they do their best work, and that's exactly what's happening right now. 9 apiece. They do get the AWP out. A little bit less in terms of the util. Sure. So that's where they take the hit, but all in all, we're already kind of getting to a conversation of where we can start to say make or break, right? I mean, if you're Atox, you've got your opponent get 4 rounds to closing out the map in the series. You've basically got, what, 2 good full buys, and that's about it.
Yeah, and they picked up the ideal start, you know, so it really should have looked a little better for them from that point. CT side has been somewhat disappointing, and Lynn Vision punishing you for that. You know, relatively prophetic from yourself, as you keep saying. T side looks very good. It is delivering here, but yeah, man, crazy, crazy ask for both of these teams. Atox, they've lost full control. It feels like this could be the opportunity to get it back.
Let's see. Vision just posturing in the direction of B. Pop flash going to come through in a second here. This could be big, and it will. Oh my God! Dobu and MIQ shutting down Banana. That is beautiful from Atox. What a play. And the pop flash is superb. Lynn Vision caught with their pants around their ankles, and they're now 6 feet under.
It does not get better than that, let me tell you. A perfect run of flashes from Cabal. He gets an assist on every single kill. And that is exactly what Atox needed. A boost of confidence. And of course, within the logistics of the game itself, they needed that round. The money looked dire. The rounds getting away from them. They take their lead back. And now, Lynn Vision, they remember what it feels like losing. They have to pick things back up.
The arena like that one. It's good. It's
I mean, we all like that.
Yeah, it's true.
In the top corner, you know, everyone like that.
It's starting slowly to fill out as well. Of course, it's pretty early here in Mongolia. For those who may be joining us on the continent, the time currently is just 12:30.
Sure.
It's an international holiday here in Mongolia, but of course we're in Ulaanbaatar, the capital. It's Children's Day, which is a day you're going to gift presents to your children, celebrate with them. That sort of family day is a pretty cool idea. We've seen just earlier when we were kind of having a break between the maps, I saw some kids outside playing volleyball. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is cool. It is, and you know what? We have Mother's Day, Father's Day.
Yeah,
no day for us, mate.
No day for us.
No day for the kids.
I guess maybe they think Christmas Day is.
Yeah, that's true. Amelia will open things up here. Keen start. Lynn Vision needed to answer back and not just turtle into themselves. That's a great way to do it.
Oh my God, Dobu. Might go and check there. Pop flash as well. Might gift them an opportunity to kind of repeat last round, but Lynn Vision going to pull away, looking back towards their A site. And Cabal's got a good idea about this. It goes eerily quiet, so you understand that Lynn Vision are probably scheming. Zester and Mini. One out to play on site now as well for Cabal, so it's a pretty decent little crossfire setup, but one pop flash and they could be in trouble. They're actually going to leave Dobu towards top car as well as they pop A. This is huge.
Yeah, this is very problematic indeed. Zester down below. Double spray down, not quite enough. 3 versus 2. It's all down to that initial untraded frag from Amelia. Dobu comes in quite quickly, however. They're not really into comfortable post-plan positions quite yet. He's tracking them down, trying to close this gap, and look for this first frag, even up the numbers. So much damage coming round. Fire all over the site, but it isn't making a difference. Annihilation through the smoke looks pretty good, but he's left all alone, and I think he even knows this one fruitless, futile. He'll back off, grab the save, and we're back to even Stevens.
That round for me, the only thing that kind of goes just a little bit wrong for Atox, bar, you know, obviously just not winning out the individual fights. They leave Dobu towards top banana, which is a rush of really good play. Annihilation is just a little slow on the rotate, and because of that, he wasn't able to fight with the 2 guys on A side. So as the pop comes through, they're just a tad too slow for Annihilation to kind of jump in towards the fray and help out the trade, and because of it, then him and Dobu are thrust into a kind of ill-advantaged 2v3 retake, and it's really difficult to try and make work. So Lynn Vision start this game right back up. A save has come through for that AWP, which is good. I'm not too sure what the buy around is going to look like. It might be a little bit haphazardly. So potentially that's where Lynn Vision can use that as an advantage to themselves. But I got to say, the mid to late round out of Westmelon has been very, very good. He's calling a great game. And that's for tie 10 all here. They do buy back in. do get all the trimmings as well with the util, so it's all well and good. Only got 2 kits, but you can't have it all.
Oh, spam through the smoke. Comes close, but actually doesn't land as many bullets as I thought it maybe would have done. Just the one kind of landing. A very, very tense start here at 10-10. No one presenting. Nobody wants to be that first player to go down, right? You know, everybody is a little nervous. Although, quite an aggressive angle for the AWP. So, feels like maybe Banana is out of the question for Lynn Vision quite early on into the round. And they'll be able to bolster up that A-bomb site with a lot of knowledge available to them that B really does not have anybody posturing. Annihilation continues to feed that information.
Which is good. But just inside of that minute mark now as well. Bit of util drop, but no real, I guess, committal play being made here by Lynn Vision. They're still waiting for a mistake to be given their way or a fight to be given up, but it's not happening. It's good discipline here from Atox, and they're just waiting. Smoke going to come down through over towards bracket, so it will give them a bit of space to move, but this might be all kind of posturing for a B split because of how deep that smoke goes.
Flying. Found so many entries to get Lynn Vision into this kind of position. They're bursting in, maybe slowly but surely. Huge frag from West Melon. Could make all the difference. Mick on the edge of the bomb site, though, in a great spot to deal with the long push. The flashes look so good. Zesta comes round. Solid find from him. Cabal in for a few more. It's all over the place right here. 1 versus 1 coming in.
No time. No time. And they win it off that alone. My, oh my. We've got a game on our hands here. 11-10. They've answered back, and we are starting to make a real conversation. How West Melon, oh my God, what a shot from West Melon. And you thought as well, when the trades come through towards the A side, that they could be in a decent spot, but it all comes down to that one thing, the overarching thing that they can't control, the clock. And Lynn Vision don't give themselves enough time to get that bomb down. Flying's only got a Mach 10 in this round. We see a Galil come through for West Melon. Double AK and the saved orb. So, Lynn Vision, this does really feel like make or break.
Yeah, absolutely, man. A tough look here for both sides. It's all down to this really weird buy from Lynn Vision. But this is often where they can find their feet, you know, maybe where they feel a bit more comfortable in the chaos, down in the mud, having to work a bit harder to get the kills. Time going to tell, of course. An aggressive stance from Dobu, who's been very dynamic all over the map on this CT side. Playing in towards B more often than not, but unafraid maybe to say, yo, I think they're going to do this. I need to post myself up and get ready for the fight. He is, of course, playing very, very well. 19 kills to his name, alongside Zesta, who was someone that was pretty quiet on Nuke, actually. So good to see that we do have the individuals chiming in for Atox. Banana is the point of pressure. Annihilation to pick up the first.
Nice frag. Gets away as well unscathed. But they're going to keep pushing his way. He might be in trouble. Annihilation going to get one more. Amelia will fall as he sets himself up for another kill, but from above, Starry will deliver. As Annihilation gets dropped, they're creeping around, and Starry going to double himself down. That's beautiful. Dobu dropped 2, as well as Annihilation. That's 2 of the biggest names on the server for Atox. Out for the count, a 3v3 retake, and retakes on Inferno. I mean, they speak for themselves. They're so difficult.
Classically challenging. This B-bomb site at one point felt so impenetrable. Alongside Dust 2 in that respect, but all the same, they have to go for it. They have to make this work. Kit available, flash over the top, doesn't find too much. Flying up high, and the AWP comes in at the perfect time. Back and forth, working in tandem, looking so good. Zaka closes it out, and we continue here. Nobody hitting the map point quite yet, but it's going to happen sometime soon.
That first shot from Zaka is absolutely beautiful there in the post bomb. That's so quick. Annihilation gets 2, but it's just not enough. Starry, brilliant individual work to crack open the site. Nice shot here, but it's actually Zaka's, that shot is what sets the tone. Zesta was just about to get the kill, the trade, and it's not enough. Head in hands for Annihilation, and he knows that was a really good opportunity in the 3v3, in the retake, to basically lock that lead in and most likely give yourself the map, and now it's anyone's game. Look what it's done to the funds. A timeout called. Fling going to get on the mic as well and try and steady the ship a little bit over towards Atox, but they're feeling the pressure, right? No buy here, which means that realistically, Lynn Vision should be that side to lock themselves in towards map and series point. And it basically means do Atox either force buy here or play for overtime. And it's a silly question because we're in Asian Garnish, right? They're going to go for the force buy. This is now or never.
Well, it looked like, you know, I was kind of watching it there as you were talking. There was buy, there was refund, there was buy. You know, they're figuring it out, trying to work with something a bit more interesting. Now, I think the argument here, if you bear with me for a second, folks, is Annihilation can't afford an AWP in either round, so he's going to split the difference and go for a scout in both. Okay, so I think that's kind of the logic around this. The rest of the squad not spending entirely, just sort of down the middle. Some more than others. Some have got better weaponry than others. It's a weird buy. It's a buy that shouldn't work, but it might.
They've got 2.9k bonus, right? That's the main thing. So they've got money to work with next round, basically bar Annihilation. So the hope is maybe if things go south, somebody saves either his scout or the UMP, and then he can just kind of be gifted that. Speaking of the scout, gets mighty close there. Pop shots through the wall as well, but in Vision, they have a little scare, but they'll just pump the brakes a tad. They're really forcing Atox to play really uncomfortably, and we're kind of seeing that now, but they're making a move.
Yeah, the eyeball spotted over the top of the broken wall. Big catch opportunity here, and Zesta going to get it. Starry falls. It's not a good start. 45 seconds remaining as well. No opportunity to trade it in. And a little yoink for the AK. Wonderful stuff. We'll see here if Lynn Vision can make anything of this. You can feel palpable right now the way that they're moving around on the server. Where do they go? Long has worked for us. We've been able to get wraps. We've been able to get flying activated from this position. I kind of like the idea as well. Play a bit more long range. But the AK of Cabal retrieved in the apartments, of course. So let's see what he can do. He comes away with 2, keeping things interesting. There's a man advantage for Atox, but you've got 2 players coming in here with a lack of armor. No kit, of course. Easier said than done. Bomb goes down, and now the panic starts for Atox.
Annihilation going to drop that scout. He wants to pick up one of those dropped rifles. And he might be given the luxury. He is. He's going to be gifted an AK-47 in Annihilation's hands. It's a possibility. 5-7 drawing attention. And Zaka stopping it in its tracks. 2 kills to close it. Map, series point on the line. Lynn Vision looking on track to eliminate one of 3 Mongolian teams in the opening game here in the Step Arena.
Man, yeah, you can just kind of feel it every single round, tense, and the energy coming up. That is a buy. If it's like 8-6, it's over in like 30 seconds to a minute, right? Really nothing comes of it, but Lynn Vision walking up slowly, giving a few of these chances across. Not quite sure, maybe it doesn't clock in your head because you're just trying not to die or miss the opportunity that comes up on your screen, but that AK retrieved in the apartments, do we need to be wary of it? And it nearly costs them everything. A wild kind of play coming in from Amelia, I can't lie to you. Blows open the smoke, trying to find the first, but, you know, was sort of blinded up. Seems a little disjointed in the beginning there, and it costs them that first frag.
You got to question mark that a little bit. I mean, at this point in the game, I think maybe just trying to catch them off guard, trying to be a little outlandish, but outlandish is probably the way to go about it. And now, in hindsight, not looking great because there was no trade potential. There's no information really gained off the back of it either. So you look at it and think, what was the value of a risky play like that? And we can say now there wasn't any. So it's tough. Hot flash back in, and then we'll leave the orb on the high angle. Needs to be careful though. There's a world. There is a world. This angle is an advantage towards Dobu unless the rifle is trained on it.
Not going to be the case. Dobu backs away before we see the fight come to fruition. Slow encroachment, up banana, could result in a caught off CT side. Smoke comes in, good timing on it. Lynn Vision, surely not. 12-11, you're not going through that, right? No. It actually makes the decision for them, or are they just setting up? It looks like they are just setting up. Again, though, you know, Bomb was maybe thinking about getting out of there. 20 seconds left to go here. Nade round the corner. Doesn't do an awful lot of damage. Might have alerted them to the presence. However, there's really not a lot of time. Flash comes in. It's a bit poor. Blinds up some of the teammates. In fact, there's so many bodies ready and raring to go in on this B-bomb site. Dobu dealt with quickly is massive and flying. Who else? There's just about enough time to get the bomb in. 3 versus 2. A retake to save the game from Cabal and Zesta. 2 very experienced players. Zesta in particular is looking absolutely fantastic on this map, and he is going to have to go above and beyond to save it, but Zaka eliminates him out. Cabal known, surely no way that Lynn Vision dropped this opportunity, but it's down to a 1 versus 1. Zaka, surely not. He misses the shot. He's a little nervy. There's not a lot of time with no kit available. Cabal has to go. 5 seconds ago, it's the Tech-9 to take it, and Lynn Vision will find the 2-0. So hard fought, but they are absolutely deserving of it.
And they were made to work for it. There's no two ways about it. Atox, a much better showing on towards Inferno, but fundamentally that CT side let them down, and there was always that overarching point that we brought in towards Inferno. T-side to Lynn Vision have always been great, and they showed exactly what they've got in that locker. For Atox, disappointing, and we have to say commiserations to them, but they are the first side to be eliminated here in the Step Arena. We're first on to a break, and when we're back, hopefully we'll have that game number 2 coming up in not too long of a time.
Хорошо. Весь меса мага.
You stand wherever.
Welcome back into the MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2024. I am Scriv, joined here by Elfish Guy and Tea Time in on the desk ahead of this next game. We've already had one, of course, decided. If you are maybe a little late to proceedings to the division, they will remain alive. Now we move into Aurora versus the Chinggis Warriors. A very unexpected matchup, I think, is the first thing that I'm going to tackle here, Tea Time, because the Chinggis Warriors took down OG in a 2-1 fashion. I don't think any of us were expecting that. We've talked a little bit about, you know, conflict with the Mongolian stream, in terms of where we place teams and whatnot, everybody put Chinggis Warriors in that last spot, in that 8th spot, and they have surprised us all, maybe even themselves.
Absolutely, I think this is where Chinggis Warriors really were surprising. I think they really underperformed over there. It was really surprising the fact that they didn't 13-0 OG, to be honest. Because going into that one, I think it was really obvious in all of our minds, and I don't know if you guys can hear this, but clearly
Goodness me.
Arena's about to be popping off. But I think it was really obvious to everyone who the better team was. And the fact that it wasn't a 13-0, I mean, Chinggis Warriors should feel terrible about that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I do believe we have the Chinggis Warriors lineup here to talk about as well, as we're sort of touching on this team. But Jordan, you know, again, a team I think maybe from this region that even it's a bit of a surprise they maybe make it here over certain other teams in the qualifier. You know, the Huns, teams like this.
Yeah.
Some really impressive individuals.
Yeah, I don't know if we necessarily even really expected them to be here at this event, let alone actually making it all the way through to this portion, this stage of the event, getting onto the stage. But obviously being able to get that win against OG was a big dub for them. And we saw good performances across the board, really. I think coming into this event, we probably would have highlighted maybe Zilkenberg, Zerolt probably as the two for this roster. But I was really impressed with especially what News was able to do in that game against OG. He was getting a lot of work done on the CT side of Anubis, so thought he was fantastic. And then Stardust as well is maybe someone that we didn't really know too much about, but he has put his name up in lights quite nicely as well.
Yeah, indeed. So moving forwards, I think that, you know, Chinggis Warriors come in as the unexpected kind of team. They're up against Aurora, though, who sit as one of the impressive kind of squads moving into the Nomadic Masters here. Of course, you know, they look pretty good as an organisation. They've got a fair bit of history in Tier 2 European Counter-Strike, but at the end of the day, we expected them to come in. We put them around sort of third.
Let's talk about the Aurora Gaming rosters.
So ultimately, it was a very, very big surprise, I think, to see them drop into the lower bracket, not find themselves a super solid run to begin with.
Listen, Scrib, you say it was a surprise, but also at the same time, they were going up against, I think, undoubtedly the #1 team at this tournament. As far as the crowd favorites, as far as the analyst favorites are concerned, we're obviously looking over towards Mongols. Maybe it was a little bit surprising, the fact that they were 2-0 in the fashion that they were. Sure, I did think that Aurora should have gotten away with at least one round over there, rather one map over there. Yep. But at the same time, now that we're heading over in towards this matchup, Scrib, I'll be honest, I don't know if you mentioned the fact that their lineup is a little bit shaky. If you guys don't know, the arena's getting pretty loud, even though the Mongols aren't even here yet. So, you know what, Scrib, let's talk about the fact that Deco's not here.
Sure. So, indeed, we've got Brain, the coach, coming in to replace Deco due to illness. Not quite sure. Potentially, I don't know we'll not speculate on why he's ill, I guess, but he is ill. He's not here. He's a big part of the team, right? He is that AWPer, he is that top performer, and generally he and Resol go hand in hand. So not having Deco here is going to upset the apple cart, so to speak, within just the 5-man roster, but also in terms of what they're able to do, what they're able to deliver, I think it's going to be very, very tough without him.
Yeah, most definitely. One thing that I will say, though, probably leans in the direction of Aurora is the fact that we are on the stage. They have a bit of stage experience. I can't really imagine that Chinggis Warriors have got that in spades necessarily. I know Zilkenberg definitely has played on stages before, but for the rest of them, that's a question mark in my book, whereas at least in the case of Aurora, you know, even as recently as ESL Challenger Melbourne, they've been on a stage like this, so not going to be a big deal for them.
Look, at the same time, we also have to consider, you know, Chinggis Warriors are going to be coming into it at least with a home crowd advantage, right? So regardless of the experience on stage, I think some of it is mitigated by the fact that, you know, you're coming out of the Steppe Arena. This is very much home territory for the Mongolian scene. There's been a lot of tournaments being held here by MESA before as well. It's an arena you're familiar with playing in. It's really like big entering the Lanxess and Cologne, something like it, right? It might not be where you are the most experienced, but at least you know you've got the crowd behind you.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that is going to play a pretty big factor here, for sure. But there's something as well that I think would be maybe a bit interesting to touch on for a team like Chinggis Warriors in particular.
We don't have VAV toss, so let's toss to the break.
A bit of a small team, just to kind of wrap this up ultimately. But I think a kind of cool thing to touch on is the fact that they might get a little bit nervous in the arena. You know, you do have hometown advantage, but I remember speaking to Storm Rage, did the interview with him ahead of the OG game, and you know, I asked him my first question. He was just a little, you know, like a little sort of frozen up, even then in the studio, right? So here, it feels like they have a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah, look, I mean, who knows? They might even have family, friends in the audience today, so that'll be something that weighs on the mind a little bit more so as well. I think it's a double-edged sword having the ability to play in your hometown. Because even regardless of that fact, whether it's friends and family, there is an expectation that you want to see the Mongolian teams performing well, and already we've seen Atox not quite do that. So the next port of call, of course, is going to be Chinggis Warriors. If they also fall, then it's just on the Mongols. So
it's going to be kind of scary as well, having your mom in front of you, and obviously for years she's been telling you, no, there's a future in esports, and now you have to prove to her that, hey, there is a future in esports. Look at me, I'm beating Aurora Gaming. So yes, it's a double-edged sword like you mentioned, but at the very least, it's a sword they can use, right? And hopefully Chinggis Warriors can figure that out, because I think on paper, let's not mince any words, as much as I might be joking about, hey, the 13-0 is expected versus OG, Aurora is a far better team than Chinggis Warriors.
Match is ready.
Even without, sometimes even without Deco, maybe I would say just their rifling core is so incredibly potent. Chinggis Warriors need to overperform and really play to their absolute best here to actually come through in the series.
Yep. Yes, absolutely. I do believe the game, however, is ready to go. Aurora up against the Chinggis Warriors, getting started very soon.
that was lucky timing, maybe, or she absolutely nailed it.
Two Mongolian teams left in the tournament. All three made it to the Steppe Arena, but will any of them make it to day two? The question for Mongolia is here and now. You have beaten OG, you have defeated the Gladiators, but can you do anything versus Aurora Gaming, a team of talents, a team now broken? Can Chinggis Warriors take advantage of that little crack coming out in that roster?
Yeah, I'm going to go with no, probably will be my guess for this one, but you know, that's probably what I would have said about the previous match that Chinggis Warriors was playing. So I guess I have to just hold my reservations at bay for the moment and see how we go. You can see, just having a look down at the player booth right now, Chinggis Warriors looking pretty happy with themselves. A couple of high fives going across, which is always good to see. They're feeling, I think, quite comfortable on the stage from what I can see, at least from up here.
Listen, they're used to being on the stage, but are they used to being in the server against an opponent like that? That is the question.
Yeah, that is true. I'm not sure, but we'll find out because we're ready to go. It's on to Anubis to start things off, and if you remember, Chinggis Warriors were able to get a bit of work done on this one already at this event, so let's not write them off just yet until we get to see how they go in the server today.
Aurora, of course, a team that is not unfamiliar with this either. Kenzie is going to be a big player for them, especially without Deco, so you're going to be seeing him maybe go for a few more of these aggressive plays. Result, the stable shoulders that he has provided to this team with his own aggression are also not to be discounted. Zerald, one of the main men to keep an eye out for. He is going to be jiggle peeking out the angle with the smoke. Needs to be careful that he doesn't just get taken down. Smoke down, he'll have a chance to fight. Zerald comes out with two!
Wow. And that might just be the first time that we get to see the dualies getting any work done at the entire event. Already a good start for the Chinggis Warriors. Norway is able to peg one back, but that is really not going to be doing a whole lot.
That's the way you want to get things started off. Mongolian crowd, even when it hasn't been the most full, it's obviously a holiday over here. Children's Day in Mongolia, very heavily celebrated, so we're not seeing the arena quite full to the brim yet. Expect that to be the case as we get closer and closer to the big matchup of the day in Mongols versus Bleed. But despite that, crowd's been loud and crowd's been energized, and that's what you like to see.
Loud and proud. But the start that you're going to get from Chinggis Warriors is exactly the one that you'd want if you're a Mongolian fan. Let's see if they can back that up, though, because for Aurora, they have invested a little bit of cash. Tech9's armor, a bit of util here and there. They're going to put some util down onto that B-bomb site. Not going through the smoke just yet, but initially, the opening frag of the round will go the way of Chinggis Warriors so far.
What's a little bit of blackout gonna stop us in Mongolia? It's back to 2-0. Chinggis Warriors in the lead, and Aurora are on the back foot early on.
Yeah, it's definitely a good start for Chinggis Warriors in terms of that 2-0 lead, but here in this round, in round number 3, maybe that raises a couple of question marks. The opening pick onto Zerolte will cause a bit of a ruckus.
Gonna have to keep an eye out for whether or not News wants to try and go for a push. A lot of yesterday's Anubis success was characterized by some very timely aggression from him again and again into the canals. Something that I'm sure Aurora will also be expecting. News, that's exactly what he's trying to line up for. Has to be careful. Around the corner comes Brain, goes Brain. Right in the head. News even spotting out another one as he recedes. Is there another peak plan? Result can't punish it.
Yeah. Stardust at least being able to peg one back onto Lackey. And Chinggis Warriors salvaging the round nicely.
Good to see, though, the fact that Aurora are still fighting back. Kenzie and Result left with barely anything, and that will be it. Stardust shuts them down. 3 now for Chinggis Warriors, making it look easy in the beginning.
Well, I mean, yeah, you say that, but that's actually quite an expensive round for them, all things considered, right? They have lost 3 guns. They're going to have to reinvest, and with the first gun round that's going to be brought to the table by Aurora, and that will be where we really get to see what they're going to actually be able to do. So I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself with that advantage, that lead that Chinggis Warriors have found. I want to see how this first gun round's going to go first.
Oh my God, Steam's being opened up. You have friends? You have a friends list, wow. Whoever is producing is really on the money about this one. Now the question that comes in is, what is Zelkenberg going to be doing with this AWP at this stage? You've still got 2 MP9s, like Jordan said. He had to lose out some of those rifles. So you're going to have to wait to find out what lies in store.
Yeah, I want to see what Zelkenberg can get done. Orb in hand, in mid, having a look over bridge. Lackey, not quite going to be rounding that corner.
That is about the slimmest angle you can go for. He's only really here as a bodyguard for Zerolte. Zerolte needed a bodyguard. Lackey takes him down. Is going to be able to get a bit more ground towards mid. Cute little smoke to try and enable that. Meanwhile, News has to be cute on the angle. What is going on, News? How are you removing your silencer in CS2?
I'm not sure, but somehow he's managed it. That's, yeah, very disappointing round, all things considered, for Chinggis Warriors. Lackey almost actually got 2 kills in mid, by the way, because Zelkenberg took so long to put the Molotov out that he went down to 12 HP, and I think that was almost largely why Zerolte was so distracted, because there was just too much going on there in mid. But in the end, it looks like it's going to be a very, very easy first gun round for Aurora. Chinggis Warriors kind of doing more harm to themselves than anything else in that round, and Aurora kind of walking in the door, no harm done.
Lackey, of course, one of the 2 in-game leaders for Aurora, and I say 2 because it feels like it's always jiggling between him and Norway. Currently, from what I am aware of, it is Norway leading, but obviously with Brain in the mix, we have to be thinking about maybe Master Shredder? No, Shredder's a bad guy. Who's a rat? In
Splinter.
Master Splinter is coming in with the turtles and seeing if he can get down and dirty in the sewers of Anubis.
Yeah, we strap ourselves in here. This could be a long match. Have to wait and see what Chinggis Warriors is really going to be able to do. It's kind of a weird one because, you know, I want to have faith, I want to have hope, but even despite the fact that we've seen Chinggis Warriors getting that dub yesterday or a couple of days ago, I'm still kind of wondering, is that a flash in the pan? Is that going to be a one-off? You know, are they actually going to be able to step up to the plate against a team like Aurora today? And yes, it is a Aurora that is, you know, not at 100% strength. I think that's fair to say. Guess we'll have to wait and see. Zelkenberg not able to land that first shot with the AWP is not the greatest of signs. A couple do go wayward, and these are not really the most difficult of shots either. So you want to be seeing Zelkenberg get those ones.
Obviously, Zelkenberg himself was struggling a little bit yesterday. Up against OG, we didn't really see that same performance that we have come to characterize of him. What's the plan going to be over towards that A site? That's where the line of attack is being planned for both Aurora and Chinggis. They've got an aggressive angle on Chinggis. News punishes once, punishes twice. Aurora trying to peek in without flashes, hoping to get an advantage on aim, but now Zerolte as well continues to press forward, and he's about to catch a man in the back. It's Zerolte with another one, 3 down. Aurora, right as they thought they'd found a course to plot, their ship has been wrought with the storms of Chinggis.
That is very nice from News in particular. That was where he, I felt, did his best work in the match against OG with those pushes out through long. This time it was Zeralt inevitably that would actually continue to push his way into boat, but either way, News getting his muscles flexed a little bit here into round number 5, and a brilliant response to the round that they just lost, Chinggis Warriors. As long as they can convert this with a couple of guns alive, they'll be pretty happy. That's a nice multi-swing, timed well together. Starting to have a little bit of more faith building up. Like he does manage to catch News, but Silkenberg posted on the line. Shouldn't be missing this one any day of the week, but the angle's getting a bit problematic for him. He's at least landed the bink with the Tech 9, goes for the swing, will fall. Damage starting to be done, and that might be a plant down as well. Zeralt wants to deny, will be able to do so, and collects the orb on the way out. So, it's a solid round for Chinggis Warriors. I think that was their best round of the map so far.
Not quite the 5 alive that they could have gone for in the 5v1, but listen, at the end of the day, 3 is good. You obviously are coming in off of a bedrock of a couple of rounds. You won with, a few kills and MP9s as well, so you're really comfortable with where this is going. At the end of the day, it's 4-1. There was no bomb plant. Aurora going to have to come into this with Galils, and actually just the one Galil. But they are force buying into it after the success of the previous round.
Across the board approach from Aurora this time around. Smokes in towards bridge, going to keep them from pushing up there for the moment.
You do start to wonder when Aurora is going to start to go for more of a B-sided focus. Obviously, so far, most of the rounds' action have been on middle or A, but now comes that B focus. Plan is straightforward. Kenzie wants to try and push inside dark, but he's bent with the smoke that's about to be refreshed with flames instead. Or is it? What's going on over here? Not quite sure about how to juggle the util, but at the end of the day, Kenzie is still blocked. He doesn't want to reveal his position, and we'll just back off. The bomb yet to commit.
You've got that big float already over to the A bomb site. There's 3 players there, and only 1 player anchoring on the B site, which is Stardust. I'm not sure what that call is from Chinggis Warriors, but I think it's going to bite them in the backside a little bit. They're going to push their way out through A long, but that push is going to come way too late. You'd think there's still 40 seconds left in the round, but Aurora are already starting to make their inroads into B. Zeralte, he got there, but he didn't get there well enough. I mean, the shots finally come through with the USP. What a meal he's made of that, but even still, Chinggis Warriors seem to be getting through this round okay.
All down to Aurora to now do any damage they can, but it will be nothing fouled. And honestly, Jordan, that is such an incredibly well-played round, Chinggis Warriors. I'm here to break that one down for you, Jordan. That's what I'm here for. The fact that they left over an extra Molotov over there meant that Stardust only has to worry about that B-main presence. And because already you know that there were at least 2 players outside of Canal, Stardust decides to completely neglect B-main, not look into it at all, because there's also 3 players getting ready to push from the CT side into Canal on A, right? So all he has to do is delay long enough that Zeralt's lurk can be activated, and the fact that Zeralt doesn't get all the kills, that's a separate story. You can see him having a bit of a chuckle about it as well. But at the end of the day, it's rounds like that which get the tension off your shoulders, which show you that the plan is working. And right now, Chinggis Warriors are making it work.
Yeah, we saw that a couple of times actually in the initial match that Chinggis Warriors played at this event. They were playing against Bleed. They got some good timings, some good positionings, but they often weren't really able to take advantage of them as much as you would like them to, just because of a couple of whiffed shots. And there's another sort of example of that. It was something we highlighted in that first map they played. Actually, I think it was against OG, now that I think a little bit more about it. We highlighted that when they were playing against Dust 2, or playing on Dust 2 against OG. And going into map 2 and 3, they fixed that. They were really sharp on those next couple of maps, and that was when they were actually able to sort of steamroll through OG. So, again, we're kind of seeing the same sort of style even almost kind of crop up here for Chinggis Warriors, in that they're able to find these flanks and these avenues of attack. It's just going to be a case of making sure that they can cross those T's, dot those I's, once they've done the hard work to finish off those rounds. And at least in this case, it didn't bite them too hard. That Zeralt missed a couple of shots there, but you can't be letting that kind of opportunity slip in that capacity and expecting it to go so easily every time.
For Aurora, though, they're going to go straight through that smoke, and it's Stardust to meet them. Stardust was fantastic yesterday, but right now not able to pick up any frags yet. Relies on Zeralt, and that's a good man to rely on now. Given time to recover, Stardust is bringing it back. Zeralt as well, that backup that is still present. Nade will be at Stardust's feet, but will it matter? Zeralt is down, Stardust still fighting, Stardust still killing. Only Resalt left, a 1-on-3, and Aurora are making it at least contentious, but they can't get the round. 6 on the board for Chinggis. They keep that lead going.
Yeah, that's really well done from Stardust. You could see how much pressure he was under, and obviously able to dance around the pillar, dance around and make it work. And inevitably kept himself alive long enough. That's the important thing, you know. It's one thing to be in that position and to be getting frags, sure, but it's really important that you as the player on the site manage to survive, because that's what prevents Aurora from pushing forward, from taking space. And the mere fact that he was able to survive so long, even if he wasn't fragging, gave him that space to be able to reset, like you said, and then find his 4 frags for the round. So this is looking fantastic from Chinga's Warriors. And I got to be honest with you, T-Time, I am starting to believe, which is a scary thing to say when you see a couple of frags.
You immediately see the 2 kills through the smoke coming in. Thanks, Jordan.
Cast a curse for sure. But
Aussie curse.
It's a good day at the office so far for Chinga's Warriors, and that is actually giving me a little bit of hope that this is going to be a more competitive series than we would have thought it would be on paper.
At the same time, this office hasn't closed down for Aurora yet. They still have their entry permits. They can get in there and break some windows. Stardust taken down, and remember, Aurora are just maybe about 2 gun rounds away from resetting the CT side economy, regardless of whether they save or not at this point. And, well, they're not going to save anything. Brain now gets his first on the board and makes it 2, and that's 2 on the board overall for Aurora. Now, that's where things are going to get a little bit tricky. If you're going to be taking these slightly more forward-facing angles and phasing back, Aurora are very good with trying to punish you through those smokes, be it by nading them, be it just by spraying them consistently. That's something you're going to have to be very careful about.
Something to learn from for Chinga's Warriors.
Something to continue for Aurora.
In saying that, though, Chinga's Warriors have already got 6 on the CT side of Anubis, so they're kind of at that point now where you're thinking, well, we've done a pretty good job. Anything that we get beyond this is going to be a massive bonus. Now, I'm not necessarily implying that they should slow down here. It's just that if this does start to swing a bit back to Aurora, they've also still got to remember they've done pretty well. Stardust with the first and the second for the round, but a couple of frags go back the other way as well.
Bit of a mistake from Fury, just spamming out all of his deagle shots through, and Norby used that timing to come in and get that easy freebie. Now, because of the trades, at the very least, it's 3 rifles on 3 rifles, but the CTs will be worse for wear as far as economy is concerned. That's why you can see them trying to regroup into middle and clear that out together. They're fine with giving up the A site, but for how long? Aurora have enough utility to be able to both get the site and defend it after the bomb is planted.
So Rob is holding onto an incendiary. If he could toss that one in on a good timing, there might be some difference made. He's got it into the site itself, but can't hold the position from Cams, and that should probably be just the round over here. Chinga's Warriors will be more than keen to save these couple of rifles.
It's a little bit of a poor read coming out from Zeralt over there, but he didn't realize that the second Molotov was actually implying that there's a player already behind pillar. So Zeralt tries to get a flashbang overhead so that if there's anyone coming late from A main, they will be blinded, and then he can just try and wide swing out to a better position next to camera so his teammates aren't doubling up with him inside camera. But unfortunately, he misjudges the time. He gets caught off by the great flashbang by Lackey, and now, you know what, I'm surprised that News is even going for that. You're not going to have much money on the CT side. Chingas, frankly speaking, might be geared up to save regardless of whether they save this rifle or not.
Yeah, almost definitely. I mean, they've got no money.
At the same time, look, I will say, 1 rifle on the guy going 15 and 3 is kind of dangerous.
Yeah, but in saying that, I don't know that Stardust has been like the
instigator.
Yeah, exactly. He's been very good at receiving the aggression coming through from Aurora on that B bomb side. He's done a great job of anchoring. So you'd look at that and say, well, if Aurora fall into that trap, go B again, and allow Stardust to get another 4 frags, then that's probably on them. But I'm not sure that Stardust is going to be in a position to actually take this round and run with it for Chinga's Warriors. We'll obviously have to see what the approach ends up being from them, but I'm not sure that that is the style that we've been seeing from him, at least so far on this CT side. He does have Zilkenberg with 1 flash to try to enable him somewhere. Might be a push outside of B main, something like that, but it's not really giving you too many options. It's just going to be the 1 flash.
Close contact from Kenzie being made right now in the dark. He should be finding this one, unless Fury can jump him down with the Zeus. Will not be happening, Kenzie. Far enough away, but meanwhile, Stardust continues to be the mean man.
Yeah, it's good to see, though. Like, they recognize that he's going to have some kind of impact early in this round if they want to win it or have a chance of winning it. And he's been able to do that. Pushed out of B main. The offensive is going toward A now, though.
There's a creep in from Kenzie into dark, but while aggression comes into A, it's only News to try and intercept. News not revealing his presence just yet while the bomb is being planted. He's hoping to find Lackey and maybe just shut him down, steal a rifle away. And that won't be happening. News will just fall.
Ooh, good shot from Lackey. Aurora starting to come back into the swing of things. And that is 6-4, so Chinga's Warriors Slowly but surely seeing their lead go in a different direction than what they would like it to have. But nonetheless, still a pretty solid first half from them.
Look, at the same time, as much as we say it's solid for first half, we also have to remember that this is a team whose confidence is likely to crumble really quickly, right? You lose 6 in a row, you lose 5 in a row, situations like that could be troubling.
Counterpoint to that, though, is that they did lose the first map in the series against OG as well, and then they bounced back from that quite well. So I kind of get what you're saying, right? This is a team that we're not necessarily expecting to see a huge amount from. We didn't really even expect to see on the stage. There should be stage jitters, there should be nerves, all that kind of jazz, but at least in the instances that we've seen at this event so far, actually off the back of a lost first map, they performed better in the second map in both the series that we've seen played.
I mean, with their coach Stormrage and Zilkenberg being such veterans, I'm fully with you that that's absolutely a possibility, but also we have to look against about the quality of opponents too, right? Aurora are not a team to give up. They're not a team that is going to doubt themselves just because they've lost a couple of rounds. Aurora know how good they are individually.
Yep. Let's see how we finish off this half, because an 8-4 or a 7-5 is a vast difference to a 6-6. But Chingus Warriors have been out of the winner's circle for a little bit. Like he wants to get aggressive in through mid again. He's already had some success walking over bridge. This time he's got some backup. We haven't really seen Aurora exploring mid all that much on this T side. They've been more so focused on the extremities. They'll be rewarded for that sort of conditioning that has shown Chingus Warriors not much is happening toward mid, because this time they get to walk in there for free, and it's going to be an A split through cams and through mid and through A long, and already it's not gone well for Chingus Warriors. It's down to News. He'd have to grab more than just the one, and he's unable to do that, so it's basically a freebie for Aurora. Another save through for Chingus Warriors, and they'll have one more bite at the cherry here on the CT side. See if they can accelerate further than just the 6.
And this is where I start to wonder about whether or not this is one of those situations, Jordan, where Stardust, you said it, he's not an instigator. He's not necessarily the one who's going to be all over the place. And if Aurora now start to target out that A side successfully, so before we saw News finding a fair bit of success there, let's not forget. But now, if Stardust was your only man who's got the stable hand, then what are you going to do across the rest of the map?
Think about playing on the T side and having him be the entry fragger, I think would probably be the name of the game at this point, because he can't be everywhere on this CT side. You would need someone else to step up, and it's not quite happening at the moment. But again, contextually, 6 on CT side is still pretty good from Chingus Warriors here. It's just a matter of how that momentum is going to translate into the second half, because it is well and truly with Aurora at the moment.
Stormrage, of course, very influential figure, obviously maybe less celebrated in the international community than he is in his team itself, but very capable player once upon a time in his time, but now trying to bring up the next generation, one of the things that's made the Mongolian scene so great. But he's also dealing with the next generation of Russian talents, and let's be frank, that's been a pretty damn good scene for a very long time. Norway takes down Fury, reminding everyone that there's not just one Oppa on the team. Deco's absence doesn't mean they are going to be without the scoped deadliness that the op can provide.
It's not a bad nade. And it's going to be enough to push those CTs back into the more relative safety. Well, for the moment, though, they decide they want to stick around. Another resmoke towards the bottom along. I think, again, Aurora have really recognized that the danger is on the B-bomb site, and they are more or less negotiating themselves away from that. At least in the previous couple of rounds, right? They've ended on A. And there's 3 players set up over toward A again, so you're starting to wonder, are we going to go back in that direction? Now, bomb is toward B.
Flashbang actually shows them nothing. They don't know the fact that there's 2 players here. But with the players leaving out from water, they should have an idea. 45 seconds. Utility is non-existent, and Zerolt's push is going to be finding at least 1, maybe 2. It depends on how long Aurora take over here. First one's free, and he might want to collect upon it before he regrets it. Good for 1, good for 2. Zerolt can't make it 3, but that might be enough. Freesort expecting another push, and he's got it. Zilkenberg down, but Stardust now called to order. But a Molotov will stop that Gable from striking down. Aurora will have the bomb plant despite the play from Zerolt.
Yeah, could have been so much more for Chingus Warriors, but just not in the positions really to quite punish. And now it's on to Stardust solo, 1 on 3. Can he do it again? There's a good start The remaining two Ts, though, in some solid post-plant positions, and Lackey will finish it off. It's 6 apiece. 4 on the trot for Aurora to close that half out. Chingas Warriors were looking so promising, but now it feels like we do return to a bit of normalcy with Aurora starting to get on top again.
The second we see News start to quiet down a little bit more and not be that ridiculous threat that he is, we start to see more of what the holes in middle are for Chingays, right? You have to have more of a two-player setup in middle. You can't really have the right timing with the 3 stack on B either. News isn't able to maintain that aggression in the same way because obviously you're not going to be able to. Some of his success was also in receiving aggression, like you mentioned, Jordan, and it felt like Aurora was on a timer until they understood exactly what's going on, and Chingays wasn't able to change. Now, though, they're going to be forced to as they head over to that T side.
Yeah, some good adaptations coming through from Aurora on that T side, I will say. But even still, I think if you would put yourself in one another's shoes, you'd say we'd like the 6 from the CT side rather than the 6 from the T side. So maybe there's not a huge amount in it, but the edge is maybe there for Chingas Warriors.
Now, as we look over to the switching halves, the man we have to keep an eye out for is Kenzie, because Kenzie can be so incredibly influential over towards Dark, and it does feel like he's been in a bit of a slump recently individually. Now, I'm hoping that that doesn't hold him back over here against Chingas Warriors. Honestly, what I want to see from Aurora is just some blatant peaks, some blatant disregard coming out from this Russian side. They need to have faith in their individual ability, and if they're not able to do that, well, this might be a tough time. I know Deco's not here. I know Brain is going to be, let's be realistic, a bit of a liability more than not. But maybe we can just see that wild Aurora gameplay that we like to see. They are, of course, still in a great position round-wise, considering where they started. But let's find out what they have in store.
Indeed. Those high fives getting passed around again. Should be good to go into the second half in just a moment. Quite a few players on this Chingas Warriors roster that you could look to and say, you need to step up.
Yeah.
And if you do step up, then actually there's a very good chance that you win this map. Really only need one.
And frankly, I really want to see a little bit more from Zulkenberg coming through. Obviously, we saw how incredibly explosive he can be with the op over towards Mirage versus Bleed, but right now 2-8. We just need even an average performance, and that's a different team right there and then. But Lucky traded away. Zerolta perfectly played. Full middle access might be expected, but they would be wrong if they expect that. 2 players still from Aurora getting ready to reinforce and maybe rotate back to B. That's where the T's are going into. Norby to intercept, and he intercepts a bullet from Stardust. Stardust takes aggressive ground forward as well. There's a re-smoke back out towards Temple. The bomb can be planted, and Aurora have to reroute. They don't know how to get into this site from Temple, so they go back to CT spawn.
Yeah, once again, it's Stardust, this time not on the receiving end, but on the giving end as he pushes his way into that B bomb site to open things up. 3 players for the retake, though, and it's already started well. Kenzie for 1. Immediate trade does come back on through from Zerolt, who has been doing the majority of the dirty work in this pistol round so far. Stardust also chiming in. 2 for both those players, and now 2 guns in the hand for Zerolt to try to finish things off. That is the pistol round for Chingas Warriors in the second half.
What a trader that Zerolt is. An absolute merchant to death over there. Beautiful stuff coming out, letting his teammates not go unavenged. And look, the important thing that we're going to obviously see here is that we did have Zerolt and Stardust pretty activated even in the first half. If they can continue that form forward, now you can play around them much more effectively. Now you're seeing Aurora who are going to be forced into aggression. Now you're going to be seeing Aurora who are forced into trying to get their right players at the right place, right? They obviously will be trying to compensate for Brain in much the same way, which frankly so far Chingays were forced to try and compensate for what Zilkenberg's got going on. Even if Brain has been picking up some numbers, I won't lie to you. 6-8 isn't too bad. Full eco, and it is not quite the cheerleader stack, but it is at least cheerleader camp going on over here on this A side.
Yeah, it's definitely a stack of some sort. Chingas Warriors, not sure where they're going to end up at the moment, but they're going to be hoping they don't walk into that stack. Unfortunately for them, that seems to be where they are headed. Surely the information's going to be given now.
They didn't realize there was a full Smoothie stack going on over there, and News is taken down. First rifle that can be recovered. It's only a Mac 10 though, so not the worst thing in the world. Stardust would have liked to get a bit more money for himself, start to build up that cash, and frankly Aurora don't want to give that over to Chingays. They'd rather try and see if they can pick up a rifle in the meanwhile, sure, but I don't really know if this is even fully worth it, trying to get into a position where you save. I know it sounds really weird, Jordan, but at the same time, I would not want to give Cengiz any momentum at all. Yeah, well, okay, that second one is a mistake. That was not intentional. I can tell you that one right in here and now. Flashbang keeps them away, but Brain still found Fury, and that's now a recovered Galil.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, look, less than ideal for Cengiz Warriors. Stardust is going to go and try and hunt that down. Maybe not a bad shout. Mac 10 is put to good use. He gets a couple of kills, but has not found Brain just yet. Finally, that Galil will drop, and at the very least, the Cengiz Warriors avoid allowing that Galil to go through into enemy hands for the next round. But 2 pistol rounds won by Cengiz Warriors on this map. And it being MR12.
That's a recipe for an upset.
That is definitely positive signs, but it's also going to be something that, if they end up losing this map, is perhaps going to have the adverse effect on the mental. They're well poised to be in the winning position, though. They're on the T side. They're up 8 and 6. They won the pistol. Everything is pointing towards a Cengiz victory at this point in time.
Lucky's gone mute. He has gone absolutely clouthless. He's got an AWP picked up for himself, and then with that first shot revealing where that is, it might be time for Cengiz Warriors to reroute back towards that B side. That is the plan. 2 people coming in from Dark, 3 from B main. It's a classic execute, and they're going to be starting off with a full set of util. Actually, very early aggression from News to try and get that control out, and he will be looking for the duel versus Kenzie. Kenzie routes away from it. He doesn't want any of that smoke, but as he re-peeks over Zerot, it goes down to his hands. Kenzie traded through the smoke, but in the meanwhile, Norway's catching off Stardust as well. They're getting aggressive back to Ninja, looking for the duels into CT, and Brain doesn't realize there's already a player far ahead of him. News shuts him down, and now Aurora have to contemplate on the save unless Result gets a quick one.
I'm not sure they're going to want to go for this. Lackey holding at range with the AWP. Really, I think at this point it's just a case of Aurora hoping for a mistake, and they're not going to get it. Nobody peeking from E-Box. The crowd aware of what that means. Storm Rage down on the stage as well is trying to hype the crowd up a little bit.
Cracking a smile, and you know what?
They're not far away from winning this map now.
They effectively one gun round away from being in a position where I'd say they choke if they lose.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I'll give you, Jordan. The question that I have is, do Aurora try and force buy around this? Because they've got decent money, right? It's a 4-round loss bonus. You can have a drop or 2 come into it. Now, of course, considering that the op was already in the nutty, it is going to be a little bit harder for that one to come through. But if Lucky's fine with going for the glass cannon once, well, then he can pull it out twice. And, well, it's not quite a full buy, but at least it's Deagles and the like behind it. Lucky reinvests into Kevlar as well. They will have a buy in the next round, but they're hoping to still find something here and now. Zilkenberg aggressive early on. I like it, but Lucky, I like this even more. He's looking for the duel. News beheads him, but the guillotine continues in Kenzie's hands. He's recovered the AWP, and now he searches, but he's only going to find body shots delivered.
This man has got big nuts, though. He knows he's swinging into the AWP again. Result went down to News, but he was traded by Norway, so it ends up still being a 3-on-3. Kenzie for the push in through Canals. That leaves the B bomb site so open for the taking for Cengiz Warriors, and that is exactly where they're going to head. They could literally walk in through B main, and there would be nothing Aurora could do about it. They might not even be able to think about a retake. But will Cengiz Warriors make that call? It's a tough one to do. Couple of flashes over the top. Stardust, for the most part, is just going to play contact into the site. There was a smoke to Temple and a fantastic shot in onto Norway in CT spawn. It'll be Cengiz Warriors with another round going up to double digits. They negotiate the treacherous waters. There's a couple of icebergs in it, but got the job done.
Kenzie's still actually hunting out for a little bit more damage to be dealt. Silkenberg, in the meanwhile, well, he's been taken down. Now listen, Cengiz have to be careful as well, because you are still in a position where money can be a little bit threatened. Kenzie's actually, funnily enough, was thinking about going for it. Brain was hoping that there could be a timing which they catch. Aurora, of course, are going to have a buy in the next round regardless, so losing that rifle is not the biggest of deals, but Cengiz will be happy to get to 10, but again, you have to be careful, because you're losing so many weapons. You lose one round, and then it starts to go into a bit of a difficult place. But no, Kenzie can't save the up. That's actually really important.
Yeah, the crowd is starting to find their voices now as well. They are starting to believe, and so am I. I had absolutely zero faith in this Cengiz Warriors roster coming into this tournament. I had them pegged easily as the worst team in the event. And right now, they're a couple of rounds away from beating Aurora in their first map on the stage. So
who would have thought it?
Probably the Mongolian CS community. If
Honestly,
I had to guess.
I think that's not even true.
No.
I think the only people who would have thought it are the 5 people on the server and the 1 man behind them, and their mums. Aggression is being planned now. It's a lobby, rather a canals crunch that is being contemplated. Aurora are going to have a timing, but if Kenzie now drops back down into the water, remember you've got the water glitch to be careful of, but Norway's covering off Kenzie. Zulkenberg taken down, but oh, look at this aggression elsewhere. It's now Lackey who has to defend all alone. Lackey gets it done. An impossible situation, but the multi-kill delivered, and now Zeralt will find himself with probabilities low, and he's still fighting back, still looking for more. Will find the frag, trades most of his life forward, but a bomb can be planted now.
Yeah, there's a chance. There's definitely a chance for Zeralt. He's able to isolate that initial duel, smoke straight onto Long. Give away at least the position of one of the CTs, and Zeralt, he's got to find a way to get off of this side or isolate a duel. He's done it. Kenzie over-peaking, and Norway in the one-on-one. Now, this is difficult for Zeralt. He's got no idea where he's coming from, but he's headed in the right direction. USP out. It requires a headshot now from Zeralt. He knows the damage is done, but there we are! With the pistol in hand, Zeralt pulls off a big round for the Chingas Warriors, and now they are but 1 step away from taking the map.
Come to Mongolia, Europe. Come and find out your weaknesses. Come and bleed.
That's a huge 1-on-3 from Zeralt. And Chingas Warriors are aware of it. Look at that. What a reaction from them and from the crowd.
And if there's anyone to feel for, it is Lackey. He gives them every single chance, but Aurora in that 2 versus 1, accelerating, trying to play it 1 by 1, trying to catch him off guard, and now it's Brain who's been caught off guard. Fury and Zeralt, in they go, but again, Lackey is the savior. 3 in mid, never expected, but look at what's going on. This aggression out from the B side could be catching out Stardust now, but Norway is not going to be aware of the P coming back in his favor. No, Stardust catches him, gets it done. The advantage angle puts them in a 3-on-2.
The big issue now for Chingas Warriors is that they don't have control of the bomb, so they've got to get their way back into mid, and even though there's a numbers deficit for Aurora, they're actually able to kind of cover off these angles pretty well, even with just the 2 members. So it's going to take some time for Chingas Warriors. They've got plenty of it to play with, but you wouldn't want to see the next frag go the way of Aurora if you were a fan of the Mongolian squad. Zulkenberg waits so patiently and gets the job done easily. Stardust another one. And it is almost fate at this point that Chingas Warriors will close this map out. No money left for Aurora. No hope left, perhaps, as well.
I don't know if they had a hope to start with. You know what? You're in Ulaanbaatar. You're going up against the Warriors of Chingas. I'd be scared. There you go. I'll say it. And now they're coming out with a bit of a rougher bye. Aurora are going into their potentially last round with 3 pharmacists, 2 M4s, and 1 Zulkenberg breathing down their neck in B.
Big stack in mid.
In the meanwhile, Zulkenberg, though, caught out early aggression from Kenzie, but Kenzie has to be careful. He's pushing forward into Stardust.
Oh.
Stardust is unstoppable! Now just 2 for Aurora, and they push into certain death. Fury interrupts. Chingas Warriors take down Aurora. They take their first map at the Steppe Arena.
Where did this kid come from? Stardust, he picks up 28 frags in a 19-round game. Just goes absolutely nuclear, and Aurora have got to be a little bit shook after that one.
He is the find of Mongolia right now. Obviously, we've seen these players come up. We've seen Senzu, we've seen Mazinho, we've seen in the past, you know, players like Blitz for once upon a time come through, have 1 breakup performance and use that as their chance to transcend. Stardust is right now at the gates of heaven. Can he come through? There's 1 more map needed to guarantee yourself a top 4 placement here.
gives you wings.
You're on.
Hello everybody, welcome back in here to the Nomadic Masters. We are back for the desk, of course. I am again joined by our wonderful commentator slash analysts here who've just been through that 13-6 victory in favour of Chinggis Warriors on Anubis. Was their map pick, but I don't know, were you guys feeling that it was going to go that one-sided?
No, definitely not. Yeah, I'm actually positively surprised by Chinggis Warriors in a very big way. I mean, I've continually kind of counted against them in pretty much every match that they've played at the event so far, and they're really starting to grow on me a little bit. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing a lot from the team, but I'm also enjoying a lot what I'm seeing from Stardust, who was perhaps one of the most unknown players to me coming into this event. So I got to say, all guns blazing for Chinggis Warriors. It is a win on their own map pick, to be fair, so we have to wait and see how things go on map 2 on Mirage. I think it's going to be more difficult for them, but the early signs are very good.
Scriver, I can let you know right now, I'm feeling so good about myself because I was dominated by Stardust on ESE Open for years, and I was saying to everyone, oh my god, he's cracked. Never saw him again in the Mongolian scene, and now here at the biggest arena, the biggest event that Mongolia has ever had, you know, one of the biggest potentially upsets that Mongolia could ever have. He is leading the charge in a big way. I mean, we saw him come alive in the series versus OG, but right now the fact that he's doing it against Aurora, let's be frank, OG, a bit of a broken team when you look over towards all the conversation around them. Aurora is not that at all. Aurora are up and coming, they're hard hitters, they're hard fraggers, and it's really hard to do anything against them.
Yeah, I suppose kind of the question for me is obviously coming into this, as you know, you guys at home will have seen on the server, no deco. Is that still an excuse, though? It's pretty one-sided, right? You know, look, missing a player like that.
I kind of agree. I kind of picking up what you're putting down, you know, and I think it's definitely a fair statement, right? You can't go in and say this is a completely 100% Aurora that's rare and ready to go today. But in saying that, they didn't get a single round on their CT side of Anubis. So, like, yeah, there might be an excuse. If it was a 13-11 loss, I could go, yeah, maybe that might have made a difference. But they got utterly trounced in that second half. So it may have had an impact in some way, shape, or form. There's no doubt about that in my mind. But regardless of that fact, I don't think that it's that big of a deal that you end up losing 13-6. Like, there's something else going on there, and that's Chinggis Warriors actually playing pretty well.
And that's where I want to jump in, because here's the thing. You could give them the same caveats over about OG and the victory against them as well, right? You're saying, oh, well, you know, jet lag. I know that the teams are struggling a little bit with the practice environment, obviously, in the hotel. That's always difficult. You know what? My heart goes out to them wherever that situation is. That being said, you don't get 0.1 seconds away from a 12-0, and over here, you don't get 0 rounds on the CT side. You don't let them get, what, 6-1 initially on the T side as well. It's not like their individuals hadn't shown up either going into that second half. This wasn't a complete meltdown in the first half from Aurora. This was very much clinical. This was anti-strat heavy. We saw some great clutches in there, right? That's a Aurora 1v3. It doesn't matter if Gecko's there or not. You see those Stardust plays. You see the trading coming out. This is a very legitimate result.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's no argument against that, right? The way that they've just performed there. I believe we should have the scoreboard from that game as well that we can maybe throw up and sort of go over. You know, you guys have also talked over Stardust and how he performed. Zerolt, Silkenberg, I think as well, looking very, very good across the course.
I want to jump in on the Silkenberg angle, right? Because here's the thing. I was critical of the fact that he only had 2 kills going out of that CT half, but what he did on the T side was really good, right? Keeping an eye out for those aggressive plays that Kenzie can maybe go for, being very aware of the calling of, you know, you see Stardust turning back, finding some of those, again, aggressive plays from Kenzie. It felt like they were really reading into things well, so not only did Silkenberg step things up on the op, he was also really stepping up in the calling department. I give him a lot of credit for that win over there, even if, again, his numbers aren't really the best. We're not going to see the Silkenberg versus Bleed again.
Well, actually, that may not necessarily be the case, because we've got Mirage coming up next, and remember what map it was that he did that on. It was Mirage, so I don't know. Maybe I just want to have a little bit of faith. Maybe I want to have a bit of fun with the op. Maybe I want to see Chinggis Warriors get a 2-0 to give the Mongolian crowd something to cheer about. But we'll call it Copium at this point, or maybe Hopium, we'll see.
Yeah, maybe. It's difficult to say, I think, right? There's obviously a fair argument coming into this second map that Aurora should be pretty comfortable here, one of their better maps at the moment. Maybe, again, you know, the deco angle is certainly, but I expect players like Result, maybe even like Lackey as well on Mirage to step things up a little bit. It has been a difficult first map, difficult to adjust. You can see emotions running a little bit high. I think, you know, frustrated themselves, losing out on some clutches, but also there is that underlying thing. I think you might be missing him statistically, but it's also maybe in your head as well that it's like, this is so frustrating just to sort of be let down by the situation this morning. You know, it's very difficult to get through.
I mean, it gets more frustrating though after you now lose that first map. So they have to be aware they've got to make a full reverse sweep happen here.
Especially because you're not in a situation where the coach was standing behind you and he can just say, oh, it's okay, guys. The coach was very much in the thrall of things. You're not getting the full 360-degree view, so he's not going to be able to sort of break things down as easily as you normally would be able to. Now, that being said, Brian's a great coach. I think he'll have some good words to say. And very frankly, Aurora's Mirage is just a bit too good of a hit. I think this is going to a third map.
Yeah, it definitely does feel that way. I think that this ultimately should be where we are ending up. All the same, folks, we're going to take a break, and when we're back, Mirage on your screens.
Keen for a feed. Oh, we're back. All right, welcome back on in. It is map number 2. Mirage ready to go. Aurora have a lot of work to do. They've got to make their way back in on this map and then some to stay alive. And it's already started pretty well for them with Kenzie opening the account. Nice P250 headshot onto Stardust, who was the standout on the previous map for Chinggis Warriors.
Deco, of course, back on the server. He has gotten up from the medical bed now that he's realized things are getting a little bit rough. Revenge cures all disease, and right now they want revenge on Zilkenberg. Taken down, Zeralt the only one to find response, but responses will be limited. Their tongues pulled out. Chinggis will be quieted in that first pistol.
Yeah, Fury unlikely to be able to get too much more done here. In fact, a lot of crispy-looking shots coming through from Kenzie in that pistol round is perhaps a sign of things to come for the rest of the map. Chinggis Warriors definitely want to be staunching that flow of rounds earlier rather than later and stop Aurora from getting their way back into this series, because again, when we're talking about underdog matchups, I think you can get the lead, you can get the advantage, but as soon as you allow that opposing team back into it, it becomes very difficult to actually close the match out. So Chinggis Warriors, I think they have to be leading from the front if they want to win this game.
And if you guys are wondering who the dangerous red backman on the map is, that is Deco. Of course, trying to substitute a player out in the middle of the game is a little bit trying on the HUD. But we will be trying to get that one resolved as soon as possible as well. Don't worry about it, guys. Chinggis full eco, full stack on the B side. Now, listen, if there's ever something that is going to work out for you, it is a full USB stack that has been run into. But if equally, something that won't work out for you is a full USB stack that's just sitting and waiting to rotate back to the other side.
All right, Deco back in the server, as you say, already having an impact pretty early on in the piece. But in saying that, it is just USPs here for Chinggis Warriors, so let's not really get too excited about anything yet. Yeah, able to get a bit of a better idea of what they're going to do on this CT side once they get the guns in their hands. And what I'm also particularly looking for here is Zilkenberg with that AWP.
Unfortunately, you're going to have to wait for a while, Jordan, because obviously he's not going to be having that in the next round unless he gets a kill of a hair. And then once we go invest into it without anything else, Zeralta picks up a frag of his own.
That'll be a Galil. That's retrievable.
Technically, Stardust picks it up, but the question is, will it be savable? That's an entirely separate conversation. Stardust now boosts it up. Nice quick kill found, actually becoming quite expensive for the T side. Down 2 players already, going back towards the B side. To hunt seems to be a task of folly. They know there's a man inside jungle. Kenzie hunting him down, and with the USB sticking forward, Kenzie can take him apart. Now Stardust, I wouldn't hate seeing him give the Galil over to someone else despite the hot hand that he had earlier on. Look at this, Kenzie low as well. All 3 players now in one-ding territory, and it's going to be only Norway and Lackey left. This is already a catastrophe. 2 rifles recovered. It's an AK and a Galil taken forward. They are so happy with this on the Mongolian side.
That's a big dub. Fans are happy with it as well. But still, it's going to be a long way forward. It's a pretty threatening looking map when you take a look at the stats that Aurora have on this one. They're very good on it traditionally. Got a good conversion rate against, quite frankly, better opposition than the Chinggis Warriors. So, still have my reservations, even though Chinggis Warriors continue to impress me. I think their back's against the walls regardless.
Oh my god, resource all the way in. This is why Aurora are so scary, because they have no fear on this map. Into the A side he goes, pushing forward. Zeralt is going to be traded away. Now the Fury's traded for Zeralt's kill, but Zeralt is not the only one who's at risk of a hair. News now also sussed out, spotted out. 3 versus 3. They've done a good job of maintaining numbers on the CT side, but Lackey is going to be the difference maker, or is he? Again, trades all over the shop.
Man, what a messy round this has been so far. Chinggis Warriors just completely disregarding the possibility that Aurora have walked out A main, lose 2 players to it. In the first, okay, acceptable, but the second, maybe not so much. Either way, in this 2-on-2.
I love this push coming out, though.
Yeah,
this
very
is
good.
really good from Stardust. He's taken such an aggressive line, and while Kenzie's low, this is going to be very troublesome.
It's too good.
Oh my goodness, no. Kenzie's 4-3. Kenzie's 4-3. This is why you go native, baby. Otherwise, Mongolia comes out on top. Kenzie's going to be kicking himself for that one.
You are actually kidding me. I cannot believe what I've just watched there, but round's not over just yet. It is now.
It is.
1-2. And Chingus Warriors have got that first gun round under their belt, but only one gun alive is going to mean they still have a lot of work to do to take control of this.
At the same time,
first
Jordan,
half.
I'm going to quickly take the point away from you. They saved 2 rifles in the previous one, right? So you have enough money to go into buy over here, and you don't have very good money on the T side. So this should actually be a mixed bag, maybe Mac-10s, a couple of Galils coming out from the Result and Company Aurora side.
Let's see what we get.
There you go, Deagles, Tech 9s, a scout for Aurora. So now Chingays have the chance to actually shut down Aurora completely in their initial campaign.
Yeah, this could be really big for Chingus Warriors. Looks like Aurora, they're not going to be messing around. They want to go quickly into that A bomb site. News ready and waiting. Good crisp shot onto the first. Lackey traded back down though by Kenzie. All of a sudden, it starts to look quite awkward here. Chingus Warriors, they're losing control of that A bomb site. Zilkenberg should have a freebie onto the player on stairs, but misses the timing. He's got the info at least, but bomb plant's going down. It's a retake situation now for Chingus Warriors.
Cannot go for another jump over here. Fury does try and get things in their favor, but the trades are again a bit too good. And with the bomb down now, Deco defending. Deco is very much back into the server. Both kills with the scout being oh so difficult to deal with. Fury hunting in a headshot angle, but now he knows his time is up. Aurora will not let Chingays equalize.
Fury not even going to get out of here with the AK at this point, and that is about the worst case scenario for Chingus Warriors. So right back to square one.
And that's where News has to have a little bit of that blame put on his shoulders, re-peeking back out in towards the Palace player that's getting so greedy versus the Tech 9s, gives Kenzie a chance to punish him. And after that, Zilkenberg also, again, trying to get a nade out, misses the timing onto the stairs player. It's just these small timings that were also costing them versus Bleed. It's the exact same situation, but without the initial lead. Can Chingays understand that that's what's happening, or will they just chalk this down to a, hey, it's okay, it's just a force buy, it's not really going to mean anything?
Yeah. Long road ahead for Chingus Warriors on this one. Fury's going to make a little bit of a push into Palace. It won't work out. Covered off nicely by Result. There's some damage being done, though, by News. Double kill with the Deagle. Isn't really enough to get us excited just yet, though. The crowd would like it to be. It's round over. 4-1. Bit of a non-event, really. And we're...
You need Zilkenberg to be getting those early picks. You need Zilkenberg to be making these plays, because now you have Zeralt playing on B short, News playing in Connected. News is not a traditionally hyper-aggressive player. He likes his timings, he likes his lurks, he likes his late round and mid round, but not that much so in the very first seconds of a half, or rather a round.
The calming influence of Storm Rage on the shoulders of Zilkenberg. Wonder what it was. It was like a plastic bag. It might have had like ice in it or something. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Unfortunately, I think Zilkenberg is cool enough already. And his hands are.
Wonder if he's got some like back pain or something. That could be what it is.
Well, he's going to need back pain from carrying them if they're going to be losing picks like that one. Lackey, beautiful stuff going into middle. Finds himself the pick off. Aurora on not letting go of the pressure, and why would they?
Lackey's got another one. This is just a bit too easy for Aurora at the moment. You can't allow a single player to walk into mid and get 2 kills like that. That's just not acceptable.
The problem is Chinga is saying that they're contesting him, right? Zeralt has pushed forward. Zeralt has been given that little smoke to try and play around with as well. And unfortunately, just can't find the frag. Again, second man trying to trade out. Can't get it done.
They didn't get a single point of damage, though. Like, I understand what you're saying, but this is not going to be the way that you win the map as Chingus Warriors.
No doubt about it.
I thought that the aim duel would actually be a favorable one for Zeralt.
Unfortunately, this is where you have to keep in mind Aurora have some of the best aimers in the game. Everyone always says that this team is, funnily enough, probably worse than the sum of their parts, because those are some really good parts.
Yeah, it looks like the call's been made that B is open as well, so not even going to be falling into the trap that is the 3 players stacked on A. Still going to have a couple of Aurora members hanging around.
It all comes down to News and what he can find over here. If he gets the kill onto the player lurking forward, and the one in Palace is still a world where you make a conversation about going for the retake, but now that Resort has found one, it's done, it's gone, it is over.
It's a case of trying to keep the guns alive now for Chinggis Warriors.
Well, might be a little bit near impossible. Now that Zilkenberg's been spotted out, News' position given up as well. That's one gone, that's the second. Beautiful round from Lucky, really taking full control and full onus over the entirety of that one, starting things off with a quick 2 kills and even ending it out with the punish on the attempted save.
When do we get attack timeout here? That'll be my next question.
Probably after the upcoming round, I would imagine. That's when you're going to have your next buy round. That's when you're going to have the AWP as well. And that's where you have maybe your last hope of making this a salvageable half. Aurora, however, very happy. Obviously coming out of the previous one, looking a little bit frustrated, having their own questions. But what a shot from Zeralt. Trade though, good from Deco. And Deco wants to keep that momentum going forward, but that momentum is going to end up with Resol's demise and Deco's retreat.
All right, there's something a little bit tantalizing about this round now.
News doesn't actually start to push forward, so you are still looking at a completely isolated B site. News not looking for information and worried about maybe a Palace presence, even though Resol's dead. They're going for a traditional path of rotate, but in the meanwhile, Fury will be traded. Zilkenberg, good for one. Stardust makes it another one. These Deagles are deadly, but so is Norby.
2-on-1 though.
Nades open the smoke and in he goes. Stardust knows what's coming his way. He can play this to a T. Peeks out another quick jab. It's the death by 1,000 cuts, but Zilkenberg, with the AK recovered, it might be able to deliver the final 1 second now on the board. Chinggis Warriors might not need that tack after all.
Very interesting. Well, this is, I guess, the second reprieve that Chinggis Warriors have been given in the half so far. Their 2 rounds have actually come in rather untoward circumstances. Gotta find a way to actually make use of that, though. It's all well and good to win that round, but if they go ahead and don't put 2 or 3 or 4 together in a row now, then it was kind of all for naught. So another hugely important round ahead here for Chinggis Warriors.
And for Aurora, this is a full swing round once again. Could be a situation where Aurora runs out of money, not that that stopped them in the previous opportunity. And is forced one back into things.
Boosts up over the smoke hole. Deco doesn't amount to too much, but Zilkenberg is looking for some kind of impact. He's got the AWP in his hands now.
That's the spice we wanted to see from Zilkenberg. Early pick, backs off immediately, and now he's going to be playing more defensively to allow Fury to reinforce that B side if need be. Fury wants to be the late round player, and he will be given that privilege. Lucky's presence should now be expected. He has gone for this mid play multiple times over. He loves going for these lurking presence, but now also have to be careful if you're News. There's a world where you just back off and try to reinforce, but with Zilkenberg coming in from CT spawn, he knows that he has to take care of Palace, so Zilkenberg can zone in completely to A main. Stardust has cleared out B. They know it's not going to be a B hit.
It's definitely a good setup. Rolt's going to be watching the murder hole. Hughes goes down early, untradeable. Zilkenberg, with the information, will try to set himself, gets in front of the site. He actually wants to watch into Con. This is a dangerous position for him to be in and wisely backs off. There's a big flank coming around from behind. Chinggis Warriors, they just have to slow things down. They've got to wait. If they go too fast, they lose this round.
The flank started to go back over towards Palace, so Jordan, this is going to be very much a game of time. And so far, time is ticking out for Aurora. They have frozen so long, and Chinggis know that it's a rushing. You have to make a move, but the move's made. Stardust responds. Bomb still not down. Spamming away is Zilkenberg. With the lineup, he can try and make sure it can't be planted. The bomb cannot go down. Norby commits now. It had to be a frag from Stardust, but he can't find it. And now it's only Zilk with the M4 recovered. First round, first kill found.
Where's that last player?
With Lackey having his presence somewhat revealed as well, Zilkenberg knows that he's on the left side of the site, and now as he peeks forward, he misses the crucial kill. They're not able to get it. The Aurora execute in the last 20 seconds proves too much.
Yeah, I'm just amazed that they don't win that round there. Chinggis Warriors, it felt like they had completely encircled Aurora. They knew where they were. Just didn't wait long enough. Fury going down in Palace feels like it's the difference maker. If Fury survives, even if he's not having an impact on the round in terms of kills, his position is just so strong, but don't really get to see what occurred there. Did he peak a little bit too early? Not sure. Either way, It's exactly what we were talking about with Aurora pulling back the round that Chingus Warriors really needed to kind of get some semblance of control in this half, and being unable to do that, Chingus Warriors, they're just losing time. They are pretty much not showing up in this first half in the same way that they need to be competitive on the map.
Zilkenberg is just trying to maintain mid-presence, but at the same time, is he an underpass? I think he might be an underpass. No, that's Fury inside underpass, Zilkenberg in middle. Zilkenberg can start to rotate back over towards the B side when the hit starts to come in. It's all about when utility comes and where it goes. Should this be a contact play from Aurora, that will make it so Zilkenberg is a bit late, but no, Zilkenberg reveals presence and Aurora has decided to move away. Fury's demise inside underpass means that the A side is much more accessible. And with Zilk having left mid like that, Aurora have free access to connector.
Yeah, Aurora just completely outplaying Chingus Warriors at the moment, aren't they? This is not even really a contest. Someone's got to step up and make this one look interesting. Could it be Zerolt? MP9 could have a pretty big impact if he gets his timing right.
Zerolt isn't going to be expected because they think they cleared that out, but unfortunately now that he moves back down into the B-short area, that's what they were watching for. News now good for one. Time is low. News could be a big playmaker, and with the smoke down, at least he has the space to try and attempt it. News gets another one. Back into the smoke he goes. Time's running down, but Kenzie sprays it off, and Zilkenberg again. An impossible 1 versus 2. Now the smoke working against him, and he's been spotted out as well. Knows that there's a head visible, but it's not one he can trace. Resalt shuts him down. Aurora continue to dominate.
So many close rounds that just don't quite go the way of Chingus Warriors. And my faith is starting to deplete in a 2-0. I mean, there's still a third map if Chingus Warriors do lose this one here, but they are looking completely outclassed on Mirage at the moment. Everywhere that Aurora tries to go, every fight that they try to take, it's paying off perfectly.
And unfortunately, the 2 rounds where it felt like Chingus Warriors had even put themselves in a good position, right? The first one where they lost against a Force Spy, obviously back over towards 2-1. And now the previous round right here that we just talked about where, you know what, Fury looks like he's in a position to finish the round off on his own, ends up being picked off, and you can't do anything about the Norby and Lackey picks into connector as well. Even when Chingus Warriors puts them into themselves into a good position, they can't actually land the hits.
Yeah, exactly. It's not as if they haven't had opportunities, but they are slipping through their fingers very quickly indeed. 7-2 the scoreline. Aurora going from strength to strength on Mirage, and this is going to be some good momentum heading into map 3. They don't want to go home early here at the Nomadic Masters. So once again gives us something to pique the interest a little bit. A 5-on-4 now with this pistol buy for Chingus Warriors to try to negotiate, but Kenzie able to bring it back pretty quickly.
They're not great at negotiating, Gordon. I won't lie to you. Unfortunately, so far, feels like all the negotiations are dead ends, and you know what? Maybe there's a dead ending for one of the Aurora players as well, to Zilkenberg's hands, and indeed he does find it, but beyond just 1 kill, it really is nothing.
Yeah, no harm done for Aurora in the end. As this smoke fades, Lackey will be in the perfect position to finish off that last remaining rotator. Gets that done pretty easily. So 8-2 for Aurora, putting one foot in front of the other. Not really doing it in any crazy capacity necessarily.
It's more of a situation where they're putting one foot on top of the other Chingus Warriors' feet. They're stopping them from going anywhere, trampling all over their hopes and dreams. Yeah, that's Aurora for you. They're good at what they do.
Into another buy round for Chingus Warriors. They've got the AWP. Zilkenberg had some success getting aggressive in middle with the weapon earlier on, but this time around he's going to go towards Palace. There's nothing to be seen there at all. It's not a bad play from Chingus Warriors. They're going to be able to get a lot of info. Prompting out some of the util over toward B. They're saying, we're not seeing anything on A, you better start dumping util over toward B, and Aurora doing a pretty good job of actually bleeding that util out without taking too much damage. Taking mid control for free as well. This is a nice setup for Aurora. The B split is looking a little bit too easy.
And in goes Norby, looking for a frag for anyone trying to wait it out at jail, but in the meanwhile, Stardust brought down low as well. And where he was a savior before, now he is only just another victim. Another victim of Aurora's success, and that success continues. Chinga's Warriors falling apart at the seams, but it's still a 2-on-3. The problem is the flanker coming in from behind. Lackey, who's been such a menace consistently, is about to find a freebie, and with that, it's only news. 1-on-3, no kit, and the bomb can be planted. He cannot interrupt, he cannot do anything. Aurora up to 9 with no signs of stopping.
Yeah, another one on the board, another easy one for Aurora, it has to be said. There's nothing to write home about for Chinga's Warriors on this map. Every stone that they turn over is just nothing.
There's a scorpion underneath waiting to bite them.
Barren dirt was the analogy I was going to go with. They just open, they're expecting some kind of riches or whatever, but...
Already pulled out the P90.
Well, try to get into the head of them a little bit. This is probably not a bad play considering you've got another map yet to play.
Oh, well, at least Norway does get punished early on, right? Nothing too tilting to come out of that weapon. In the meanwhile, Zilkenberg has to contend with only a Farmers. Unfortunately, not being able to find anything there, and Result now shuts him down as well. Zerolt's been a consistent hand across the series, but those hands will do nothing when unassisted.
3-on-3 though. On plant yet to go down. This is one of the more winnable looking rounds for Chinga's Warriors that they've had, and they're going to have to go for it at this point. Denying the plant is Fury. That's a little bit of a slip up from Aurora. Took the gamble that CT was clean, and they were gambling incorrectly. So just at the end of the half, Chinga's Warriors seem poised to at least grab themselves one more. How big of a factor that is going to be, we'll obviously have to wait and see. I have my doubts that it'll really matter a huge amount.
All you can hope for is that at least it's a clean win over here for them. Right, Fury, unfortunately, has not had the best of games so far, 2-11. And as Deco searches for a victim, frankly, it might be him. Zrolt is peeking away from Palace. Fury hidden inside CT. They're not peeking him, at least I respect that, but it's a great timing from Zrolt. 3 on the board for Chinga's. It's hardly something to write home about, but you know what? At least it's something.
Yeah, I mean, in saying that, T-side, Chinga's Warriors look pretty good there on Anubis. Trying to grasp at the straws, maybe. Give them some kind of hope.
These straws are biodegradable, and they are
awful.
They are turning to shit right now.
I hate that. Just give me a real straw. Like, you know, I do my part.
Do you?
Yeah.
You fly around more than like 99%
I
of people in the
recycle.
world.
I recycle.
Have you seen how much carbon dioxide those planes emit, Jordan?
Listen, mate, I'm probably one small insignificant insect in the world of air pollution.
Don't say that, Jordan. You're always significant, at least in air pollution.
For all the wrong reasons. Yeah. I actually even contemplated buying my own straw.
I thought you were going to say buying your own plane. I was like, wow, Jordan, look at you.
Sadly,
big money bags.
One of these options is achievable for me. The other one is not.
You know what I've always thought? Why do we not have metal chopsticks?
We do.
I've never
You've never seen metal chopsticks?
I've never seen metal chopsticks. I've seen plastic and I've seen wood. That's all.
You ever gone to a Korean barbecue?
I have, actually.
They don't have metal chopsticks there?
I went to one in Qatar, so I don't know if that was like too authentic.
Don't know. But normally Korean places will have metal chopsticks. I don't know what it is about Korean places, but
maybe they care about the environment.
That's where I see the metal chopsticks more often than not.
Funnily enough, we have not seen chopsticks in Mongolia either time we are here, other than when we see them in the morning being used to make omelets.
There you go. Yeah, that's true. Mysteries of the world, I suppose.
It's true. Now listen, I don't know if a chopstick would help Chinga's Warriors try and get a grip on this game, but
possibly not.
Something tells me the only grip they have so far is a chopstick grip, and that is unfortunately kind of easy to slap out, no matter what all the kung fu movies may tell you.
All right. Looks like we're getting back into that second half. Storm Rage turning the microphone off on the headset. Love to see it. Big task. Big task for Chinga's Warriors. It's got to start with the pistol.
And frankly speaking, it has to start with Fury looking a little bit better as well. Unfortunately, a couple of those rounds could have gone really differently had he won his duels, and hopefully he can find some solace in the turn of the half and actually find some frags in the first one as well. Chinga's Warriors have a singular focus. It is A, and it is coming in with 2 smokes and a couple of flashes.
Deco looks like he's poised and ready for a couple of USP headshots. Let's see if he can land any. Stardust doing his best parkour impression off the balcony. Has actually managed to scale into the site nicely. Aurora more or less have given the A site over. Happy to take that 5-on-5 retake attempt. They do have a nade and a flash and a kit and a smoke to work with. So they've got lots, but Aurora are losing players in CT spawn just as quickly as they're picking them up. It's a bit messy across the board. 2-for-2 trade. Lakian with the dualies will get the better of one, but Stardust trades down quickly. Now, back into the 2-on-2.
Deco trying to lead the charge, but his head's already been given a nice little slap. Stardust wants to continue pressuring, but Kenzie's there to shut him down. Back to just the one, and remember that kit that they had, it's not on them right now. Deco has actually picked it up. Knife out, in it goes! News shuts him down.
Nice clutch from News. Cool under pressure. It was a tough one. Luckily for him, low HP on both those remaining CTs, but the smoke was definitely problematic for him. But he gets it done in just enough time, and the added bonus of the knife kill on the back end. Bit of extra cash for Chinggis Warriors. It's the start that they need to the second half to make it possible. But I still have my reservations. That first half looked very shaky from Chinggis Warriors. What's the comfort level on this T side? We'll obviously get to find out as we go through this half. But in saying that, Aurora are still, I'm sure, quite confident about the position they found themselves in. They forced into this round as well. They want to keep that pressure on Chinggis Warriors.
Last time they had a force fight, it was quite successful, and that was with less purchase in this one. Actually, maybe just a little bit more. I lie. For Chinggis, it's all about getting the easy wins now, and if you can't get those, well, you're sure as hell not going to get the hard ones. Norway, 5-7, not the best angle for it, but at least it's an off angle, and he's actually found Zeralta because the apartment spray didn't swing initially. Deco, a risk for sure, but one that could be bypassed. Deco now with the deagle actually shuts down Fury as well. So it's back to a 4-on-3 with a late flank from Resort also being planned. News now being a little bit more wary of that possibility. But it's actually going to be a double flank, and surely you never expect this. News, meanwhile, good for the one, and now he's being tagged up elsewhere. Lucky shuts him down right through the wall. Only Zilkenberg and Stardust remain, and as Resort accelerates, Lucky's waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Zilkenberg just hoping for anyone to push, but he's been smoked off, and now all alone. They know where he is. The bomb not planted for him, but time's running low. Will Zilkenberg activate? What is the play? He is the player. He's come in. He saved the day. And Aurora will be disappointed even if they find so much.
Man, it's just...
Look at his face.
Yeah, look, you know, you're happy to win the round, but my God, it should not have been that difficult. They were in such awkward positions in that post-plant 3-on-4, couldn't get off the side at all. It looked completely doomed as soon as that 4-on-3 came into play, but Zilkenberg saves the day, although... You know, he only really bails them out for a moment. Like, this is almost out of the frying pan into the fire. You've lost all your guns. You've got to make sure this round is a clean one.
Aurora don't buy into this one. So Resort is the only one who can actually try and punish that economy, and you really want him to not be activated. Trust me, Jordan, Resort is one of the most dangerous players I've seen coming out of this new generation. And there's that danger immediately showcased. Zeralta down, but Fury's found a trade elsewhere.
Well, the danger man is the player with the AK, and that is now going to fall into the hands of Norway.
Right? That's a danger man.
Yeah, well, I mean, someone that we've been highlighting probably needs to sort of come online if Chinggis Warriors are going to go deep in this tournament. We've seen flashes of brilliance from him at the event so far, but it's been a little bit missing over the last couple of maps. Norway's been spotted out now as well. He is holding on to that AK, so he's going to be scary even regardless of the fact that he does not have armor, though News headshot makes it look clean and easy and starts to salvage things. Runs out of bullets. Trade needs to come through. It will. Only 2 guns through again, though, for Chinggis Warriors. They are really struggling to get these rounds done, which is what has me worried, right? Because they're going up against weaker buys. If you are having this much difficulty at those kinds of rounds, what's it going to look like once Aurora finally gets in control of their money?
Again,
well, we're about to find out.
That's the thing. This is a wonderful round coming out from Aurora in terms of the success that they're able to find from it. That's exactly what you want, to take 3 rifles away and put them in reset territory. Now, if you win this, Deco's had the op ferried over. If you win this one, well, it's going to be a tough time. Lackey does not want to stop any of those T-side shenanigans just because he switched sides. Deco, in the meanwhile, a peek that we didn't see Zilkenberg really go for, and it's not punished. Deco re-peeks. Again, not taken down for his brazenness, but now it is Result to get involved, and Aurora are just unafraid. They are just not worried.
Yeah, you can just see the ease at which Aurora is getting these picks, although I will say that Fury got a very clean one on Delaki, instantly traded back though, so it's not really worth getting too excited about. It's just the thing, Aurora, they look very, very comfortable on the map, and you kind of get the sense that Tigers Warriors are a little bit uneasy. The protocols aren't quite there, maybe. The shots aren't coming through. 10-6, double digits for Aurora. And that round ends without much fanfare because it just looks like, you know, they're just ticking the boxes, really. They're not doing anything too fancy. It's like that shouldn't have maybe been that easy for Aurora, but here it was.
Might be a bit of a last chance saloon. Chenge is force buying into this round. It's all about punishing that mid push that's coming through. If they don't do that, then Chenge will not have a chance of entering into either bomb site. That mid push is already backed off. Reinforced B. And a scary prospect in mid.
Couple of taps with the Tech-9, not going to be able to connect for the Warriors. Fury wants to go almost through that smoke. Might have been a mistake in the end. Tigers Warriors just trapped in mid at the moment. Recontest is going to come through from Aurora with that flash.
Might be a chance to actually get Fury into a very dangerous position. Kenzie's not going to know. Kenzie thinks he's cleared it out unless he goes all the way in. He cannot give that as a clean call. And at the same time, what is the timing for Fury?
It's all about that timing, isn't it? If Fury goes too early, he dies. Kenzie's on the push now into the window. He's surely got to clear it out.
You do think that, and oh, he's thinking about it too. Fury will not have seen him. Remember, Fury's on the right eye peak, so that's not the advantage. Left eye is open, I guess. Right eye is near the wall, so he's not going to see him before Kenzie spots him out.
Maybe he doesn't need to. Maybe he just needs to slow him down. The push is coming into the B bomb site. Fury has actually gotten Kenzie. This is where it gets awkward. It's now on those B defenders to step up, and Norway does just that. Doesn't even get traded back on down, and he's able to survive on the site. Result not even yet coming into play. It's all good in the end for Aurora. It started poorly, but the B hold was good enough.
Unfortunately, Zeral didn't have anyone following in from behind him at all. I don't know why Chinga's Warriors stopped like that, but maybe it's a call to actually start to swing out from balcony with two players while you have one jumping from the window. If that's the case, then again, the smoke from Aurora just a little bit too much, and I'm surprised that Zeral still commits down to it when Kenzie has been found in the back lines and they have no reason to show themselves. It felt less of a Zeral issue and more of what's going on in the back line. So, and you can see the confusion start to kick in. I'm sure that's why Storm Rage is called for a tactical as well, getting a couple of words in, trying to calm down the troop. But listen, there's only so much calming you can do when you're face down with a, what, a 6-11?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit too far gone at this point for me. I would be thinking about map 3 at this point in time if I'm on Chinga's Warriors. Maybe that's a bad mentality to have. That might be why I'm in the commentary booth rather than playing on stage. But they've got to sort of find what they had on Anubis again. You know, where's that confidence? Where's that willingness to kind of get a little bit dirty, get into the tussle?
Unfortunately, the confidence might even be there, but you just don't win the duels, right? Like, you saw what was happening over in the CT side for them as well. Aurora just walking out blatantly at the A side because they know they're going to win the fights. Now, over here in mid, they can wait to the very last 20 seconds, not make a move for information because they know they're going to win the fights.
Fury's gone for the hero AK. He's 5-14, so not really expecting to see too much in this round, but it would be a hell of a time to turn it around. Kind of down to your last-ditch attempts here as Chinga's Warriors, and already Fury's actually gotten himself one, so maybe I'll have to eat my words. It does burn alive to the Molotov, though, and it may not eventuate into a whole lot for Chinga's Warriors. They're losing members.
They're losing hope.
Yeah, very quickly.
12-6, I don't think there's anything you can do at this point. And listen, again, I don't want to be down on their chances as we head over towards potentially Nuke as the final map, but I am kind of down on their chances as we head into Nuke as their potentially final map as well. It's so hard when you are seeing the plays that Aurora are feeling comfortable going for, because at no point has Chenga's Warriors been able to force them to be respectful of their gameplay. At no point has Chinga's Warriors been able to actually put the threat of the 1v1, of the 50-50 duel into Aurora. And you need to do that if you want a chance against these guys. Maybe still an opportunity, but not with that flashbang. A bit too good, and that's something you could say for Kenzie all game long. News might respond, but it's not quite the same numbers. 2 on the board is nice, but that's only a headline. The rest of the article says, well, they still might be losing the round.
Yeah, nice little push into A main coming through as well. Snowy getting that information for Aurora, which allows Lackey to rotate off. Because Warriors have been more or less stalled. They've got to go back and collect that bomb as well. And Aurora, at this point in time, just waiting to see if they can get any information from somewhere before deciding upon what their next move is going to be. But that information should come through pretty early. Again, bearing in mind that A main push. It's really only Lackey that's being mobile at the moment. He's going to have a look into mid. Won't see anything there. Sooner rather than later, Deco is going to get to have his opportunity with the orb. There are a couple of flashes. Smoke and a volley for Fury. So if they can get into this bomb site.
I don't think they're going to be using any of the flashes, though. You have to just get the instant shot on the Deco, and surely you don't expect the angle. No. Deco can't even be traded. He's hidden away. He's playing this so smart. Views, good lineup, but it won't matter. 13 for Aurora. They equalize, and they do it in style. Can Chinga's Warriors do anything in that third map? We are going to find out after a break.
Hello, hello, 1 2 1 2.
Whose fault is that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. My mic's still not coming through feed-wise, it would seem.
Hello, welcome back into the desk here at the Nomadic Masters. We are moving into a third map, gentlemen. Chinga's Warriors, unfortunately, unable to keep up with the pace of Aurora there on Mirage.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I felt like that was kind of the case from day dot, really. It didn't even really feel like there was any point at which Chinga's Warriors were comfortable on that map. I think it was a very much shift in momentum. Obviously, we saw Anubis look great for Chinga's Warriors. It looked like they could do no wrong, but jump over onto Mirage, and it wasn't even close to being a contest. So Aurora right back into the swing of things.
Yes, absolutely. A bit of a tough ride at the end of the day. We do have the scoreboard here as well for you folks at home to take a little look over, and of course we'll have a bit of a chat about it as well. But talk me through how you felt that Mirage.
Look, what I felt was that, again, I mentioned this on the glass, but at no point did it feel like Chinga's Warriors was going to be able to find any respect for Aurora, right? You see in the very first gun round, Resol starts walking out into the A site through his own smoke. He's done that like 3 times across the entire game. Lackey and Norby in middle and in their late round duels into connector were just unstoppable as well. There was nothing at all that you had to try and offer up as defense. Stardust was not giving us those same numbers, obviously B-side anchor and everything, but even in the opportunities that he had, he was losing those duels as well. So now you don't have Stardust, now you barely have Zeralte, again, be short player. News just wasn't doing enough for me from connector, and when you have 3 people heavily mitigated and Zilkenberg's not necessarily having his best game either, who's going to take the fights?
Sure, I mean, very, very big questions here, I suppose, that I guess can segue us into. You're talking about fights not going very well, things not looking great. We have, of course, seen Chinggis Warriors find a map in this series pretty one-sided on Anubis as well. Brain was in there, maybe they knew Deco was coming back. It's a bit of a weird sort of situation there, but how do you feel about Nuke now?
I'm scared. I'm definitely scared. You know, I again, like when I'm looking at these kinds of underdog versus favorite matchups that are quite heavily skewed, and I would say, in my opinion, on paper, this one is quite heavily skewed in the direction of Aurora. I think if you're the underdog, you do need to kind of be leading from the front and winning from the front. You can't necessarily expect to always make a comeback happen from behind or when you don't have that momentum with you. I think the opportunity was definitely there when they had Anubis under their belt going into Mirage. Things were looking great, but now that that has slowed down, I definitely have my reservations as to whether or not Chinggis Warriors can win this map, can make this series competitive. Obviously, if they're going to do that, I think they have to start strong, very much so. You're going to have to see them working well on outer. I think Lackey as well, they have to find a way to shut him down. So there's quite a few things that they're going to have to figure out, because now that Deco's back, you know, you don't have that one sort of easy excuse necessarily to sort of try and finish off. So tough ask, I think, for Chinggis Warriors. For me, it's probably 2-1 Aurora.
I have to say, I'm completely with Jordan on this one, because unfortunately we're going to see much of the same as what we saw in Mirage, right? We're going to see aggression from Ritual coming in onto the A side of Nuke when he's on CT side. We're going to see Kensuan outside just feeling really unworried about pushing through smokes, about trying to make plays. We're going to see Deco very often maybe trying to assist Lackey and going aggressive in towards ramp. We're going to see all of that and more, and again, it is completely up to Zilkenberg and company to actually shoot their shots, and unfortunately, I don't think calling is going to be a factor at all in Nuke. Generally speaking, I don't like Aurora's Nuke. I'll be honest, I don't like Aurora and how they play Nuke. But I don't think calling is going to be a factor. It's just going to be shooty, shooty, bang, bang.
Yeah, well, I mean, is that not an area where the Chinggis Warriors could maybe find some strength? You know, that is a style of play that these types of teams within Asia, you know, especially sort of the tier 2 Asian teams quite like employing on Nuke especially.
I mean, maybe. I think it comes down to whether or not the individuals are stepping up, and you know, that's just it's such an easy thing to say, but like it's not so easy to necessarily translate into the server. So you're gonna have to hope that someone's gonna be able to dig deep, or maybe multiple someones are gonna have a Stardust-esque performance on this third map.
Now, the good news is that Stardust at least should be playing over towards the ramp area on the CT side, right? So he won't be as uninvolved as he was over here in apartments. But the bad news is, I don't know if that matters.
Yes, very, very true indeed, fellas. Well, we've got a third map here, absolutely what we're after. Competition coming in between Aurora and the Chinggis Warriors. One more to decide it. Don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Freak.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Can Cinderella find her Prince Charming, or will she end up with feet and hearts broken? Chinggis Warriors have had their run so far, but now Aurora stand perhaps a little too tall to climb over.
Yeah, it's a big question mark, isn't it? We'll be jumping into Nuke. It's map 3 in the series. The loser of this gets eliminated. Winner will still have another match to play today, so that's a pretty big run that they're going to have to make through this lower bracket if they want to maintain their position in the tournament. But that's how the cookie crumbles. But the knife round still yet to play. But something to consider, of course, is that in this matchup, there's not really a whole lot of material on Chinggis Warriors. To be fair, there's not really a whole lot of material on them on any map, really.
Yeah.
So at least there's that element. I mean, I think you can look at this one and say Chinggis Warriors, in theory, should be able to come into this a little bit more prepared than Aurora in terms of what their opponent is going to bring to the table. But
unfortunately, that was also true for Mirage, right? And now the question really comes in is that, are they going to be on a level where preparation matters? That's what I felt like on Mirage. It wasn't quite there. It was really just a complete mismatch in terms of individual ability.
What I will say is, there's no doubt in my mind that Chinggis Warriors on their A game can actually take this fight against Aurora. I definitely believe if they have members showing up, if they play well, they can win this map.
Like if Chinggis Warriors come through with, you know, the A game, maybe Aurora brings a B+.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a world where that happens. We've seen more difficult things come through, but obviously you have to come through against a lot of pressure from that previous loss as well. Fury, though, starts off very nicely, finds Kenzie. That'll be an important duel to be keeping an eye out for all across the game.
Yeah, that outer's control is going to be very important. Booz is also looking like he might find a nice timing to creep his way into A here if he keeps going. There's not really been much going on that part of the map, and he's kind of cleared out the A bomb site on his own. There could be a quick rotation in here from Chinggis Warriors. Result will also go down to Zerolt. This round is working out perfectly for the T side.
CTs are going to be aggressing through secret stairs, and maybe Zilkenberg can also get a couple of more backstabs in. And again, like you said, Jordan, this is exactly what you wanted. Now, I'll be honest, Jordan, as we see them on the T side, I'm actually quite glad. I was worried that if it was going to be a CT side start, then we are just going to have, you know what, a little bit more of that Aurora pushing the envelope consistently on their T side and just getting a little bit too much momentum. I'm glad that Chinggis will be on the unfavorable side, but can they do anything with it? Pistol round at least has gone their way.
Yeah, most definitely. But that's going to be one thing that you know, you can't really rest on your laurels with, right? We've seen time and time again Chinggis Warriors get themselves around where you go, okay, that's a start, but it's nothing more than that, and that is what the pistol is. It is a start. It's a good start.
Yeah.
But you want to be seeing them follow that up, and we'll see if there'll be a buy through here from Aurora, as they might be want to do. There's a little bit of armor getting invested in, so it's not going to be a freebie for Chinggis Warriors. Scouts out for Deco. Teagle there for Kenzie, so a bit of one-hit potential on that CT side. Don't mind the nameplates at the top. Swap them. There we go. All good. Chinggis Warriors on T side, of course, going to try a little bit of a look into this round, and that is a very bold choice from Zerolt, but it does work out in this particular instance.
That was scary. That was scary, no doubt about it. Meanwhile, Zerolt is about to be scared a little bit more. Lackey pushes forward, but it's certain death that he's met, and if Zerolt can continue form like this, I mean, going back even into the pistol round, Zerolt looked like he was going to lose that duel to Result, but now he's going to have his AK potentially picked up, and News is pushed through the smoke to find Result. Kenzie dying as well, and listen, Jordan, I did say in the post-match after the previous one that I actually really don't like how Aurora played their nuke. Very often it is overly reliant on their A-side players getting picks, and that's not really a sustainable game plan. So, you know what?
If Chingas Warriors can exploit that early, get some chaos in the comms, you know, we have a game.
At what point do we become believers? It took a while for me.
4-round difference. I think 4-round difference, and I'm right back in it. My heart can accept once again. My heart can learn to love again.
Well, this is pretty much, in theory, going to be a 3-round difference already. So what you're basically asking is if Chingas Warriors win the first gun round, you're on board.
Pretty much.
Okay.
I'm glad I've got a translator with me. Jordan,
I'm definitely building up my faith. Like, I think, you know, you're not too far off the mark. I don't know if 4 is maybe the cutoff point for me. I'd probably like a little bit more of a gap, but...
Thing is, you get that gun round, you're probably going to take away that 5th as well, right? Yeah. So I get the satisfaction of saying 4 when I really mean 5.
Yeah, that's true. We'll just make sure we get this one over the line as well first before we get too keen on it. That Mac 10 of news is maybe not quite as successful as he would have wanted it to be, but things have been negotiated pretty nicely. The dualies consistently being a little bit of a bait weapon.
I mean, dualies, that's on the player, not the weapon. Okay, you're trying to use a dualie spam into heaven from one of the longest range angles that you can, and then inside the building situation in Counter-Strike. Yeah, no, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, either way, that'll be the 3rd round up for Chingas Warriors, and couldn't really ask for a better start to the map.
Fury also didn't invest into this one. He only has a deagle, unless he threw his gun away, which
seems...
He's
got 6.1k.
Unlikely. Yeah, that's the thing. So he's actually saving up for the next round, which I really like. This is something that obviously teams have been experimenting with their oppers more than anything else. I hope that he doesn't drop an op to Zilkenberg, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I'd like to see the rifles actually come through.
Yeah, especially because you're not going to have the most utility available for Deco. So if you are going for any sort of outside smokes presence, something like it, you're not expecting Deco to have the grenade to be able to open it up and have that op actually come into play to the highest level. So... The rifles become even scarier in that regard. Obviously, someone else can throw the grenade for him, don't get me wrong, but it's always something to keep in mind in Nuke. The extra $300 are so important for operators these days.
Crowd is starting to fill out here as well in the Step Arena, which is really cool to see. Obviously, not even halfway through our day just yet. I think the big talking point is that we will have the Mongols playing next. Ooh. And that will be obviously what most people in the arena are keen to see, although I think they might stick around if Chingas Warriors do make it through to that lower bracket match.
Hey, they probably will stick around regardless. Some good Counter-Strike being played here.
Yeah, indeed, but this is a very important round. Chingas Warriors, this is their first real test on Nuke.
Always found news early on. That's again that A-side picks that you have to be worried about. Kenzie comes into mini as well, completely catching Stardust off guard, and with that it's a 2 versus 4. Chingas Warriors.
Zerolt might be able to find a timing though. He's pretty quick through outer.
He is, but at the same time, bringing it back to a 2 versus 3 is not necessarily everything. And Zerolt finds 1, Zerolt finds 2. 2v2 makes it a game changer. There's still a man to keep an eye out for in mini, and if Fury doesn't watch out for him, it'll be trouble. Kenzie, position was known already. And that flash does absolutely nothing. Zerolt is low as well, and you know what? Kenzie's just allowed the full peek forward, despite being able to technically stay behind the Molotov. It is going to be a bomb plant in a 2 versus 2, but Zerolt knows he needs to move.
Yeah, I like this. I really like this from Zerolt. They know the post plan of both those T players. They need to find a way to throw a bit of a spanner in the works. Already Kenzie gets that kill onto Fury, but Zerolt, he's gone back up to heaven, and I feel as though that's just going to be a bit too readable for Aurora at this point.
Flash playing at the ready. Lackey's the only one keeping an eye out for it, and now Kenzie's going to be sticking the bomb defuse. The problem is, again, this is not the weapon you want to have in this situation. Unless you pre-fire Lackey, nothing was going to be done over there.
Didn't have the HP either to really be playing heaven, right? You need to expose so much of your body if you're going to take the peak. So if he would have been afforded a little bit more time to try to get a wrap into lobby or something like that, to play a different angle, could have worked out for Chingas Warriors, but the fact that Fury went down so quickly meant that Zerolt didn't really have that option. I liked the idea, but he didn't have the time to go for the wrap.
Unfortunately, the bomb also wasn't completely planted in for Hut, so it would have also have to be like a full strafe out and everything. Right? There's all these extra considerations that go into it. But Zerolt, you know what? He makes that doable. The problem was that Fury couldn't find the instant kill onto Kenzie, takes too much damage, and doesn't actually get the frag either. So you're putting yourselves in a bit of a losing situation there regardless.
Yeah. 2 guns taken through. Got some tech timeout issues here for the moment. Still early days on the map. There's kind of a lot to fight for both sides. Chingas Warriors, their money won't be broken. CT side, they've just won a round, but only with 2 guns, so they're not looking super healthy just yet either. So a fair bit kind of resting on this next round, actually. Chingas Warriors, I think what's most important for them to consider is not allowing Aurora to get comfortable on this CT side and play their own game, right? You want to be kind of keeping them under pressure, keeping them thinking in the back of their minds, are we actually about to get knocked out of this tournament without even, you know, really doing anything of note? Because that would be, in the same vein as what it was for Gaming Gladiators and for OG, a massive disappointment for Aurora if they would lose this game. You know, they're expecting to be a team, debatably, that makes it to the final.
Or at least is competing for it, right? Lower bracket final is the
minimum.
Very bare minimum, yeah. Zuckerberg. Early tag, but it's not the kill. It's Kenzie who actually finds that. Stardust taken down. And again, a man who has been very important in their journey thus far, and he has not shown us quite the same pedigree in the previous map. Early days for Nuke, but those days go by fast.
Awkward looking peaks coming through from Chingus Warriors in this round, but Zuckerberg making it work with that shot onto Result. We'll bring it back to 4-on-4. It's a very spread approach from the T side at the moment, isn't it? It's away.
Zrold is just taking these ridiculous peaks out, going back with so much noise made.
Yeah, but I mean, he has Zuckerberg standing right next to him with an AWP. I feel like that actually wasn't that egregious.
Zuckerberg is going for a peek down under. I don't think he was actually watching out for Heaven at any point at all. It does feel like there's a bit of a lapse in communication either way. Deco, about to be caught out. He misses the jump a little bit, but still adjusts very quickly. And Zilkenberg is just another casualty. Waiting for the trade over there with the AWP does feel a little bit difficult.
It's not looking good for Chingus Warriors, I've got to be honest with you. These last couple of rounds have been a little bit messy. Don't know if they're quite as locked in as they need to be.
Yeah.
Might be time for an early tack timeout from Coach Stormrage if I'm in the comms there with them, personally. Just, you know, really have another bit of a chat and say, okay, well, what are we doing, guys? Like, why are we losing picks so early in the round? They lost 2 picks early.
I mean, they go 1 for 1 initially, right? And then afterwards, again, Zrold just caught out Lucky. That is going to be the arrow that pressures the Camel's back. Let's see if it breaks sooner or later or not. Not being allowed to save, being knifed, bad comms, everything in that round is indicative of Chingus Warriors being at a bit of a breaking point. Can Stormrage's tactical timeout come through and actually change anything?
Well, like we said, it was the time you'd want to see a pause.
It is called, but not a lot being said.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. It might not have been called by Stormrage, but someone's got something to say at least, and that's probably good. I hope it's good. Don't really want to attack timeout and it be a negative, but someone's got to say something here for Chingus Warriors and sort of, you know, lock it in, because it's looking a little bit haywire at the moment. And if that continues, they're not going to win this map. There's no doubt about that. Aurora looking a little bit more set for now. We'll jump back into round 6, and there is an investment from Chingus Warriors. 3 rifles to work with. It's definitely doable. Deco will like this engagement if it occurs.
Oh no, Deco doesn't like it at all. He's also lost a teammate elsewhere. In the meanwhile, Stardust is in with that Tech 9. And now a quick Molotov back towards Heaven, who's going to lock out 2 of the CT rotations while the bomb is planted. Kenzie forced away, Lucky forced under. Aurora, right as that round starts, a fast upper hit gives Chingus Warriors a little bit more hope and that crowd a little bit more to cheer for.
Job's not yet done though. The CT money has started to build up. Kenzie finished off. I wonder where you go from here with Aurora having a bit of an awkward set of cash on a couple of members. Chingus Warriors have them on breaking point. And now we have to turn our attention back towards Aurora and think, what do they now need to do to regain a bit of control of this half? Because neither team have, at this point, I feel, really gotten on top of it. It's kind of that, excuse me, that push and pull. And when you're playing a game of tug of war, perhaps, is a good analogy. You can pull, but you haven't quite won the fight. You've got to give it one more big pull and knock your opponent off their feet. And that would be what this round would be from Chingus Warriors. If there's an investment through from Aurora, Chingus Warriors were able to win that, then they're well and truly in control of the half. But they weren't able to find any of those swing rounds on Mirage. They didn't really look close to winning any of them on Mirage, to be quite honest. Now here's another chance on Nuke that they can't really afford to let slip.
And obviously what we just saw is just an upper hit, right? It's not one of those default spread in, try and get a couple of picks over and then try and make that work. But at the same time, Nuke is the kind of map where honestly I've seen Aurora crumble to repeated upper hits, crumble to repeated ramp hits as well coming through. In particular, you only have to go back about a week. Their map versus Saw, I believe it was for the CCD Global Finals, we saw Result and Norway just being demolished by hit on hit on hit on that upper side, and then right when they're trying to reinforce, Saw went back to ramp. So there's, like I said, there's some weaknesses you can try to exploit, but again, you can't always be looking at only one side. You can't only be looking at the execute. The default at some point needs to work.
And a couple of tech issues on the stage there. Looks to have been sorted out. It was on the Chinggis Warriors side, and I can see their booth from where we're casting, and there's all 5 players ready and locked in by the looks of things. So we should be underway in just a moment. A lot of time here for Aurora to be having a chat. You can see them kind of conferring with one another as to what they want to do in this round. There is going to be that investment, but this is basically going to break the bank of Aurora.
It's another outside attempt, and it's going to be quickly in from Zervold, but interrupted by a Molotov. Is there a grenade? There is, but it's on Result. He's not nearby enough to pop it open. They're relying on Deco, and he's been a very solid pair of hands, to be honest. I wouldn't hate relying on him in an opportunity like this, but he still has to be able to get out after getting one. And is there going to be a pre-fire over here? Zerolta has been sharp so far. Can he get this one done? It's a slightly off angle from Deco, and he misses the shot. And as they're chasing after him, Deco will retreat back to the vents. Repeaks in for another one. Still not down. Still fighting, but they've gone by the side, and News is the one who's causing chaos outstairs. Deco keeps it going. Now with the AK recovered, News' attempts are not enough. Deco does it all. And now in the hands of Zilkenberg. 1-on-2. Back to the A side he goes. Bomb can be planted, but can they do anything about it at all?
Well, it's a question of Zilkenberg now, 1-on-2. Can he roll back the years? Can he make some magic happen? He's had one fantastic map. Now all we're asking is one fantastic clutch, but it's too much. And Aurora will get through what amounts to be an absolutely chaotic round. That might have been the most chaotic round we've seen at the event so far. And I think, again, Chinggis Warriors, you know, it's an inch or even a millimeter that would make the difference there. If Deco goes down in the vent without getting that third kill, what a different round that is. But the fact that he hangs on for the third. No scope headshot, no less.
I mean, News even finding the 2 over there on top seemed like a little bit of a godsend, to be honest.
Great shooting, though, by Deco. It has
beautiful.
To be said.
It felt like he had won the round for them regardless of whether he got that third or not. And Fury, unfortunately, again, the spotlight is on him.
3-4. The gap is creeping ever closer, but Chinggis Warriors, they, with the previous round that they won, have afforded themselves at least one more bite at the cherry. And we go back to that continued push and pull that we've been talking about. It's now 8 rounds deep, and Zilkenberg opening the account with the kill on the Deco. That's a big win from the top of Silo. Maybe there's still some more shenanigans afoot here that Chinggis Warriors can look to exploit.
Gensi's trying to replace Deco.
Zerolta walked into the Annex smoke as well, and he's going to get the freebie onto Norway.
He is traded at least, and Lackey's reinforcement of this A side comes in, but look at what the T's are up to. They want to try and consider going back to ramp, but they decide against it. They're relying on their hot player, who's finding absolutely nothing. Result able to get away with everything, and Genzi stopping Fury from making a play. Chinggis Warriors have got openings, but unfortunately, they're just not able to use them.
Yeah, they're just going one by one, though, aren't they? I think that's the big problem here for Chinggis Warriors. If News just waits, slows down a little bit for that hut player to get into a position to kind of swing with him, it could be a completely different story. But one by one, the kills are a little bit too easy for the CTs to pick up, and now once again we look towards Zilkenberg. Last time it was a 2-on-1, wasn't able to convert it. This time, a 3-on-1. Can he do perhaps what Zerolta was able to do on the first map and give Chinggis Warriors a bit of a boost into this one?
I think he's just going to try and save up here.
Well, up in hand, 25 seconds to play. He's headed in the direction of Annex. He'll have a look at Hut. The timing looks good. Gets that first shot round the corner. Wasn't expecting Lackey on that off angle, and so scoreline equalizes at 4 apiece.
I believe that's a round that started off 5 versus 3, though, for them. You know, Zilkenberg getting that first kill, Zerolta able to creep through the smoke, gets another one, but then immediately dying afterwards. And then you just see, like you said, Jordan,
absolute catastrophe going on inside the A site. You're getting literally nothing. And the problem now is not just that, hey, can you get the fights going and everything? Chinga's Warriors, what is the call over there, right? Like, you get the 2 picks over towards long. There's no concept of freezing. There's no concept of investigating ramp. There's no idea of, hey, well, we know we've gotten 2, well, rather 1 outside. Kenzie likes to play over here. Do we want to isolate that duel? Do we want to try and keep care of anything like this, right? What is the play? It's, we found advantage, go, 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 and in that go, 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 it's die, die, die.
Well, that's the biggest thing for me. That's now the sort of second round in a row where we've kind of seen that same issue crop up, right? We're talking about the deco round down in Vent. We're talking about that previous round right there. News walks out onto A, gets 2 kills, and all of a sudden, it's like, go. Chinga's Warriors, they want to jump in the Vent. They want to go up the Vent into the A bomb site. Previous round, obviously, like we saw, 2 early picks. They want to run straight into that A bomb site, and it's a world where if you just slow things down and cause Aurora to start having to think, maybe we get a different result. Now, though, money's broken for Chinga's Warriors, so not expecting much from them in this round, and this is where Aurora can kind of start to gain the benefit, get the reward for the hard work that they've been putting in on this map so far. Stardust unable to do anything, and no real damage done, actually, from Chinga's Warriors in that round. So, Aurora, they're getting there.
Feels like that might have been the turning point. Feels like this is where you should expect to see Aurora being able to pick up 7, maybe even 8 rounds. Chinga's Warriors do well to keep themselves in relevance after that pistol round win, but unfortunately these 2 rounds that they've let by where it felt like they had been given every advantage, it's just a few too many.
Yeah. 5-4. These Warriors. Look, it's still not an unsalvageable half. You get to 6 here on the T side.
You get to 5, you're happy.
But I don't know that they're going to get there. It's starting to look better and better for Aurora. There's a good pick from Deco straight through the smoke. I mean, I don't know about that one. Chinga's Warriors do make it kind of work in a sense, and they've actually taken Deco down as well. He just swings with the pistol out. It's awkward across all facets.
And now as we start to watch and wait, it's going to be Kenzie who's locking out the heaven area, but there might be a timing if he's watching out towards outside instead. There might be a timing for Chinga's Warriors to be able to creep past his aim and get the advantage against him. Now Zuckerberg and company just want to freeze. They're hoping that the CTs will go aggressive. This is the first time we have seen Chinga's Warriors successfully slow things down. The move has been made. It is down and lower. It's going to be Norby who's waiting behind the glass. And with News up at the ready. I'd love to see him just try and hold out the angle hard, but they have utility to deploy in a bomb to plant, so now News lies in store. Norby can just open up this door, and listen, the problem is that doesn't quickly completely dissipate the smoke, but it's enough. Norby will still shut down Stardust while the bomb was being planted. Bomb does go down, so at least Chingas have hope.
Yeah, pretty significant deficit though for them with News being quite low, and he's got a very awkward angle to cover with that sniper rifle. Oh, he almost got one. Timing was pretty good though from Kenzie, and now Zilkenberg stuck behind the box. There's just nothing to be done here. He can pop a flash out, but he's not even going to get through the fire and the flames, and it'll be another round for Aurora. They got on the bomb just in time.
They've got a kit.
Yeah, all good. So that's 6-4. Chinga's Warriors, I mean, the thing is, like, they're testing Aurora, definitely, but they haven't converted any of these 50-50 rounds.
They haven't converted a lot of the 70-30 ones either.
I would say, yeah, exactly. I mean, I would say there's like probably 3 rounds in this half where you could reasonably make an argument that Chinga's Warriors might be able to win it. And they've all actually gone the way of Aurora.
Yeah. And great job from Aurora in doing so, right? You see them not try and not actually fall into the trap that Chinga's is setting. Yeah. You see them not pushing forward. You see them completely being able to rely on their own utility, on their own hands, and that's what Aurora's good at.
Yep.
Now it's a half buy. Now it's another fast play. Now it's another prayer. And that prayer is that the A side delivers. But no, actually, they've moved back to ramp. I am lying to you. As are my eyes. Deco now down, unable to defend. That magical performance we had before is not going to be here. And no one else is either from the CT side. There's still a lurker from the T's waiting for a ramp push to come through, so it falls on Lackey's shoulders. What can he find? He finds death.
Well, maybe there are still some signs of life in the Chinga's Warriors. Oh, almost assured now to get that 5th round. And then the question becomes, can you find 6, which seemed unattainable at all for Chinga's Warriors after the passage of play that we've seen. But they've conjured up a little bit of pistol round magic. Norby will get the molly down to keep himself safe.
Does he actually end up staying safe though? They're going to come out through the vents and start to hunt for Norway over here regardless into stairs. But at the end of it, he ends up falling.
So one gun only going through to the next round, but Aurora, I think they had enough cash, just had a quick look. Should be able to get a buy through here pretty comfortably. That is probably not a round that Chinggis Warriors were expecting to win. So on one hand, you have to say, yeah, they probably lost a couple that they shouldn't have, but now they've won one, which they probably shouldn't have. So it starts to balance out a little bit.
I'm just really glad that they're finally trying to exploit out that ramp side as well. It felt like the ramp had gotten away scot-free for so many rounds, out 2 in a row. Obviously, that's where the hit comes through. Chinggis finds a little bit of hope there. Now, is there going to be an adjustment for the last one as they look to aim to equalize?
Well, 6-6 is the dream for Chinggis Warriors. Blackie's down to just a 5-7.
And Deco without the AWP as well. Wrestle without life. And now that mixed buy is actually starting to push forward. They will find one. Stardust to fall.
Yeah, Lobby Crunch, though, is a scary prospect. But luckily for Chinggis Warriors, there's nobody there, apart from News, who is just watching to see whether or not that push is going to come through.
Obviously, what you have to worry about as well is Silkenberg having just a quick player strafing up the ladder. That's why he is so worried about a secondary flank being set up, but Aurora won't be allowed to do that.
Got to give Zeralt a bit of time to work here. He's got a lot of space. Can jump up into heaven, have a bit of a look into that A-bomb site. Maybe that'll be the avenue of attack for Aurora.
Kenzie has no idea as well.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to back off. Deco will be caught completely off guard if there's going to be a peek coming in from heaven. He has no idea whatsoever. Zeralta can go back into the site, and I don't think they know. I don't think the call is there about this being a possibility. Deco even says, heaven looks clear, guys. Heaven looks clear. Heaven looked clear, but now it is. Deco making sure that that lurking presence from Zeralt is taken down, and now as they look to re-aggress into lobby, Laki's brought down low, but they can't get the kill. News is the one to shut him down. There's still a player inside the site. It's Norway. Can he get anything done?
Got to go quickly now, though. Chinggis Warriors, there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. They're going to run straight into that Molotov. Counter util has been held off. There's a player on top of Hut. Fury just surely never gets in here. They walk right into the setup of Aurora, and it's a lucky thing that they were able to get the previous round, because that is kind of what at least keeps the half in check. Chinggis Warriors got 5, but I really get the feeling that Aurora's looking a little bit more comfortable on this map at the moment.
Kenzie's looking more comfortable on the map. Look at what he's been able to do across this entire CT side. It feels like every time the Chinggis Warriors have made a misstep, it's because Kenzie's, sticking out a leg to trip them over. He's been so good at getting those refrags into the A site when need be, getting those refrags on outside, being a bit of a menace there as well, and obviously Deco with that one miraculous round. That being said, Chinggis Warriors can at least console themselves on this fact. This could very well have been an 8-4 in their favor. I don't know if that's much consolation, but that's what you have to think about going into the second half.
Well, anybody's game still at this point. The half, I think, on par really for both teams in terms of the scoreline. I'm also just looking at the eye test and still not really quite sure about the Chinggis Warriors. They let slip a few too many rounds that I think they should have won.
And obviously that one half fight that they take home is really doing a lot of heavy lifting and getting them up to 5. That combined with a pistol round win accounts for, 3 of their converted rounds, or is it 4 actually? It's 4 because they were up 3-0, weren't they?
They were.
Yeah. So outside of the pistol win and the half fight, you've had 0 gun rounds. That's why, well, actually, sorry, there's 1 upper hit as well. So 1 gun round in that entire half is what you win. There's a reason why we're a little bit scared.
That said, 1 half does not a victory make.
And the crowd knows that as well. Like I said, Jordan, we have started to fill things out like a 28-year-old who's realized he's not gone to the gym in a while.
Yeah, that's why I started running.
And that's why I'm going to start running when I'm 28.
Not too far away then, right?
It's true. 6 months from now, baby, let's go.
I'll see you on Strava. All right. I mean, look, you do at least have that home crowd advantage as well. If things start to go in the right direction for Chinggis Warriors, maybe that can spur them on as well.
That's true. Now, the one thing is that I will say Aurora are kind of used to being villains against a crowd.
Yeah, I mean, they were down in Melbourne as well. We had a couple of, I think, 3 Aussie teams at that event. Was it 3 or was it 2? Pretty sure it was 2. Yeah, I'm cooking. It was 2. But, yeah, they didn't do too well, so probably at one point one of them lost to Aurora.
I'd believe it.
I would believe it too. So you may be right in saying that they're happy to play that villain role. The real villain of today has been the tech issue, though. Got another tech timeout.
I think the real villain of the day was the blackout.
That's true.
Which is the ultimate tech issue. It's like the final boss of all villains.
There's not really much you can do about that one.
Yeah. You need cheat codes, you need generators, and a lot of diesel to power them. Powering a stadium is difficult.
I can only imagine.
It's a lot of running to do.
It's a pretty nice setup in the stadium, though. I think you guys at home can't really see a whole lot of it, but on the concourse, there's some food stalls and stuff like that, which is all pretty standard as far as stadiums are concerned. But
there's also a really nice stall for the Mongols as well.
Yeah.
You know, if you want a picture of that one, we've actually posted some up on Instagram. But yeah, MESA might have as well, so go check out MESA's social. I think it's mesa.hq on Instagram.
Yep. There was obviously that really cool Mongols booth. There's also a Red Bull booth up there as well.
Yeah, shout out to the sponsors, boothing it up. If you're lucky, you might meet me as a booth babe over there. They're not hiring me, but you know what? I'll go over there and act sultry.
Oh, well, you'll do anything for a free hoodie.
More for free Red Bull, man. Come on.
More free Red Bull. Either way. And the issues on the stage.
I see Storm Rage clapping.
Yeah, from my secret viewing position, look good.
You are the worst Batman villain ever.
I'm Batman. That's because I am Batman. I'm not a bad guy. I'm the nice guy. I'm the good guy.
I see. Batman's kind of a bad person, though. He
he
uses children to fight.
He's it's just a grey area, man. It's all right. Look at all this util that's been brought into the round there by Aurora.
Look at that. They've got a plan.
They do.
It looks like it's going to be a fast hit in through Squeaky, maybe to vent.
I think so with that nade. You can see going to blow the door off.
Mini player's going to have a lot to do. Smoke back out towards Mini. He's swinging right out of it. Kenzie's expecting that, but he's been spotted. Repeak into 3 is bold. Norway sends a Molotov back towards the back of the site, and the repeaks continue, but the punishments never came. Meanwhile, Deco has to be careful. Stardust and Zeralt are coming alive. Zilkenberg now dies, and now they dive. Zeralt's push in from the back lines has now been negated. And Chinggez, despite a couple of egregious repeats and a couple of chances, will not put themselves in winning ways.
Yeah, Chinggez Warriors have no chill, but that's dualies in the hands of News, and he might find a 1v1. Not going to work very nicely for him, though. Deco just rips his head off straight up. That was a rather strange pistol round from Chinggez Warriors. They
were just trying to buy a little bit of space for the ramp push to come through, right? Making sure that they have to be worried about that. Zeralt gets 1 kill because of that, but unfortunately, Stardust can't come up with his own frags.
Pistol round was going to be a very important piece of the puzzle for Chinggez Warriors in claiming this map, and they've lost it. Aurora in pole position, prime position to win the map now. As long as things don't go too astray in this round, but really not much of an investment from Chinggez Warriors. They've got the Zeus, which is not a bad shout on Nuke. Tend to get a lot of Zeus kills on the map.
Oh no.
Irretrievable smoke.
I don't think it matters too much when all you have to deal with is the God of Lightning. It's the weight. As in, Chinggez Warriors need to figure out how to get this awful weight off their shoulders.
No hope of doing that in this round.
Well, they could lose their heads. That's a big weight off your shoulders.
Perhaps.
And so far, that's exactly what's been happening.
How much does a head weigh?
A lot, I'm sure.
In terms of total body weight?
I wouldn't be surprised if it's less than, 6 or 7 kilos.
Yep.
You've got the skull. There's a lot of bone density going on over there as well. Maybe a little bit of face fat. Maybe not for you, obviously. You're coming through over here with the nicest cheekbones and jawline known to mankind. Timothy Chalamet would be jealous. Chinggez Warriors, though, have not been looking anywhere near as sharp as Jordan's jawline, and that might be the problem.
That is indeed a bit of a problem. But they have an opportunity to start to right those wrongs. It is now round number 15 and a must-win, I think, for Chinggez Warriors. That's 1 MP9, but the vast majority, M4s. It's not a bad buy.
It's not a buy that gives you an excuse.
No. Done a good job of keeping Aurora at bay initially, but Zeralt has got to be careful with where his head is peeking out. News MP9 and this will get awkward. It doesn't quite manage to land that initial burst, so he's just going to be popped by Norway. Already problems for Chinggez Warriors. See if Fury can do anything about that. He's also been spotted, I dare say.
Molotov goes deep, so Fury has no choice but to go forward, and forward he goes. Quick kill found, wants to try and swing to try and deny the bomb plant, but he is not going to risk it. Meanwhile, Zilkenberg is equalized, and as Norway spots out Fury's embers from behind the dying flames, he is going to take him down now. Only Stardust left in a position to think about making a play or making a play to save, and frankly, I don't think either one of those are going to be options for him.
Chingus Warriors just don't have any chill, do they? They want to take the fights, and oftentimes that gets them into hot water.
And not in a good way.
Yeah, Fury getting a bit ahead of his teammates. Stardust will get one on the way out here, but it's not going to be a world where he escapes either. So only Zilkenberg to take the M4 through. And I'd say we're seeing the last dying embers of the Chingus Warriors here at the Nomadic Masters. 3 rounds to go for Aurora. And they're not having much difficulty putting these rounds together at the moment. So it's a disappointing day to be a Mongolian fan so far. ATOX already out, 0-2 to Lynn Vision. Chingus Warriors look like they're going to drop to Aurora. And that match between Mongols versus Bleed, look, I have Mongols winning that, but I think there's very much a possibility that Bleed can get the trifecta of Mongolian pain done this evening.
Chingiz right now are the ones in pain, and I don't know if there's quite a band-aid you can apply. Storm Rage is trying to put a tourniquet onto a limb already lost. Which is technically what you're supposed to do in medical procedures, but you're still not going to have the limb at the end of the day.
Not a great looking buy for Chingus Warriors, but Mag 7, I'm always a fan. The Deagles as well have been actually pretty good from Chingus Warriors, so I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch. I'd like to see some Mag 7 action, if I'm being honest.
I don't know if that's actually going to end up being a case or not. Kenzie is going to be the main man to try and get aggressive and outside, unless he is left for a super late lurk, which is something they do occasionally like to do. But meanwhile, Result is down. Zilkenberg putting him down, and maybe there's a world where News can find a kill or two with the Deagle. No, Lucky takes him apart.
Yeah, this is going to force the rotation of Chingus Warriors. Norway's already spotted one going down the vent. So it starts to get a little bit more difficult. So don't actually mind seeing Zeralt push his way into hut there and have a little bit of a look for information. There's nobody in lobby. If he continues his expedition, he's going to get that info pretty early. B-side looks like a good play for Aurora at the moment. Only one member down so far. Zilkenberg not there with that M4. Fury and Zilkenberg both found on outer. Just getting a little bit too antsy in their positions. Now we're back to the 2-on-3 advantage Aurora.
But the Smoketowns are also can't really try and find Norway over here either. The only hope you have is that Stardust and his 5-7 are able to find a kill while the bomb is being planted. 20 seconds now on the clock, and Stardust has backed off. He doesn't want to compete. He wants to save. I don't blame him for it, but when you're going to be down 5-11, it does feel like that extra AK does not take you very far. When you're going to have a buy in the next round regardless as well, they are still considering going for it. Stardust just didn't want to do it with the 5-7, but trying to go back into a site after letting the bomb be planted when you had a chance at about the 20-second mark to strike, it does feel like it's a losing gamble, but maybe it's still one that they can spin onto red on Stardust.
You can't be going for this. I mean, they don't have kits.
They don't have a choice either. Zeralt finds himself one. Norway still hunting for a kill that is evading him entirely. Stardust can't find the frag until it's too late, though. And with that, you will have to look to back off, and indeed, the commitment too late to save and, sorry, too early to save and too late to defuse.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, but I mean, I guess at the end of the day, you're down so many numbers, you really want to be trying to get something. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't, really.
And that's one of those situations where it feels like if you want to fight, you fight early. You don't try and pick up the AK.
Yeah. Either way, 11-5 is the scoreline. Chingus Warriors are going to call themselves their last tactical timeout and hope for the best. This would be a monumental comeback. Just, again, you get the sense that Chingus Warriors are a bit too antsy. They want to take too many fights. They want to keep the play rolling forward. In that round, they're up 5-on-3, and then Fury's just like sort of floating around on outer. Obviously, Zilkenberg got caught out as well. You have the two-player advantage. Maybe things need to slow down a little bit, but maybe that's a little bit too little too late.
Yeah, doesn't feel like you have the time to go slow anymore. And they don't feel like it either. Fury speeds up, gets himself the one lackey into the side. He goes, and it's an easy entry, but not an easy second. Zorolt has been the one putting up digits.
Well, speaking of slowing things down, that might have actually been better for Aurora in this case, because they wanted to go fast in that round. And it's actually blown up in their face. But here's another instance, like you're up 4-on-2. It's really necessary to be going for that peek up squeaky. Up secret, I should say. You know, because there's every possibility that Moose just gets his head chopped off right there. Luckily not the case for Chingus Warriors in that particular instance, but Kenzie and Norway, I wouldn't count them out here, particularly given the fact that Kenzie's 15-7. He's been having a very good map, good series.
I think a little bit less so on the T side, but overall, yes, he has been incredibly important. Fury finds the one he needed to, and Zorolt can close out with his triple. Map point and match point are delayed. Chingus Warriors stay alive.
Yeah. It's been a quiet crowd here on Nuke. But let's just see how loud they can get if things start to get put together by Chingus Warriors. It was a much better round from them. Like, I guess when it comes back down to the fundamentals and you don't have to overthink things necessarily, Chingus Warriors are definitely capable of taking that fight to Aurora. But the mid-rounds, I feel, is where things have really fallen apart for Chingus Warriors. So Aurora might recognize that as well and perhaps just go back to that little slower play style that's been working for them on this T side.
Well, in this round in particular, that is exactly what you're hoping to see. Deco with the AWP, a couple of Deagles out as well. What you're looking for is a pick. At the same time, maybe that's what Chingus Warriors want as well. You see News going aggressive once again on outside. There's only one player to potentially hunt, and he's all the way back towards T-spawn. So there's a world where News can try and make a play.
Not a lot of cash money available for Aurora either, so Chingus Warriors playing for a couple of rounds here if they can pick this one up to try and continue closing that gap. It's a long road ahead. They'll need every advantage they can get. Zilkenberg accidentally jumps and he's cooked himself. That's really bad news for Chingus Warriors. Just got caught off, perhaps, you know, a little bit of a nervous tick with that spacebar or scroll wheel. And all of a sudden, Aurora into the B bomb site with a numbers advantage. Stardust going to open up Squeaky and try to take a fight, but if he dies here, that could just be round over for Chingus.
The bomb not being planted just quite yet. They wanted to find a little bit more action, but it's Zorolt instead who finds the frag, and Zorolt has been a very good man to have on your side consistently. News peeks forward, Lackey misses his shots, and now you're back to a 4-on-3. Stardust against 3, finds himself 1, and News takes a chance to go into the side. Off angle held, and the throats of Aurora have been squeezed to death.
Yeah, but you see how precarious that round even is for Chingus Warriors. You know, like that does not make me feel confident they're going to make this comeback happen.
Listen, at the very least, they've put themselves in a situation where they should be able to find 8, right? At the very least, they're within maybe 2 gun rounds now. At the very least, we have Zorolt, who is a consistent performer, right? We're starting to see pieces come together, but is there the glue to bind them?
We'll find out over the next 15 minutes or so. Silkeberg opening the account. Crowd is starting to get involved. I'd like to see him actually continue to take these fights, you know, practice the aim a little bit, start to feel it with the AWP, because he'll potentially be a big difference maker if things really get tight. And when push comes to shove, can his AWP be a big difference maker on outer? Will be a question that Chingus Warriors will hope they can answer.
Especially considering what an influential player Kenzie's been, like you said. So if you can shut down that Kenzie pressure on outside, that is everything. And you could really ask for. News then wouldn't have to be getting aggressive in from secret either. You come through with a couple of different avenues of aggression. Chingus Warriors are making a show of it at the very least.
Okay. It is starting to build. It's not quite there yet. But Chingus Warriors are building something. Will it be as impressive as the great Chinggis Khan statue that we got to see yesterday?
Or will it be just another uncompleted construction project in Ullanbatar?
Could go either way at this moment, but next gun round is ready to go, and Aurora probably still have a couple of tricks up their sleeves. Result gets the opener onto Fury. Chinggis Warriors have not been good at numbers deficit situations.
The question is anyone going to try and make a play to try and make up for that numbers deficit? That's where they generally do fall apart, but maybe more to be done now. Nade being used to open up, and that's where Zerod comes into play. Like I said, you found a steady pair of hands. You need to keep using it. Zilkenberg, though, there's that outside presence, but re-peeking is inexcusable.
Yeah, it's the Zilkenberg way, though. Back to 3-on-3.
Good positions in the lower bomb side, but honestly, Aurora might just fully evade it.
Bit of a push happening from News in Trophy Room. Could get interesting. Lobby crunch, maybe.
Stardust has the timing over here. Resalt's not going to fully clear this one out, so Stardust should be in a big advantage if he just tries and sits near the ladder or goes up it. Either one would be great. But in the meanwhile, Resalt should get one for free. No! News comes out on top, and that's the advantage they were looking for. Aurora, realizing that there's two players in lobby, go into the A site. They will be uninterrupted, but can they actually plant?
Has to be said, he got a little bit lucky in that one, News, but still alive. 17 HP is better than nothing. 18 seconds left as that bomb plan goes down. Stardust looking to deny, didn't know exactly where the bomb was. It's gotten a bit awkward. This is all falling apart. Chinggis Warriors, the one-on-ones are being taken. Zerolt, he wins his. Last player stuck behind Tetris. They're not aware of his position. They think he's still behind Silo. He's maybe mollied off his teammate. The timing is awkward. The shots are there, and Chinggis Warriors survive another. By the barest of margins, they are trying their best sometimes to lose these rounds, but they're getting through them.
Listen, they're not trying their best to lose these rounds. They're trying their best to entertain the crowd, and entertain they have done. Heartbreaks and heartaches might be coming through, but they will not be without a couple of moments of adrenaline as well. Every single 1v1 looking like it's in a bit of an awkward position. Every single 1v1 still taken away.
Bit of a head scratcher maybe for Aurora at this point.
Calls himself Brain, better start doing the thinking.
Indeed. Money will start to become a little bit of a problem here as well for Aurora.
Well, they did get a bomb plant, so actually they can go for a buy here.
True.
The problem is, if the buy is going to be limited by a Tech 9 or 2, then you're looking at an 11-11 before your next gun round comes in.
Norway's got 4.6k. The rest are around 2.5 or less. So it may be a Hero AK, if anything.
Yeah, that's a Hero AK coming forward. We see a couple of Tech 9s around it as well, and a Mach 10. So maybe one of those fast A plays that we're working out for the Chinggis side. Over and out they go. 3 players towards outside. That negates any possibility of anything quickly conspiring on A. They've sent out the fake utility though, but in the meanwhile, look at this drop down into vent. Zilkenberg is getting a read on things. Is it the right one? I don't know.
Who knows? What's he up to? Some kind of shenanigans.
I feel like you can say that at any point in this game and you'd be right.
Well, he's going to be in the right place to have an impact in this round. Let's just see whether or not he can land the shot. First one into the leg. He just gets away in time into the vent.
Oh, no!
Oh, it's a traffic jam. What is going on here? This is an absolute mess. Oh, my God. What are we watching?
This is the most Chinggis Warriors way to lose a round.
Oh, my God.
Well,
to say I'm disappointed is an understatement.
To say I'm... I wasn't expecting this a little bit when I saw the setup over there is also going to be a lie, though, I have to say, Jordan. You see Zilkenberg going down the vents like that, being so slow to make up his mind about where he's going to go. Is it going to be right back towards that secret watch eye, anything like that? Then obviously getting the leg shot in the first one. Unfortunately, can't get the kill, and yeah.
All you have to do is look at the way that Deco held that angle versus the way that Zilkenberg held that angle. And you can see the discrepancy, right? Zilkenberg, he only gave himself one chance, one opportunity. Yes, Deco hit his shot. Zilkenberg hit his shot, to be fair as well. It was a leg shot, but the problem was Zilkenberg just didn't give himself enough opportunities to fall back and have impact in the same way that Deco did. And then, on top of that, it becomes a little bit cooked with the teammates trying to rotate down vent while he's trying to rotate up.
I don't even think Zilkenberg wanted the opportunity. The problem was that his teammates didn't know what he wanted to do because Zilkenberg didn't know what he wanted to do for the first 5 seconds of being inside the vent. Right, so you can't get those comms out fast enough. Hey, I'm going to back off. I'm not going for a multi-kill. Okay.
Well, too little too late, unfortunately, for Chinggis Warriors, and the job gets even more difficult now. That should have been their freebie round, right? That should have been them back to 11-10 and within striking distance, but the lead grows quite substantially. Yes, they've got enough money to buy into this round, albeit with a couple of MP9s, but all it takes now is one mistake, and we've seen plenty of those from Chinggis Warriors on this CT side.
Zuckerberg, please, just shoot this time. That's all I ask for. A flashbang through, an MP9 expected. News is gone, and now Zilkenberg has gone down. 5-on-3, and it is the beginning of the end for Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, unless someone can do something about it and come up with the goods, but Fury with one MP9 on outer isn't really going to be enough to settle the score just yet. Aurora getting into the B bomb side. If they can get a plant down, I think it's curtains for Chinggis Warriors, that second Mongolian team to get knocked out today. Here's a chance for Zerolt, though he was spotted by Deco. And with that, the door shuts even closer, even tighter. Maybe the locks are being turned. Plank goes down. Stardust! He very nearly got two. That could have been a round-saving play. Could still be as he cleans up one more. He'll be flanked by Lackey, and that'll be that in the end. 13-9. Chinggis Warriors eliminated by Aurora.
It was not clean, it was not pretty, but the job was done, and Aurora cannot be happier to have finished it. Now they will be facing up against Lynn Vision in the next series in their lower bracket. Chinggis Warriors, however, we will be saying goodbye to them, and we will be back after a break to say goodbye to you from this series. But remember, there's some more action coming in your way, and there's a bit of a desk play as well, so we'll be back in just a bit.
Back in here to the MESA Lan Masters. We are in the thick of it right now as Aurora have just taken the victory against Chinggis Warriors. A very hard-fought battle in the end by Chinggis Warriors, but unfortunately, I think too much of a deficit.
Yeah, I won't lie, they were fighting a lot with their heart. I don't know how much of that fight was done with their brain. Very frankly, Chinggis Warriors probably would have been able to clean this one out if not for so many just stressed out plays being made. It didn't feel like Chinggis Warriors could believe the positions they were in sometimes. And they're saying, you know what, go, go, go. And unfortunately, that doesn't really work.
They're going to have a lot to look at when it comes to that demo. They'll go back and they'll watch it, and they'll probably have their head in their hands for the majority of that viewing session, because there were so many rounds there where they could have maybe slowed things down, just played a little bit cooler, not necessarily get so far ahead of themselves, and had a massive, massive change in that map. But at the end of the day, they lost almost every 50-50. They kind of threw away the vast majority of 70-30s that they had, and unfortunately, that kind of got the better of them in the end. When you give that many opportunities, when you give that much rope over to Aurora, well, eventually they're going to be able to hang you with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's competition at the end of the day. You know, you get in there, it gets close, you have these very important rounds. Feels like you're kind of doing it almost. Even, I think in their minds, they'll know that they're coming in as the underdog, and suddenly you just kind of physically seize up. The only way to get used to that, I think, is to experience it, you know, and you either make or break in that moment. We do have the player of the match here to check over as well, fellas. So Indeed, getting rowdy behind us as Chinggis Warriors get their dues, of course. But yeah, I think that this, for me, was a series that Aurora potentially should have steamrolled through. They've had plenty of time off. They've had plenty of time to prep. So Chinggis Warriors still giving them a really, really good fight.
Indeed, I got to be honest with you, I didn't hear a word you just said.
Because Mongols versus Bleed and that's what's going on right now. There's a lot of action in the arena here, guys. But I think what he said was talk more about the game, Jordan. Well, so we're going to do that.
We want to look at the player of the match, actually. I think was what we wanted to go for there. Well, so maybe we can touch on that potentially.
You know who the player of the match was for me, though? I have to say, player of the match was without a doubt Kenzie. Had such a good performance going over in towards Mirage. Had such a good performance, obviously, into Nuke. Maybe I'd make an argument for Lackey in there as well. Obviously, he had a few very influential moments. Yeah. But that being said, honestly, I want to put a bit of a spotlight on Zeralta as well, because it felt like he was the only guy across the series who was really delivering. Unfortunately for Chinggis Warriors, they just didn't have that second pair of hands. And there you go, Lackey.
Yeah, I mean, it had to be one of, obviously, the Aurora Gaming players, and I think you could have chosen, like you said, from a few of them, but Lackey definitely had a lot of impact in a couple of key moments. I thought he actually had a little bit more earlier on in the series rather than toward the latter stages there, quite as much on Nuke, but yeah, good stuff across the board. And I think what we need to talk about as well as we get through this is probably need to see another level coming through from Aurora. Like, I don't think the level that they brought today against Chinggis Warriors is going to be enough to get through the Mongols or a Bleed or
maybe not even Lynn Vision, to be honest, because obviously what we saw over here, the troubles that they were having was in situations where they're still losing picks to Chinggis Warriors, and very frankly, Lynn Vision are a better team on paper and as far as individual strength is concerned. So even if Aurora want to go into the grand finals day at all, which is what we obviously expect from them, they're going to have to do a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, very quickly, a question then on the Aurora side of things. Do we think that the fact that they had this weird situation with Brain Map 1, Deco coming in, is that maybe an excuse that they can lean on for today?
For sure it hurt them, but again, at the end of the day, like, I don't think you go down 13-6 on the map and get absolutely decimated like that and have it be a relevant excuse. It would have definitely played a factor, there's no doubt about that, but to what extent, I still think Chinggis Warriors actually win that map.
And look, to be honest, not to mention, there's also the entire idea that even in Nuke, we see Deco coming in and performing like an absolute beast. Deco went God mode in a couple of these rounds. Even in the second map on Mirage, Deco had a couple of really standout performances, right? So when Decos come in, I'm still seeing holes in Aurora, and those holes are being poked by Chinggis Warriors. They're not being poked by Bleed. They're not being poked by Mongols. They're not being poked by anyone. So yeah, I do think that this is going to be one of those situations where Aurora need to level up going into that series even today.
Yes, absolutely. They will be playing a little bit later on, but things for now, of course, are heating up. The marquee matchup coming up next, Mongols Bleed.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
G'day, welcome back on into the Step Arena in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. We are here for the MESA Nomadic Masters, and it's getting to the pointy end of things now. We've said goodbye to a few teams. It's time to progress a team through to tomorrow. The Mongols and Bleed will be taking one another on in just a moment, but we've got a lot of housekeeping to get through. Obviously, we welcome back the boys to the desk, although there is no desk here, is there really, at this point? But it's all good. We've got a lot to talk about, though. We've said goodbye to a couple of teams, and yeah, now the big game is ready on offer for us. So we're feeling pretty good halfway through the day. Still a lot of Counter-Strike to go.
Yeah, I would say so. Certainly an awful lot to get through. We're excited for tomorrow as well. The big games, like you say, this is going to decide one of those grand finalists, and certainly feels like one of those matches that we talk about every now and then, worthy of being a final, maybe. Bleed Mongols. I think a lot of us expected them to be in that final. Might not be the case here now that they meet in the upper bracket.
Yeah, when you look at it, I mean, this is, especially when we did our rankings, these are the two best teams here, in our opinions, at the very least. Maybe not so much for the Mongolian talent. They had actually Bleed in and around kind of sixth, So, but this is kind of how they've progressed to where they are right now. Mongols got a very good win over Aurora, just really showcasing what they've got in the locker. They're a very solid side. Yet to drop a map as well, as they beat Gaming Gladiators in the opening game very handily. Bleed were made to work a little bit by Atox. I think it was a bit of a shock to them how good Atox were actually, but they still find themselves in that upper bracket. Could be a grand final spot tomorrow.
Indeed, we can see the bracket here as well. We should just touch on it quickly. We've got 4 teams that are still in the running at the event. Mongols, Bleed, obviously in that upper bracket. Lynn Vision and Aurora down in the lower bracket semi, which is a match that will be played later on today. So we've still got 2 more games. And obviously 4 teams, so we're into the top 4. And what's impressed me about this is we've actually got the top 2 Asia teams in the top 4, so already that's a fairly impressive result, I think, from the quote-unquote local teams, although obviously Lynn Vision do hail from China rather than Mongolia. But yeah, still a lot of Counter-Strike to play. Aurora, Lynn Vision, it'll be an interesting one, but I guess we'll just focus in on the Mongols and Bleed for the moment. Having seen the runs of the 2 teams come through so far in the event, it definitely feels to me like maybe the Mongols are feeling a little bit stronger at the event currently, especially with Bleed having been tested yesterday by Atox. We can take a look at Bleed here as we head into this upper bracket final. Give us your thoughts on how their run has looked at the event so far.
So I'd say pretty strong, to be honest with you. A little bit of a test against the Chinggis Warriors, right? Double overtime on Mirage. Zilkenberg with hell of a performance there. Certainly, you know, for that team will go down as their best map of the tournament, I think it's safe to say. But for me, this squad, still relatively young. You look on the left-hand side, Nork and Jacob really only been in for about a week coming into this event, at least in terms of the practice and whatnot. They played a few officials, a few hardcore days of practice, but they've really, you know, just kind of gone into this playing it a bit by ear. But the big names to point out, Hampus, Cypher, in this tournament in particular, have looked absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think for me, Hampus is really showcasing what he's got in the locker. I mean, he always has been, at least in my opinion, a tier 1 player who should be always playing at that level and showcasing it so far. Not only in terms of the calling side of things, but just mechanically, he's an absolute animal, top-rated player for them at the moment, and really looking super solid. Like you mentioned, this Bleed side, they had 5 days of boot camp prior to this. 3 of those days were filled with double best of 3s. So they basically had 2 days of prac. They had 4 run-throughs of each map, so minimal prac basically coming into this. There's a reason, though, we've kind of highlighted this guy. Hampus has been absolutely untouchable so far this tournament.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, look, I think in general, it's gotten better as it's gone on from Bleed. They're feeling and looking a little bit more cohesive, and I wonder if having that day off yesterday, or you know, having a little bit of downtime has really helped them. I don't know necessarily how much like a prac they're getting in on the server outside of the actual officials that they're playing here, but maybe a little bit more time to chat, bit of time to recuperate and stuff like that, put them in good stead. But by no stretch of the imagination, this is going to be the hardest match that they're going to play at this event. They've gone through, as we've said, the 2 other Mongolian teams that are at the event, Chinggis Warriors and Atox, but now it's time for the big dogs, and the big dogs, aka the Mongols, have not looked like they were going to drop a map this whole event, so it's going to be a tough one.
Is that going to change as well, right? Let's be honest, Mongols so far have looked unstoppable, and I don't know, with Bleeding the minimal amount of practice, whether they've got it in the locker. Just in terms of maybe the more strategic depth, we know firepower-wise they probably can compete. They at least can put up a good contest, get a map, but it's, in terms of a whole series, the depth of a map pool, the depth of a strat book, yes, we know Hampus is a great caller, but how much has he integrated Jacob and Nork in towards his playstyle? It's a thing that I really question.
Well, let's talk Mongols as well as we jump into their team roster as well. I mean, look, I think across the board it's been a pretty solid performance from them. I don't think anyone's really been lagging behind at all, and that tends to usually be the case for the Mongols. Sometimes people like to point out Mizinho maybe a little bit, but in general, I feel like just the level that we're getting from all 5 members of the roster at the Nomadic Masters is quite happy.
Yeah, for sure. They want this tournament. You know what I mean? Like, there's really no punches being pulled. We've seen maybe the best and the worst of this team, I guess, in a sense, like, because we had a very, very one-sided affair in their opening game against Gaming, then a bit of a harder run in that second matchup for them. As yet to see them heavily tested, but they have shown us a lot of what they're capable of, I think is what I'm getting at. And, you know, for us, that's what we want to see. That's what you need to see coming from the studio into the arena and then delivering here in this environment. And, you know, such an important tournament for them, first of all. And then second of all, kind of comes at the perfect time for them, you know. They have to prove themselves in an environment like this where they should be the favorites, but they're also very, very capable given their recent international results. Let's talk
play to watch. Who have we got to have a bit of a chat about? I think you can really take your pick across the roster, but Blitz, the in-game leader, the captain, the man of the moment really for the most part for probably the last, maybe 12 to 18 months, I feel, has really been the tip of the spear for the Mongols roster.
He brings a lot, right? And this is the thing, it's actually a similar kind of conversation we look towards Hampers. He doesn't only lead in terms of, you know, the experience, the age, right? I mean, he draws a lot of respect from the region, from the players. They're a very young team, right? So to have somebody who's got maybe a little bit of more years and experience at kind of the top level to kind of help this team out, but also just in the server mechanically, this guy has been an absolute animal himself. So it is actually going to be a really good head-to-head of kind of the IGLs, the captains, not only fragging-wise, but calling-wise, how much kind of depth have they looked into, right? I really do wonder for the Mongols and for Blitz individually, how do you prep a side like Bleed, who you don't really have a hell of a lot of tape on with this 5, right? We've seen a few from this tournament, but there's not a hell of a lot of data to kind of go off. So I do wonder whether it's kind of I think, a focusing on your own game or looking to try and find some holes in Bleed, which there probably still is a few.
Yeah, I will say, I think when we talk to Mongols, oftentimes what they do like to reiterate is that they do just like to play their own game. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see them just come into this one feeling comfortable about themselves. They're obviously one of the top teams at the event anyway, not necessarily too concerned about what their opponents are going to bring to the table, just rather backing themselves and having a look at how that's going to play out. Now, of course, in order to do so, we do have to touch on what that veto might end up being. So let's get into that discussion and see where we are going to be headed. We've been seeing a bit of Ancient out of the Mongols of late. Could be one that gets thrown in here.
Yeah, potentially. I would be surprised if not. But I think, you know, there's a lot of options available. Bleed in particular, for me, have played a fair few maps. The Mirage didn't go so well. They actually, if I'm remembering correctly, I think they picked into that. So, you know, kind of went a bit sideways. It's a map that Nork and Jacob like playing with Apex, but it was, I believe, the permaban before Dust 2 coming in for the Bleed squad. So, you know, they have tried to rotate that in. Interestingly enough, we get the Mongols out on it. Anubis from Bleed, no real surprises there. Ancient as well.
Big one for me is I'm looking at this and I'm looking at the maybe just how feeble that Mirage was. I mean, you know, Zuckerberg, it was a little bit of a life game. Let's not beat around the bush, right? 34 kills he got in towards the double overtime. But this is a Bleed squad that never should be being pushed to double OT. They never should be on their own map at the very least, looking as weak as they were. So I think for the Mongols, this is a confidence play. This is kind of we're better, right? I think they back themselves a lot mechanically, and that's what Mirage is going to lend its hand to. That Anubis for me does open up a little bit, though. I do think Bleed are very strong on it. They've looked very good. Hampers calls a very strong game around it, but also the Apex boys, it was always part of their roster. It was always part of them. The big thing for me is I do worry when we look towards Anubis how 9-10 can kind of compare with that of Nork. Nork's been so good AWPing on that map.
Yeah, indeed. Ancient as the decider as well. It's always one that kind of gets pulled through in the Mongols games. They're very often finding themselves on that map, even as a pick. So don't know that either team's going to be necessarily too disappointed to see that one getting picked up, but I think we're moments away from jumping into games. So looking forward to it. I guess now is the perfect time for you guys to let me know who you think is going to win.
Who are you going for?
I'm going Bleed.
You're going Bleed?
Absolutely.
I'm only one way here, and I can prove my loyalty to the boys. We're in Ulaanbaatar. I'm going Mongolia all day. It's all Mongols here for me. These boys are taking it, and they're taking it in 2.
Oh, indeed. All right, a 2-0 for the Mongols is the call, but we'll have to find out in just a moment. It's time for us to go to a short break. Don't go too far away. The big game is starting right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Taking a fierce battle with esports. Give applause one more time, Team Mongols. And now I'm introducing the Team Bleed Esports.
Hello everybody, welcome back into the MESA Nomadic Masters here as we are working our way through what is potentially the biggest game of the tournament.
True.
It's a bit of a taste.
It's worth saying.
We'll see what happens here between the Mongols and Bleed Esports, of course. I'm Screw, joined by Neokai. No one else I would rather have next to me at this point.
Too kind.
But here we are, marquee matchup, as I had touted earlier on. Should absolutely deliver for us here as the players just getting ready and set up into the server.
This is arguably as big as it gets here at the MESA Nomadic Masters, right? This is the two best teams in our eyes being the English broadcast. It was kind of a split desk. I think it was myself and Jordan went for the Mongols being the best team here, the favourites. It was yourself and Tea Time who went for Bleed. And I think it's very good arguments for both, right? Mongols at the moment easily been the best team in Asia for a while, but Bleed, this team on paper are unbelievably scary. The additions of Jacob and Ork into what is already a very solid roster have really opened their eyes to a lot of people, myself included. This is, for me, now with Kassad at the helm, a team that easily, in my eyes, should be starting to make conversations about Tier 1 Counter-Strike. That is the level that they should be playing at. And so far this tournament, a level that we've been seeing to a degree, not constantly, but at least there's been moments, there's been flashes of it.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. This matchup, I think, is a real taste of that. This tournament in general, as you say, Bleed sort of competing for Tier 1. If they can win this away from home soil, right, very limited practice with these new additions.
With the crowd against them as well.
Exactly, yeah. All these factors, if they can indeed take the tournament, that would be kind of crazy. But the Mongols, everything behind them at the moment, certainly the cleanest run yet to drop a map, so looking very, very impressive in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things you hate to say, but they actually haven't been tested all too much. Gaming Gladiators brisked away so easily, and they were, for me, that felt like probably the best team to maybe give them a bit of a run. You know, obviously we saw that Gaming Gladiator side make a decent run at the major. We saw them look like a very solid side. Sadly, it kind of seems since then it's been a little bit downhill, but yeah, big questions. Bleed, are they a side that, you know, maybe when the pressure's on the stage, what they look like? This is the first LAN for this side, right, as well, right? So we're looking at it and really is a litmus test of what they're going to look like on the big stage. Of course, all of them are LAN veterans by this point, but it's that man on your screens that we're very excited to look at, right? This is Kassad, who has been so important to building an incredible team, getting Jacob and Nork in and getting them for the rumored prices that he did. Shrewd business, brilliant businessman, you have to say.
Well, I believe not. I think he confirmed it himself.
Oh, he did. There we go. There we go.
You know, shout out Techgo one time on Feed the Trolls. I'm pretty sure
yes,
when she had Kassad on, that's what they talked about, and he did indeed confirm it. So I think maybe the rumours, the unconfirmed kind of stuff, you have to trust him, is how much they were asking for previously.
True.
That's neither here nor there at this point. He's got him, and a little bit of a complete package as well with Kassad is one of the interesting things to talk about. You have some coaches who are sort of ideas guys, you have some coaches who are people management, you have some coaches who are just kind of maybe glorified analysts, particularly in Tier 2. But we are ready for the game.
Oh yeah, oh
we'll
yeah.
See what Kassad's been cooking up into the action as we get it on our screens here. Bleed Mongols kicking off on Mirage. An interesting pickup, of course. This is the map where Bleed were taken to double overtime by the Chinggis Warriors just a few days ago. And indeed, as we mentioned on the desk, a map that historically they've not really liked playing. Since Dust 2 has come in, a team worth their salt knows you cannot mess around with two permabans. You listen, we working on Dust 2? Are we taking that? They've said no, we're going to go back to Mirage. We've actually got a few experienced players from Mirage, and we're going to try and cook up on this map.
This is the most full the Step Arena has looked so far today. It's been really good. We're expecting into the thousands tomorrow. Today is a national holiday here in Mongolia. It's Children's Day for those who are maybe unfamiliar. So we're kind of learning about it. The same way you kind of have like Mother's Day or Father's Day, they have Children's Day. They live their life here, man. They get their celebration. I would have loved some extra presents growing up as a kid, but it was really cool. We were kind of hanging out a little bit earlier, seeing a lot of festivals and stuff outside. So it's a very, very cool feeling here in the Step Arena here in Ulaabatar, Mongolia. But yeah, the crowd is starting to fill out now, and this is what we want. A packed arena ready for some beautiful Counter-Strike. We got a chance as well to hang out with the Mongols yesterday. They were very kind, hosted a little dinner for us. It was really cool. It was on the northern side of Ulaabatar, looking over the city. Beautiful. They did a barbecue. We had goat. It was pretty good. It's pretty good. Can't complain. A lovely kind of array of dishes. It's very kind of them. It has to be said. I had to mention it one time on the broadcast. They have honestly
It was pretty incredible.
It lives up to the name. Pretty goated. I can't lie. You have to say it. Honestly, we've been treated very, very well here. MESA, Mongols, they've been really, really kind to us. Now, hopefully we can be kind to them if they play well, but only if they play well.
Yes, of course. It is unfortunately how it goes. You may well be able to spice us up a little bit with some incredible goat, but if you don't deliver on the server, we're going to let you know about it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's how it goes.
Biggest chicken leg I've ever had as well yesterday.
Yeah, the entire thing, I think.
Yeah,
is
it was
monstrous. We get drumsticks, we get thighs that generally, split.
Yeah. How about those, mate?
In UK, but yeah, all at once. And indeed, the goat was fantastic, but we kind of just had to go at it. It wasn't really terrible.
I'm telling you for free.
It's a bit of a tougher meat. You're a bit more familiar with goat than
Yeah. I mean, growing up in Africa, it's kind of a bit more of a common thing. I grew up a lot with it. The plastic forks and knives, they're not making a dent.
We sort of sat there. We were like trying to do it with the forks, and I was like,
we tried to be civil.
Guys, I'm going in with the hands. Was the first moment, and even I, 6 foot, 220 pounds. Well, I couldn't pull it.
You can't pull it. Yeah.
So.
You go with the teeth.
Sort of took turns. Really. The poor goat. But it was fantastic. It was absolutely fantastic.
And we've got a nice little day of tourism as well. We got to see the largest stainless steel statue in the world.
Yeah, largest equestrian statue.
Oh, equestrian statue. Yeah. It was Genghis Khan on a horse. It was pretty damn cool. But it looks like enough of our tourism trips from here in Mongolia. Let's get into the counter-strike. It's Bleed. Take on the Mongols, please, starting on that CT side. As the Mongols, they saw the weakness of Mirage, and they've picked into it.
Well, the big question here now, will the spirit of Genghis be behind the Mongols here? We are about to find out. Straight into the action, but a quiet start as a hush comes over the server.
Tempered, isn't it? Really just giving each other a lot of space here, and I can understand it. This is two high-level sides. They know exactly how each other play, so they're just waiting for that first mistake. This is one of those games you can't make mistakes. You will be punished, and that's what we're looking at. Very slow, making a move in towards mid here. Blitz, a man that we highlighted at a cracking tournament so far, a cracking few months of Mongols. We're expecting some big things out of him.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on the two players that we highlighted, Hampus, Blitz, both the IGLs. How are the calls going to look? How is the individual play going to look? Sensu, the first to break the silence here. Cypher holding it towards the site, caught with no ammunition. However, kills are coming back round for the CT side. It's only Hampus that remains all of a sudden. He was out towards short there, I believe. Okay, that's pretty clean. But he's left so low, 5 HP. The only thing he maybe has going for him, bomb's not quite been planted, so he's not under that duress just yet. However, you would assume with a look like this, he might even just move to save, to be honest. So tough.
Half armor, no kit, no util, and 5 points of HP. Spotted and dropped. Blitz will see off Hampus. So that'll answer the questions of our head-to-head in the opening round. But is that going to be the story throughout the series? We don't know just yet. That's a really good start out from the Mongols. Quiet, slow. They don't really give each other a hell of a lot to work off. But then a pop in towards connector. Really well done. Mazzino has a cracking pistol round here as well from him. And for me, that's a guy I do want to focus on a little bit in towards this tournament. Mazzino, when we've seen him at a few of these lands so far this year, he's looked a little bit nervous. He's only young, 16 years of age, a fair play, but he really hasn't been able to replicate the performances that he's had online, right? But on home soil, in his home city, you'd hope that maybe we can see him in a little bit more of a comfortable state. And so far this tournament, he's actually looked pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, as we were kind of meeting them and talking to a few of the players, they're a really young team, actually.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So there's a lot
Blitz
of
is 22 is the oldest,
yeah.
I think, if I'm
I
right.
believe that is correct. So, that's kind of wild to me. You would figure with the way that the whole scene has been working on itself over the past few years,
sure.
A little bit isolated during COVID where maybe they could have picked up steam faster. The fact that the team that really, really burst, obviously IHC, I think, turned a lot of heads, but
sure.
that team sort of walked so this one could run, and they're all really young, There's not an awful lot of experience being injected. They're learning on the job, as it were. And again, as you sort of mentioned, this environment, this stepping stone from the local, domestic kind of tournaments that they do play in this arena as well, by the way, from time to time, the MESA
Mongolian Pro Series,
Exactly. So the fact that now they can kind of trickle in a few international teams, it's a much better role, Teams like Bleed and Aurora
have already kind of had that for quite some time. They'll dip their toes in the LAN environment, maybe not Bleed specifically, but you know what I mean, the players
those
themselves.
European-style teams, yeah. There's a lot more kind of smaller tier, I guess you could say, not your IMs or your Blast 4 finals, ones that you can get invites to if you're maybe in and around top 20 kind of thing.
Yeah. And we can kind of, again, in Europe, we can sort of ideate around it where it's like you have the players in a LAN environment, maybe you don't need the broadcast to be so, or even like the admins and whatnot, right? Like you can very much bridge that gap a bit easier. And boot camps, for example, maybe a bit easier to come by, although that being said, the Mongols have been boot camping pretty hard for this one. So
for sure,
really kind of interesting to see how that's going to affect the Mongols coming into what is their first, really big, really scary kind of matchup that everybody is talking about coming into today. 9-10 will kick off proceedings. Nice little double kill. Any damage going to be good damage with the USPs, though.
Yeah, exactly. Nade off Techno, sees off Nork. This pistol round looks like it's being put to bed pretty simply. Max now makes his way towards window. Jacob's got the right idea, but I think he knows it's a little bit of a tough place. If you start making your way through that smoke, you're going to be in trouble. You're going to fall regardless. And that will basically summarize this one. It's a throwaway round, so we don't need to dig too deep into it. One constellation kill's good. Get a second. You'll take it. And they might just get it. Oh! I speak too soon. That'll be that scene off. This man here, Screamer Zinio, we've asked a lot of questions. We actually met his younger brother.
I know, mate. What is going on?
So for those of you who
what
maybe...
kind of projects
is
going on there, mate?
I know. Talk about, yeah, exactly. It's for those of you who maybe aren't too knowledgeable about maybe the kind of the more lower, I guess, the more intricate details, let's say, of the Asian scene. So Mazinio came into the Mongols, and he actually replaced his older brother, Bartak. Bartak, of course, many of you remember from IHC. Still playing at a pretty good level, so replaced him. We actually met his younger brother. I think he probably wasn't any more than 8 years old, I would say. Something around that.
Not even,
yeah, maybe not even, exactly. We asked him, have you been playing Counter-Strike? He said, yeah.
He's going crazy, and maybe he'll be on this Mongols team sooner than you'd think, but maybe not. With Blitz making plays like that. Solid 2K in on towards that A-bomb site. That's the round. That's the save for Bleed.
Yeah, I don't blame them. I think the minute you lose that initial ramp fight, even that second A player, you've got to question whether it's even like worthwhile. Do you take a little pause behind the smoke, play for a 4v5 retake? You've got to ask these questions. And I think the second guy goes down, Jacob, it's like, at this point, let's call it. Oh, failed run boost. You hate to see it. Second time. 3? No.
Come on now.
Fool me once, fool me twice, right?
Exactly. No one saw.
Fool me 3 times. The peace signs. Load the choppers, let it rain on you. Anyway, 2-0.
I don't get it. I'm sorry. Your reference game is a little bit, but I don't. Oh, it's
no role models, man.
That's it. Listen, I know
it's right.
Little bits, but you know, let me start throwing Beatles lyrics at you, and then we'll see where you're at.
2-0. Now turned 3 with a really simple round. Blitz leading the charge, right? Blitz and in towards that A side. A lovely little double opener to kickstart things, and more or less for Bleed, they're given nothing, right? Not given really any fair fight, and yeah, I mean, that really sums it up, doesn't it? What can you do? 3 remaining alive, though. Good thing about that with a loss bonus, you can kind of buy around it, but they actually opt not to. Normally, you do see teams who attempt it at least buy a force around, especially when you have an AWP. I'm actually surprised they haven't gone for a force here. They could have maybe dropped over at least, 2 FAMASs, but no. Nork trying to settle on his own, and we'll find the first.
Listen, man, it's a fairly astute call. You need a round like this, I think, if you are Bleed. You're already down by 3.
Sure.
You need a bit of a free day. You know, if you buy up here, there's a lot of pressure on that, actually, to find success with it. So I kind of like the idea. Maybe that's the thought process behind the buy from Hampus. Maybe they just didn't like where their money was at. But for me, it's like, let's get that AWP working. Let's maybe get a bit more aggressive. Find some confidence. Get some kills, you know, just very, very simply get yourself into the mindset, okay? If you're immediately in with pressure round, that's a lot for any caliber of player to deal with.
And the big thing is as well, 5.7s are so deadly at this close range. There's been a lot of talks about quote-unquote nerf the 5.7, and you can understand why, right? One-tap headshot with head armor at close range, right? It's pretty OP, and Cypher might be able to show us why. 45 seconds, Mongols have got to make a move, and they're grouping in the direction of A. It's a split, 1 through Con, but Cypher gonna pounce, find Blitz, and gets a gun.
Yep, you talked it into existence. Oh, and this does not look good, does it? Not really the deepest execute coming out from the remaining 3 Mongols. Mazinio
Looking clean, though, as he finds that headshot. Jacob will bring us right back into reality. Really going to have to defy the odds. It's, in fact, all down to Messinio. They know where he is. He's taken some nasty peeks and some clean headies, but surely not going to be able to get this over the line. I mean, 2 quick dinks, maybe. They can't stop the spam. They know where he is. Spam comes in. Doesn't do an awful lot of damage, just sort of the one bullet landing. 13 points. Leaves him on 19. But they know where he's locked in, but he's brought it down to the 1v1. There's absolutely no way. The young gun looking for a huge 1v3 clutch onto the USP, and he's going to find it! Messinio lights up the floor with the first big clutch and a huge win.
Take a bow! Take a bow! What a 1v3! Ice cold from the 16-year-old. That is beautiful. Messinio, he has dug them out of a deep and dark situation there, where it was looking like they're about to lose to the Pistols, more or less. My, oh my, that is beautiful. The fade away on towards Nork. My God, that has really set the tone. This Mongol side, they are here to play. They're here to win. In their home turf, they're not letting the European team take it away from them. No, sir. 4-0. And yes, there's a buy back in, but the mental at the moment looking a little fallible maybe for Bleed, but Cypher other ideas. We'll find Blitz early.
But here again is the thing, you know, you can fall back. You've got a buy now, right? So yes, you've lost that round. Maybe you should have won it. It's a fair chance you should have won it.
Sure.
But it's not destroying, right? You can kind of look at what's in front of you and be like, okay, we weren't expecting that round anyway. This is round 5. We're in with the buy. This is what we planned. So again, it's flowing quite well for Bleed, but the Mongols are just looking a bit hotter, aren't they? A bit crisper with those shots. Into this round, though, a weaker position.
7-0 for Messinio. Blitz has fallen early again, though. They do rely on him a lot in terms of these late rounds as well. So now having to call from the grave a little bit. 9-10's AWP, missed shot, and an uncharacteristic miss there for the AWP, but Favin will find him. Jacob an answer for one of his own, dropping Messinio. And with Senzu and Techno so low, surely a job done. Surely the round 1, running out of ammo, but Cypher will bail him out. And that is Bleed putting up their first round on the board with only the 1 casualty.
The 4-piece surviving. Pretty good stuff. See how it continues to roll here. Again, we'll keep bringing the conversation back. There's a big limelight on the coach of this team as well, a very active member of the Counter-Strike community.
For sure.
An analyst, one of us, you could say, for a little while.
I'm one of the best as well.
Of course. And the thing is, what I quite like about Kassad, he focuses in on certain players that maybe perform well within a round, you know, and he really bigs up the entire squad, it feels like, but on sort of a specific kind of focus, because I think they have a lot of respect for him. So again, keep an eye out for that. See if it's something that other teams start picking up on. Cypher a little panicked. Let's get the smoke down. Decent early damage coming in. Cypher will finish off one. Looking for another. He nearly did get it through that smoke. No more. No more comes here.
He's doing good work, actually, Cypher. He's playing very aggro through mid. Normally, you require a very solid window player as well, which he does have, but they've been smoked out for the most part. Hampus does get caught by 9-10. This time he doesn't miss. Bring the numbers back level, but a lot of damage has been dealt to the Mongols. Techno, 21 points of HP, 28 for Blitz, 56 from Messinio. So all of them are in that 1 bullet headshot range to the M4. They need to be careful. Basically, they've got no room for error.
50 seconds left on the clock as the roll begins to slow from the Mongols. Looking to just kind of group up outside of A and make it work. Oh, I like it. Good timing, good read here from the connector players. Double stacked in connector as well. Gives them a feeling of safety. They're able to eliminate what is a very conventional solo man lurk, and now they can fully focus on the attack coming in from Palace, from Ramp, and it's looking good, isn't it? Messinio the only one to chime in again. He will bring things a bit closer than they ever should have been. But they've got more manpower, they've got better weaponry, and they'll clean him up this time.
Still, I mean, he's so scary, isn't he?
Yeah.
9 kills he's up to now. And he always gives a little bit of hope when it feels like a round is done and dusted, but it's really good kind of mid-re-aggression coming through. Again, I have to highlight him. You know, Cypher's doing really good work. Information gathering, the fragging as well. He's got the support as well. Hamper's playing out through window a lot. We see Jacob come to support him in con. This is a really solid mid-hold, and Bleed, they know that is a focal point. They know it's something that the Mongols like to prioritize themselves, take mid, and then act upon that. And Bleed are really fighting them for it, which is what I want to see. Now, low buy for Mongols. Couple of pistols, here they go.
This is where they make their name, however. We'll see if the first force buy, low buy for the Mongols actually looks good. Zinio again chiming in. Ooh, Tech9's closing the gap. Favin a little panicked. As yet untested, right? We've not seen much B action in the rifle rounds. However, it all comes together nicely. Nice and clean. Look, we've talked a lot about sort of the Asian Counter-Strike force buys, how effective they can be. T-Time in particular is a proponent of that. Not all that much money actually spent into that round.
For sure.
It really wasn't utility to work with.
I mean, half of them don't even have armor, right? It's one of those where it's... we're not going to read too heavily into it. You know, it's one of those things where they are, I think, scarier than average, I would say, the Asian size. They have a very good conversion compared to some other regions as well in terms of these force buyers. It's a good focal point for them, but generally speaking, I think if we know it, Bleed know it, right? And that's one of those things. They're definitely going to look in towards what is the default, what is this side going to do. We are going to see attack balls come through for the Mongols. Mara going to get on the mic here. Good opportunity for him, for Blitz, have a little conversation. Just try and calm the nerves a little bit. It started well, but they're giving opportunities now to Bleed. They're starting to deliver. Cassards, he's more than happy to let them talk this one out themselves within the team. He knows things are going well these last few.
Yeah, and again, you know, there's many interviews, so I kind of know a lot about how his sort of brain works and how he approaches it, I suppose. But there's no need to change anything. They've been doing well. You don't need another voice injecting ideas. And again, the players might have a bit of a prerequisition to really listen to what is being said by Cassad. Oh my, kills all over the shop. Not with the two-piece, as it just picked up out of nowhere. A much faster round from the Mongols in particular. Looks to be finding success. Techno up in towards window. I believe that would be completely by himself, by the way. Yeah. There's no one really around to help him. Nork, however...
He's calling that,
this. No, but the bomb. The bomb. Yeah, hold on.
Oh, he hears this as well.
He's not going to cut him off, but he's on a really quick flank.
But
however,
they've
cleared a lot of the map, you know, so I think that they know there's only a few spots that he could be in. 9-10, ready for the fight. Thank goodness for the Mongols. Nothing weird and wacky going to happen there. They'll hold on to their lead. It remains slim, but it remains theirs.
Yeah, so far, so good. Good response coming through as well. I was worried for a second. Nork could have got the timing. 1v3, but he actually had a really decent space where he could have isolated the fights there, but he isn't given the luxury. All in all, very good. 9-10 will get his favorite AWP as well. We had a bit of a conversation with Senzu yesterday. We're talking, saying, how can we not open him more? And he's like, I hate it. So fair enough. 9-10, bringing him in. Makes a little bit more sense. Because he was a very good AWPer back in his day, to be fair. I think back in his day, he's still a young guy. But when he was AWPing for the side, he was very talented himself. But not a fan of it in CS2, he says. So the addition of 9-10 really has helped out this side. And of course, they've leveled up massively since. Cypher again in connector. Just a menace.
Yeah, we just got to calm down a little, maybe. That, for me, is an overzealous play, but it's also not a 2-7 play, right? It's a pretty risky one when you're not walking on water. Cypher, he certainly is in this round, though. 3-piece overall. But the mid-control, the bomb drop in particular, feels like it has sealed this one in for Bleed. Down goes Mazzinho, and it is 9-10. The man of the hour for you, who is left all alone. He'll make himself known. Taking out Cypher, looking to grab a few guns, keep the economy modest. And you can see a bit of a freeze call being called here. Yeah. And you've got Favin on the backside to lock him in. Nobody else wants to go down. So again, Bleed playing tight, playing disciplined.
Yeah, they don't actually have a lot of economy built up here, Bleed. They really can't afford to lose all too much. Yes, this round more or less feels like it's a guarantee, especially that timer ticking down, but you don't want to make it all too expensive. Favin's got the right idea, though. Holding with that Famis, he's dancing between the two angles, but 9-10 can't find the shot. Favin will see him off, and just like that, we're going to see ourselves into a decent spot now. Mongols have to try and find a way to maybe clean things up a little bit. We're seeing that mid-fight. The Cypher's done that before as well. Kills the other guy, immediately swings towards top mid. Last time, he swung round, took a little pop shot, but nothing was there, right? There was no fighting towards box. This time, he doubles it down. It's a really, really good play. Brilliant work from Cypher. The Mongols coming towards this round here. They got a full buy to a degree. It's one AK-47 and a few pistols, and they've already lost their IGL.
Oh, that's a big fight, though. 9-10 going to win it out. Hampers falling, leaves that B-bomb site pretty vulnerable. Nork does have some support back here, which they might not be expecting actually. It's Faven that comes around this B anchor, but they get caught off. Oh no, Jacob left all alone. It's a wild, wild round from the Mongols. Kills all over the place. Certainly doable here for the new addition. One of the most tenured players in the entire tournament. And these types of situations where he made a name for himself. A little bit of utility retrieved for the side of Mongols. He's now spotted out. Can he find anything to get us excited here? Clears out one angle, spots the head of another, so he knows they're both vaguely towards that bench side of the site. Where are the peaks coming from, if at all? Very little time for him to work with. It's a back shot, apparently, that doesn't take him down. Sensu will finish it off, and the Mongols with a big, big steal there.
That's a massive round to be taken, and kind of a round out of nothing. One hero AK, it was a force buy as well, so it was sort of, you know, all chips to the middle of the felt kind of thing, right? They're really relying on something happening in that round. At the very least, a bomb plant, and they get that and some. Really well done. That P250 gets way too active. The fact that Techno walks away with 2 kills in that round, how has he done that? I think Faven, for me, could do a little bit better in that anchor. He's got to get at least one. At least that backbench player, and then if he gets traded, fair enough. But the fact that Techno gets a second there really does, I feel, for me, lose that round for them. Now look at it does the bleed, right? They've got a double M4 and a few upgraded pistols themselves. They're kind of going in for a similar style buy. I'm going to try and make it work, but this time no mid presence.
Just acutely aware of that fact, I think. And also, yep, okay, so they are stacking up onto A. I wasn't quite sure if we maybe had a boost over on B there, but there's 3 in and around the dark area for the CT side. Well, ideal. Jacob goes down before the action really gets started. I think he was trying to get excitable in Palace itself. Meanwhile, slow encroachment coming out here as they will lean towards B. Big kill from Hampus. Still Messinio in Palace. Where is everybody else, though? That is the big question here. Can Hampus get a read on the fact that B is open? Maybe they're making waves over there. Messinio maybe has to win this one out. Hampus going to get caught by the AWP. 4 versus 3, 4 versus 2 as Cypher goes down, in fact, and that will be the call.
I think now as well, even Nork, just keep hold of what you got. Keep hold of that M4. There's no point losing it here. And he might have to fight on the way out in a fight in which he loses. Messinio will see him off. His 3rd kill in the round, 14 already. So far in 10 rounds played, he has been having a really solid map number 1. And this is the reason why Mongols picked into this. They know that Bleed, there is weaknesses here, and actually Messinio's going to get yet one more. A quad kill from the youngster to close it. And that force buy coming out from Bleed, the double M4, few upgraded pistols, not good enough. Now we are seeing really, as Mongols dig deep in towards the scrapbook, really showcase and kind of flex their muscles a little bit, because we know mechanically they also can keep up with these kind of sort of legends of the game.
So back into what is the final round of this first half. A very back and forth affair. Leads by. That's all I'm going to say about that one, yeah. It's not great. It's not great, but maybe they can make something work here. Picking up 5, I think, would be fantastic, especially given the circumstances.
3 smokes, 1 nade, 1 flash, no kit. And even getting head armor is a luxury that Faven can't afford, right? We're looking at this and thinking, they actually can't afford to lose a bomb site. Retake is going to be next to impossible, especially judging by the firepower difference and the util difference that Mongols now work with. They've got to deny them getting to the site itself, and Blitz got all ideas. He'll find the first Cypher of 4, but Hampus answers back.
Could be workable here. Again, Mongols have not really picked up the pace too much, but they do feel they have a gap, they have a find in a connector here, in quite deep, against pistols as well. You know, it's a pretty difficult angle to deal with. You've got Palace, you've got CT, these are all pretty long range angles. Bomb plant coming in, nice and open, man advantage now as well. All 3 from CT. We'll see what the Deagles can find. Nork with a big one. It's basically a Deagle without a scope, right? Let's try and get that same flicking going. It's not going to happen though. Sensu holding strong. Big finish from Sensu. And an 8-4 feels like a comfortable position now for the Mongols, flipping over the sides.
Yeah, this is really, really good to see. Mongols looking strong, playing very good Counter-Strike. Really getting the step arena pretty loud, pretty proud here in Ulaanbaatar. Very solid first half of Counter-Strike. There is a reason as to why Mongols picked into it. Not only is it a good map for them, but we saw in the opening game for Bleed against Chinggis Warriors, it was just a little bit rough around the edges. Went to double overtime. They did win it out in the end, Bleed, but they were made to work. Silkenberg, 34 kills, I'm right in saying off the top of my head. The Orpa got really active, and one man really put a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Bleed. They nearly went to a third there, but not to be, not to be. As we're heading towards the second half as well, we've got to ask a couple of questions about how Bleed get back into this. I think, you know, we can say without a doubt, a pistol round's a necessity.
Back into the role here, of course, for the second half, as a fair bit of time taken in between. You know, you do have a little rest there.
About 2 minutes,
yeah. A little thought.
Good time for a conversation with the coaches too,
oh,
right?
Yeah,
this is
absolutely.
the big thing. You saw Maru, we're kind of just next to the Mongols here on our side in our little casting booth nest. I don't even know what you call it.
Perch,
like that. Little balcony,
yeah.
But
yeah, we can have a bit of a look out to the crowd.
Yeah,
know.
it's pretty good. We're looking, we're right next to the Mongols booth, just above. We kind of saw them get pretty vocal, little conversation, but I don't think they have too much to change. You spoke about it with Bleed's side when they were doing well, but the same conversation has to be said here, right? They don't need one. Nothing needs to change. Come into Warriors the second half, take a look at what the standard kind of pistols look like for Bleed. Of course, they got good, at least tape on it in terms of the first game of the tournament for Bleed, so at least they can have some sort of understanding of how to approach it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, get yourself zoned in and ready to go for the pistol, and then maybe we'll talk from there, especially when Mongols are in the lead and have the room to work with. But I think a lot of teams really putting weight on their pistol strats in Counter-Strike 2 for sure, MR12, right?
Sure.
So, you have to really be ready to go here, particularly in terms of that anti-strat, like you say. Nork holding the top end of middle. Rest of the team pretty spread out. Looks like the bomb is coming under, in fact. So I'm curious as to how this goes. There's a fair bit of CT presence.
Oh, this is a really strong position. I don't know if they're going to expect it. Don't you do it, you naughty man. Blitz. There is no need. No need at all. He's going to get that knife, and he's going to get a kill off the back of it as well and towards Cypher. That is so much cash in his back pocket. To say they're going to get guns out in towards the next round is an understatement. A knife in the back pocket, you could even tempt an AWP if you're really feeling a little bit funky. That is beautiful work. But, who expects somebody up in towards the perch, right?
Yeah.
He's made a move immediately. And hey, you'll take that every day of the week.
Mongols were ready for that pistol.
Yeah.
I think that's absolutely what that looks like to me. You've got Sensu with good timing as he jumps up, maybe even perfect timing, right? That's something we'd love to pick their brains about. Like, have you worked it out? Is it a relatively common round? 9-10's gone straight in for the AWP. So not messing around here.
But it's got a knife, he can afford it, right?
Yeah,
This is the big thing.
Still, though,
it's risky.
It is. Early stages, it feels a little risky. You do have to be careful not to lose it as well. Super, super, super expensive. But they're just up against the Glocks. Again, something that the Mongols are prepared for. Not as crazy. An idea. Hold on. We'll come back to the point because Sensu could get overwhelmed here. Triple kill, but a team damage to help out. He's going to stay alive thanks to 9-10. Holy hell, a messy pushing through. They are all on top of each other on that Bleed side of things. The Glocks nearly gave me a fright, but we were all good from Sensu's end.
Bit of sigh of relief. I mean, there was for a moment I thought, surely not, boys. Not the full eco, but Sensu, good work. And hey, we questioned the AWP against this low buy round, and 9-10 really keeps his teammate alive. They're so important against the last with the pistol as well. 10-4. There's no two ways about it. This has been a one-sided showing. Thus far, Mongols are in complete control of this game at the moment, but this is the first full buy out for Bleed. AK's coming through, and AK's already one of them on the floor. As Jacob goes 6 feet under, and that's Blitz finding an opener, which goes untraded, so he can fall away.
Big kill, very, very big kill indeed. If you can take Bleed down in a pretty one-sided fashion, then I think it would really send a message moving forwards. Anubis up next. Bleed's map through and through, one they've played at this tournament as well, so they feel pretty good about it. Hampus trades things back, 4 versus 4 now.
Little know he's there. Molotov will come down, but early, Hampus will get that smoke. Nade will join him though, so he takes a serious chunk of damage. Makes him very vulnerable to the M4 and even that FAMAS in the hands of Mazinho. Losing Techno early is important though. He's very, very strong in some of these anchoring positions. He does hold it down. Very good for a couple normally. Had a little bit of a quieter game by his standards, but not bad because, I mean, really, when you got Mazinho on 15, 12 and 11 for 9-10 and Sensu, they're doing okay.
Contact B here. Probably one of the most dangerous packs in all of that tier 2 space. Cypher, Hampus, Nork. These are really scary players together, but the AWP, it takes a lot to get through that. 9-10. First pickup, drops back. Are they ready for the man down below, though? I'm not so sure. Cypher trying to run rampant, and he can indeed do it. 2 versus 2. Bomb spilled ever so slightly. They've got to rush for the bomb plant as well. Not an awful lot of time to get that in. Sensu going to work his way out. Oh, the timing is perfect into the 1v1, and Sensu takes it for the Mongols. Lady Luck on the side of the Mongolians here in the Step Arena. Absolutely unbelievable. Another key clutch goes their way.
Timing was exquisite. I think 9-10 does really well even to get a second there. So overwhelmed, so much noise cues around them. It's very easy to get flustered in that situation. He turrets down and knows that one will swing towards that front pillar and guarantees himself a second kill. And it gives his side a really decent chance there. Really well played. And Sensu, that double, couldn't have got better timing.
Yes, absolutely. The point I was going to make, you know, words right out of the mouth there, good sir. They were ready. They were ready.
Yeah.
They were like, they're going to come in together. Short guy came, and you expect when your short player's peeking, that's when your guy in market's going to make a move, right? So, you know, maybe he's playing it super slow or he's not quite in time. That's the thought process from Cypher there, and it is just unfortunate. But when you're 10-4 down, you just can't be losing rounds. Sensu is on a ringer right now. 2 KD overall, really looking great as he continues opening things up. Bleed once again on the back foot. Cypher desperately making an attempt, but Sensu getting the better of him as well. There is no stopping this Mongol side right now.
There's no one on A. Mongols have kind of reluctantly given up the early part of the site. They're going to have to fight behind smokes here. But Bleed don't know that, so they're quite tentative making their way out, and they give time for Mongols to try and reclaim some space, which they do. 9-10 for 1. Zenio for one of his own, as Favin does get 2. Make sure, just pause for a moment. And thankfully then trade it back. The numbers game played there by the Mongols, and they simply shut things down. They always knew they could play that pack mentality. They always knew they could trade. When it comes down to it, the Mongols have been walking on water here. 12-4. In map number 1, it's a beautiful display and really showcasing why they've picked this map. We spoke about it already. In the context of this tournament, it looked a little rough for Bleed in that opening. We can give him a caveat saying jet lag and all the rest, but Mongols spotted something. They understood that there was a weakness here that they could exploit, and this is a very, very good map. It's been a very popular map in the region. It's been very popular for the Mongols. And man, they are proving exactly why. This is beautiful work.
Yeah, just a huge pressure point for Bleed at the current time. You know, a map that they really are unfamiliar with quite clearly. So yeah, it's going to be an issue. It's going to be an issue for you, right? Maybe they've not been doing any work on the Dust 2. That's kind of the thing. You know, you have Mirage coming in and then Dust 2 just as you're picking up these players. So it's a scary prospect here. 8 in a row going to be required. Starts here from down low. The benchmark indeed is not perfect. Favin, though, will manage to find the first. Cypher in with this MAC-10. Getting a little frisky. Maybe finished off 3 versus 3 as 9-10's also left low. I like the look of this for Bleed, honestly. Bomb has yet to be planted. Difficult to say which way it's going to go. Through the smoke. Oh, Techno strikes, and that might just be all she wrote. In fact, it's fallen apart very quickly.
Maybe, just maybe, Nork's put it into a 1v1. They're both so low, both on 16 points of HP. Mazinho with the AWP. Nork with the Galil, a bomb on his back. But he has no clue where 9-10 is, and he might not expect him on this timing at this kind of flank coming through, but he's got 30 seconds to make a decision.
Oh my, just missed each other. Oh!
No, he's coming back.
I don't believe it. He's got his knife out as well. He's got his knife out! 9-10 closes it. 13-4, the Mongols will take their map pick of Mirage. No work.
Wow, what a showing. What a showing from the Mongols. They didn't even break a sweat. It was a beautiful display, really showcasing what they've got in their back pocket. And Bleed are going to have to dig deep. This series is far from over, but they're looking a little bit done.
Dead. Can we take CT, guys? CT out, Kai. Bench, one HP. Come CT with me, someone. One more CT, one more close CT. Okay, I'm fading top con.
Yes, I smoked top con,
You should take jungle with top con.
Yes.
He's stairs, I think.
Reload. Yes, let's try to take jungle.
I didn't know, guys. Watch out, take it. I'm gonna pick up time in CT. Jungle con, CT. All for 1 HP. Nice, 1 HP. That's right. That's right.
Well, who would have thought at this point, once again, we see Mongols of domination. I have to ask, can anyone even challenge this team? Because we've seen them play against a few opponents at the event so far, and every single one of them has looked fairly straightforward, it has to be said, for the Mongols, and there's another great example of it. This was supposed to be the toughest team that they were going to face in Bleed, and they made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, that is certainly an argument, and, you know, they look absolutely fantastic on the server, don't get me wrong, but I think that the Bleed Mirage is the real kind of problem.
Right.
You know, Chinggis Warriors bring it very close. Mongols are obviously a good few steps above that team. They've seen an issue. We talked about Bleed having a bit of time off. Mongols also had a bit of time off, you know, to prepare for this one. So I think that Mirage comes in as a clear map, maybe even for the tournament as well. You know, a team like Mongols, I think, will be able to focus on potential matchups coming into the Nomadic Masters.
It's an interesting point, I think, actually, because, you know, you think about this as a prelude maybe to what we get in the grand final. That map is going to definitely be something that Bleed is going to have to worry about if they do manage to continue to get to that point. And at the moment, it's looking like it might be Mongols to go through to that grand final. But we have to talk about the player of the match there as well. Obviously, across the board, some really, really solid stuff from the Mongols. But it's going to be Senzu, 17 kills in there. And what I loved about the way that Mongols got that done was, like, they kind of got it done in every which way. They had everything going for them. There was clutches, there was good solid rounds. Everything seemed to be flowing for the Mongols. It's looking great.
Honestly, you probably had about 3 different choices there as well. Mazzinho, he had a lightning hot start, right? I mean, unbelievably talented. It's kind of kickstart those first few rounds. He really gave them the early part of the momentum. 9-10 in the AWP looked really good as well. So you had a couple of different kind of facets of where this firepower came from. But Senzu, he's just so reliable. I mean, that's the thing about this guy. He's great to watch, so crisp. Every single time he's called upon, always steps up for a couple of kills. And we talk about that clutch, right? He was basically, he denied any sort of chance for Bleed in what felt like maybe their only round that they possibly could have had in that second half. I mean, what a player.
Yeah, indeed. So I guess I have to now pose this question to you guys, and I think I kind of already know your answer, is that, you know, obviously map 1 looked super, super dominant for the Mongols. But is there a hope here on map 2 for Bleed? Because, you know, we can take Mirage out of the equation now. What are we thinking going for the rest of this series?
It's tough. It's very, very tough. I don't want to give too much to Mirage on map, but at the same time, I feel like they have to get more than just 4 rounds, you know, to really sort of make me believe. So I think that there could be a difficult Anubis on the cards here. I'm not going to lie to you.
I said it once. I'll say it twice. I'll say it thrice. Mongols are taking this in 2. I was confident when I said coming into it, and it wasn't just the bias because they gave me a jersey. I am confident they're going to take it here in 2. This is a side who haven't been tested so far this tournament, and so far it remains exactly the same.
In saying that, there might still be a little bit of bias because they gave him a jersey. So we'll just leave it at that one. Either way, it's time for us to take a break. Don't go too far away. Anubis is coming up right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What up? Welcome back in here to Bleed versus the Mongols. Moving now on to Bleed's map pick. Will they be able to take us to a third is the big question of the series, of course. Pretty handily defeated there on Mirage. The Mongols been doing their work and it paid off.
They looked so damn good. 13-4. I mean, there really wasn't even that much of a competition. I don't think there's really two ways to put it. The Mongols were brilliant, and for Bleed, we didn't really see enough. But we're hoping things can change here. Mazidio will trade on towards Cypher. Jacob's still alive, fighting as Jacob makes it 2. But Blitz brings the numbers in their favor. This is carnage.
Yeah, it's the B main hit that lets them down. The position in Dark looked good, but they could not hold it together. Just going to be Nork. Nearly, indeed. Actually does catch him reloading. Belabored fight in the end. Spotted out one. Where is that second man? He doesn't rightly know, and as soon as he takes a fight, he knows the peak is coming, and Blitz indeed delivers swift justice.
Yeah, good work, good work. A little bit chaotic, little carnage, but in the end, we take them all the same. And here's the Mongols kickstarting their campaign towards map number 2 on Anubis, the exact same way they finished map 1. Just a little scrappy, but I kind of like it, you know what I mean? It's one of those things, it's very difficult to read, very difficult to kind of, especially in those mid to late rounds as well, kind of get your mind right for, and Blitz sees off the last there. So, opening round is good. No bomb plant either way, but it doesn't really matter. Take the gun rounds, and now this means that for the Mongols, they'll have a buy nice and easily, get the rifles out. Bleed, not so much. I'm expecting just a lesser buy out from them, but it looks like we have a little bit of a tech issue. Cypher, something over on his side. That'll give us time to discuss, right? We're looking in towards this. It's Bleed's pick, which is, I guess, the small silver lining, but we haven't really seen anything so far today that gives us, not saying a lot of hope, but, you know, it was a tough showing on Mirage, right? Mirage is generally one of those maps which everybody knows, at least Bleed are happy to play it, and it didn't really look all too happy from them. So that's the thing for me where I'm a little bit concerned. I'm looking at this and thinking, maybe can we just chalk this up to just pound for pound difference, right? Just the raw individuals.
Possible. Yeah, it's very, very possible. I think, again, Mongols have got a boot camp nearby, we are led to believe.
Yes, they do, yeah. They're officers here in Ulsan.
Yes, yeah. So ultimately, it's comfortable. They've got prep. They've come into it. As I mentioned on the desk, you know, we're doing a shorter post-match, but this is a map that you could have looked at coming into things. There are a few teams here, Chinggis Warriors being one of them, Atox, then Vision. They have to focus on their own game.
Absolutely.
Gaming Gladiators probably also lean into that, right? Whereas Bleed have been looking good form-wise. It's a bit difficult for them also to kind of work on the anti-stratting. They have to look at their own game. Mongols are the team that are in form, high up in the rankings, peaking at 12 last week. They will have done a lot of pre-event prep, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be one of the biggest differences, and maybe what Bleed would chalk this up to. So very, very excited, I suppose, to get this Anubis underway, particularly after Mongols winning that pistol. I'm sure the arena going to go absolutely wild if things keep going well for them. We'll start with a bit of a TeamSpeak issue currently. Hopefully not going to be too much longer before we get into the action.
But yeah, one of those where, you know, for Mongols, that number 12 ranking that they had, I think is now 15 off the top of my head, 15 and 14, something like that. You know, it's not undeserved. This is a side that are top 20 caliber. I don't think there's anyone who really debates that. They have been really, really good. They come in towards the tournament as the number 1 seed, not only because it's in their hometown, in their home country, but because of how good they've looked recently. They are a really, really solid team, putting in a lot of work, and things have been going very, very well for them recently. A young roster, a lot of talent, and I mean, sky's kind of the limit for them, right? We kind of already spoke about it. Blitz, the oldest on this team, the quote-unquote veteran at only, 22 years of age? I mean, it really shows that this team does have a lot of life behind it, really does have a lot of legs. We're hoping to see big things out for them, and we already have, right? They have really made themselves proud within this region, within this country, and maybe within this tournament as well. The first real big international tournament that's been here in a while, if not, maybe ever.
Maybe one of our longer tech issues of the day here, of course.
Yeah. It makes up for it. We had a quick map.
It's true.
You know
it's very true, bro. It's very true.
We're still actually early on schedule, which in arena is actually pretty rare. You know what I mean?
It is, especially a 4BO3 day.
A 4 best of 3.
You know, listen, I'm not a schedule kind of guy. You know me. But when it comes to scheduling, I think
That's a risk. That's a risk.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
4 best of 3s.
That's what we're all about. Counter-Strike all the time.
Day 1 of the arena so far for this tournament, because of course, for those who may be already joining us now, we had the previous 3 days of action in the MESA Studios. Very cool little setup there. You can go and watch the VODs. They were pretty cool. We had a very nice little backdrop and whatnot. But yeah, in the MESA Studios, it's obviously kind of their home turf. They know it very, very well, and it was very smooth on our end. But yeah, when you come to arena on the first day, you kind of do sort of expect maybe some, but for the most part, been pretty okay, has to be said. TeamSpeak issue here, and who knows, it might even be out of their hands. You never know. But hopefully we'll get this one fixed as soon as. It seems to be over on the bleed side. As I'm looking at the Mongols, and yeah, they're chilling. We're sitting above them right now. They're kind of relaxed.
Yeah, this is the point though where you always, for me, have to stay in the zone. I think it's one of the things as well, particularly in like the modern era, video games, digital age. Sound a bit like an old man, but you know, you maybe get a bit bored. You got all these ADHD riddled players, I'm sure, and it's like you just want to get going. You just want to be, you know, you've been pumping yourself up, and second round and you hit that wall. So you really have to like be able to kind of freeze your mind and just remain present, and then pick up where you left off once the game gets started.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say it. My attention span's pretty cooked. So
I'm aware. We've shared a room, mate. We've shared a room. We get in from a long day out in nature. This guy's, I'm like, I'm gonna have a shower and then, you know, just sort of get ready for bed. And he's like, I gotta hit some reels, man.
Instagram reels, baby. All my Instagram reels users know that that's where the good stuff is. None of this TikTok nonsense.
No, it's true.
Instagram reels is where the real good stuff is.
I think we're maybe at a level where it's like, you know, some of them just hit you. They just hit, you know. Reels is a little more. You can
I don't remember a single reel I've ever watched. You know what I mean?
Well, listen, man. Maybe you'll be one of the first patients of like a new dopamine addiction drive.
Yeah.
But it's there. We're zooming. Apparently, we're zoomers. This is what Tea Time was saying, which I heavily disagree.
We're not zoomers.
Absolutely not.
You're 26?
Thank you. Yeah, I am, yeah.
Yeah. Whew.
Yeah.
I thought I undercooked it a bit there. You know, yeah, 26. I'm 24. I wouldn't call myself a zoomer. I thought I was, what is it, Gen... No, not Gen Z.
There's like this weird gap,
yeah,
I thought, where it's like you've got Gen X, which is kind of like 90s kids.
Yeah, I thought I was like that. I'm born in 99.
We've got like, it's like 97 to 99. There's like a weird gap.
Grey area.
Then Gen Z starts like 2000.
Yeah.
And then it's like, this is where you start to feel old. The other day I heard about Gen Alpha. It's like, what the heck is that? But it's like, kids born in 2010 are teenagers now. So, you know, sociologists have marked them off.
Yeah. Rosinia's only 16, right?
Yeah.
Kind of insane. Kind of insane. We are back on the way, though, thankfully. Not much of a buy here, but the one they do have is a Deagle. Jacob hoping to make it work, desperately taking a couple of pop shots, but not quite converting.
Yeah, they've opted to go for a safer round here. Makes sense to me. I feel it seems to be in the bleed DNA. They are all about getting those rifles out as early as possible. The Deagle working its way around the pack here. They've got a stack in towards middle. But unfortunately, not going to see too much presence as there is a lot of noise being made on B. Do they move? Do they stick around? They just after one kill. Jacob's going to go give it a little look-see because it's only the one smoke that's gone down. But indeed, as Sensu gets in deeper here, that'll be bomb site discovered and bomb site completely open.
Yeah, nice. Property and simple at the tail end there. You're in two minds here, and teams do have kind of different ways about it. You either send it in and try and pick up any weapons if you can, try and fight and make things a little bit expensive, or the other side is, let's not feed the MAC-10s, let's not give them kill bonus. I think that's probably what we're going to be dealing with here. Looks like not a hell of a lot being given up here by Bleed, which I respect, in all fairness. They're parked up, they're grouped up. This bomb will tick down, and this will be Mongols fighting their second round. No bother. Bonus buy for them, of course, coming in towards this next 9-10 is being tested on the tail end, and he will get a second before they come in. I don't really know if anyone's going to survive, though, from Bleed. It's all well and good that you've got a kill, but you might not make it away with that AK-47. Actually, yeah, they don't. Other ideas as the wrap comes through to deny anything being saved. So only losing one AK,
it's not the end of the world, in all fairness. But of course, coming towards the next, there will be a buyout from Bleed. If you're the Mongols, for the most part, you're probably going to stick with what is that bonus buy. You've got a few MAC-10s, you've got a couple of AKs, and probably now another reinvestment to come through. And it's still a pretty serviceable buy, but they're actually going to go for the AWP here. So this is quite a big call. When you have the MAC-10s and the AKs, it's fine. You can kind of go off the mindset of, it's fine, we can buy again, which they can next round. But having an AWP around it changes how you approach this sort of round.
He's still relatively well off, though, I will say.
For sure.
But a real chance to swell the coffers here for the Mongols boys. If they can win this, money would look absolutely brilliant, particularly if those SMGs find a few frags themselves. No kit available out for Bleed. Quite a start. Anubis, for me, has actually slowed down as a map. This first sort of minute is just a back and forth of utility.
Yeah.
Who's going to make the first move? And mainly for the T side, blocking off all of that CT aggression, yes, but also the information stuff.
So, with a minute 5 on the clock, not a hell of a lot has happened so far, as you mentioned. This is kind of the way it works. They kind of feel each other out. Start things off. This fight is very important, and Jacob will win it. Blitz tried to get a little cheeky there in the smoke. As it fades, he does get caught. Spamming, Favin can't quite find anything. Swing on the corner. Mazzinho will fall to the hands of Jacob too. So already opening double go the way of Bleed. Important for them, and they make that 3 for 3 as Nork answers 2.
Oh, looking good for Bleed. Just mowing them all down, man. Simple stuff. Every single point the Mongols took, they were bested. So a really good start for Bleed. They absolutely needed to get that one in, and you know, they struggled particularly in the second half of Mirage to pick up the rifle rounds, or any rounds really. So, you know, they have to prove to themselves that they can indeed do it here on their own pick.
Yeah, it's a mindset thing, isn't it, right? They've really got to just kind of get a little bit of confidence back, and it's not the easiest thing in the world to do as well. Once you've just lost a map in that sort of fashion like they did, it's very difficult to kind of, at times, really think, right, let's just forget about it. I know we talk about it a lot and say, let's mentally reset, but it will always linger to some degree. Maybe come with a little bit of nerves to a degree and say, right, these guys are really hitting the shots today. Mazzinho looked great. Senzu looked incredible as well. 9-10 when he picked up the orb was super scary. So it's something that will dwell a little bit, but all you need is that first round, and then you think, okay, I'm fine. I'm hitting my shots myself. And that's what we've just seen. Bleed, flawless round from them, really setting the tone as well. This is their map pick. This is where they're going to try and really ruin the party here in Mongolia to a degree, I guess, as they will get their first on the board. They can buy back in, but not so much Techno, of course. Unfortunately for him, he's only a Tech 9. But AKs are around it. Bit of util, not a huge amount, but it's serviceable. He should be okay. The only thing that I do worry about, 9-10 no head armor, could leave him a little vulnerable.
Going fast here. 9-10 will catch Cypher. There's a lot of bodies for Bleed in on the site. They're going to have to work strong, and it's not going to happen. 9-10 absolutely rolls them over. And Bleed caught off guard. The classic response from the Mongols, but it is super effective.
And that's so good. Well played. I said I was worried about 9-10. I shouldn't have been. 3 kills to his name. The last man on this flank will probably, I was going to say Catron, but Blitz got the ideas, and it will just be Favin saving it. Didn't look like he was going to give it a go. Regardless, he will at the tail end get himself a kill, but he's not committing to any sort of a retake. Orp scoop back up as well. Something 9-10 to use in towards that next round, and all in all, a pretty good position to be in. Favin will fall. Nothing saved and nothing gained for Bleed. And that'll be Mongols answering back. Them 3-1 on the scoreboard as well is exactly what they want to see. Kicks up the T-side well. Anubis is arguably the map in which you can make the biggest kind of conversation about being T-sided. Not quite, but it's at least the closest thing we've had, especially in a long, long time. So it's one of those where for the Mongols, they want to get, in my mind, at least 6 rounds on this T-side.
It certainly feels like it's one of those maps where if you get the momentum and the power of the streak, you can take over on the T side, whereas other maps it's kind of the other way round usually. Like it's CT sides, if you get a good grip, good foothold, it can be hard to dethrone. Blitz will catch Jacob. I believe that smoke was blown in towards the middle. I'm not quite sure who by, but all the same, Jacob falling early. So the Mongols looking very good once again. Bleed on the move by. Not the way they wanted to kick it off. Techno getting a catch out from B main. It's looking a little shaky from Bleed, I'm not going to lie to you. There's a few gaps here and there, a few missed timings. Is it around the smoke? Is it just not considering? Was someone meant to be watching B main there, but an easy backstab cost them another.
This is a little tough now. Famas, double M4.
One Molotov is all they've got, and already 9-10 making that AWP sing. Will get one traded out, but Nork's now a known quantity. He swings and he will find another. Nork's giving them a chance. Techno will fall. Util coming through. Mizzinho tags. So is Senzu. So there is a chance. But Favin will fall as Nork now needs an ace. Hoping for it. 1 versus 2. Mizzinho will drop him and deny any sort of that conversation. That's Mongols 4-1.
Ooh, not a good look for Bleed, I have to say. Certainly a few issues coming in. Kassad has foreseen such errors.
Yeah.
And he calls the timeout. Has to get on the mic quickly. This is spiraling quickly. Not a fantastic look, and the Mongols will keep the pressure up. They will break the bank, importantly.
Yeah, I would say it's actually a really good time to call it as well. You can kind of see where, for Bleed, they have these opportunities. You spoke about the gaps, but they're getting a little giddy in some of these engagements. They're giving opportunities to the Mongols where all the Mongols are doing is calling for a break or calling for a pause, and they're making it kind of work. So, yeah, for me, I think this is a really good time for Kassad to get onto the mic. He knows how important the upper bracket game is, right? Tomorrow, if they want to make whoever this lower bracket team is, whoever loses here, they drop into a lower bracket. They have to play tomorrow. I mean, it's a long old day, right? You know, potentially you can have up to 8 maps. A best of 3 into a best of 5 there's no joke about it. It could be a long day at Counter-Strike. You kind of want to avoid that. You want to be as fresh as. You want to try and give yourself a chance, or as best a chance, to take the lion's share of 100 grand.
Molotov here, just to keep the A play at bay. Little do they know, on the other side of it, there are actually 4 players there. 9-10 will crack open middle. It looks like the rest of the squad going to join him in the mid-aggression. All the same, that A bomb side pretty well bolstered. They do have to be careful here on the Mongol side. It could get out of hand. Oh my. Yeah, they look like they want to hit it. They look like they're getting a little cheeky here. I'd be surprised if they lean B with this mid-control, with this A main presence. Well-timed flash, yeah, could be really, really interesting actually if they get it good. Flash comes in, reading it. Oh, Mizzinho just ahead of it though, and that's enough confusion. Sensu cleans up house, and they were slightly ahead of that flash. It cost Bleed everything.
Yeah.
Mongols, here we go.
Half a second late, basically, Bleed on that flash. It's tough, it really is. You go a little bit earlier, and then you probably bind up at the bare minimum 2 and probably give yourself a really good chance at getting a couple of kills. But anything but. Senzu lines them up, mows them down. Mizzinho gets that first as well to deny any sort of a swing coming through. Nice and simple, nice and easy. And it will be a 5-1 scoreline. But back into the buy here for Bleed. All part for Nork. M4 alongside of the full belt to you to all of the extras that you'd want. Senzu might play out in front of this as well. He was tempted for a hot second there, but reins himself back in. 1 minute 35. Don't need to go too early just yet. And fall away so the nade doesn't do all that much.
Mizzinho gets a flash in. Can't track the player. He does, actually. Spoke too soon. Big kill. And a big, insult to injury, it feels like, for Bleed. A bomb site, again, going to be left vulnerable. Not too much they can do. You know, it's such an early kill. It's just a Mac 10.
Yeah.
Do we lean? Do we put resources into the all-important A, but then the difficult to retake B? Too many questions for Bleed now.
It is. Blitz's going to find one as well. Jacob's going to fall. This is a really good move they're starting to make. Bomb's not committed just yet. But 2 out through main, 2 out through mid as well, and a third coming to join those mid-group. I mean, surely, we're in a lot of trouble here. Techno should catch any sort of an instance of a flank, but they're calling to save. They're out of there. Nork wants nothing to do with it, and I do not blame him. They're going to reluctantly give up the A site, and that is going to be the Mongols going to find their 6th. 6-1 in the entirety of this, map and a quarter that we've seen so far in this series. Only 5 rounds so far to Bleed. No way of putting it. It's just not good enough.
Yeah, severely struggling. Mongols, as we mentioned, going into that first map as it started to develop, looking much crisper. And I think it has continued here onto Anubis. Certainly not a map that they are completely afraid of. One that domestically, actually, again, gets played quite a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe not going to be on HLTV, you know, so you might not think that they have loads of reps on it, but they most certainly do. It's maybe the Asian Counter-Strike secret weapon.
Yeah, in the back pocket for a rainy day, whenever it's needed. And then maybe to kind of just force some teams to pick it into them, right? And they don't know. This is the map they know very, very well. 6-1, though. Really good score. I said, on this T side, I like to see Mongols get at least 6. Well, job done, right? And now it's about what more can they get. And the way they're playing right now, it really does open up a couple of questions that they can probably spiral actually quite well. This is a side who, at the moment, don't really look like they're giving up anything. They've not really, like I said, dug too deep into the Stratburg, broke too much of a sweat, or any of these sort of anecdotes we like to talk about. I mean, my God, look at that. 1.01 to 15. It does tell what is actually a true story so far in this series.
Absolutely. We'll see what the response from Bleed is looking like. Their map pick, and one that they have already found success on in this tournament. Hampus to open things up. That was a round pushing middle with Jacob there, but they relied on quite a lot, in fact, and it looks to be doing the work just one more time. Cypher standing strong, robbed of the double kill, might make a difference here. 3 versus 2 still looking pretty good. He's going to get the nade down, try and confirm that frag. Not going to happen. Caught reloading. Oh my goodness. This would be a backbreaker if they let it slip away. The bomb is out. 9-10 isolated and finished off there for Blitz incredibly low. A mental kind of round. The Mongols did not know where to go or where to stop. They've just been shooting at everything that they see. It's been red. Sakes. Indeed. Okay, manages to get it down. That was a little bit weird. I thought potentially he'd taken some damage and Nork wasn't going to peek him, but yeah, it was just a bit freaky in the end. Still, they convert it over.
Yeah, I think he just thought maybe it was like a little speck on the back wall or something. Didn't quite realise what he was looking at. I think it's a little easier for us with the coloured X-ray and whatnot. He had a laugh about it.
We might see here on the replay, actually.
Yeah, I want to see what it looks like from his perspective. But all in all, one of those where a bonbon in that situation, I guess you'll take. But yeah, he had a little laugh. It's one of those.
Yeah. He was on my screen the whole time.
Either way, it's one of those where I think the Bleed, they're just happy that they get that round on the board, right? Get a second, can now maybe give themselves an opportunity in a conversation to start to kickstart something, because better late than never, right? And we don't really have too much left in this first half either. They want to try and make something out of this half. They cannot allow Mongols to spiral the way they did a Mirage.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, again, it comes down to that C word we love touching on. This is what they did last time, though. Lost the round, went fast. Found great success in the previous B rush. And it is a B rush, happens in the first 30 seconds. Bomb going to go down. And Bleed maybe left scrambling. Not super panicky here, but still locks out of the sight by the smokes. It's Jacob on the backside doing big work. He clears that out, so now they're going to be able to confirm the vague locations in towards the side itself. Fathom finding a key one. Sensu, however, around the edge of the smoke, working in tandem with the AWP. 2-piece for Sensu. 9-10 brings it into the 1 versus 1. Hampus has got a kit. No pressure, but it's all about the positional drop. He spotted the barrel, but 9-10 comes round. Claps him down, and Hampus cannot convert. The Mongols, I don't know what to make of it. They just cannot lose these clutches.
Man, 9-10. Man possessed. That is such a ridiculous 1v2. Well played. Really well played. Isolates the first. He spots him for a brief second. Re-peeks in. Finds that shot to Hampus, which is beautiful in itself. But the first as well was equally as good. And look what it means as well. Mazzino, happy chappy. He's good to see. Glad to see that one clutched out. Because it means that Bleed don't spiral in any way. They don't get any sort of consistency. 7-2, they're already guaranteed a lead at the bare minimum here, Mongols. And the way they're playing, honestly, you can see so many more. Blitz and 9-10 for one apiece. Favre and Lance are back, but it's just not good enough. We talk about tempo changes. Mongols go aggro, they go quick. Bleed try and do the same thing, and this time they get caught.
Yeah. When in Mongolia, do as the Mongols do, but you'll not always find success. Man alive. Not looking good from Bleed, is it? You know, just bursting straight out, aggression all over the shop. None of it works. Like I said, that previous round, the backbreaker, that one might be the mental breaker. We'll see here.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And of course, yes, they've got lost runners built up, but Econ is still in a really dire spot for this side. I mean, they're going to have, what, somewhere in the region of kind of 3.4 to 3.9k across the board with kind of whatever was the remnants of kind of the saves, but laugh, smiles, Mongols. Pretty simple stuff. Pretty simple stuff. We have a Hero M4 for Jacob. A few upgraded pistols, but it's not really too much of an over-investment. It's only really Jacob who's dipped that kind of deep in towards the pocket. Bits of util. And Jacob will make that rifle sing at the very least. Mazinia falls. So maybe this is the sort of round that can change the tides a little bit.
Oh, 9-10, however, will trade things back in the all-important middle. slowly encroaching in. The Orb getting a little giddy here, though. Jacob might be able to get the drop. Not going to be the case. Oh, not looking good. As Sensu again remains calm, finding multi-frag moments quite a lot. 9-2. It is really getting dire now, isn't it? Double digits on the card. Even a 9-3 is going to be a tough run back here for the European mix.
They are on fire. I mean, when we look towards the Mongols' opening game in this tournament, 13-2, 13-5 over against Gaming Gladiators. I mean, that was a one-sided showing, and this could even be more so. This has been pretty dire, hasn't it? Bleed have never got going. There's no two ways about it. Final round of the half for them. Yes, they have a bye back out, but that's not been the difference maker, really, has it? The mental state of this Bleed side is broken. There's no two ways about it. If they can get a third, it might maybe make them relax a tad, but I think this is going to be a tough half-time kind of talk here for Kassad.
Yes, an unenviable position for the maestro of Bleed Esports. Nork and Mazzinho go bat for bat. Techno will take Nork out in towards the side itself. Jacob keeps things even. Oh, bomb has yet to be planted. Could benefit Bleed if they can close the gap, but there's a fair amount of smokage in particular keeping them away from the bomb site. Oh man, no kit either, so they're on a timer as that bomb goes down, and Orp to get through again as 9-10 is absolutely cleaning up house here on 14 kills, the highest fragger on the server by a fair margin. Flank coming in behind from Mazzinho. Oh man, Mongols just absolutely perfect play, running rings around Bleed in the first half.
The side cannot lose right now. Nothing is going the way of Bleed, but everything the way of Mongols. They are loving life in the server. Nice shot from Nork, it has to be said, but it's all for nothing. The trades go back and forth, but it's the post spawn. It's that little move by Mazzinho, and this little flick is absolutely ridiculous. Cypher tries to find a timing on the smoke, and he's not given that sort of luxury. No chance, not against the Mongols. Maybe some of the other teams here, but there's no chance against the big guys, the big boys on the block here in Ulaanbaatar. They are loving life in the server. Like we said, this is such a tough kind of talk that Kassad has to have with the boys because they're just not showing up. And I think it's one of those things, they would have come in very well prepped and with all these sort of ideas of how you beat the Mongols, and nothing's working.
One B main. One outside A.
I will smoke B soon.
Nice.
Running. I left.
I flashed. One more mid. B. One in.
Nice.
I ran back.
Nothing.
One more A. Come here.
I'm pushing flash. I pick on you.
Same angle.
Up peaked. I have mid. Mid dead.
Nice. Nice.
Take the smoke backside. Shit.
Welcome back into the second half here. So we're making jokes on the Mongolian stream.
Yeah. Got a comedian over
here.
here.
Any jokes in Mongolian?
Let's not.
I don't know any
We do actually have a comedian.
Yeah,
I was told
so.
the stage host, he's quite a popular comedian here in Mongolia. I haven't actually caught his name, in all fairness, but apparently he's quite well liked.
Yeah.
The people seem
doing
to
a great
like
job.
him. Yeah, he is.
On the intros and whatnot, so we're enjoying it. He's got good hype, good energy.
Yeah, you love to see it. You love to see it. And I think hype energy is probably something that Bleed would love right about now. I think this is a side that look pretty... Oh, hello.
Oh, here we go.
He's got all of them. All right. A real Mongol super fan. You have to see it. We were just talking with somebody a little bit before this map. The Mongols blue jersey of the clouds. Pretty cool, man. Pretty damn cool. It was apparently for a special event of some sort. But
yeah, I think the MESA Pro Series that...
there we go. There we go.
If I caught him correctly. Yeah. Into the pistol, though, of course. Mongols looking to clean up house with the 2-0. 10 rounds already. Surely should be doable, but T-side of Anubis is where it all changes for Bleed. Let's see what they've got in the back pocket. Julie's lining up, ready to go, will absolutely melt through them. Blitz still alive here. He's got backup as well. Not looking good. Only 2 remain for Bleed. They're trying their damnedest to isolate a frag, but it just is not happening. Techno comes round. Faven is crunched. There's no way he gets out of here alive. Tries his best, but it is not good enough. Mongols may well have indeed done enough to secure the map.
That might be curtains already. That might be us saying, well, that's an early exit in this upper bracket. Of course, it's not game, set, and match. It's not tournament end for Bleed if they are to lose here. They will drop in towards that lower bracket, but like we said, it's an unenviable position to be in that lower bracket. On that final day, whoever comes to the lower bracket, a best of 3, then into a best of 5, the potential of 8 maps. So it could be a real marathon. And that's where it'll really test the old mental state. For Bleed, they have looked pretty dire. They're going to go for a force buy here. Sensu going to find the first. Really good work as Nort gets caught. That now leaves them double deagle, PT50 and a Galil, but hampers the Cypher onto back.
Indeed, showing us that there's still some poison on the fangs. Cypher especially looking aggressive, keeps it rolling. Jacob with the Galil making that sing too. Bleed will buy themselves a bit more time here as they move forwards for a third round. Number 14 going their way.
Yeah, winning a force as well in that sort of sense is really important for Bleed. That at the very least is going to give them some breathing room, something they have not had for a long time, or basically at all. Like we said, 13-4. And now 11-3. It's far from a job done for the Mongols, but they're getting pretty close. They're 2 rounds away, but Bleed, this needs to be a real climb back into this. Oh my God, Techno! Yes, Bleed are winning the round, but my God, Techno's making this expensive. I think Bleed are maybe overextended a bit.
Yeah, maybe. Again, definitely looks like they are a bit frustrated. They're really wanting to lay down the law and show Mongols who they are. Give us a game here, get in their heads. And do not doubt it, this team definitely capable of the comeback, particularly on a map like this.
Well, I question now what the buy is going to look like. It will be a little bit better for Bleed, that's the main thing. It's not going to be a hell of a lot of money for the Mongols in the sense of just that one M4, but they are actually going to try and work around this. They're going to go for a force here. Questions of whether Bleed are going to expect this. FAMAS, M4, of course saved, and a few upgraded pistols, and a little bit of util. It's not actually a bad little spot to be in. Can they make it work? Zenio might have spotted something. He's just going to slowly, quietly fall away.
Oh, timed on. That's unfortunate. Cypher will take Techno as well, the Mongols, as he would with 11 rounds, getting a little giddy.
They've got room to do it, right? It's one of those things, I guess. Testing, see how well trained Bleed are. They've got plenty of room to work with. Like we said, though, you kind of can't get too overconfident or too comfortable in these situations. Bleed are a side that, if you give them opportunities, they're going to take them every day of the week. Got to make sure for the Mongols not to lack any discipline, right? I think that's the main thing, but this is good work. This is really, this is probably the first time in this entire map, but maybe even the series where we can say these are some clean rounds.
Yep, looking good. Flawless coming round from Bleed. Definitely what they need. Have to ignore the scoreline at the top. Just block it out of your mind. Take it round by round.
Yeah.
And see how it goes.
We've seen crazier, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. On this very map, you know? So time will tell. They have to roll it back, I think, and it can be very challenging, but I don't know. What are we, 3 or 4 rifle rounds?
Yeah.
Think about that. Is it loads? Not really.
Not really.
You get those in a row quite often, don't you? You know, especially for a T side, just keeping the CTs at bay while you're in the lead, etc. They can definitely do it. It's just all about keeping them clean. These eco rounds, got to be nigh on flawless. You know, you just cannot allow the Mongols any kind of room to get back into things. Jacob, might have just given it to them. He's definitely spotted at least 3 there, I would say. So a fairly confident call here to move towards the A-bomb site. We do have Blitz hidden in behind the site, ready to get a bit cheeky. Not going to happen, though, as we see in the kill feed there, the action going down on the other side of the map.
Get an AK, though.
In favor of Bleed. Maybe. Might get taken away.
True.
They're
it might
looking
be
for scraps.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think they might get taken away.
Oh! Yeah, it will. I was going to say, they might play a little bit of a kind of a Mr. President kind of vibe, protect them a bit, but yeah, they're swinging towards the fight. I think it was one of those things.
But, you know,
it's such a difficult map to save.
The thing is, the Secret Service, they left all their weapons at home. They just come along with like
pat on the pockets, like,
yeah,
oh god,
maybe like a paper clip and a straw with some, you know, crushed up paper in it.
Yeah.
There's not really all that much.
Straws of paper these days as well, man. They fall.
They
fall apart
true,
in the drink.
So
Never mind,
true.
we're in a fight. You know what I mean? So at that point, you're already kind of doomed. A kill, though, you'll take every other week. Blitz to try something. It gets close, but yeah, no cigar in the end. But a bit of a throwaway round nonetheless. Back into the investment for the Mongols. Quad M4, FAMAS, good amount of util. Basically everything that we want to see coming through from this side. So all in all, not a bad spot to find yourselves in. Still a long road to recovery for Bleed, but at the very least, these are some decent signs. It's the first time, like we said, this whole map that we really can sit here and say, okay, this is good. Right? This is something you work off. This is at least going to give them a bit of a mental boost.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, but it would be for a latter series tomorrow. Have to deliver here if they want to stay alive. Techno, though, once the guns have come out, he'll be the first one to answer. They're so ready for the B hit. Cypher, oh my goodness, he's the only one to have chimed in, but he just managed to find two. We're back to being even, but 9-10 is here. It's all over the place. The comms going crazy, and Mongols will manage to overwhelm. So ready for the B hit once again as they move up to 12 on the corner of this 2-0 of the corner. The grand finals. It is within touching distance for the Mongolian powerhouse.
Yeah, moments away now from locking themselves in to that best of 5 tomorrow and having to avoid the lower bracket run. It's daunting, that lower bracket. There's no more room for error, no more room for hiccups. And that's basically all we've seen out of Bleed so far today. It's been a rough display. Mongols had their number from the get-go. Well, for Bleed, at the very least, they do have money, funds to invest in towards round number 18. This could be it. This could be game, set, and match here. Slow start, tentative. From the T side, they're starting to kind of test the waters over towards A. They're grouping up behind that smoke, and it is just young Mazzinho there, but he is now getting a rotation of 2 coming over. So they're going to give up mid-control completely, Mongols here. They've read this perfectly.
Yeah, looking very good outside of A main. Mazzinho will be the first one to fall. However, Faven out for a trade as well. So looking good here. 4 versus 3. A bomb site. Still a bit of presence, but they completely catch Blitz off. Maybe spotted him above the smoke. Hard to tell. Bleed, however, looks set to get another one, keeping themselves alive a little while longer.
Yeah. I think for Blitz, because they'd given up that mid-control, he was so scared of a mid-wrap. He was scared of that split coming through. That was never going to happen. Obviously, we know that with the benefit of hindsight, but he didn't. He can understand, right? But yeah, he gets caught above the smoke. Faven jumps on the table. Nice and simple. And it will be a double save coming through for the Mongols, the M4 and the FAMAS. But only the one casualty thus far for Bleed. Not a bad way to put a 6th on the board. At the very least, keeping the door just cracked open a little bit. The conversation about overtime, about this map, is not completely shut on them, but it's getting there. I guess the good thing, though, for Bleed is that there won't really be a buy around those 2 saves. You have 3 saved on the CT side. You can talk about investments. We spoke about it earlier. You can talk about forcing in around it, picking up FAMAS' MP9s. With 2, most teams are actually opted to kind of just reset your econ there. Kind of go for a lesser buy. Because of your loss bonus as well, if you're the Mongols, the little bit that you have, you're going to get a pretty comfortable buy-in towards the round next, and you've got plenty to work with. You're not in any hurry or rush to close this. You've got plenty in arrears. So yeah, I think for them, for me, if I'm here, I'd probably just play it safe. Go for a little bit of a lower buy. Maybe not get a pistol, but nothing too audacious, let's call it.
Yeah, I mean, it might be the logical choice, but they might go for something that is, okay, difficult to keep up with. Not going to be the case. Not going to be the case. They are respecting their opponents here. And again, an area at which we have complimented the Mongols, I think, for a long time now.
Both rifles gone.
Yeah, unlucky. But compared to the rest of the region, they have pulled in that discipline. And you would see a lot of Asian teams here in the past just go for the force and you know, whatever, will win it eventually. And then, I don't know whether a comeback this egregious would happen, but it's intrinsic. You have to cut it off at the source so that it's not an issue in the closer games.
Cypher making a move through dark. You'll realize very soon that nobody's here. The M4 in the hands of Mazzinho. I think for them, it's just about keeping it alive. They kind of pick up a FAMAS maybe in through mid. Yeah, 9-10 will get it. At the very least, that's going to help them in terms of stability of the econ and all of the rest. 9-10 will get caught, though, so the FAMAS doesn't stay alive. And Hamper's going to continue having a look, see whether they can get anything on the tail end. Mazzinho for him, though, just keep out of the M4, and you should be fine. I mean, they're going to have a buy-in towards the next anyway. But with Mazzinho staying alive, it could tempt the conversation about an AWP in here for 9-10, which is something that they really do want. Nork has been so important for this Bleed side, and actually one of the better performing players in this series when we haven't really seen all too much.
Yeah, and the same flips onto the other side. 9-10, been very important and playing very, very well here on Anubis. So, and that's on the T side of things as well. You know, it might be easier for him to at least get in there for just the one round, the one early pick. It can be a bit harder in the close range fights towards the end of a round, but yeah, it's an interesting kind of prospect. What are they going to go for? Coaches are out and on the microphone. Again, I would imagine a call coming out from the Mongols here is, you know, Bleed starting to close the gap, looking pretty good, and not making too many mistakes so far on this T side.
Yeah, I'm looking now as well. Maru getting pretty vocal. Little conversation. He wants to just try and make sure that they don't let any mistakes creep in. Don't have any sort of errors which potentially could come back to bite you. I think for now, you know, we've already touched on it. They've got plenty of rounds in arrears. They've got all this space in the back pocket. They're not in any rush. They'd rather close it here and now, right? Bites come through. I don't know if they're going to have enough of the AWP, though. That's the only real question. They do have a little bit of loss bonus, which is good. But I think without that M4 being saved and the hands of Mesino had about 3.5k, they might not squeeze out. They do, but it's half armor and a little bit less utilities. That's where they take the hit financially.
Yeah.
Overall, though, I think it's worth it. 9-10 looks so crisp on the AWP.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be pretty happy with that, to be fair. They could definitely make it work, to say the least. Smoke does come round. Again, Leave, you know, playing super, super tight. We can see a lot of teams online go in for that swing ahead of the smoke. When you come to LAN, when you come to the tight games, you have to keep it disciplined. And that is exactly what we're kind of seeing little tidbits of here across both teams, in fact.
Yeah. Oh, a little bit of a damage to the util. Nothing too major so far. That spammer Senzu gets so damn close. Oh my god, he thinks him. He would have heard that. He knows all too well about the damage he's just dealt towards Favin. Drops a nade off the back of it too. We can't confirm a kill. The numbers still remain the same. Favin is a lucky man to have avoided that second little burst.
Oh, nearly the back of Sensu caught there. Could have been disastrous. They'll again confirm his location. He needs a bit of help getting out of here, or maybe he's got to fight his way out. Techno first to fall. Blitz joins him, and again they know about this man in towards Dark. Bit of a team kill. I don't think he'll make too much of a difference though. Feels like the A-sided player is just going to move and take what they have into the next. Bleed definitely putting some pressure on the Mongols here towards the tail end. Question mark? I think I can put a question mark on it now.
Now we are starting to really open the doors here. Like you said, you cannot give Bleed any opportunities because they will take them. And a little bit of a weaker hold there over towards that side, right? We're looking at kind of one guy playing towards back pillar, one guy playing towards back 90, right? Over in towards Dark, and he's desperately kind of trying to supporting util his way to help keep him alive, but he can't, right? Mazino going to find one. 9-10 will be dropped. Mazino is being hunted to a degree in the tail end here, but I don't think they're going to have time to find him. So, Bleed up to 8 now. Only 4 rounds of deficit. That's what? A couple of gun rounds? This overtime conversation is absolutely on. This is a really good recovery, and this is why you cannot really take your foot off the gas when you're against a side like Bleed. They will punish you. Now, momentum in their favor. They've got a decent amount of wind in their sails. I think Mongols are feeling a bit of pressure.
Absolutely, my man. Absolutely. It's really a difficult run here, and you know, this is what I was talking about. You get to those close moments.
Yeah.
Pressure starts to come on, so you just, you know, you kind of freeze up, and you really cannot get out of that. You cannot get your mind and body speaking to one another, and I'm sure Mongols will have a bit more experience, but in this place, you know, their home in front of friends, family, fans.
Yeah.
It's really a different beast. Hampus to kick things off here against the half bite, looking for a little bit more T-side menace right now.
Yeah, Hampus really starting to step up. He had a bit of a quiet first half, but okay. Oh my god, attack going to come through. Hampus and Jacob Low, and Mazino making a move here. This is sneaky in that smoke, and he continues moving his way forward. They will get out of dodge. They've given up mid. 5v3, FAMAS, 5-7 Deagle. Surely you'd expect not to lose this, and that's going to be the case surely now with the FAMAS fallen, a 5-7 Deagle, maybe a couple of Constellation kills, but nothing too egregious.
Sensu looking at camera. Missed shots. Just managed to land a little tag.
Okay.
And a frag, but nothing crazy. You know, we needed like 3 headshots out of him there to really make us believe in the round. Not going to be the case, so the roll of Mongols being slowed. Bleed not really dropping all that much. If they'd started off with the pistol, very different story. If they'd not dropped that first rifle, it's taken them some time to get going, but as they have, very, very few mistakes, like I mentioned. Really clean stuff here.
And we're going back to, you know, a point that we brought up actually when the Mongols won this really good run form. This is one of the only maps in the pool that we can sit here and make very strong arguments about being T-sided, the numbers, the way in which it's approached, especially at a top level, and we're seeing exactly that now. Bleed are making this T-side work for them very, very well. 12-9. The Mongols, this is maybe their penultimate full buy before we talk towards overtime. One of these has got to work, surely. Full buy this, maybe you lose this, you eco next, full buy for the last. I mean, it's already getting to a really dicey conversation. Mazzino going to find the first, Mazzino going to find the second. The youngster stepping up and really delivering, and this could be now curtains for Bleed.
That's all it takes as well. The one little moment, the one over performance even on the other side that you didn't quite consider. He really changes things up, and he will find what could be the game-winning moment. The grand final secure is just a few inches away here for the Mongols. But we'll see. Brief round. Hampus going to find the kill. Jacob's been lost through a smoke, though. Feels like it's slightly in vain. Not looking fantastic. Couple low HP bars were there, in fact. It's only now Mazzino. Techno maybe dropped out. I didn't see him go on the kill feed. I'm not quite sure. Down to just 3 for the Mongols, though, it would appear. They have to make do with the hand they have been dealt. Mazzino finds Nork, looking good. Hampus to clutch up against all 3. He's got to get the bomb. Not a lot of time to do it in. He wasn't ready for 9-10, and the Mongols will secure the grand final spot here at the MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2024 in the Step Arena.
The fan favourites and, well, I guess the pundits' favourites in a degree as well have really stepped up to the plate. What a showing. A little bit of a hiccup at the tail end of that map, but it's a 2-0 against arguably the second scariest team here. What a showing from the Mongols. We'll break it down in just a moment on the desk.
I think the hardest thing about playing Mongols is like their playstyle. You know, it's very new for us. We're from Europe. We never played the Asian team before this tournament. So, yeah, we were just not fully ready for them.
Please share your moments to your older fans who live in Mongolia.
Sorry?
Please share your competition moments to your fans.
Yeah, no, it's I'm super happy to be here. All the fans is super nice. This tournament is very nice. I mean, we are still in the tournament. We're not out, so we will play here tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to play again.
Okay, the last question. Which team do you think will be facing off tomorrow at the lower brackets final?
It's Aurora against Lynn, right? Yeah. I don't know. I heard Deco was sick, so if he doesn't feel better, I think Lynn will win, but else it's a very tight game. Both can win, so yeah, we'll see. I don't really care who we play. I just wanna, I always wanna play.
All right, thank you. Good luck for tomorrow's competition. Thank you. Thank you. Give applause one more time for Bleed Esports, everybody. Thank you. Хараа одоо бид бүхэн ялагчид хожлын эзэдтэй ярьцлага хийх гэж байна. Ингээд багийн отоогийн шүү. Тэмцээний everybody!
Picking everywhere, guys. I can't go.
I have this.
Nice.
Shot. I'll just
Oh,
play.
shot, dead.
Nice.
It's coming camera. Trade me. Put you. Can be heaven.
I smoked
I
it.
swing heaven. Flash the camera. Dead.
Nice.
Let's just mid player.
Yeah.
I block camera. Camera dead.
Nice,
Heaven
guys.
dead. I restart camera. There is farmers here if you want, boys. I can't get.
It was M4 cave. He probably took it.
In save beach. Beach is fully clear.
Now we fucking play, guys. Okay.
All right, there you have it. The Mongols, once again, another dub coming through for them, and another 2-0. They are, as of yet, undefeated in the MESA Nomadic Masters. This map a little bit closer, so I guess you were right in what you were saying about Mirage, but at the end of the day, the Mongols still get that one done quite clean.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think, you know, Bleed, again, just not leaving themselves enough room. That T-side actually looked very, very good.
Yeah.
It was a good run of 5 rounds there, I want to say, where very few mistakes made, right? They managed to, you know, break the bank. They're playing against ecos and whatnot, but very, very solid. If we'd seen a bit more of that in the first half, then, yeah, potentially it could have been a 3-mapper here, but unfortunately not the case. And yeah, that first half, I think as Hampus has just kind of said, they weren't fully prepared for the Mongols coming at them, and maybe the Horde rolled them over.
Yeah, I think there's no two ways about it. I think if they had maybe given themselves a little bit of breathing room, we're talking kind of even four rounds, right? I mean, I think maybe that could have kickstarted things, but I think that was probably the story of Bleed. They never really gave themselves any chance to get into games. That first map was pretty rough. That second map had its moments in that second half, but by then it's kind of too little too late, and that's the issue with Bleed. I think they'll notice themselves. It just took them too long to get into that series.
Something to work on maybe going into tomorrow if they're going to play against the Mongols again, but we do have to touch on player of the match. Who's that going to end up being for today? We'll have to wait and see for a second. I mean, have you guys got any guesses?
Senzu, you know.
Senzu 9-10?
No. There you go, 9-10. 1 out of 2 ain't bad.
Yeah, indeed. But no, he played very, very well, particularly I feel on that second map. You know, Anubis does lean in towards that T side, but the AWPing still can be a bit challenging. It's more like opening picks, long-range fights.
Yeah.
Once you get into the bomb site, it's really difficult to use it, actually, but he was still playing very, very well. They were really good at placing him with that AWP.
I think it's one of those things as well for me with 9-10. He's A, so reliable, and B, so versatile as well. I think it's one of those things where for the Mongols, if they get themselves into a bit of a pickle and they need somebody to step up, they can actually always look towards him being relatively in the grand scheme, especially compared to some of the bleed players, quite inexperienced, especially on the big stage. He still makes it look so seamless, right? He's always so confident. He's always so kind of brash in some of these fights he takes, and he always wins them. And I mean, we saw that 1v2 clutch, right? Ridiculous. The kind of the balls and the nerves to take fights at that, that shows the kind of caliber of a player he is.
I mean, again and again, though, I think the biggest thing that you have to reiterate with this Mongols lineup is that they are so young across the board. So even the success that they're getting right now, I mean, I think you can expect to see improvements over the next 2, 3, maybe even 5 years for almost every single one of these players, because they're in kind of like that infancy rate of their CS journey. You know, most of them have really only been at that top level of Counter-Strike for maybe 12 months, 18, 24 months if you're lucky. So definitely a lot of room to grow for this team, and that's obviously fantastic to see. But what I also think is fantastic is that, you know, we're here in Mongolia. Obviously, we want to see a Mongolian team in that grand final. Who better to do it than the Mongols? And a team that as of yet hasn't lost in the event. It's kind of like all signs pointing towards a Mongolian victory on home turf, and that's what everyone here in the Step Arena wants to see.
Yeah, may well be the case. I feel as well, you know, we talk about not really dropping the maps. We can kind of zoom back in and be a bit more specific that ultimately maybe one map has come close as well. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of a cosmetic comeback, right? Not really worth all that much, it feels like. Just took them a bit of time to close it out. So yeah, it really is speaking to, I think, the proficiency of the Mongols and how good they've been looking.
And I think basically the biggest thing you've now got to look at is just actually how good they are in terms of just leveling themselves, right? This bleed side, at least in our opinion, I think probably to them as well, are probably the scariest other team bar themselves, right? Now you've beaten them relatively handedly as well. You've got to make sure that you're just quite calm and patient. There's a good chance of a rematch, right? Rematches always kind of seem to flip the other way. Mongols want to kind of stop that sort of story, I guess you could say. But yeah, for me, I think as long as it's like keep themselves level-headed, don't overthink it, don't get overconfident or audacious in whoever they play, they should be fine. I don't think anybody's really made them truly look uncomfortable so far.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that'll be a conversation that we get to have tomorrow. For now, though, we've got to focus in on that lower bracket once again. It is Aurora and Lynn Vision that are going to be playing off for the last remaining spot in tomorrow's games. We'll take a fairly extended break here. Don't go too far away, though, because that is going to be a banger. And let's see if we can get 2 Asian teams through to tomorrow. Lynn Vision fighting for survival.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And welcome back to the MESA Nomadic series here. We're into our final game of the day. It's our 4th best of 3, but it's been a ball. We've had some really good Counter-Strike. Myself and Scriv had a couple of 2-0s. You boys, you had a 2-1, but we're into our final game of the day here. Lynn Vision taking on Aurora. How are we feeling?
Yeah, I think we might get maybe another 2-1.
I'm feeling another 2-1, to be honest with you, because Lynn Vision looking good. Aurora not so much up against the Chengiz Warriors. Lynn Vision, in the meanwhile, do look like they've integrated much more effectively. The question marks we had about the newer players, their new roles, or the old roles, I guess, for Zacher. But regardless, I think it's gone pretty well.
Would you say, coming towards the tournament, that getting towards a stage and getting towards this stage for Lynn Vision is actually maybe slightly an overachievement?
I think so, yeah.
Arguably a player on the way out. Yeah. They've just lost a very important player as well, and Zacher going back to all roles. Would you say this is a good result for them already?
Most definitely, absolutely. I had not a lot of faith actually in Lynn Vision coming into this tournament, and I think generally speaking across the board we were very much of the same opinion. We had them ranked as 7th in our power rankings, so our expectation was they were going to be one of the first 2 teams knocked out, and in fact they're now potentially going to be into the top 3. If they win this game, they will be in the top 3. They're in the top 4 at the moment.
And I will hold any conversation about player on the way out potentially. This is all completely unsubstantiated rumors. We do not know at all yet, so we have to assume that this is just a new team right
Every
now.
time I hear rumors, they do end up turning out to be true.
Listen, I heard a rumor that you're out for some Mongolian Counter-Strike.
That's right. I am out for I am out for some Mongolian Counter-Strike. That'll be tomorrow when I get to watch that grand final.
Yeah.
The other rumor I'm hoping to see prove true is Advent, Zoking, Freeman, Allman.
I think enough about the rumors because we've got a real match over here.
Sounds like a fun team to me.
Yeah, let's touch on Aurora a little bit as well. Obviously, map 1 had Brain playing in. Apparently, Dak could be feeling a little bit under the weather, but he is back and he's kind of playing, at least we hope, in this series as well. We can take a look at the Aurora team roster as well. But most of you at home here, you probably should recognize this guy, kind of the upper echelons of Tier 2. They've been around for quite a while, playing some very good Counter-Strike. And by the looks of it, Deco should be joining us, which is good, hopefully, for the whole series.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, that first map from Aurora earlier on today wasn't all that inspired. I think they'll be wanting to bounce back off of that one pretty quickly. And to be fair, they kind of did. Those second couple of maps did look reasonably solid, definitely a lot better. I don't know, though, if that level that they brought against Chengiz Warriors is going to be enough against Lynn Vision, to be quite honest, because I think Lynn Vision have done pretty well for themselves. We got to see, generally speaking, most of the guys get up into a pretty good level of individual form in that series at some point, but I do think that they're going to have to come in probably let's say not starting at 50%, because if they start at 50%, which is what they did in that last series, well, they might not be given the opportunity to come back into it in the same way that they were by Chengiz
because
Warriors.
we're not going to have that morale boost of having your full player coming back in and everything. And I think actually that was pretty significant, the fact that when Deco comes back into the team, you're able to mentally reset a little bit, have that conversation internally. Oh, it's okay, guys, our coach is now behind us instead of on our side, right? So there's that. But I do think I want to bring up our player to watch. Neil, I'm sorry I'm taking a role over this one, because I think Kenzie was so incredibly influential in that series as well, and I think he's going to be incredibly influential here up against Lynn Vision with how aggressive he can get, with how many picks that he can be involved in. You were seeing in that new game that every single time there was a pick lost up on the upper A side, Kenzie was the one making the right play, weaving through smokes, going into mini when he needs to, making it possible for them to bring that back and, very often turn it into an advantage.
Yeah, and this is a very important thing, I think, with Aurora, right? They have quite a few different facets of where they can find firepower. Another guy that we've spoken a lot throughout this tournament is Resol as well, right? I think he has always been quite impressive. So you think of both of these two riflers, there's a lot in which they can dip into to kind of rely on people.
Yeah, almost definitely. I mean, I do sort of agree with you that Aurora, maybe, I don't know, do they come into this with a little bit of a firepower advantage over Lynn Vision, now that I'm kind of thinking a little bit more about it?
For sure.
I think generally speaking, Lynn Vision don't really get it done by having like 1 or 2 guys just popping off on any given day. So maybe that is something that Aurora can lead into a little bit.
Sure. We'll take a look at Lynn Vision on the other side as well. You already kind of touched on this side. We got to catch them a little bit earlier. A very good series out from them, in all fairness. We really got to see them find their form, right, which is glad to see. The only thing for me with Lynn Vision, and I'm not so sure if you guys disagree or agree, there is inconsistencies where they rely on certain players, but they don't really always show up. One guy who has so far, Emilio at times.
Emilio has been incredible in this tournament, and very frankly, I didn't think he had it in him. I've seen Emilio have the odd map or so, but that's generally against teams that are worse than Lynn Vision, and it feels like when they're punching down, then Emilio just comes up with that Popeye buff, so he's just eating that spinach all day long. But frankly speaking, he's been having his veggies in this tournament as well. The thing is, who is going to be his supporting cast? And in my opinion, I actually think Emilio is going to go back to a little bit
bit more of a back role. I really think this game is going to be about Westmelon going up against Kenzie, and that's going to be such a crucial matchup to decide how this goes.
Another interesting thing we saw earlier, and this is something that kind of surprised myself and Scriv a bit, flying, really finding its own as well. For me, was somebody who was really, really important too. We'll come back to that for now. We'll talk about Westmelon at the moment. I think somebody who's really important, especially at the moment, new boy on the block with flying coming in. Also, Zaka going back to old roles. They need a bit of a secure voice.
Yeah, Westmelon's an interesting concept, isn't it? Because he's always been that very sort of fragging IGL-esque type player, and you do get a lot of output from him in the server, not just obviously in terms of the calls, but he's generally speaking being able to put the numbers up as well. He's like almost the antithesis to Advent if we're talking about the top 2 IGLs in China at the moment in terms of the teams. Yeah, Westmelon definitely someone that we're going to be keeping an eye on. I think in a lot of matches where you do see him just completely disappear, that actually is where Lynn Vision do sort of end up struggling, because again, we talked about they don't have someone that they just like look to and say, oh, you're going to drop 20 every single game or 30 every single game. It is a little bit more of an effort by committee, so if one of these guys drops off, and if that is Westmelon especially, they do tend to struggle a bit.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about the veto. We'll move our kind of thoughts there. We saw already these guys play earlier today, so we get to have a little bit of insight of what maps they like. What we feeling, fellas?
Well, the interesting thing over here, of course, is that Lynn doesn't really like to play Vertigo over here either, and then Aurora takes it away from them regardless. Lynn also have the natural ban of Mirage, which is very frankly Aurora's best map. And then you look over towards Nuke, which is again a map that actually I think there's a very good head-to-head between these two teams. So I am expecting a Nuke to come through, but Lynn's unlikely to be picking it. I'd really like to see Lynn opt into the Anubis, and then Aurora can actually respond through with a Dust 2 of their own if they want to risk that. If not Dust 2, then maybe we could even have something on the lines of a Nuke for themselves as well, but that's what I would prefer. They go for an Ancient. I like this as well, but the problem is that you are going into Westmelon's arguably best map. Anubis comes through, and I'm expecting a Nuke Decider to be there for us.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm expecting Anubis Nuke. I thought that would be the first 2 maps, and then Ancient as the decider. We actually get the Nuke ban from Lynn Vision, which that is very interesting, because again, Lynn Vision typically are a team that like to angle actually sometimes into Nuke, and so just goes to show, I guess, a little bit of their ideas about how maybe Dust 2's being integrated into that map pool, how comfortable they're feeling on that one, and how they think they're going to go tonight.
The thing is that they might have been cheated because of the Mongols Aurora upper bracket game that they had earlier on, where Aurora just got absolutely demolished. I think that would be a mistake if that's what you have in mind, though, is the problem, because now you're going to see, oh sorry, am I confusing it with Mongols game and Gladiators? I might be actually, in all fairness. You know what, I'm going to take that back, but the point is that Aurora and Nuke are incredibly comfortable, and that's where again that Kenzie Result combination that you were talking about now comes into play. So I do like the Dust 2 pick, but it is going into a little bit of variance, and it's going into relying on your, new old Opper to really take off.
Yeah, now, I'm going to start with you, Jordan, here when we talk about this. A lot of the maps that we're seeing, especially that Dust 2, very AWP reliant, right? And this has been a conversation that we've come back to quite a lot across the series, across this tournament when we look at Zaka. It's, familiar roles, but old roles. You've obviously cost a hell of a lot of G when he was in this team. How are they comparing?
I mean, to be honest with you, actually, Zaka, I feel like is someone that's slipping back into that AWP role. I don't hate it. I don't love it necessarily. I like Zaka on the rifle, quite frankly, but I do go back to when he was actually a primary rifler, primary AWPer, I should say. I actually really enjoyed what he was able to bring to the table. So I think from that standpoint, maybe give him a couple of months here, but I think he's actually quite a solid AWPer, so I can't complain too much.
Yeah. Well, fellas, I'm going to put you on the spot here. It's time for predictions, right? We always like to make them. How are we feeling? Where are we feeling? And how many maps?
It's funny because, if you would have asked me at the start of the tournament, I would have said Aurora hands down every day of the week. But actually, the way I'm feeling today is I'm actually kind of leaning towards Lynn Vision. I don't think it's going to be clean. I don't think this series is going to be easy for either team by any stretch of the imagination. So I'm going to go 2-1, but I'm going to go Lynn Vision.
Okay.
I think this is going to be a 2-1 for Aurora. That being said, if Westmelon pops off an Ancient, it's going to be a 2-0 in my opinion. The problem is I just don't have that faith right now in Westmelon to be able to take over the server the way he has in the past, and Ancient really needs him. If it goes to Dust 2, Aurora just out-firepowers them, and there's nothing else to be said about it.
Fair enough. I know, I'm the host, no one really cares about my opinion here, but as the kind of the main EU caster, I guess, on this desk, I'm going Aurora 2-0, so we'll see how things play on that one. It's all heating up, though, a little bit, right? The final game of the day here, they want to book that spot in tours tomorrow. They wanted to book this spot to take on Bleed, but then also potentially even the Mongols, too. The question for me is, do you guys actually believe that any of these two could compete with Bleed or the Mongols?
No.
I think Aurora could definitely take Bleed on. I mean, I think that would be interesting a matchup to see. And frankly, Aurora also has a pretty good veto against Mongols. But yeah, that's not going to be an easy one.
Okay, we'll have to wait and see. Ladies and gents, we're going to first on to a break. When we are back, we're going to kickstart things in towards our final series of the day here at the MESA Nomadic. You do not want to miss it. Sit tight. We'll see you soon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Two teams from Asia left behind and potentially only one after this. Lynn Vision fighting for their lives and Aurora Gaming fighting for their pride.
Yeah, lots on the line, really. I think there's definitely a lot to lose for Aurora in particular. If they were to drop this matchup, people would be asking a couple of questions. For Lynn Vision, you know, I think that the expectations were certainly a little bit lower than what they were for Aurora. Obviously, a lot of roster changes coming through and still some rumors about further roster changes yet to come. Not really too sure what to make of those. It'll be something that we get more further insight into a little bit later on down the track. But already, I have to say, I think this has been a very good performance, a solid performance from Lynn Vision. They should be happy with where they've made it to. But that is not something that you can necessarily rest on. You don't want to rest on your laurels. Go one step further, get through to tomorrow, have a crack at Bleed. Winner of this will play Bleed. Loser obviously drops out. And a bit of a difference of opinion across the desk.
Across us?
Yeah.
Let's be honest, now doesn't count. He's a European.
Sure. But yeah, like, I mean, I think it's fair as well that there is that split of opinion, because
we have to remember, Aurora demolished Lynn Vision, right? Like, they were really one-sided, and I think Lynn's going to get better. I think Lynn has really, really gotten better. But there's still ways to go.
But I mean, I'm also looking at the match that Aurora played against Chinggis Warriors, and I'm not like super impressed by that.
I'm with you.
I think, you know, there's arguments one way or the other. You know, what you consider to be more important or impactful is going to be a question for each individual. But I think you could definitely, like, reasonably make an argument for both teams in this matchup, which I think is really cool, right? Because, you know, you don't want to be going into this going, all right, well, it's going to be a quick 2-0, we'll get out of here.
Now, that being said, I might look like an idiot, and Aurora might just destroy Lynn as well again. We have to consider that as being a possibility, because one of the things that obviously Chinggis were really struggling with was the idea that Aurora gave them zero respect, right? Aurora did not care who is in front of them. They were pushing them, they were taking map control, they felt like they were invincible. And frankly, Lynn has to be the ones to prove them wrong. Aurora are going to do the same things. They're going to press W just as much. They're going to take as much map control without any utility. They're going to walk through their own smokes. And if Lynn doesn't punish them, that's not stopping.
Yeah.
But I will say, Jordan, Lynn's used to international competition.
100%.
They're used to going up against these European teams who really just come through and they're like, well, we are just better than you. I don't know what accent that was, but you know what? It's an accent.
Yeah, my take on it is if Chinggis Warriors can do it, then I think Lynn Vision can do it as well. So
I agree.
We'll see how we go when we get into the server. Obviously, a few things needing to be ironed out on the stage before we get underway. Having a quick look down at the Lynn Vision booth, which is the one that is a little closer to where we're casting from. They look sort of set and ready to go. All 5 members pretty happy.
So are we pointing fingers at Aurora?
We are pointing fingers at Aurora. There was an admin clicking away on one of the PCs, so see how long that one takes to get sorted out. I think for Aurora, they'd be pretty keen to sort of get into this one. I suppose obviously for both teams, that's a conversation. They've had to have a fairly long day.
Yeah.
Lynn Vision in particular, they played that first match of the day.
I wonder if they got any sleep.
I don't know. I don't think they went back to the hotel, because I was sort of hanging around, and I've seen them every now and then just walking around. I don't think they had time to go back to the hotel. I mean, you would have, in theory. It's been, probably what time was the first game? 10 o'clock, roughly. Ended by about,
I think the first one started about 11:30.
Did it?
Yeah, it was pretty late. We had a late start to the day.
Yeah. Anyway, I think they finished, let's say they finished by about 1 o'clock.
All right.
It's now just after 8. Probably could have had about 6 hours at the hotel.
Yeah.
If they wanted it. But I actually think they stayed here.
I think the play would have been to go to the studio and start practicing.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, maybe they have prac rooms here in the arena.
I would be surprised.
I'd be surprised too, but
hard to manage that.
Well, they did say there was player rooms. I don't know what's in those player rooms.
I have not seen them. I was lurking outside
downstairs, yeah.
And there was places to get dressed and stuff, but I didn't go all the way inside. Even though I won't lie to you, Jordan, I did kind of want to take a gander. Feel like a player.
Give it a bit of a crack, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping they've been able to have a bit of a rest, but I do think that, at least in the case of Lynn Vision, they've been here all day, which, I mean, look, we've been here all day as well. It's a long day. It does get a bit tiring.
Doesn't feel like it when there's so much fun happening over here at the Step Arena.
No, but I think particularly as a player, knowing that you've got to go into a game later on in the evening, while you're able to kind of sit back and relax for a while, you also still have that element of knowing that you've still got work to do today. So
Let me tell you this much.
Switched off.
I can tell you Atox would rather be in this position than the other one.
Oh, almost definitely.
I was having a chat with the coach of the Chingas Warriors as well. He said that they really felt like they were the better team over there as far as a lot of the times individually and whatnot concerned, but they were getting really nervous, they were getting really tense, they were feeling like things were going wrong. And frankly, it also does make me wonder, you know, Aurora, we're kind of getting beamed out very often, you know, into these 3 versus 4s, into these, you know, 2 versus 4s once or twice as well. They were losing advantage at the time, so I do wonder, what are you thinking going out of the first series? Obviously, you know, there's no secret that Deco's not feeling that well, and this is one of those situations where I do wonder whether that extra time that they had maybe works against them more than what Lynn had going on for them, right? You know, there's a lot more to think about. You just had a bit of a shaky series against an opponent that you should, very frankly, dominate.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions waiting to get the answers to them once we get into the server.
Yeah.
Who do you think has more to lose out of this matchup?
Really, it has to be Aurora, right? Like, Lynn are coming into this with about 2 weeks of practice with flying and Zach on the AWP. Aurora are coming into this off the back of, like, God, the CCT Global Finals, the ESL Challenger Melbourne, Sky Esports. I think they were at the Dacha event in Serbia as well, right? Like, they have literally played, I think, $1.5 million worth of tournaments in the past 4 months or so.
All right. Well, it's time for us to find out. Let's freaking go. That's what it says.
Freaking go!
Straight into Ancient indeed. And we had a couple of little mic issues there that got sorted out in the meanwhile. But seems like we're ready to jump into the first map of the final series here of at least the second last day of the MESA Nomadic Masters. The penultimate day. That's a nice word. I love that one.
I do love that word. I only know it because of Lemony Snicket's A Series of Unfortunate Events. Have you read that one?
Yeah.
Ah, well,
yeah,
it had,
a long time ago.
It had a penultimate somewhere in there and had a full chapter explaining what that meant. I was like, oh, wow. This must be an important word. I will never forget it for the rest of my life.
And you never did.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I do remember reading that series, and it was quite depressing.
It was. It really was.
I guess is the point.
Perhaps Lynn Vision can come through and cheer us up in our memories, or will Aurora be giving the Chinese side a bit more of a depressing end? Norway, Smoke at a flashbang, Lucky, a Molotov, and Deco, a P250.
Result just waiting for that push down the ramp, and he almost gets rewarded for it. He certainly was in the right position to make something happen, but just didn't land his shot, so already you're starting to see these little mind games come into play. In saying that, Starry has opened the account. First blood of this lower semi-final will be drawn by Lynn Vision.
Our odds from the boys over at 1xBet also, honestly, not that bad for Lynn Vision. 3.28 is pretty much what you would expect to see after the previous one. Aurora as well, sitting on a 1.3, obviously the favorites. But the favorites have lost a man, as we mentioned, and now they are looking to regroup once you have Norway in position to be the Viper in the back. But with 3 players already on the B-bomb side, Westmelon can be completely dedicated to watching out for this, and now he's heard it as well. Not being expected as Westmelon, Norway goes down, and now there's only 3 left for Aurora. The regroup back to B coming in as Starry's pushed forward. He gets info flying, good for 1, and they're all falling apart on Aurora. They can't find anything at all.
Yeah, nice crisp shot from Westmelon as well. Good signs for Lynn Vision so far. The USPs are connecting.
Oh, Starry even comes alive.
Has got another one, so he's already found himself a couple for the round. He'll look for another one. Deco's got nowhere to go. Best case scenario, he gets maybe 1 or 2 kills here, but they're going to go for the knife.
Go!
And you love to see it. Lynn Vision, they're always one of those teams that will be keen for it. And that already, I guess, sets the pace, sets the tone for how this matchup might play out.
Aurora might not have wanted to respect them, but if you're coming into a pistol round, not getting any kills, getting knifed at the end as well, yeah.
Yep.
That's what you want to see.
Who actually got the knife kill, I wonder?
I think Starry did in the end. No, Emilia came through. Okay, that's actually good because Emilia's on... Okay, Emilia didn't buy armor, never mind. Otherwise, I thought if Emilia was on full Kevlar, then he could have actually looked to... maybe just upgraded the head armor, and with the MP9 he could drop the AWP in the next round, but you know what, he's just gone for the full M4A4. Of course, $3,100 in case you guys are tuning in for one of the first times to the MESA Nomadic Masters. We are playing on the old patch. But Zaka will be starting things off as they are going for a quick donut wrap. Zaka lies in wait very patiently, good for only 1 though. Can't make it a multi.
That's a really good clean trade frag from Kenzie. It's exactly what you need in that situation. It's going to allow the bomb plant here before Lynn Vision properly get their rotate across, and that makes life a bit more difficult. Good, sharp shot as well from Deco. Start to wonder whether or not Lynn Vision might be cracking under the pressure of this second round force fight.
Wow. Time is ticking down, and remember, they don't actually have a killer. They might have one on the side itself. Westmelon picks up a quick one, but he has to now swap back over for the M4. They've got a smoke to try and play around, but the bomb timer is ticking down. Westmelon, another found, but now chases forward with the USP. Smoke's been cleared, smoke's been thrown. They need to get themselves on the defuse, and they can't in time. Even if they get the kill, will it matter? Norway shuts him down, recovers the M4, and Aurora with a stolen round off the back of a great trade from Kenzie.
Yeah, that's not very good at all for Lynn Vision, immediately dropping the ball. Such a clean pistol round into what amounts to quite a messy anti-eco. So a rough one for Zaka. I mean, just a sharp trade from Kenzie. Deco with that deagle shot, though, into Temple, I think is where that round really does start to open back up. And Aurora, they're not going to be left out of the party for too long. Will be a force buy through from Lynn Vision. Everyone except for Zaka going down to the bare minimum.
Okay.
But hey, who knows? Maybe Lynn Vision can do right back to Aurora what was just done to them.
The Asian Deagles have been a little something today.
There's a missed smoke there as well in mid somewhere.
Yeah, that one was thrown by the CTs, if I'm not wrong. Meanwhile, smoke timing is very good to try and bloom in front of them. Flying 5-7 gets dangerously close, but danger will be avoided for Aurora. They're moving into the smoke, and Norway welcomes death in a way he wasn't ready for. Kenzie, however, is always here to trade. He highlighted him as one of the main men to keep an eye out on for Aurora. You can see why he is, well, sometimes they're aggressor, but very often they're insurance.
Amelia's been able to nab a rifle at least, so that is one small win for Lynn Vision out of this round.
Oh my god, that's a ding through the wall.
Starry is looking pretty on point so far. All those good USP headshots, the deagle shot that he got through there as well. I mean, if Starry activates, this is a scary looking Lynn Vision.
Yeah, and frankly, I've really put Starry in that category where I just assume he won't activate, and maybe that's a little bit rough to say, but in these past few months, it feels like we have seen so little from him, except, funnily enough, for the most important occasion, which was the major.
Yep.
That's the weird thing. Starry can come alive. Starry can frag. And I'm hoping that being in this arena environment up against a team which, very frankly, is a whole lot better than them on paper, that's what's going to be the difference maker to get that Starry's Tiger going again. Look at these trades from Kenzie, man. So clean.
Yeah. I mean, Starry's been a bit down on his output at this event as well. Just a .94 for the event over the 7 maps that they played, which is actually his worst rating since a long while ago, back in the 5e Arena Asia Cup, which was a Blast Premier qualifier.
Last year's?
No, this year.
This year's, okay. So I think I casted that one.
Yeah, I would say you probably did.
Hmm. I mean, it's either me or you, right?
Well, it wasn't me, so...
Well, there you go. There you have it.
Either way, if he can find his level, yeah, we'll see how things go. But Aurora off to a pretty good start. They managed to deal with that little anti-force by pretty comfortably, and they can start to sort of work their way into this map now in a bit more of a committed fashion. The only question is going to be what Amelia can maybe pull together.
Right, so there goes Starry, down and out, and Deco does shut him down. Amelia, far away on the A site, was looking for a little bit more aggression from Aurora. Zaka, surprisingly enough, has come alive with a kill, and so is Flying. So in fact, it's a 2 versus 3. The problem is that Zaka is not going to be given any assistance. Amelia taken down. Zaka's now picked up an eagle, but he won't really be contended with. Aurora can just go back over to the A site. This is what I like about them. They aren't going to take any risks.
Not much for poor old Zaka to do here on the wrong side of the map.
If Emil had been able to find that mid-lurk, that would have been a very different story.
Has managed to locate an AK. Yeah, it's a weird vibe. I mean, have we even heard, is Flying definitely a replacement, or is he just a stand-in at the moment for Envision?
I am under the impression that he is a replacement.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. But I heard someone say sub at this event, and I thought...
I think it might have been one of us saying sub, actually, which I don't... again, listen, they're right there. we can go over there after the game and ask them.
Yeah,
so that's the benefit of having lands in Asia, guys. That's why you should support MESA and any other Asian organizers that are trying to do this.
Yeah, it's just an interesting one, isn't it? Because, you know, Zaka back onto the AWP, that's a discussion in and of itself, but
I mean, it's a discussion I'm willing to have because I do really dislike it. I thought Zaka was doing such a good job playing those crucial anchor roles in the previous iteration of Lynn Vision that I really think it was almost irreplaceable. The only person who I would trust to replace him, very frankly, would probably be like a Jam Young-esque figure, and that is high praise.
Yeah. No, I agree. Like, I was very happy with the level of rifling that Zaka was bringing.
Yeah.
It's just a case of who do you find as an AWPer to replace G, and I don't know.
That's always the problem.
It's a hard
because you don't want to bring Dan King back.
No, definitely not. I don't think he wants to come back either. But anyway, speak of the devil, he shall appear. It is Zaka holding on to the AWP. Having a bit of a look into mid through Donut. There's not really much presence there from Aurora, but Result has gotten very quickly up into the B bomb side, and this could almost definitely cause problems for Lynn Vision.
This lurk smoke is such a pain in the behind, but Flying is trying to navigate around it and get the backstab on the lurk forward. He knows that there could be a player, but will Result be cleared? Will Result be expected? Westmelon, what is that disgusting shot?
Highlighted Westmelon. And if he can get the ball rolling on Ancient, then there might be something to say. Zaka.
Ooh, what?
Quick flick into Donut, expecting some aggression maybe through from there, or it was a misclick, don't know. Either way, he's switched on, it seems, and locked in. And Aurora kind of locked into this A-bomb site now as they're trying to commit their way through, but as of yet, haven't been able to have any success on the entry duty, and they've lost a lot of HP and a couple of members. So this now is a very retakeable site for Lynn Vision.
Oh, Deco gave up the angle. Starry has a timing that he could have peeked on, but he decides against it, and the re-smoke, oh my god, this is going to be so late. They've only got one kid, it's on Amelia. Westmelon's going to have to push through the smoke over here because it still has about another 14 seconds on it. So as that starts to be planned out, Flying is trying to spam through. Flying's position at least distracts them for a while, but there's still a player inside the smoke. Zacher needs to try and cover off from the off. Deco is gone, but look at Lackey. Look at Lackey. It's on him completely. Spots out the diffuser. Gets one, gets two, makes it 3, 4 in the smoke, but he's ducked away.
No.
And Westmelon can't get it done. Lackey with a 1-on-4.
Yeah, the reactions of the fans says it all. That is a painful, painful round to lose for Lynn Vision. Should have been theirs every day of the week, and if your coach comes standing behind, you're really not happy with that. Somebody needs to have the wherewithal to say, what about the smoke? I mean, I thought even for a second Flying might have had a bit of a read that there was a player at headshot, you know, behind those boxes. He did spam the boxes for a second, but maybe he just did it as a force of habit. It wasn't that he necessarily saw anybody.
The insane thing is, I think he loses that with an AK. The Galil 35 bullets, the fact that Lucky gets 3 kills with that, then pulls out the deagle, that is magical.
Yeah, that's very, very bad news for Lynn Vision. They're going to have to do a lot of bouncing back mentally to recuperate from that one.
I mean, look at the force spy loss. Look at the 1v4 now as well, right? That's 2 major rounds that should have been in their pockets. And listen, Chinggis Warriors were having similar issues, right? And at one point, it becomes too much.
Yep. Well, are we at that point already, or is there still a little bit of a ways to go? We'll get back into it. But 4-1 scoreline. And again, Lynn Vision going to be reset. This on the CT side, they are obviously struggling with the economy. So Aurora are in a perfect position to start off this matchup.
Projected to be 5-1 now.
For sure.
Easy first shot from Deco as well. Amelia never knew what was coming over his way. Starry still good on the deagle. Still giving some hope, still giving some tags, and still keeping Aurora on their toes. In all fairness, I don't think you want Aurora on their toes. Is there a retake possible? No. Not with Result getting the 2, but Starry's still fighting back. It's a 1-on-1. Westmelon can get to the site in time. He's going to smoke and a Molotov. The problem is the lack of the kit, sure, but if he can actually try and trace down Deco, this would be huge. Deco found that initial kill, so you are going to be expecting him to fade either into Temple or A main.
Westmelon's making a bit of noise, though, coming in from Donut, and so Deco is pretty aware of what's going on, where he's coming from. This is ultimately just going to come down to a smoke defuse for Westmelon, you'd think. Flash high in the air. Deco spotted him out, and you don't really have any options now as Westmelon. Out from the smoke, just not quick enough. That's the issue.
I think he dies as well. Oh. No, he's safe now, okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. It's so close yet so far in multiple rounds for Lynn Vision, and inevitably you know, getting close is good, but you need to convert the rounds, and they haven't been able to do so.
I mean, really important second kill out there, both from Result and Deco as well, because honestly, if Result dies to the 5-7s, there's 2 5-7s swinging into him, and that's... I'm surprised he doesn't go down. And then the fact that Deco's actually progressed forward and he's still playing out towards big box after he's lost 2 players, right? Deco could very well have gone back towards A main or Donut, right? Try and play it out for the post plan. But this is the thing about Aurora. They are very good at backing up and trading.
Oh. Okay, well, speaking up, that is not exactly what's happening in this round, funnily enough. A couple of isolated peaks, one into mid, one toward A long, and Lynn Vision win both those duels, and all of a sudden Aurora looking pretty shambolic in this round. In saying that, I'm not going to count Aurora out until the round is over and done with, because I've seen some silly things over the course of this event.
Norway's definitely feeling himself right now. Quick double kill found, and listen, a 1v5 ace is a bit much to ask for, but damage would be great.
Damage is damage. Damage is great. Lynn Vision down 1-5, cannot afford to be losing any more guns than they really have to.
Oh no, he's going to get this one as well, isn't he? Westmont's going to show off his head, but maybe with the insurance of the Dora player, feels a little bit of pressure to go forward early. Westmont's shuts him down. 3 alive, that's the bare minimum.
Well, the comeback starts now. Maybe a little bit later than Lynn Vision would have intended it to. But they've got one more on the board, so...
The good thing is that Aurora's money is just not there.
Yeah, it's only going to be a temporary problem, of course, on the T side.
Yeah.
And Aurora feels like, at the moment, they could get a lot done with a little. It's going to be a bit of util getting tossed into that B bomb site once again. That lurk smoke thrown out. Molotov over the top as well, so we'll give Result a little bit of a crack here to see what he can do. Westmelon not going to be checked, but inside that smoke, Result, no! He should never, ever get away with a kill there, and he very nearly did. That was just madness, and in all of that chaos, Aurora have been very active.
Starry's actually completely caught out. He misses the spray completely, and now Emilia's alone. Emilia's had a good hand so far in this tournament, but can he maintain that with the Tech 9 running at him?
Oh, this is scary.
Zacher comes in from the side. Kenzie knows that it's going to be an isolated duel if he goes back towards Temple, but instead he's asked to be covered off from it. Zacher is not aggressing. He wants his players back in Donut. That's what he thinks the plant is for, and he's right about that.
Oh, well, it comes down to really this 2-on-2 in Donut, because if it ends up being Zacher having a retake from Temple solo, it's just not going to happen. Westmelon gets one for the trade, but is he aware of Kenzie in this position? Flash through, doesn't really connect. Zacher's going to have a bit of a look, but Westmelon will save the day, lock it down with the double. Takes Zacher a little while to find the bomb, but no harm, no foul.
13 and 4 in Westmelon, man. This is exactly the kind of performance you needed both from him and Starry if you wanted a chance in this one. It's a shame that you lost those two, but I mean, you're still seeing the... you're seeing the cracks in Lynn Vision. The fact that Result gets away inside the smoke and almost the kill over there when Westmelon had him.
Yeah, the passion's still there, definitely, for Aurora.
Confidence as well.
Attack timeout coming through from Lynn Vision.
I don't hate it.
Yeah, they know that they're kind of in that position where, look, they've probably given up a little bit more than they ought to have early on, but the half is still salvageable. The next couple of rounds are going to be really important. So just trying to lock in what it is that we're going to be going for over the next 1 to 2 to 3 rounds. And if we can do that effectively, we can actually still salvage the half, maybe even still win the half. Come with some words of wisdom, see what he's got cooking in the lab for the boys, and Brain on the other side. Just having a bit of a conversation back and forth. Everyone else happy to listen along.
I'm very curious to see what Aurora's game plan is going to be going into the next one. Obviously over here they're just looking for damage. The Eagles are looking to do just that. Little bits and pieces of Kevlar as well do make it slightly harder for them to buy in the next one, but nothing too substantial. Westmelon, in the meanwhile, is covered off by Flying. This duo has been great on this B site, but they want to make sure that they stay alive, and Flying will guarantee just that with a quick double. Zacher, meanwhile, generally good for that first shot. Wow. This time is not the case. Lackey has demolished him.
Yeah, that is just a sharp shot. Sharp as nails from Lackey. Problem is, it's not really going to be a big win for Aurora because the bomb's not with them, and Starry is there to cut off that rotate. Or maybe not. There's a smoke.
Oh.
He'll be hearing the footsteps, no doubt about that.
Well,
problem is they've lost the sight now, so it's taken too long. This is exactly the kind of round, though, that Lynn Vision need to get back into the map with, assuming they don't lose another gun or two. Can see, and that was looking scary for a second, but Starry's got it locked down.
And to be honest, Westmoreland saving up that AWP as well, so in a funny way, it almost gives them one extra rifle. If he had died early on, then they would have had to keep Westmoreland on the MP9, which, you know, it's a dumb little thing, but yeah. Very nice shot from Lucky, though. He has clearly come to play. Not that there were any doubts about that after the 1v4.
All right. Back into another pivotal gun round.
This is both teams' chance to take the half for themselves. Lynn Vision will be slightly strapped for cash, although they should be able to rustle together by. And Aurora, you know what their situation is, but there's a bit of a situation ship going on inside the smoke, and Zaka doesn't realize it because his own teammate has moved past. Westmoreland now wants to go in through the B doors while Amelia dies in A. They have lost too much in the chaos, and Lynn will have to save.
Yeah, this is just madness. It's now the second or third time that Aurora have kind of pulled off a bit of a faster, kind of more chaotic strat, and it's caught Lynn Vision off guard. A lot of hard work for Lynn Vision to get back to this position, but then they just gift Aurora that 6th round.
I mean, it's wild the fact that they're getting aggressive into A while they're also having Westmoreland pushing out of the cave smoke on B, and they're having Zacher try and go back to Cheetah, most likely to cover off for what is planned to be like a B lane hit or something like it. Like, that's double aggression on either side is crazy.
Trying to do too many things at once. It's cost Lynn Vision. Love to get these next 2 guns through. That looks like it will be achieved. The smoke is keeping Aurora at bay. So at least a couple of rifles will be maintained. But back to square one for Lynn Vision, who now have to work hard. Get themselves an equal 6-6 scoreline for the half. It'll be the goal. But that was just a full send from Zaka.
Look at that. Man, there's no flash there, there's nothing, there's no info whatsoever. They're purely relying on... Well, they don't even have info on B, actually, because you're not even relying on there being players on the B side. That's insane.
Yeah. Mid control for Lynn Vision, they'll be happy with that. Star is going to be pushed away by a little bit of util tossed in by Aurora, who will go for the late recontest. They're actually able to walk their way up onto shelf. And that is bad news indeed for Zaka.
Starry might be unexpected here, though, because he's been playing Red Room and Zacher did die on Donut, so there's a chance that Aurora overlook him. He needs to do a lot, though. And in the meanwhile, Westmoreland's found 1, but Emilia's the only person getting kills in Donut. 2 versus 3, Norway very low, but with the AWP, it's not the most significant thing, and your rotation pathway is singular. Fortunately, Deco has to return back, and as he does do so with the bomb, the CTs have a chance of fighting for this, but if you do, you definitely don't have a buy in the next.
It's a big rotate to make as well. It takes them a long time to get there. Aurora, to be fair, taking their sweet time of getting the plant down. It's going to be planted for Donut.
It's a full walkthrough as well for the rotate from the CTs, so the fact that they're still committed to this is, again, it's just a little bit difficult. Deco also has a grenade, so it makes it even more difficult for it to actually pull off this 2v3 in like a smoke ninja situation. So it has to be by winning duels and winning fights.
I don't think they can do it. I don't think they can do it quickly enough. That's the problem. I mean, sure, 2-on-3, it's achievable, but with the time left, how does Lynn Vision find even these 3 players?
I mean, Deco's going to be finding them initially, and that's Result coming through with the second. Lynn Vision find them pretty easily. How do they kill them?
Well, yeah, I think a part of it was Aurora finding Lynn Vision, actually. But either way, that's another one in the back pocket for Aurora, up to 7 and really threatening for an 8th round in this half.
Realistically should be, yeah.
It's been, you know, a bit of an effort from Lynn Vision. There's been a couple of decent rounds here and there, but really getting the sense that Aurora have come to play tonight.
I mean, the decent rounds, unfortunately, ended up being losses very often as well. That's the worst bit. Max 7 for Emilia. He is a bit of a swaggy gamer.
A mag enjoyer.
A magic boy. Starry in the meanwhile, though, is magical. Lucky taken down by that nade. Starry has been consistent on the singular frag except for the previous round, and now he only has to be careful about the potential aggression to come through from, I believe it might actually be Deco in middle. So Deco's not going to get aggressive. He's only watching out for the up and donut.
jump peek over there, but no one to spot out in Cheetah. Imperative that Lynn Vision convert this round. They've got the 5-on-4 lead. They can't afford to be dropping down 8-4 in the half. It just wouldn't really give them enough room in that next half. And Aurora going to take it slow. And there is a bit of a gap there that they can exploit into Red Room if they want to. Starry, to be fair, is watching it. But you get someone set up in Red Room, you take the A-bomb site, cut off the rotations. There's definitely a world where this round can be won.
It's really going to be down to Emilia, and he's trying to play for the jiggle in with the Mag 7. This is not the best of angles for it, but it might be the only angle for it. He's going to get the timing of the shadow spot, and Norby's head is taken clean off. He knows there's another one, and Resson is caught with a nade in his hand. But look at the flank coming into the A site. The problem is it doesn't have the bomb, and there's 20 seconds.
Oh, a missed shot from Deco. Tough one to hit, to be fair. That's Heat shooting. Oh, and a nice sharp one from West Melon right back. So that might just seal the deal. Kenzie really doesn't have the time to be winning this round anymore. Although he has heard West Melon through that smoke. I'm not sure where this round really ends up going, though. The thing is, I guess he's just stat padding now because there's just no way he gets that bomb anymore. Stat padding pretty nicely, actually, to be fair.
You say stat padding, I say putting the fear of Aurora into them.
Well, 7-5 will be the score at the end of the half, so...
Not the worst, but again, it's that same Chinggis situation where it really could have been better. Now, the good thing is Lynn's individuals are not absent, right? We have seen Starry get up to some nice shots. We've seen West Melon obviously hitting the nice numbers.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a weird one. I feel like Lynn Vision, they could have definitely had more. There's no doubt about that. Didn't really give you a great insight necessarily which way this matchup is actually going to go.
Я смотрю Броки.
Крам пикает на выходе. Вышел.
Броки. Я в дефолте.
Пику слабовить.
Перелот.
Уголовую пачку, ребят, времени мало. Мы бикетов.
Два Броки. Я смотрю. Блять, два каленых. И готово, дефолт. Пачка справа. Еще один.
Один в один.
Пушит. Блять, я во всех попал, никого не убил, блять.
I'll be honest, I kind of was hoping they would show the 1v4 clip from Lackey and the comms and that. Just want to see everyone's face when he gets that last kill.
Yeah. That's a big one for sure. It's a huge clutch.
Game defining potentially.
I mean, even though they pull off that clutch, I mean, you know, Lynn Vision got 5. Like,
that's look. That's the thing. Lynn Vision are in a good place because their individuals are doing pretty well.
Yep.
You know, you're going into this one with a decent amount of rounds on the CT side. 5's not bad.
Yep.
Right. So this is a very different side to what we had, obviously, going back in the upper bracket.
They know they've got Anubis up next as well, which is a map that they're very, very comfortable on.
Yes, indeed.
The go-to map for Lynn Vision.
It was the map that they tried to pick into constantly to try and upset Mongols. The reason why Mongols actually got good on Anubis is because Lynn kept picking it against them. That's the funny thing.
And they would constantly pick it when they went and played overseas, and they had some pretty reasonable success on the map.
True.
So
West Melon seems to have a very good handle on it as well, but a handle on that will be later on. Aurora right now still have this game pretty firmly in their hand. Maybe they're a bit of a foam-fingered grip, but we have to wait to find out.
Got some Lynn Vision fans
in
the crowd. Love to see it.
A little bit of Linnian action. That is the official, unofficial term for Lynn Vision fans. I hope you know.
Is it?
I made it, so.
Odds haven't really shifted too far. Pissed around, big one for Lynn Vision. Would want to start the half on the right foot. Be some util getting tossed into mid, and it looks like the approach is straight in through Red Room already, though Resalt's got himself one. There is a quick trade back over onto Norway, so we still maintain that 4-on-4.
Do they know? Yes, they do, but Lucky's missed that first shot, and now there's a chance to fight back, but the problem is Lucky cannot be fought against. He is inevitable.
Wow, okay, that was something. I mean, that was an interesting approach from Lynn Vision, I will give them that, but did not work the way they thought it would.
They just weren't prepared for the Lackey flank into their attack on Red Room.
Yeah, I think the thing is, like, Result getting that early info, probably spotted a couple of players crossing. Info was given. Lackey just threads the needle on the timing.
He's had a great game so far.
Bit of a bamboozling pistol round, I think, but what's the approach now for Lynn Vision? Because they don't get the bomb plant down, which means they can't really afford to purchase into this round, and then you're giving Aurora 9. Leads blowing out a little bit more. It's really going to have to be an uphill battle from Lynn Vision for now in the second half, and any thoughts of Anubis are still quite a long way away. MESA Lan, though, has struck P250 in hand. That's always going to be nice. Looking for a little bit more. Kenzie's actually in trouble here. This is getting awkward. The pistols can really go to work. MESA Lan's got another one. And Lackey cops a bink on the way through there as well. It's 2-on-2, but damage has been done to those CTs, and I'm not going to say this is an impossible one for Lynn Vision.
With the bomb being this far away and time being given to reposition as well, it is going to be difficult for them to move past the Cheetah player without having to take a duel. Lackey's down. And I like what MESA Lan does there. He threatens the going inside Cheetah for just a split second, because even though you get a headshot, the death cam is still there. Obviously, headshots mean that the death cam is lower, but yeah.
Plan to go down for flying. And this is actually a very tough round to win for Result now. It's almost even worth just saving the M4 at this point, which it looks like will be the option of choice.
You know what goes around comes around. Lynn Vision fighting back into it, but you know, it's not with the force spy. It's with the full eco.
That's what's even more impressive about it. I mean, Aurora just, like, they ended up kind of taking a bunch of 1-on-4s, the Glocks and P250s and what have you from Lynn Vision. Almost always had, or in this round, it did always have a couple of player advantage. And, you know, they're not doing that much damage per shot, but when you put enough of them together, the P shooters can certainly do some work. And the round difference falls back to 2, which for Lynn Vision is going to be great news. It keeps them in the fight. It feels really to me like Lynn Vision is like teetering on the precipice of falling off the cliff, and every single time they fall, they manage to catch themselves.
You say that, but it also feels like it's a strange balancing act that they're in, because to me it's like they're on the precipice of taking over the game as well, right? Like every time Aurora get this ridiculous individual play, clutch, anything like it, Lynn do answer back. That's the weird thing.
Yeah,
they're walking a tightrope, but can they actually reach the end? So far, the acrobatics have looked good, but flying just goes in and takes Norby's head off.
Yeah, nice sharp shot. Good raw mechanical ability.
Oh my goodness, that's more of it.
They go down, flying drops, but that's okay for Lynn Vision. They've got numbers advantage. They'll be happy with the proceedings so far. Amelia kind of working the angles into A as well, which might be where Lynn Vision end up finishing the round. MESA Lan is looking for some more fights. He's feeling confident in his aim at the moment. 19-7, why not? Beauty of it, though, is Amelia is now into A, and that's a good trade from Starry. Might need some help, though. Kenzie, MP9, this is a favorable enough duel for him. I think it's going to be, though, does the bomb beat him to A? Does he even go to A? Does he know where Lynn Vision want to end?
He's got an idea, surely, because they have to be regrouping back towards what Amelia's position was, and with the smoke being audible, now he certainly knows.
This is awkward, though. If he gets into Temple and somehow denies the bomb plant.
I don't think he can deny the bomb plant. That would be asking for a little bit too much, but he can certainly put himself in a position to fight for it. He's close enough that the 10-second defuse shouldn't be the end of the world.
Oh,
he's going to catch him out. He's going to make it a 1-versus-1. That's huge.
Question is now, does he expect the next player in Donut, watching that player walk into Donut? He might think Amelia's back towards CT spawn or in A main or even wrapping around in Temple.
Emil's got a grenade. This round is basically over. You can't win this. You literally cannot win this with Amelia's grenade being ready. You get taken off of it once and it's all done. Kenzie even trying to watch for it, but Amelia now knows he just needs to retreat backwards. Kenzie will not risk the AK.
One round the difference now. That's about as close as it's been for the entire map, but Lynn Vision are slowly but surely clawing their way back to maybe even an advantage on this second half.
And this is a round where Lynn Vision do not have money. They will only have that saved M4 unless they try and buy a couple of deagles around it, which,
Aurora.
listen, it is, Aurora, which, listen, it is deadly. We've seen those deagles come into play. We've seen those force spies work out. A lot harder to do it on the CT side, though.
For sure.
Aurora are going to be on $2,400 loss bonus as well, by the way, so if you lose this one and you lose everyone, you're not getting an op. Like, Deco actually needs skills to get an AWP now.
Well,
and with the A side being completely empty, it's going to be a donut pressure from Aurora to try and turn things around. It could just be a push through while the bomb is planted. There is going to be more util being chucked forward, even the grenade that could tempt them, but Deco's been traded, and now Lackey is forced back.
Yeah, 4 players filtering through from the donut. It's wishful thinking, really. You're kind of like fish in a barrel when you're trying to retake the site from that kind of position, especially when you're working with no armor at all for the vast majority of those members. So in the end, Aurora going to go for a little bit of a later approach to things here and see if they can maybe catch a couple players on the way out, see if they can get some upgrades. Almost certainly will be Lynn Vision to win the round here, though. And Amelia doing a pretty good job of clearing out CT spawn. They just have to get rid of Result and then they'll be safe. But he is hitting some shots with that P250. One more little piece of damage before the round ends.
Lynn could not care less. Let's be frank about it. They are fine with having the win and a couple of players kept alive. I'll be honest, Jordan, I was kind of worried that literally everyone would leave after the Mongols match, but frankly, we have some fans sticking around. I'm very happy about that one. We have some people coming in here to watch out for Lynn Vision.
You got to respect it. You got to respect because like
it's very late over here. It's Children's Day, you know.
It's late. Yep, it's a national holiday, and neither of these teams are a local team.
Yeah.
You know, so there's every excuse you could think of to go home. But the real fans, the real true OGs are here. Just not OG, unfortunately.
What a shot from Deco! Turns it into 5 versus 4 where there was no right to have that shot land in any world, and now he's being forced back. The Molotov, though, it's in his feet, but he's got a headshot before he gets taken down. More mollies will sail right past him. He's been given time and space by his smoke, and in a 5-on-3, Aurora have been set up for a great retake, but can they get it done?
Yeah, time is ticking. They've got to get a bit of a wriggle on here. Halfway gone already, and all it takes is a couple of good quick shots from Lynn Vision to turn this one back on its head. The smokes only just now starting to dissipate. Flash up in the air. Zaka hits a good one to start things off. There's still hope in this for Lynn Vision, and they've got tempo control as well, courtesy of West Melon. Need 1 or 2 more quick ones, and it might just still be Lynn Vision to hold on in the 3-on-5. The post plant works out well enough, and for now, it is Lynn Vision with their noses in front.
That is one of the best 3 versus 5s I have seen in a very long time. Especially the worst part is that in trying to save Deco, Aurora actually make it more difficult for them to get onto the side because the smokes that have been used is theirs. So that extra smoke, Lynn didn't actually have anything like that to help themselves out. And then afterwards, Wes Mellon, who's been playing next to that smoke forever, he just tries and keeps himself alive for the late round. That's why Wes Mellon is such a problem. He was a lurking player once upon a time. You know he plays those clutches right.
Yeah, absolutely. He's having a fantastic game. 23 frags, 8 deaths only. Might it just be enough to get Lynn Vision through this map? It has been a real brawl. It has been a real back and forth, but Lynn Vision now with the lead. They've had to work hard to get there.
Fight coming in towards Cheetah is going to be pushed away. Deco cannot find an AWP pick early. That is the #1 threat to mitigate. They're re-aggressing though. It's going to be a boost up, and Kenzie in the meanwhile has found Starry. This is getting dangerous. Lynn Vision are getting scared. Another shot to connect, but it's through the wall, so Flying has maybe a bit more HP than he deserves.
Yeah, this gets really messy if Lynn Vision decided they want to go toward that B-bomb site. 4 players stacked there from Aurora. And both the guns.
Aurora's
really go wrong.
Aurora's going to find one more. Flying's taken down, and now the push comes through. It's Lucky to lead the charge, and as good as he's been, I cannot help but doubt Lynn's chances of getting anything done over here. Lucky keeps it going, and Aurora with another robbery.
Everything's gone wrong for Lynn Vision in that round. 30 seconds left for Zaka to work with. He's not having a great game. 6-13. Wants to try to hang on to the AWP. It's not a huge amount of money actually into the next round here for Lynn Vision, so it will be big if he can hold on to this AWP. Similarly, obviously a huge round win for Aurora. They're going to get a lot of upgrades. They'll be able to find probably 3 AKs. And then they're right back into this contest. It has been really tit for tat, hasn't it? Each time one team's looked like they've gotten on top, the other has bounced back. 9 apiece once again. Scores are leveled. And Aurora with quite the boost to their economy. We'll be very happy to see that. going to give them some more legs on that CT side to try to close this map out. But in saying that, this is where things start to get a bit awkward as the CTs. If you lose the round at the wrong time, you basically just lose the map. Such is the nature of the economic beast that is Counter-Strike 2. So they're going to have a bit of a chat before going into this next one, recognizing the importance of the next 2 to 3 rounds. Could set themselves up for some real success or some massive failure, depending on how they go.
Aurora are hoping for the latter. Thing is, Aurora are always going to be a limit testing team. This is something that obviously, you know, Michael, funnily enough, at Mongolia last year, Michael Yumi Cassidy, said about Twisted Minds back then that they were very much like water. You fill it into a container and then you wait for the holes to show up on their own. That's what Aurora are right now. They are going to find out where your cracks are, where things are going wrong for you. But now Norway has to be careful. There could be a 4-man push going down, and unfortunately when you step in water, it doesn't really do much.
Yeah, Westmelon floating around on the B lane as well. He's only got a Glock. It's not really a big threat. It kind of has to be Zaka to have some kind of impact in this round early.
And it doesn't feel like he's the man to do it.
No, not at the moment. Definitely not. Certainly not with this kind of a push either. I mean, that's not really an angle that the Orb's going to have a particularly fun time of challenging.
At the same time, if Zacher can just get a full hard scope forward or even just cover off Temple, there's a world where he finds that one crucial pick. The problem is Resalt's angle is incredibly good. When you don't have flashes to take him off of it, Resalt gets a funnel going over to him. You either path perfectly with a player on either side or you die.
Well, one piece of good news is Zaka has the Temple line, so if for some reason Resalt wants to try to fall back into there or someone is rotating through it, he probably gets the kill for free. But Aurora, they've recognized the danger and they've rotated those extra players across, and it'll be way too easy. Solid hold from Aurora. They're back in front.
The other problem is that obviously because Resalt can spot all those smokes coming in, he just gives the call to Norby. Norby, don't play back, don't play close towards the A side, play from next to the signboard. So even if you're trying to go for a full swing on the left side, yeah, Norby just covers you off and you're coming in a single file towards him. So very nice setup from Aurora over there, and now Lynn Vision have their chance to fight back.
Well, some thinking to do now for Lynn Vision. Game was in their hands for a moment, but really it was quite a brief moment. Outside of that, it has by and large been Aurora in the lead and kind of controlling the game. Hasn't been with a very firm fist, I will grant, but generally it has been Aurora. It's a long map, isn't it? And it's getting quite late. Both teams have been here all day long. Fatigue potentially going to be a factor now as well. We have to consider.
Who does it hit harder?
Probably Aurora, you'd think. Having been the team that would have had to have traveled further. Lynn Vision pretty much on the same time zone.
Sure, but it's been a few days. It's been long enough, and that shouldn't be the biggest factor. Now, no, the question is, Starry, can you find a kill in middle? Nice nade for Starry, even if it's thrown by the CT side.
A decent start. Lynn Vision need this round, that is for sure. They've got the opener, but still 4 players to get through, and Aurora, with that 2-2 split, have all the bomb sites covered. I like the contact play up the A ramp though. Lynn Vision are getting a lot of space and they're getting it for free. Deco gives away his position, and then it is going to be the flood from Lynn Vision. Nicely played. Good spacing coming through from the T side. Zaka opens up onto Kenzie, and Deco can't really do a whole lot here. There's a team kill from Deco. And all of a sudden the round, it just capitulates. Aurora are out of there once again, 10 apiece. And now we can get into that dangerous territory that I was talking about a little bit earlier on, where money's going to start to play a factor in this. If Aurora choose the wrong time to invest or lose the wrong round, their chances of winning the map just dissipate. So they've got money for this round, but they really don't have a lot going into the next. If things go wrong here and they don't save guns, that could pretty much just be curtains.
I mean, this is going to be aggression, and if not aggression, then you save, pretty much. Initially, looks like that aggression would be routed through Cheetah, but the T-side smoke will be blocking that off for now, and look at how passive Lynn are playing this. They're just making sure that there's no one who can push forward. Frankly, Lynn in this round are very happy to wait this out to the last 30 seconds as well. The problem is I don't know how comfortable they are as individuals in that time.
Starry happily able to walk out into mid though. Vision have got their options, and it looks like the option of choice might be to go toward B. It's quite a hefty setup from Aurora. Big commitment in cave.
It is a very difficult setup to unravel this late into the round with the double cheetah play. If Norby doesn't go down, if Norby stays alive, this round becomes very difficult. That smoke is massive. Molotov actually forces the cheetah player back out, so you're only going to have one inside the B house. Meanwhile, Norby's found two, make it three. The A4 looking good in his hands, and the only one to fight back is a Zacher who's now returning for the bomb, looking to plant, looking for money, looking for hope, but frankly, there's nothing to be found.
Yeah, it's just not really a great call from Lynn Vision, isn't it? Got to go through a smoke up ramp, and how often do you really think that that is going to work? They had 40 seconds still left on the clock. Could have called the cancel, but didn't. And this is what happens. Two players walk through the smoke one by one. The third just a little bit too late to really reliably find the trade, and only when it's Zacher that as that fourth player coming through the smoke.
I mean, Norby's not even flashed up while they're going through the smoke, right? That's the other thing.
Yeah.
You don't have enough of pressure into house as well, where Norby feels particularly uncomfortable because you obviously had that smoke from earlier on there, which still had about that 5-6 seconds left on it. So, yeah.
Could have been the straw that broke the camel's back for Aurora if Lynn Vision wins that round, but
very much so.
Once again, they're going to have to do it the hard way.
That's been the story for this entire map so far. And of course, I said it before, Jordan, I think there was a world where this could have been a 2-0 if you win in Ancient. Anubis should be interesting territory for you as well, but losing here in a heartbreak fashion also does have pretty big repercussions on the fatigue bit that you were talking about, right? Like, that's something that's really going to take you out of it.
Right, well, back into the swing of things. Lynn Vision now kind of staring down that barrel, and they've already lost a player early. Lackey with a bit of spam through that smoke, maybe just as it popped, catching a whiff of Starry. And Lynn Vision are going to have to do this the extremely hard way, 4-on-5. Westmelon is finding a nice timing, though, into Red Room, and that is not being watched by anyone at the moment. So if they just slow things down here, Westmelon almost certainly gets himself a kill for free. Question is going to be, can Deco strike before Westmelon? Surely not. It's a freebie for Westmelon, and that'll be the go signal for Lynn Vision. Maybe they're back into this one. Lackey not quite finding his man. Overcommits to the fight. Zacher for one, down quickly. The trades are coming back on through. Aurora have salvaged, have recovered, and they'll survive in the round unless Flying does something impossible. 12-10. Aurora stave off a very scary moment.
Lackey's rotations have been something else on the CT side. Westmelon finds the one, but the speed at which Lackey is back there to threaten him, make sure he can't feel comfortable, is absurd. Then afterwards, you know what, Result, speaking of absurd, he just goes ahead, finds himself 2 quick kills. There's no one to trade him out. They're watching for him to go for that extra peek. He just wins the duel. He just wins the duel.
I thought that was a Lynn Vision round, actually.
It looked like it when Westmelon gets into Red Room, but no, not the case.
Not the case indeed, and this is dire straits for Lynn Vision. Just got the pistols and the armor to work with. They need to pull out another one of those rounds. I mean, they've had a few of them that have gone their way, but perhaps just one too few. Good trade, though, from Flying. But irretrievable gun, that's for sure. And do we just default back over to that A bomb site? They've got more than enough util to get in.
This is going to be old out of Result again, and he's been so good so far. And against the Tech 9s, really feels difficult. But, I mean, I say it's old out of Result. Aurora have realized exactly what's going on. They have started rotating back. The only people who are being a little bit careful about is because there could have been a Westmelon lurk, or at least someone replacing Westmelon, but now Deco and Result taking them all apart. Aurora are 1 kill away. 12 HP is simply not enough. 13-10. Aurora take that first map.
Yeah, they do it not so easily, though, it has to be said, and there was definitely a point in which that could have been Lynn Vision's map to lose. Probably there was a point where it actually was the case. Just they didn't quite manage to convert those really important, crucial swing rounds right at the back end of things. So it's a nice attempt from Lynn Vision, but at the end of the day, Aurora coming up with the goods.
Я занял БФУ.
Меда не вижу.
Я уйду, Сань.
Меда не вижу.
Жек, фокуса?
Да, иди на один.
Да какие гранаты, Дэн? Молик.
Разбил, дырка, пацаны. Дропнул дым, нет.
Забери тэшку, я по тебе буду.
Меда не вижу, парни. Фокус не...
Тэшка
кидает. Флешку над храмом дал. Летит флешка над храмом, бум! Ебать ему в жопу.
Тэшка. 3-1.
Флешка, хорош.
Well, what a start for Aurora. Pretty back and forth, it has to be said. There was moments there for Lynn Vision, but across the board, Aurora showcasing what they've got in the locker. Fellas, off the back of that, how are we feeling?
Disappointed, to be quite honest with you. I obviously predicted for Lynn Vision. I felt like there was very much a world where they could have won that map. And if I wanted to get my prediction right, well, I did say 2-1, and we are going into Anubis. So maybe there's still a world, but I feel like when you lose that kind of a map in that kind of a fashion, as a quote-unquote underdog, it is very difficult to come back from that one. So I don't know. I don't really think Lynn Vision's that kind of team at the moment that is really going to have the mental fortitude to come back into this series. But they did make it close, so jury's out. We'll have to wait and see. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
Sure. I mean, one man you mentioned on Lynn Vision's side, Westmelon. What a performance out of him individually.
For sure.
Fantastic. Genuinely, you could see why I was highlighting him as a player to win the Ancient. But the problem is there were just a couple of players that also lost the Ancient. Let's be frank. Zachar on the CT side was given all priority multiple times over, but it felt like we weren't getting enough. Westmelon, as much as his individual play may have propped them up, I'm questioning some of the calls that he was making as well, especially on the CT side, right? Like you look over towards that round where they're aggressing through both Cheetah and through A main at the same time. Emilia dies, he dies, someone else dies, Kenzie through a smoke. There's so many things going wrong over there for Lynn Vision, but frankly, Aurora just out-firepowered them, and Lackey was he was just such a player.
Yeah, exactly that. We'll take a look at our player of the map off the back of that one. And, actually there's a couple of different people you could maybe look at coming in towards it. I was actually really impressed with Lackey. I think he had a couple of moments for me individually. And, hey, he comes through as that player of the map. What are your thoughts on him? He looked just solid.
Yeah, I mean, he's been solid pretty much all day. Like, he was player of the map in a couple of the earlier maps that we got to see him play as well. He's just kind of there when they need him, right? Like, it's not anything out of this world necessarily. Like 16 kills on a map, you look at that and you go, well, that's pretty standard, right? Anyone can do that. But I think the thing is, like, a lot of the kills are very, very impactful kills from Lackey. So that's where the difference is being made.
I mean, let me count the rounds out, right? Lackey in the second round, he gets them a crucial deagle shot or two. In the 1 versus 4, he gets them the 1 versus 4. In the second pistol round with the USP, he gets a flank onto the two players coming in through Red Room, finds both of them, and then in the round where it looked like Lynn Vision was going to bring it back with the Westmelon flank coming through, Lackey's in perfect position to be able to continue to put the pressure on that lets Result get those frags. The kind of kills he was getting, you're right, they were insanely impactful. It wasn't a 1 KPR kind of situation for Lackey. It was very much 1v4, pistol round, disabling your 1 round to come back situation.
Sure. And now let's look at the other side. Lynn Vision. You lot have kind of touted them as maybe the favourites in this series. You said you kind of maybe think they can win it. How are they going to do it now? We've got 2 more maps potentially, but let's just focus on the second.
Focusing on Anubis, obviously that's, I would say, their best map, right? I mean, it has been their go-to map for a very, very long time. They're very comfortable on it, very familiar with it, so they've kind of put their own eggs in their own basket, if that makes sense, and you've got to back yourself in situations like this. Maybe an extra 5% more comfortable on Ancient and they get that map over the line. I can tell you they're definitely 5% more comfortable on Anubis, so if they can bring that same level and then maybe a little bit, they might actually have enough to get this one through to map 3.
I mean, you are asking for Westmelon to give an incredible performance and 5% more from the rest of the team, though. That's where I just think this is asking for a little bit much, and that's why I did say that I didn't think Lynn Vision is going to be able to take this one away. Now, admittedly, Anubis is still in the cards for them. I think Westmelon could maintain, but unfortunately, unless I see more from Zachar, unless I see maybe a little bit more from Emilia again, it's going to be a tough time.
I think it's definitely more on like some of the other guys to step up. Like Westmelon, we're not going to ask 20 plus frags from him every single day of the week. You need Zaka to be doing more than 5 kills in a game, and Starry as well. You know, he's a player that we want to see step up. So I think it's on the rest of the guys to step up here, and if they do, there's a chance.
Well, we're going to have to see whether that is the case. We've got Anubis coming up next. It's the second map in the series. Potentially, we could talk and come back for a third map, but we'll have to wait and see whether Lynn Vision can step up to the plate. So far, Aurora are 1 map away from that lower bracket final tomorrow. Let's see if they can get there after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings. 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 Red Bull gives you wings.
Aurora Gaming find themselves up 1 on their own map big, but it was anything but pretty. Lynn now heading into Anubis, hoping that they can turn it around on its head.
Yeah, that's got to be the question, doesn't it? Aurora, you know, solid win, I guess at the end of the day, they get the job done, but Anubis is the quintessential Lynn Vision map, and if they're going to get it done anywhere, they're going to get it done here. So I think there's every possibility that this one does still go through to a third if the same level is brought by both teams from that previous map onto this map. I think Lynn Vision actually get it done on Anubis.
The thing is, both teams had a player who I would argue was overperforming a little bit, right? You know, Westmelon, maybe a little bit less surprising, but Lackey definitely so many important, crucial rounds. So you're expecting a slight change in their forms, right? You're not expecting Westmelon to pop through with 25 every game, like you mentioned. You're also not expecting Lackey to pop through with, you know, 5 ridiculous important rounds either. So who is going to be the substitute teacher for either one of these? Because frankly, both teams need to take the other to school.
I want to see a big game from Starry. We talked about that actually going into Ancient. He didn't really deliver. Starry, when he gets going, can really take a game away, but it's been a while since we saw that.
Let's freaking go!
Indeed,
I'm going to say that every time,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. You do what you want, mate. It's going to be Aurora already starting off. Westmelon just like a little bit of a jump peek around the corner there. Kind of gets his head banged off by Deco, which is not a very promising sign at all. It will prompt the full rotate from Lynn Vision, so they're going to have about 4 players to defend this bomb site with. But Aurora do not care. They want to just barrel their way in.
Yeah, Kenzie's found a couple more, and Zachar has at least gone through on the trade. And listen, flying Zachar on the back of the site are deadly potentially, but you need to find the kill through the smoke. If the bomb is planted, it feels like the round is pretty much done and over with.
Yeah, well, flying. Let's see what he can do here. There's one good shot. Hang on. Maybe we just need one more, and he's ready to go. He's got plenty of time to work with. And waiting. Oh, flying. How about that from Lynn Vision? Bails them out of trouble straight away.
The problem over there was the bomb plant was over on default rather than being planted for dark. So in that situation where a lot of you guys might be thinking, oh my god, Lackey, why is he not coming back? And yes, I know that's what you sound like. Lackey just can't. He doesn't know if there's a kid on the other side or not. If there's a full stick coming through and Lackey's outside of dark, then frankly, Flying just gets the full defuse out. But Flying, the fact that he gets those shots is insane. Obviously, a player who has not really come into this lineup with the most expectations. Once upon a time, a pretty decent rifler on wings up, if I do say so myself, but a decent rifler on wings up is not necessarily a star player in Lynn Vision.
Yeah, he's always been kind of in that like 3rd or 4th best team in China. If you remember, we go back to when he was on Invictus Gaming as well. Like they were floating around. They were competitive to an extent, but
they couldn't make ECL.
No, they were never one of those teams that was like really pushing the issue. But here's his opportunity actually to basically get into the best team in China at the moment and perhaps make his mark. There's a big piss around to win, certainly for Lynn Vision, but more to do because there was that investment from Aurora off the back of that bomb plant. Presence going to be shown in mid from Aurora in just a second.
The problem men are going to be Flying and Emilia over towards the A site in this round. Westmelon is unlikely to prove to be too much of a hindrance. He's also rotating back to the A site. Flying has been dealt with. That's one problem down. Emilia has to be the other one. But as he fails to find anything, it's Westmelon's rotate that comes into fruition. 2 kills found. And now it's only up to Emilia to stay alive and lock out that player from the A site. And he's still looking for a fight. His teammates have fallen. He's not too far behind.
Yeah, can't be losing that round. Can't be losing it in that capacity. Zachar going to try to save the day. Much the same way as Flying was able to do on the pistol. Position though known and a very nice angle held by Result. There was no chance for Zachar in that one. So Flying was able to get them a cheeky pistol win. But that's 2 rounds in a row where you'd argue that Aurora have looked like the better team.
I mean, in that 4 versus 3, the strangest thing obviously is that you don't see a concerted effort from Emilia to fight with Westmelon or away from him. Obviously, he's just completely stuck up inside pillars, so he can't even go for the trade later on when Westmelon's there. That's the power of having that threat outside of A, right? Aurora obviously taking down Flying initially. That's the difference that it makes. Starry's Deagle did strike quite a few times in the previous game. Right now, it doesn't even get a body shot.
Yeah, cross the T's, dot the I's, Aurora. Spread across the map. Most of the focus towards A. It's going pretty well so far. There's another one for Kenzie. Almost even could have called the troops back over to B, but they've all walked their way into A as well. So this will be a bomb plan over on A. And Kenzie gets to have a little bit more fun with that MAC-10 over here on B, see if he can farm a bit more cash up. Looks like that will be pretty successful. And not really even a big win for Flying when he gets that kill. So overall, very good start to the map for Aurora. Putting the brakes on the Lynn Vision hype train pretty quickly.
Lynn Vision train was derailed by themselves, arguably, in the previous one, and now obviously Aurora looking very good. And Jordan, the problem is that as good as Lynn Vision theoretically are on Anubis, I just think Kenzie and Result and their aggression are so well enabled whenever you go into this map. It's a map where Operas can do a lot, but frankly, Rifers do just even more.
Yeah, and I think this is the Aurora that we kind of hoped we would see a little bit earlier on today as well. I don't know if they were on their A game in that matchup against Chinggis Warriors. Obviously, there was the substitution situation involved in that discussion as well. But we've kind of been touting Aurora throughout this entire event and saying, yeah, they're a real serious contender. And I don't know if they really delivered on that in terms of the gameplay in the server. Like, they were pushed pretty hard by a lot of their opponents.
True. But
if they were to 2-0 Lynn Vision tonight, that's a good confidence booster going into that game against Bleed tomorrow.
Especially if you do it convincingly on Anubis, right? Let's be frank, Ancient was not a great showing from them, even if they did win it. But a good Anubis, you know what? We take it. In the meanwhile, Norway trying to take in a little bit more than he can chew. 2 kills found and an AK recovered for the CTs. Likely both players are going to be hunted down. Or at least the attempt will be made. Well, the first one is found. Naki to take him down. And Starry actually gets a nice little double trade. Now listen, the bomb is actually found. So the problem is that Starry can fight into this one all alone. He's got Kevlar and he's got a move to make.
I think he's got to move pretty quickly here though, doesn't he? Like, he's got to try to change his position up that he can try and force a 1-on-1. He's doing a good job of pushing his way forward. If he could take the peek into T-spawn, maybe there was a chance, but Result had it covered off in the end, and crisis is averted for Aurora.
It's enough to keep them on their toes, I suppose.
Yeah, certainly. But it's not really enough to get Lynn Vision excited just yet. That was a nice little... I mean, was it a stroke of luck or was it a spray transfer? Not
Whatever
sure,
it was, he'll take it.
Yeah, but end of the day, it's not enough, right? So Aurora up 3-1. This is going to be another gun round out from Lynn Vision. We've got Zaka in on the AWP. Well, it's a bit of a non-factor on Ancient with that weapon. Can he rewrite the storyline a little bit on this map? Take the peek from E-Box, but not seeing much.
Flying has to be very careful in this position. If Result had been able to get the move on, and indeed he has. Result goes all the way through the Molotov. He might die to it. No, a smoke would have extinguished it even if it hadn't been running out. Zachar and Amelia now looking to fight back. Amelia found out. Lackey shuts him down. And with the deep smoke back to camera, Westmelon will have to move past it. And inside the smoke as it blooms, a Molotov at his face could go a long way. In fact, it's a smoke of his own to try and aggress through with. He's got company, but that company is now losing life. Westmelon trying desperately to defend. Another kill through the smoke's been found, and Norway's alone in a 1-on-2. Westmelon low, and the AWP is trying to pair up with him. Zachar and Westmelon look to switch weapons, and indeed they do, but Norway's taking that time to duck behind the little cake. And well, he's caking on them right now. Westmelon gone! Zachar right behind. Norway with a triple.
Well, talk about the coffin being built now for Lynn Vision. That is perhaps the first piece falling into place. It was a winnable round, definitely, but Very nice clutch, and a couple of instances in this round where you just see the Aurora individuals stepping up, right?
Yeah.
There's some duels that probably need to be won by Lynn Vision, and I'm not even just talking about in that clutch in particular, I'm talking as they're entering the sites.
Yeah.
There's a couple of moments where Aurora get away with a little bit too much.
Result fighting from inside a Molotov in a 1-versus-1 that's not an instant headshot. You'd think he should never win that.
No, and he basically walks away with like all of 50% of his HP. Then the duel that Amelia loses as well, and then of course the 2v1, and it's Aurora off to the races on Anubis. Really, this is going to be 5-1 without too much difficulty at all. Probably could have been 6-0 to be quite frank if it were not for Flying having a nice little clutch in the pistol. But actually, Lynn Vision have not looked competitive so far on this map, and that is a very bad sign.
Deco's AWP is going to remain unused as well. He is chilling away. Like I said, it feels like Anubis sometimes on the T side, you can get yourself into a very good aggressive peak, but it's very similar to Inferno where it feels like the T side op really comes into its own when it's a post-plant situation. When you can defend against a retake. Lynn Vision have never really been in a position to go for a retake except for maybe the previous round.
Lynn Vision trying to take a few guns away, which, you know,
fair is fair.
Good attempt, but it's not really going to trouble Aurora at that moment when they're on the T side and they're up so successfully. Back into the swing of things, but kind of still waiting for Lynn Vision to wake up on this map. Change up this time is going to be Zaka over toward A long with the AWP instead of in through E-box.
Yeah, that could open up things for Flying to move around into middle as well. Maybe enable Amelia. Amelia though needs to be enabled early on. Eliminated instead. Lackey to take him down, and mid control completely forfeit. Zacher trying to cover across that he cannot see into Norway. Wow. Closer to the flames, has the advantage of the pillar. And now it's a 3-on-5 Aurora. No signs of slowing down, no signs of stopping. Flying, the only defender of the site, is going to keep it going, but eventually it has to come to a halt. Starry's got a 1v3 with players low, but no options of where to go. He has to retreat.
Flying was getting away with way too much there. I don't know how he survived for that long, but Aurora still kind of salvaged things pretty comfortably in the end. So 6-1 is going to be the score. Amelia is looking very, very cold at the moment. The shot's just not connecting, and having been the player that has been probably one of the better ones for Lynn Vision at this event so far.
He's the one that's taken them to this point.
Yeah, but to go missing now, it's, I mean, you can see the result.
But at the same time, I will say the same thing that I said before, which is that Amelia is not the guy.
No, I don't disagree with you at all. Like, I mean,
he's not supposed to be the guy.
It was funny because we talked about this even before the tournament started, and we both sort of said, yeah, Amelia, I remember the conversation, I think I said something like, yeah, Amelia can have like one of these maps every now and then, and you said something like, yeah, I hope you mean like once every like 8 weeks or something, and I was like, yeah, that's exactly what I mean. And then he did it like 3 more maps in a row, and we were like, okay, well actually we've just kind of, you know, BM'd him a little bit there, but the thing is, like, he is normally the guy that gets like one good map per event or something like that, and
maybe one every 2 series is sort of what you're looking at, right?
And that's good enough normally when someone else is firing, but when he's having to be the guy and no one else is, then yeah, it's unfortunately not. You know, it's not. He's not that player. That's not his role in this team.
Whose role is it? Because right now I don't know. Neither does Aurora, because they're just walking all over everyone. Finally, there's a bit of resistance shown. Westmelon and Starry do perform with a push down middle, and that aggression meets its demise eventually. Lackey will continue backwards. Starry still looking to cover off. Damage is good. Kill is found, but there's plenty of time for Aurora to try and reset this round.
Bomb's got to be retrieved. That would ideally be Deco's job. It is a 3-on-2. You've got the 3 CTs lining up together. Resol could actually come up very big here if he gets his timing right. And he has! Wow, very nice spray down. And too easy. You know, every single time it's just somebody is there.
Look at his face. Look at his face! Resol knows how easy this is for him. That spray down was perfect.
Yeah.
He didn't move a muscle.
Beautiful indeed, wasn't it? You could see it coming. It was written in the stars.
Dude, that's nuts.
It's got to be a tilter for Lynn Vision because they were ahead in that round for, again, a little period, but 7-1. This map is starting to get away from them, and sure, you might be able to say, well, they have a pretty good T side, but...
Can I say that?
Well, you might not get the chance to even see it, the way things are going.
Again, the push down middle, it feels one-dimensional, and that dimension is one that Aurora do not want to live in. Now, Emil's gone back. Now the push comes in from long. There is maybe a little bit of assistance for flying. Sure, Emilia can also maybe even come through and pop over a flashbang, but Aurora's made their bed inside A main.
Still got Noe sort of lurking around out toward the B side of the map in case there were any shenanigans from Lynn Vision. Not the case. It's actually a pretty good call from Lynn Vision. If this ends up being an A hold, they're going to look for some info. Flying pushing his way forward. Starry helping out there as well, but Result is able to lock it down. He'll die to the grenade. No, he won't.
Doesn't go deep enough. It's around the corner of the wall, so Starry doesn't find the frag.
Okay, that's not good.
Because with that, Aurora is still in a 4 versus 3, and Norby, who was watching for shenanigans, is now up to some shenanigans.
Yeah, he's just creeping his way toward the A bomb site, playing a little bit more of a contact style, does eventually get that CT smoke in.
Yikes, this is also the full rotation away from Lynn Vision. They had bit so heavily into the A side presence that they don't expect there to be anyone at all in B, and now Zacher feels so pressured to make a play, and as he looks to push through the smoke, it's Norby on the other side, watching for that exact thing. Zacher on the reload, though covered off by Emilia. The bomb is on the ground, there's 20 seconds on the clock, and Deco and Result have to now break their way into the site. Who's going to take first contact? With 10 seconds, does it even matter? They're trying to make their way over across to the bomb. They're running out of time, and now it has to be the kills found, and Deco will retreat. No, actually proceeds to death.
Yeah, just getting a little bit over eager on that take. It was 4-on-3. They wanted to push the issue a little bit too much, and
I mean, it's a great kill for Zacher to find, right? Just taking Kenzie down in that situation, putting the bomb on the ground that Norby feels pressure to push through. Yeah.
Yeah, and perfect spot for Emilia to be in. Once it came down to the 2-on-3, it was pretty doomed for Aurora. CT smoke was starting to fade. They were not going to get that bomb back at all. 2-7. Lynn Vision given a small reprieve, but jury's out as to how much they're going to be able to do with that, because it's a similar story to the first half of Ancient, isn't it? Aurora were in control. Lynn Vision were getting rounds here and there, but
now they're not even getting those, yeah.
They weren't able to follow up those rounds with anything of substance or significance, and we could find ourselves in much the same position here if Aurora just go ahead and win this round. Already started it well.
Oh my days, Lucky has just been abusing Emilia. In the meanwhile, Flying pushes forward, and look, Flying's been really a capable pair of hands, but not one that is strong enough to lift the weight of this entire team right now. Kenzie.
Ooh, that's a good creep up outside of E-Box.
He's thinking of going for the full crawl in.
Might just be waiting for Result to arrive as well to try to cover him off. The Molly's going to force him back, though. That's good util usage from Starry. This E-Box position, very, very util dependent.
Norby's been found out. That is massive. That is huge. That might be everything, because Starry's now being set up for success. He's got Westmelon right next to him. A bait setup might not be the best play over here. It should be expected in a situation, but with the smoke being missed, they have to re-smoke and go through a gray screen of their own design. And as they do so, Westmelon finds one. Now they're not expecting Starry at all, and it's Flying to find the frag. Flying to make it two. Flying coming in as the savior this round.
It's fallen apart a little bit for Aurora in the last couple of rounds, hasn't it? Might be time for a tack timeout. Just get too far ahead of themselves, perhaps, with that 7-1 lead, thinking, okay, it's already done. But
I mean,
make no mistake, Lynn Vision's still a good team.
Still far back for sure, yeah. Especially if Flying now starts to come alive in the situation like this. Again, not the player that you are expecting to take over the game, but if he does, you know what? You take it. Maybe that's the Lynn Vision future. Have one player who can pop off at any given point, just not always knowing who it might be.
Back to the Hero AK by this time for Aurora. This would be just the kind of round that Lynn Vision might lose, though. It's a good nade. It's a decent trade though as well. Result, he's going to look for some more damage with that AK. It's really on his shoulders. He's got two. He's going to be the one to charge in for the bomb, but to go with the Glock.
Weissmuller didn't have head armor. Surely that's the case.
It's funny that Result's the one that ends up getting that bomb plant down. Could have been anybody, but he's the one with the AK and decides to book it there. Either way, bad news for Lynn Vision. I don't know if they can even really go for this retake.
They have to save. Zacher is going to be completely useless in this situation with the AWP. And here's the thing. Aurora do have that player. Aurora do know who to put their faith in. Result has been such a find for them. He has consistently impressed, and right now it is no different. Look at the kind of confidence he's had all across this game despite the shaky performance in map 1.
Yep, put the gun in his hands. He's going to get the work done. 3-8. Quite a threatening scoreline for Lynn Vision. Would love one more out of this one, but backs against the wall once again.
I mean, look at these. The death ball from Aurora is so hard to deal with. That's the problem. They're great at trading. They have explosive timing, so you're not going to have the third player flashed. So you're always being run at by 3 people. And in CS2, to get a kill and back off before the other two get you is incredibly difficult. You have to be on point in the game to get that done, or on and off.
Is this a attack timeout situation? I think it is, yeah. Lynn Vision calling attack timeout just now. Amelia looks like he wants to go to bed. Can't blame him. Been a big, big day for Lynn Vision.
Unfortunately, Amelia looks like he might already be in bed.
Yeah, and it might be a day without reward in the end.
Obviously, top 4 does guarantee them a little bit of prize money at the very least, but they're not here for prize money. They're here to be the master of Nomads.
Nobody's mastering the Nomads, I think, if I would have to give my spoiler prediction.
Well, let's lock out our Nomads before they've migrated. Starry. Deep nade is very good this time over, but it is exchanged. Not too much damage dealt to him. Actually, none whatsoever. Meanwhile, the push is coming in. Flashes are good. Norby is better. Comes through with a quick kill. Starry still alive, getting a lot done from inside Dark before he's traded. Deco puts him down, and the late push back from Emilia might be unexpected. They're watching out for something like it, but if Zacher can get the player on pizza, this would be a difference maker. Deco getting worried. A flash through, but Emilia is ready for it. He turned away, and now he is a real threat for this team.
Yeah, the timing on these peaks is going to be crucial for Lynn Vision. Flying out in no man's land on his own. Zacher came a little bit too little too late. Amelia has to fight 2 at once, and you just can't win that. 9-3 is the scoreline. Aurora dominate the first half, and Lynn Vision just can't quite tip that last one over the line. Another numbers deficit will go the way of Aurora.
Unfortunately, it does feel like that round's a little bit on Emilia's shoulders, to be honest, because over here, Emilia just doesn't fight in time with the rest of his team. I don't know, maybe it's comms issues, maybe it's this, maybe it's that, but all while Result is taking the duel versus flying, Emilia just hasn't swung. He hasn't taken the peak initially. It just feels like he's afraid, or he doesn't know what's going on, one or the other.
Yeah, maybe Flying wasn't able to communicate it quickly enough. Zacher went down instantly as he swung from Temple. Good coverage, really, from those 2 remaining Aurora members. And all eyes on Westmelon now.
And he knows it, unfortunately, going into this T side. He's
got to come up with something.
He's got his back against the wall, and I don't quite know if he can break it down.
Amelia's still chugging the Red Bulls. 10 p.m. at night. He doesn't care. He's ready to go.
He needs those wings.
He does. I mean, they definitely need them now. Aurora having a grand old chat in the break. Probably just saying, well, let's get the pistol and get out of here. I want to go to bed. I mean, they're going to be aware that tomorrow's going to be a huge day as well if they want to make anything of it, right? I mean, this is the difficulty for whichever team ends up winning here. We're obviously looking at Aurora more likely than not. They'll be in at the same time as we will tomorrow. 12 o'clock local time, midday, is when the day starts. You'll play your first best of 3 there. So right now it's
10:15.
Yeah, 20 past 10 almost.
Probably I mean, even if you went over here quickly, probably 11:30 by the time you get back to the hotel.
Well, yeah, I mean, if maybe you're lucky you get back by 11, depending on how the traffic is, and then, yeah, might be in bed by 12 if you're lucky.
Yeah.
So you'll be getting up pretty early in the morning, you know, 8, 9 o'clock. Hopefully have a decent sleep, but it doesn't give you much time to prep because you've got to, you know, go over, in theory, 2 matches worth of demos or notes or whatever, conversations. Maybe you just focus on the first one, which would be Bleed. But it's not a lot of time to turn around to go into the match against Bleed tomorrow at 12 o'clock. So the extra, maybe half hour that you can save yourself by cleaning this one up comfortably could make a big difference. Let alone stopping it from going to a third map.
That's the big problem, though, isn't it? It's less about cleaning things up quickly right now in their head. It's just about cleaning up. First contact should be Resalt, but he's spotted out and taken down. Emilia's aggression gives him a quick kill, and maybe a second around the corner awaits. Lackey cornered and taken down. With full control over the site, this pistol round is all but secured. Westmelon's lurk is also primed and ready to go.
Yeah, it's folded like a pack of cards, hasn't it? That first one just gets taken away, and then the rest follow suit. No real saving graces for Aurora in that one. Decisive pistol round for Lynn Vision. Game's not over yet. See what Lynn Vision can do off the back of that. But it's a long road ahead for Lynn Vision as well. And you're not going to get away with a cheeky frag or two like that at the start of every round, right? That was a bit too easy for Lynn Vision.
I mean, also, we also have to keep in mind this. We're done with the conversations of, oh my God, consolation, oh my God, you can feel a little bit better. You have to win. Right? You win or you're out. You win or your next LAN is going to be God knows when, right? As an Asian team, as a Chinese team, you don't know.
No, especially not with this new Tai Lu project that's being booked, and it'll be an interesting one. Starry and Westmelon looking to try and take as many advantages as they can into the next couple of rounds. No quarter being given to Aurora. This force buy doesn't look like it's going to amount to a whole lot.
That is good to see. So, projected scoreline is 9-6.
Sure.
You are a pistol round, 2 conversions, and a gun round away from being back in contention.
They're on the T side as well.
They are on the T side, right? So you get Westmelon into position a couple of times. You know, maybe have Emilia get a couple of these entries. Flying continues form. These are not impossible scenarios.
No, I agree. I'm not convinced just yet by Lynn Vision. It's very easy to look good in the pistol on the T side. Subsequent anti-force buy, okay. But need to see some gun rounds here before I really start to get on that hype train. And I'm sure Aurora have got a thing or two up their sleeves as well that we have yet to see in this CT side because they just haven't had the guns yet. So let's not get too excited.
It's actually quite important that they're getting these kills cleanly as well, just because Aurora, if you get a few extra frags with the MP9 and whatnot, you are going into the first round with enough money that you are going to have all your incendiaries, all your grenades, a kit or two as well. And I know that generally when you force buy and you have an eco after that, you're in a decent position regardless, but frankly, those extra $600 do matter. Especially if you're going to be buying deagles in the next one. Jordan, I cannot tell you how much I dislike this.
It is what it is, mate. Love it or leave it.
They need to get kills with this. Molotov on Lackey completely burns him down. That deagle is on the ground where it deserves to be. Maybe some deagles can put the T's to the ground though, but Resalt doesn't look like he's going to be hitting any shots. No! I take it all back! They're fighting back! Aurora now in its round 2 with both players low and Lynn Vision are making this work, but now Resalt, who's found so much already, needs more! And he does connect with another headshot. Aurora are making me eat my words, but Lynn Vision still do bring it back.
My goodness, that was a little bit too close for comfort. Flying 21 HP. All he needed was one more shot there, Resalt. But Lynn Vision got through the round, and that's what matters.
Dude, I'm telling you, Aurora reminds me so much of like old school Vega Squadron. Or maybe more like old Mirror Magic Spirit.
Okay.
There's so much fighting, so much aggression, random deagle shot. It's a classic Russian team.
They have their first gun round of this half now, and they've already kind of put a bit of pressure back onto Lynn Vision that previous round. Starry boosted up over the smoke though, will catch Lackey, and that's going to be mid opened up for Lynn Vision. They're going to look to explore that quickly before the rotation comes through.
The return back to mid will not matter. B site has been vacated. Kenzie's demise pretty much guarantees that. Lane as well, now destined to go back over towards that B site, get a bomb plant in. Aurora will want to save.
Yeah, just got to make sure you don't walk into the big stack. And Lynn Vision are negotiating it pretty nicely. They'll go over towards the B site instead. First gun round looks very decisive from Lynn Vision, to be fair.
All right, guys, dry run's over. You love to see it, though. Just making sure you're using all your utils just in case. No reason to hold it in. Do you hunt if you're a Lynn Vision? I feel like the answer should be yes with the money, but maybe no with the confidence.
They're giving it a bit of a cursory look.
You can afford to lose two and still be pretty okay.
Encroaching slowly on the A bomb site. They must be pretty aware that this is just an A setup from Aurora.
At this point, they know, especially with the Molotov being used by Deco. This is very much in the know for them. Deco comes through with one. It's an execute now onto the A site while the bomb is being destroyed. Norway pops open the smoke for them to peek in, hoping to catch Lynn Vision off guard behind it.
That's interesting. You're trying to save and you're the one needing the smoke open? I don't know, that's just like... It's mixed messages, you know? I've received a lot of those over the last 6 months. I know what it's like.
Yeah.
It's weird. But...
Are you blowing this up or am I?
Yeah, Lynn Vision get the dub. And that's one step a little bit closer to equalizing. We may yet have another very close finish on our hands. Ancient was really, really tight. Aurora only got over the line because they won a couple of crucial swing rounds, and we're getting pretty close to that kind of territory once again.
How funny would it be if someone took a tactical just to be like, okay guys, let's quick fist bump for everyone, tick, 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 tick. Yeah. Okay, now we can go. It's like your mom when she calls you back when you're on your way to school. You're like, hey, don't forget to give me a kiss on the cheeks and say, I love you.
The vibes tack.
Yeah.
The vibes tack.
Vibes in Aurora are a little bit shaky if they don't win this one, though, and they are going into it without an AWP. Now going into it. A little bit of aggression actually being planned out from Dark. In the meanwhile, aggression in mid is what is being intercepted. Lackey is down in the dumpsters. And Deco... Well, he doesn't really want to smell of trash, but I don't think he's got an option if he doesn't get the kills here. Westmelon taken down. Deco traded away. Starry continuing to find kills in middle, and now it's all about that Resold-Emilia duel. Will Resold be expected in this position? Will he be flashed off? Is there anything at all being lined up for him?
Not yet. Lynn Vision aren't committing to it. Emilia might even start to back away and move back toward the B bomb site, which would not be a bad call at all.
I'm very surprised they're making it, though, considering that Norway, Kenzie are both alive.
Well, two players over toward A, one really playing retake on B. You take that every day of the week if you're Lynn Vision. They've actually kind of swindled them a little bit. They just need to move a little quicker.
They're taking too much time. Aurora will be able to clear out mid at this point and start to rotate back over towards the B side, but Kenzie's taking the long way. So despite the fact that Lynn are letting the clock roll down, at the very least they should have a little bit more space. That flash, though, could be problematic. Emilia's been stuck inside Dark, and now Kenzie's been given space to come in from the side of the smoke. This is perfectly played. They don't know! They don't know! But only one found, and Norway on the back lines has been caught as well. The tag is there, but not the frag. And now it's down to Resold. Can he accelerate? Nori's playing distraction. Zacher is down. The bomb is planted. Starry will trade. He knows where the last man is. They're both so low. A 1v1 that Nori will not look to contend it unless it's a wraparound. No.
Are you kidding me?
He's backing off right towards B main, looking to find Starry on the backstab. Starry will never know unless the audible is there. And indeed it is. Starry dodges time. Starry dodges bullets. Starry dodges death.
Man, I think if he would have shift walked for the last couple of seconds of that push, he might have actually managed to make that happen. You're right. Starry had no idea, but the audible came through. And it'll be another one for Lynn Vision. Very, very tight. Result. He'd probably be kicking himself for not finding two there, actually. That was a incredible rotate from Aurora.
What a move from Kenzie as well.
Yeah, Lynn Vision with their indecisiveness almost get caught off. Have a look at the replay here. Yeah, it all started with Starry getting that opener into mid, but...
Dude, this
Kenzie
is...
it was. I meant instead of Result.
I mean, Kenzie is just something else there.
If he gets two, that's game over. Round over there, but doesn't quite manage to. So it's a one-round game now between Aurora and Lynn Vision. Lynn Vision will be thinking about a map 3. Aurora are thinking about bed.
Aurora are thinking about this round. That's all they care about, because if you lose over here, Lynn Vision, not only do they equalize, they probably take the lead.
Well, you can't get too far ahead of yourself, can you? You really can't be, you know, already halfway tucked into bed and still in the server. Don't let that concentration waver at all.
Deco has not really had much of a chance to get this off to good use in the past few. It's largely been dodged out by Lynn. They've done a great job of it. Meanwhile, Flying is hunting out for Kenzie. Kenzie will be forced away by a Molotov. Very worried about a push through the smoke, and he should be. Meanwhile, Result actually finds Amelia a great spam.
Yeah, it's a cheeky little angle, cheeky little bit of aggression from Aurora, trying to take matters into their own hands, and a better start to the round than what they've had for the vast majority. Already going to call an extra player or two back over toward the B bomb site. You've got 3 over here to defend with. Quick rotate, you've already got someone in mid. So this is going to have to be clean from Lynn Vision. The smokes are down now, and it's go time. Flying starts to look for the entries onto the side. It's actually Westmoreland that will strike, but Aurora have members here, and they can salvage post the bomb plant. Lackey, Kenzie chiming in. USP's out, Tech9 as well. We're down to the sidearms. It's still working. Orb shot doesn't connect. Zacher will drop, and it's a 1v3 for Starry to try to save.
The bomb's not planted for him either. This is an impossible situation. Zacher and his demise means that Starry is completely out. And again, we are seeing this repeated default plant coming in. I don't really completely understand it. Also, Lynn Vision, where in the previous round they were worried about going too fast. Now they are going too fast, right? Trying to get the bomb plant down, not really fighting back towards Ninja, not really clearing out towards the back of the site properly. Westmoreland, even the kill that he gets is through the smoke in that situation. As he goes back, Lackey is the one who actually takes him down because the bomber is not fighting with for a potential push like it.
Yeah. The issue is there that they can't plant anywhere but default because they haven't cleared out plat yet, so...
That's the thing. That's just the speed that you're trying to get.
I mean, either, yeah, you just don't plant, or maybe you plant for default and...
If you're worried about plat, then be worried about plat together, right?
That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, you just don't plant.
Yeah.
You have that guy go with the guy that's trying to clear plat. But either way...
Unfortunately, Zacher also is not able to get that combat opening to work. It's very hard. It's not easy for those close range angles to be actually activated, but...
Yeah, especially in his position, having not been a primary AWPer for such a long time, right? There's a lot of these sort of skills that you need to pick up again or refine again. It's not that he doesn't have them necessarily, but he's played for the last, I don't know how long it's been, probably...
Almost a year?
Yeah, I was going to say 12 months or so as a rifler. Maybe more, a little bit more than that, I don't know. But, yeah, got to get used to that AWPing mindset again, and 10 to 8, Aurora give themselves a little bit of leeway. That nade would be perfectly timed if it was tossed now.
They want the nade for the rush to come in, but Kenzie's caught out with it. Deco, good for one. Can he give any more? Yes, he can. Keeps it going. Now close range on the side. That's a combat opening that Zacher wishes he could do. Deco gets it done.
Yeah, Deco just standing head and shoulders above quite a lot of the AWPers at this event, actually. It's another really, really clean round from him. We can go back to the one on Nuke earlier today against Chinggis Warriors as well. He is having a lot of success in these high-pressure situations. And that might just be the straw that breaks the camel's back for Lynn Vision. Down 11-8 now, money in an awkward spot. It's going to be a hero rifle. But wishful thinking now for Lynn Vision. They are running out of chances.
A mid-play planned out. Comes in with only one Tech 9, which is really what you're relying on if you want to try and get a fast mid-rush out. So these Deagles, well, they better get their action going. Amelia leading the charge with the AK. The hero is what we call it, but can it actually be one? Doesn't feel like it. He's already losing his teammates. He's already losing his hope. Lackey is coming with 4 and ace potentially in the cards, but likely a card pulled out of his deck and pushed away.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Might end up being a bit of a cleaner map for Aurora than the previous, and that is, again, what they're going to be hoping for. Drive-by with the Tech 9 from flying. Can he pull off another miracle? Had the 2v1 in the pistol. How about a 1v4 to try to save the day for Lynn Vision? Bomb still needs to be retrieved, and of course he can't get past Deco. That man is not missing with the AWP.
Not at all. Deco's been sick in multiple ways. He's been sick, but also he's been sick.
Fair. One round away for Aurora. Money will be a little bit spotty for Lynn Vision, but they'll be able to get something through.
God, Result, come on, buddy. You're winning that
winning
round.
the game.
Come on.
It's just Amelia that's going to have to go down to substandard weaponry as a result of the investment in the previous one. But Kenzie, aggressive out of B main alongside a teammate, making it work.
The worst part is that Norway's actually quite far forward, so they might not have had an idea on the timing. Of course, now that he's taken a while longer, they do, but if they want to re-clear it out, it'll have to be against the AWP of Deco as well. So that mid-threat will always be there for someone pushing in from B, so Lynn Vision know that they're on a timer. They feel like they're on a timer. They have to make a move.
Lackey's been able to tuck himself behind the door. It's the 1-2 punch for Aurora. Got Kenzie and Result here to help out as well, and it is just not looking good for Lynn Vision at all. Down to 2. Amelia and Zaka surely can't bring it back from here. It's a 5-on-2. Yeah, you've got time. Yeah, you're holding onto the bomb, but that's about as far as you can go when you're grasping at those kinds of straws.
The DM is written. All that needs to be done is press send. Hey, Bleed, where you at? You want to hang out tomorrow?
You up? I'm hoping not.
They might be up watching this match. I'd be scared if they are, but maybe we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. 2 versus 4, 25 seconds seems unlikely, but many things have so far in this game. And as they go into the side, it'll be a 2-on-2 over here. Now just the 1, and Result has remained inimitable. He has remained untouchable. He has remained unstoppable.
in Mongolia. There are many fans from your team. Please say something to operate your team who live in Mongolia.
So we heard from the Mongols. They tell us that, like many Mongolian people, they actually kind of the fan of us and they support us. And actually, the first time I heard this, we get surprised and we're really happy and appreciate it. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much. I hope you see you in another competition. Thank you. Give applause one more time, Team Lynn Vision. All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. Let's
Well, a 2-0 to close out the day here at the MESA Nomadic Masters in our penultimate day of action, but our first in the arena. It's Aurora who closed things 2-0. Fellas, how are we feeling?
A bit bummed, you know. I got my prediction wrong. Doesn't happen to me very often, to be honest with you, but it has to happen every now and then. But yeah, Lynn Vision kind of got wrecked a little bit on that second map. I mean, they had their moments, to be fair, but yeah, Aurora very clearly the better team tonight and deserve that spot through to tomorrow against Bleed.
I got my prediction right, and I'm still a little bit bummed. I didn't want to be right. And again, that's rare for me. I'm generally all about being right.
Would it be the first time?
Would be the first time someone fell down, I will say that. Yeah. But that being said, Lynn Vision showed us what they could do in Ancient. Unfortunately, they didn't really actually take it all the distance. And again, on Anubis, you saw signs of life, but it just wasn't enough.
We have our player of the match off the back of that one. And I think for when you look at it across the board, a couple of different ways you go, but Wrestle, just an animal.
Yeah, super consistent, really, isn't he? I mean, such a force to be reckoned with, particularly on Anubis there. Big individual moments, and you know he's been really good throughout this entire tournament, and seems to be one of those guys on Aurora that is kind of aging like fine wine, dare I say, as we get deeper and deeper into the tournament. So something I think that Bleed are going to have to be kind of keeping an eye out for tomorrow is an Aurora that is actually looking better than they did earlier on in this tournament. I really feel like this is a team that they've taken a little while to get rolling, but we're at that point now where they are actually looking like a serious contender.
Yeah, I mean, looking over towards our overall top three, Bleed obviously coming alive over here in towards that second map as well. We really saw them getting used to the crowd, getting used to the arena, getting used to that land situation. Aurora obviously never really looked uncomfortable over here, even if they've had some bad showings. They've never really looked uncomfortable in the land itself.
Ball with Brain. I'll argue the map one with Brain. I'll argue that one.
I'm saying they played badly, yes, but they didn't look uncomfortable, right? Like they looked like they were chill. Result was still having a fun time. True. That's the thing. The body language,
laughing, right?
Yeah, the vibes were on, even if the game was off.
Okay. The vibes are good at the moment, man. I'll tell you that much. It's getting late. We're just having a good time. Happy days.
Let's talk about Lynn Vision though. We kind of touched this a little bit already. They're a side who, in our rankings, especially at them quite low, can we now sit here and actually be quite pleasantly kind of surprised, pleased with their performance? Yeah. In my eyes, I feel like they overachieved.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talked about that actually going into the matchup that we just watched. We said, you know, kind of regardless of this result, you know, they should be pretty happy. Expectations, as you say, were pretty low. Roster changes. They haven't looked like they've been in fantastic form, actually, ever since coming back from the major. So I'll give them some credit. I think that, as you say, have overperformed. They definitely went above and beyond my expectations. Made it to top 4 in the tournament, which is a far cry from 7th, which is where we power ranked them. So, yeah, good job from Lynn Vision. Undoubtedly a bit disappointing that they weren't able to get it done tonight. I think they didn't quite show us their best play. But, you know, if they would have gotten the Ancient over the line, maybe it would have been a different story. But, look, still happy days. And so I think for me, with regard to Lynn Vision, I'm kind of just looking toward the future. I want to see what happens with that roster. Are the rumors true? Is there going to be this rebuilding phase? Because at the end of the day, that's kind of what matters. It's not necessarily a big deal if this result didn't go their way. It's more about how things shape up heading into that Shanghai Major.
Sure.
It's absolutely very much a situation where I don't really Look, I'm disappointed, but that's because I saw what they were doing in Ancient. I saw what they were doing in Anubis. The heartbreaking thing is that they probably are feeling more disappointed because they played so well in certain situations, and they frankly knew that this could have been and maybe should have been them at third place if they're able to get everything done. But unfortunately, yeah, fourth place and goodbye.
Yeah, that is. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how things look heading into our final day here at the MESA Nomadic Masters. We have, of course, only 2 more games. Well, technically 3, as we just found out, with a show match, potentially 2, but 2 more official matches, as we, of course, have that grand final where the Mongols await and bleed Aurora, which for us, you know, we've all kind of dipped our toes in towards the EU Tier 2, Tier 1.5. That's kind of the upper echelons. This is a bit of a banger now.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a fantastic matchup. I mean, both of those teams are quite deserving of making it to the grand final. I haven't seen either of them play against each other. Well, we haven't seen them play against each other in the event so far, and there was a bit of discussion around, you know, is Bleed second or is Aurora second? We, again, sort of went with Aurora as third, and maybe we'll be proven correct in that matchup tomorrow. I think Bleed, they are going to be a team that will kind of appreciate every test that they can get at the moment because they're still going through that rebuilding phase. So a game against Aurora is going to be a good litmus test for them, and if they can make it back into that grand final against the Mongols, they might be able to run it back a little better than the 2-0 loss that they had today.
True. T, going into tomorrow, do you think for Bleed, Aurora, a bit more of a familiar foe for them, you know, a known quantity within kind of the EU online space, do you think they'll be a little bit more prepared for that one than they will, you know, Mongols? They kind of just looked a little bit overwhelmed against the Mongols.
I don't think they're going to be more prepared because I do think Aurora is just different on land. I think it's a lot harder to play up against them on land where, you know, genuinely these peaks that they're going for, these aggressions they're going for in an arena environment, I really doubt Bleed is going to be fully ready for that. Now, that being said, I think their players are frankly a little bit better. I think their calling is a little bit better, so it does even out, and it's actually a very... but when I think about it before really going into depth, it's a bit of a 50-50 matchup, to be honest.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to press you for a point just yet of who you think. We'll kind of touch on that tomorrow. But all in all, we're coming to the last day now, right? And it's quite quickly got to this point, but now we have our top 3. Do you think this is kind of a top 3 for you guys, which feels like kind of fair?
Right. It feels right.
We sort of predicted this to a degree, but like there was a few potential upsets. But are you happy with where we're at?
Definitely. I mean, it feels right. It does feel like we've got the best 3 teams in the tournament, eye test wise, on paper wise. You know, again, there was a couple of surprising results, maybe with OG and Gaming Gladiators going out as early as they did, but no one really expected to see them in the top 3 in the final day anyway. So once you get to this point in the competition, it's like that's all in the past. Doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, I think tomorrow's games are actually going to be fantastic, really, regardless of which team makes it through to the grand final. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun time regardless of whatever happens. And frankly speaking, it's going to be a great time over here at the Steppe Arena regardless of whatever happens.
Yeah, exactly. If you are in Mongolia, in Ulaabatar, and you haven't already, come join us here in the Steppe Arena. It's been a very, very fun time already. Tomorrow's going to be pretty good. The Mongols in grand final guaranteed, so you probably don't want to miss it. But from us here on the English stream, that is basically our day done and dusted. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure. We'll be back tomorrow. We've got the lower bracket final. We've got a show match, which we've now been told, and then a best of 5 grand final for the lion's share of 100,000. So you do not want to miss it. But from us here, we bid you all farewell.
Red Bull gives you wings.